Before the end of the world, I mustered up the courage to confess my love to the campus beauty. But she and her new boyfriend laughed at me mercilessly, calling me a stupid fat girl who couldn't even breathe to confess her love. At that moment, my self-esteem was completely destroyed, and humiliation and despair spread in my heart. However, fate took a turn 1 month later. A zombie wave suddenly broke out, and the campus instantly turned into a living hell, and I, a frail fat man, had almost no power to resist. Just when I thought everything was over, a miracle happened. I was reborn to the day before the zombie wave broke out. Relying on the memories of my previous life, I quickly found the hidden blue dragon form fish fruit and swallowed it without hesitation. When the zombies attack again, I soar into the air, transform into a blue dragon, and fight a bloody battle for thousands of miles. As the number of zombies I killed continued to increase, I was pleasantly surprised to find that this fruit gave me far more than just one ability. After the breakup, I insisted on jogging every morning. Even though my roommate Zhang Chong would occasionally tease me that I had not yet gotten over the shadow, I just smiled and continued my training. This 5-kilometer run has become a part of my daily routine, and afterward I will do strength training on the horizontal bar. My classmates on the playground sometimes look at me strangely, but I don't care. My name is Aoxin. 1 month ago, I was reborn, exactly on the day I was dumped by Wu Man Man. Without any hesitation, I put all my emotions into physical exercise so crazy that I even gave up many classes. The teacher's warning of failing the course meant nothing to me because I knew the end was coming. And before that, I had to prepare for survival. On the last day before the end of the world, the first God-given fruit, the devil fruit, will be born all over the world. They give people extraordinary power, and this power is the key to survival in the end of the world. In my previous life, I witnessed many powerful people with the power to destroy the world, and this time, I decided to take advantage of my rebirth and make preparations in advance. In order to welcome the arrival of this fruit, I go to a fruit shop called Good Life every day. Today, when I walked into the fruit shop, a strange fruit under a short purple branch caught my attention. It was the powerful devil fruit in my memory. Animal-type fish fruit, mythical beast-type blue dragon form. This is one of the most powerful fruits recognized by later generations. Anime, this fruit is very beautiful. Why don't you give it to me? I can use it as a decoration. I pretended to say it to the owner casually, and she quickly agreed. Walking out of the store, I suddenly saw a familiar face, the eater of the azure dragon fruit in my previous life. He arrived too late. The fruit was already in my hand. I knew the end of the world was approaching, so I quickly booked a ticket home. This fruit would be my guarantee to protect my family. After packing my luggage, I called my father and decided to tell him the news of my return in the most normal tone. I must go back as soon as possible to protect my family from the apocalypse. In order to ensure that the fruit would not be taken away by others, I ate it without hesitation. But the taste of devil fruit is so disgusting that I would rather eat feces if I could. But in order to become stronger, I suppressed my nausea and swallowed the fruit pulp. I even made up my mind to swallow the remaining peel, core, leaves, and even the short purple branches. I breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the seeds of miracle had been planted, and I was just waiting for them to sprout. After drinking some water and eating a peach, I opened my phone and started browsing short videos and forums. Sure enough, a viral video came into view. A young man filmed a strange-looking grape in an orchard. Its deep red color and strange white veins were completely different from the surrounding grapes. The comments under the video are full of ridicule and doubt, but I know that this is a real devil fruit, and it is not fake. At the same time, a beautiful anchor also showed a similar fruit during the live broadcast. The audience cheered her on to eat it, and I tried to bid for the fruit in the comment section, but my message was quickly drowned out. I watched the host hesitate for a moment, and finally grit her teeth and decide to eat the fruit. My heart beat faster, knowing that she was about to swallow a real devil fruit. The juice was overflowing, and the disgusting smell made her frown. The audience immediately noticed her change, and the comments section exploded. Some people advised her to spit it out, while others encouraged her to continue eating. The anchor finally plucked up the courage to swallow the fruit pulp, and kept drinking milk tea to dilute the disgusting taste in his mouth. Time passed minute by minute, and the audience in the live broadcast room stared at the screen, looking forward to the changes of the host. However, no matter how the host jumped or did yoga, there was no abnormality in her body. After eating the fruit, the little beauty didn't show any change and seemed a little depressed. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room also became complicated, with some people making sarcastic remarks while others offered comforting words. At this point, I had quietly exited the live broadcast room and did not remind her of the impending apocalypse. This was just a stranger on the internet and had nothing to do with me. Then, I continued to browse the short video platform in Tieba, entered a once familiar keyword, and clicked on the first video. Sure enough, the yellow-haired young man was holding up a strange fruit and showing off. Brothers, do you see this fruit? His fruit was golden all over, covered with black curly lines like lightning. Seeing this scene, my heart beat faster. Although I have eaten the blue dragon fruit, after the end of the world, the value of the devil fruit will be immeasurable. Even if I can no longer eat it, I can leave it for my family to use. I didn't leave a comment in the comment section. I sent a private message to the young man, pretending to be interested in his model and trying to negotiate the price. In the end, the deal was concluded at a price of 1,000 yuan. 3 hours later, I rushed to the small county town where Huang Mao was and traded with him face to face. After I got the fruit, my heart was beating like thunder. This was the real thunder fruit. On the way back, I saw another video, the content of which made me feel nervous. Today, many patients suddenly fell into a coma and had strange spots on their bodies. Experts said this might be a new type of flu. We urge everyone to wear masks and take protective measures. These symptoms are the precursor to the apocalypse, and the time may be earlier than I remember. I hurriedly called my father, but learned that the hospital was overcrowded and he had no time to go home. I had no choice but to call my mother and make up a lie to persuade her to take my sister home and hide for a while. When I returned to school, I found the dormitory in a mess. My roommate Wang Fan is unconscious, and light spots have appeared on his face. These are corpse spots, a precursor to zombification. But the roommates who didn't know the truth were busy carrying the unconscious Wang Fan onto the wooden board. However, due to his large size, several people failed to lift him off the bed after spending a lot of time trying. As I walked into the dormitory, Liang Yu immediately called me for help. "Ao, Exen, come and help. Lao Wang is too fat. We can't move him." They usually see me working out all day and think I have plenty of strength, but at this moment, my mind is not here at all. I knew that the emergence of the virus meant the end of the world could come at any time, and I had to hurry home. So, without hesitation, I grabbed my already packed luggage and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Liang Yu immediately stopped me and angrily asked, "Your roommate is in trouble, and you want to leave without helping?" In the previous life, it was because they insisted on sending Wang Fan to the hospital that Wang Fan turned into a zombie and bit Zhang Chong when the end of the world came. What's worse is that in order to protect himself, Liang Yu actually pushed me down and used me as a shield. My eyes turned cold, and the murderous aura that I had experienced during my previous life and death was inadvertently revealed. Liang Yu felt the chill and subconsciously took a step back. I ignored him, pushed him away, grabbed the equipment bag in the corner, and walked straight out of the dormitory. When I was leaving, I heard Liang Yu muttering behind me. "What kind of person is this? It would have been fine if he didn't help, but he actually pushed me." He might feel that he had become abnormal since I was dumped, but he had no idea that the end of the world was approaching. Suddenly, a shrill scream resounded throughout the dormitory building. Following this scream, all the unconscious patients began to undergo shocking changes. Their skin quickly rotted, corpse spots spread, emitting a foul odor, their eyeballs bulged, and their nails became sharp and long. "Zombies! Wang Fan has turned into a zombie." I recognized Zhang Chong's voice, and then he was knocked down by the zombie Wang Fan, and his neck was bitten through. The virus quickly invaded Zhang Chong's body, and he turned into a zombie at a speed visible to the naked eye. The corridor was in chaos, and the students were running away in panic. At this moment, I felt the power in my body begin to awaken. The violent power came from the devil fruit I had eaten before, the power of the blue dragon. I raised my head and roared. A dragon roar tore through the air. Green dragon scales appeared on my skin. Dragon horns grew on my head, and my hands and feet turned into dragon claws. After transforming into human beast form, my physique was greatly enhanced, and my strength, speed, and defense were greatly improved. At this moment, the growl of zombies was heard from behind. I looked back and saw that it was Wang Fan and Zhang Chong who had turned into a zombie rushing towards me. I stretched out my dragon claws, and with a slight force, I took off their heads. Blood spilled all over the ground, and the smell of blood filled the entire corridor. Immediately afterwards, another zombie rushed out from another dormitory. I opened my mouth and spewed out a stream of blazing flames, burning the zombie into charcoal. But after spraying the flames, I felt a huge consumption of physical strength. The ability of the devil fruit really needs to rely on physical support. Even if I learned domineering later, it still consumes physical strength. I tore open the equipment bag and took out the baseball bat. This baseball bat was specially customized by me, which was thicker and heavier and was perfect for shooting zombies in the head. There was a wisp of electricity wrapped around the baseball bat, which was the power given to me by the blue dragon fruit. I swung the baseball bat and smashed it hard into the head of a zombie. With a loud clang, the zombie's skull was smashed to pieces. My classmates in the hallway were stunned by my actions. Someone recognized me and said, "He is AOXAN from room 504. When the zombies appeared, he looked like this." My roommate Liang Yu looked at me after I turned into a dragon with a complicated expression. Obviously, he didn't expect that I had such a powerful ability. Some people began to speculate. AOXAN must have eaten the Azure Dragon fruit. Those fruits are real. Chapter 5. AOXAN holds a baseball bat wrapped with electric current in his hand, swinging it like a thunderous bagua, and the zombies fall down one after another. But AOXAN did not indulge in the pleasure of killing, but calmly rushed downstairs. AOXAN knew that there were two crucial things now. One was to return home as soon as possible to ensure the safety of his parents and sister. The second is to quickly kill 100 zombies to open the God-given space, exchange for the three-color domineering practice method, and accelerate the improvement of one's own strength. Although the Azure Dragon fruit gave him the ability to fly, it was obviously unrealistic for AOXAN to fly home with his current physical strength. Therefore, he could only choose to face the challenge directly and fight his way out. AOXAN easily defeated the zombies in the corridor, and the students followed him one after another, trying to use his power to leave the corridor. But AOXAN knew in his heart that the end of the world had come, and there was no safe place anymore. These students were just insignificant passersby. After rushing out of the corridor, the scene in front of them was even more terrifying. The corpses, specimens, and even the former mass graves in the school had become breeding grounds for zombies, which crawled out from the ground and attacked every living person. AOXAN rushed towards the school gate without hesitation. His ferocious dragon form made others afraid to approach. However, just as AOXAN was charging, a familiar figure came into his sight. It was his ex-girlfriend Wu Man and her boyfriend beside her. The boyfriend was grabbed by the ankle by a skeleton hand that stretched out from the ground. In panic, he pushed Wu Man down and escaped alone. In desperation, Wu Man spotted AOXAN and immediately shouted for help. "Help! Big man over there, please save me. I am willing to do anything for you." She obviously did not recognize AOXAN, but her instinct for survival made her ask for help from this powerful dragon man. AOXAN saw her, but he didn't stop. It was common for college lovers to break up, not to mention that he no longer had any feelings for Wu Man. Now they were strangers and had no connection. No longer paying attention to the tragedy behind him, AOXAN continued to run wildly in the carnage. Wu Man's cries for help gradually became weaker, and eventually, she died tragically under the attack of the zombies without even a scream. AOXAN was not moved at all. At that time, there were countless people who died like her on campus. When he reached the school gate, AOXAN suddenly felt a force restraining him, and his body could not move. The whole world seemed to have been paused, and all the people and zombies were still. Then, a majestic and grand voice rang in everyone's ears. "The first God-given devil fruit has arrived, and the God-given space is opened." AOXAN's eyes went dark, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a strange space. There was no flow of time here, only two light screens. One displayed the God-given store, and the other displayed the personal panel. AOXAN knew that this was the God-given space that he had never experienced in his previous life. Just as AOXAN was about to check the store, the majestic voice sounded again. "Because you are the first person to reach 100 points in hunting zombies, you will receive a divine reward. And because you reach 100 points within 10 minutes of the apocalypse, the level of the divine reward has been upgraded. You can choose one of the following 3 rewards." AOXAN was shocked. All this was something he had never experienced in his previous life. But he immediately focused on checking the reward content. Perfect fruit raises the blue dragon fruit to a perfect state, eliminating all side effects, making it no longer restrained by sea stone and seawater, and allowing the safe consumption of a second devil fruit. Genius of domineering. No need to practice. Directly awaken the 3 colors of domineering, and the 3 colors of domineering will grow automatically, and the speed of practice will be doubled. Corpse Slaying Artifact. Obtain a customized Supreme blade-level weapon that doubles the damage caused to zombies. The 3 rewards each have their own advantages, and the perfect fruit can give him dual fruit abilities. The Domineering Genius can greatly enhance his future combat effectiveness. The Corpse Slaying Artifact can immediately enhance his lethality and speed up the accumulation of points. Aoxin quickly weighed the options in his mind and had to make a choice that would be best for his future. Chapter 6. When Aoxin was hesitating, he suddenly remembered the wise words of Teacher Kaido. Heroic aura is the foundation. Strong men like Roger, Shanks, and Garp, none of them have the power of devil fruits, but they are still invincible. In order to increase his domineering power, Kaido even failed to properly develop his fruit and never even demonstrated its awakening. Choose 2. Domineering Genius. Aoxin was firm in his choice. Aoxin understood that ability lies in quality rather than quantity. The Azure Dragon Fruit is powerful, but its power depends on one's own physique and the depth of one's domineering cultivation. It is not easy to develop a fruit to its limit. Following Aoxin's choice, in an instant, Aoxin's mind was filled with blessings, and the 3-color domineering aura was instantly awakened. The black and weak-armed color domineering aura covered his fist, and he clearly felt the powerful force. Then, Aoxin opened the God Gift store, which listed all the items that could be exchanged during the first God Gift period. The instructions on the light screen were simple. Points can only be obtained by killing zombies. The stronger the zombies, the more points you get. Killing with hot weapons is ineffective. The store is divided into 4 major sections: skills, combat skills, equipment, and pharmacy. In the Kung Fu column, Aoxin saw the familiar 3-color domineering aura. The domineering aura here does not require the natural king's qualifications and only requires 10 points to redeem. However, for ordinary people, it is not easy to kill 10 zombies in total. The content of combat skills is richer. The Navy 6 styles Kaido's combat skills such as Thunderbagwa, Roaring Thunderbagwa, Great Power, Thunderbagwa, etc., each of which requires a large number of points to exchange. The price of equipment ranges from ordinary swords to the ultimate sword-level magic weapons, and the price difference is huge. The ultimate sword-level weapons require millions of points, which Aoxin cannot afford at the moment. Pharmacy contains various therapeutic drugs, poisons, and even food supplements, delicious foods that can quickly replenish physical strength. Among them, the most special are the Bloodline Factor Potions, which can give the user an exoskeleton and superpowers. They are one of the few ways to obtain special abilities besides the Devil Fruit. In addition, there are 2 unique exchange items in the store: Invisible Black Blood Factor and Magic Potion, both of which cost up to 100 million points. Once these items are redeemed, they will be permanently removed from the store and will no longer be available to others. Aoxin was temporarily unable to exchange these expensive items, so he used his only 10 points to exchange for 5 pieces of shui meat. This delicacy could quickly replenish physical strength and was a powerful weapon in battle. After closing the God-given shop, Aoxin checked his personal dashboard. Nim, Elting. Talent, Hidden Attribute, Domineering Genius. Devil Fruit. Fish Fruit, Mythical Beast, Blue Dragon Form. Realm, Body Forging 0. Combat Skills, none. Equipment, none. Points, 90. At present, all of Aoxin's basics have just begun, but the awakening of his domineering nature has laid a solid foundation for him. The personal panel not only shows Aoxin's attributes, but can also be used as a communication tool. When the human civilization system collapses, it will be the only way to stay in touch with others. Just as Aoxin was checking his personal dashboard, the majestic voice sounded again. The spatial stagnation will end soon. From now on, you can enter the God-given space at will. Aoxin's eyes went dark, and his consciousness returned to reality. There was chaos all around him, with endless zombies and panicked teachers and students. Aoxin looked down and found that he was holding a baseball bat tightly in his hand and holding the freshly exchanged shui meat in his left hand. The countdown was about to end. Aoxin no longer hesitated. He stuffed a piece of water meat into his mouth, chewed it quickly, and swallowed it. His physical strength was instantly restored a little. Aoxin wolfed down the food while rushing out of the school gate to meet the next challenge. Chapter 7. Suddenly alerted, Aoxin moved quickly. Just as he was leaving his original position, a skeleton arm suddenly stretched out and just missed his position. This was his observation hockey at work. At this time, there were only a few classmates following Aoxin because his speed was too fast and others could not keep up at all. In addition, the zombies roaming around intercepted everyone wave by wave, and only a few people could continue to follow Aoxin. Someone shouted at him to slow down, but Aoxin ignored them. Now he was thinking about his family and had no time to think about anything else. When he arrived at the school gate, Aoxin saw 5 zombies surrounding a BMW car. After smashing the glass, they forcibly dragged the owner out. She was a beautiful woman with heavy makeup and a hot body, but the zombies were ruthless. They tore open her abdomen while she screamed and began to devour her internal organs. As the zombies eat, their decayed bodies gradually recover. These zombies not only spread the virus, but also evolved by eating human flesh. As the zombies devoured, they alertly noticed Aoxin's approach. They turned and stared at him. Aoxin swung the baseball bat without hesitation and smashed the head of a zombie with one blow. With the help of the water flesh in his body to restore his physical strength, he quickly used the baseball bat wrapped in electricity to eliminate all the remaining zombies. After defeating the zombies, he changed back into human form, got into the car, and rushed out of the city at full speed. There were endless vehicles fleeing along the way, and they thought it would be safer outside the city. However, Aoxin knew that there was no pure land in this world. If he wanted to survive, he had to fight. The only way out was to earn points by fighting zombies and exchange items from the God-given space to improve himself. The national emergency notice came through the car radio, calling on people to remain calm, stay at home, close doors and windows, and wait for military rescue and the development of antidotes. However, Aoxin knew very well that the power of the army was not a long-term solution. The zombie virus is transmitted through the air, and those with weak constitutions are easily infected. In the doomsday, the main way zombies spread is through biting blood. While the military can make a difference early on, they won't be able to fight against the evolving zombies without earning points through combat. The car was driving very fast, and even though there were zombies blocking the road ahead, Aoxin chose to force his way through. Traffic order has already collapsed, and avoiding zombies will only cause more serious chain car accidents, slowing down his speed of returning home. Suddenly, the cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed Xiaoqin. Aoxin answered the phone and heard his sister's anxious voice. "Brother, where are you? There are so many zombies outside. It's so scary." Aoxin comforted him. "I'm fine. How are you and your parents?" Aoxin relaxed a little and responded, "Mom listened to you and asked for leave in advance to take me home. Dad is still in the hospital, but he said the office is safe for the time being." Aoxin asked curiously, "Brother, do you know something? Why did you let us go home early and prepare so much food and canned food?" Aoxin did not explain much. In order to cope with the end of the world, he had already prepared a large amount of supplies through borrowing. Now, Aoxin can only tell his sister not to go out and not to open the door to anyone except when their father comes back. In the middle of the call, a luxury car ahead overturned to avoid the zombies, causing a chain reaction. Aoxin had anticipated this, and he quickly stuffed his phone into his backpack, grabbed a baseball bat, and transformed into a blue dragon, breaking through the roof and flying into the sky. The flame cloud lifted his body and flew in the air. This scene stunned the people on the ground, and the car accident became even more chaotic. Aoxin had no time to pay attention. He flew through the clouds and headed straight for home. When his strength was exhausted, Aoxin fell back to the ground and entered the God-given space to redeem shui meat again to replenish his strength. In his backpack, there were only 5 pieces of shui meat and a thunder fruit left. Chapter 8. Aoxin ate a piece of shui meat, but did not continue flying. Although water meat can replenish physical strength, if you rely on it for recovery for a long time, your physical strength will be depleted gradually and mental fatigue will be difficult to relieve. Aoxin took out the map and looked at it, then decided to find a road and rob a car first. After determining the direction, Aoxin transformed into a blue dragon again. This time, he flew for only 10 minutes before he discovered a highway with heavy traffic below. Lowering the altitude, Aoxin was looking for a sturdy off-road vehicle. People in the traffic below saw the blue dragon flying in the sky. Someone immediately took a picture of this strange scene with his mobile phone and uploaded it to the communication channel of the God-given space. "Family, I saw a dragon. What a huge green dragon, at least 100 meters long. This video quickly attracted attention and received many comments. Blue dragon? This should be Kaido's blue dragon fruit. I wonder who is so lucky to get this powerful mythical beast. I'm so jealous. I wish I could get a devil fruit too. Hey, I once had a thunder fruit, but I thought it was fake, so I sold it. A message from an internet user named Gaogui Maozong attracted attention. Are you an idiot? If you had eaten the thunder fruit, why don't you take off now? Someone responded angrily. That's right. Now that no one has armament hockey, the nature type is invincible. Powerful attack power, extreme speed, and the elemental properties of not being able to get hurt. At this moment, the little yellow-haired boy hiding in the toilet of the internet cafe was shaking with anger as he looked at these sarcastic comments, but his heart was also filled with regret. Now he thought of the eager look of the person who bought the fruit and realized that what he sold at that time might really be a precious devil fruit. In the Magic City, a beautiful girl waved her hand gently, and a vine immediately grew out of the ground, quickly wrapping up a zombie. Then, a huge flower disc appeared at the top of the vine and swallowed the zombies. The girl's face showed excitement. She had been afraid when the apocalypse broke out, but the sudden awakening of power in her body made her feel at ease. I told you that fruit is real. Now, it's my turn to save the world. She was wearing a backless dress, with a pair of transparent pink wings growing out of her back and a beautiful wreath on her head. As she danced gently, vines grew on the ground and piranha plants blossomed, which began to devour zombies. Her graceful posture formed a sharp contrast with the tragic scene of the end of the world. In a small county town in the west, a 13-year-old boy was holding a gourd-shaped fruit in his hand, feeling excited. He recognized the fruit, the parahuman string fruit. In excitement, he took a bite. Although it tasted disgusting, he forced himself to swallow it. The next moment, a thin thread appeared in front of his finger. The boy was so excited that he rushed out of the house, ignoring his parents' dissuasion, and wanted to become the king in the end times. However, reality was cruel. The silk thread he sent out was weak and powerless, unable to hurt the zombies, and was instead pounced on and bitten by the zombies. The young man fell down unwillingly, roaring in his heart, "Why do I die here, even though I clearly have the power of the devil fruit?" In the end, he had no answer and could only perish in the darkness. Devil fruits are not omnipotent. Many abilities require the user to develop them carefully to become truly powerful. Just like the string fruit, it is not the fruit itself that is powerful, but the user. Above the highway from Jizhou to Yuzhou, Aoxin finally spotted a sturdy off-road vehicle. Just as Aoxin was preparing to land, he caught a glimpse of light from a large tree beside the road out of the corner of his eye. With a thought in mind, Aoxin changed direction and flew towards the tree. When he approached, Long's eyes suddenly widened, and he was ecstatic. "God is helping me." Chapter 9. At the top of the tall poplar tree, between the dense branches and leaves, there is a fruit hanging. This poplar tree is not supposed to bear fruit, but now a devil fruit is hanging on it. This fruit is shaped like corn, golden all over, and covered with white curly lines. Aoxin stretched out his dragon claws, carefully picked the fruit, and put it into the large backpack on his back. Aoxin knew in his heart that there were far more types of devil fruits in the apocalypse than in the comics. There are only dozens of species in the comics, but according to Aoxin's memories from his previous life, the number of fruits counted worldwide has reached tens of thousands, most of which are animal-related. Mythical beasts are also more common than in comics. After all, there are countless mythical beasts and demonic beasts in the myths of various countries, and these will be transformed into new mythical beasts. Despite this, mythical beasts are still worthy of the title of the strongest. When Aoxin was about to catch up with the SUV again, a large truck in front suddenly overturned, and 3 zombies crawled out of the car and attacked passing vehicles. However, at this moment, the drivers only wanted to escape, so they stepped on the accelerator and ran over the zombies. A zombie was pushed against the front of a car, its legs rubbing against the ground, soon revealing its bones, but it felt no pain and continued to smash the car windows, scaring a man and a woman in the car to scream. Aoxin glanced over there and ignored it. He landed next to the overturned truck, transformed into a human beast form, and turned the truck over. The Azure Dragon fruit gave Aoxin amazing power. After changing back to human form, he got into the driver's seat and drove forward. When he arrived at the scene of the serial car accident, Aoxin once again transformed into a dragon and moved the car wreckage blocking the road one by one. The seriously injured but not dead people saw AOXN clearing the road and weakly called for help. But AOXN didn't even look at them. After clearing the road, AOXN got back in his truck and left. Due to his cleaning, some vehicles were able to pass and followed closely behind his truck, hoping to rely on his power to survive in the apocalypse. Through the rearview mirror, AOXIN saw the people following closely behind him, but he didn't care. As long as it didn't affect his actions, it was fine for these people to follow him. Driving a large truck made the return trip much easier. The truck was large and sturdy, and there was no fear of being hit. Along the way, zombies occasionally jumped out of the car. Some of them were infected due to their weak and sick bodies, or they were slightly injured by zombies during their escape, but the wounds were ignored. Car accidents happened frequently, and AOXIN got out of the car from time to clean up the zombies and clear the road. Some of the vehicles behind him tried to talk to him. "Brother, can you take me with you? I can pay you." A middle-aged man with a big belly greeted us with a smile while smoking. He was a wealthy businessman with assets worth hundreds of millions, but at this moment he was no different from an ordinary person in the apocalypse. AOXIN just replied coldly, "Get lost." The middle-aged man's face changed. Then he smiled again and continued, "Brother, how much money do you want? 100,000? 1 million? As long as you protect me, I can give you endless money." AOXIN glanced at him with his dragon eyes and said coldly, "One more step forward and you will die." The middle-aged man was so frightened that he fell to his knees, feeling the faint pressure emanating from AOXIN, as if he was the supreme being between heaven and earth. The domineering aura released by AOXIN scared away a group of people who wanted to come forward and talk to him. Despite this, there are still people who are willing to take a chance in life and death crises. A beautiful woman in a gorgeous cheongsam came forward. Her figure was elegant and charming, with an alluring smile on her face. She said in a tender voice, "Brother, take me with you. You can do anything to me." She was a master at teasing men, and her numb voice in the bloody doomsday ignited the desires of the men around her. However, AOXIN still responded coldly, "Get lost." The beauty's face turned pale, and her charm that had always worked in the past was no longer effective. She saw the lustful eyes of the men around her and realized that if she could not rely on a strong man, once AOXIN left, she would become someone else's prey. She wanted to say one more thing, but AOXIN had already cleared the road and was about to leave. At this moment, a sturdy man came forward and said, "Sir, I am willing to serve you." Seeing that AOXIN had no intention of stopping, he quickly promoted himself. "Sir, I have also read a lot of apocalypse literature. Although you are powerful, don't you need manpower to build the base? Although I, Meng-Kuei, have no other skills, I am strong and can help you." As he spoke, Meng-Kuei showed off his strong muscles. "Sir, I am a fighting coach. I can definitely help you." AOXIN stopped and looked back at him. Meng-Kuei's strong muscles really looked powerful. AOXIN stroked his chin and thought for a moment. The civilized order is about to collapse. If he wants to survive in the apocalypse, he really needs to build his own safe base to fight against the zombies. Zombies grow very fast, and it is difficult to protect your family all the time by yourself. Chapter 10. Seeing AOXIN stop and turn around to look at him, Meng-Kuei immediately showed off his muscles excitedly. AOXIN nodded and said, "Okay, get in the car." Hearing this, Meng-Kuei was overjoyed and gave up his luggage and car without hesitation, thinking that as long as he could keep up with a strong man like AOXIN, daily necessities would not be a problem at all. Meng-Kuei didn't dare to sit in the passenger seat, but relied on his physical fitness to climb into the back of the truck. Meng-Kuei's success gave others hope, and they believed that this strong man was not completely heartless. The greasy middle-aged man tried to speak again. However, he was interrupted by AOXIN as soon as he opened his mouth. "Get lost." AOXIN knew that even if he needed help, he would not easily recruit too many people at this time and place. At present, Meng-Kuei was enough, and Meng-Kuei's loyalty was still to be tested. Seeing this, the Cheongsam beauty quickly pleaded again. "Sir, I can also do things for you. Although I don't have the strength, I am good at cleaning, housework, and cooking. I can do all these." She realized that her beauty alone could not impress AOXIN, so she began to show her actual value. She even went further and said, "Sir, in the end times, beauty is also a resource. With my looks, if you sell me, you can get a lot of benefits. I am still a virgin, which is also valuable." AOXIN was a little surprised to hear the sales pitch, But he also realized that such people can often accomplish great things at critical moments. Aoxin looked at the woman deeply and said, "Get in the car." The Chongsam beauty was overjoyed. She didn't dare to sit in the passenger seat, but climbed into the car. Aoxin watched her movements and nodded secretly, thinking that this woman might not be just a vase. Others also wanted to imitate Menke and the Chongsam beauty, but Aoxin's domineering aura was released again, shocking them. A senior fan recognized that this was the dominant Haki and exclaimed, "It's the dominant Haki! This guy has awakened the dominant Haki." Although Aoxin's domineering aura is not of a high level, it is enough to make ordinary people retreat. Aoxin returned to the cab, started the truck, and continued to move forward. At the same time, he noticed that the truck was running low on fuel and needed to find a gas station to refuel. After driving for 2 hours, Aoxin finally found a roadside service area. However, it was occupied by zombies, and passersby dared not enter and could only look on. Aoxin had no such concerns. As soon as the truck stopped, a group of zombies surrounded it. They couldn't get into the cab, so they tried to climb into the car to attack Meng Kuei and the Chongsam beauty. The two men huddled in the carriage in fear, not daring to show their heads. They could only pray that Aoxin could get rid of these zombies as soon as possible. Aoxin opened the car door and changed back into human beast form, and easily killed several zombies crawling on the car with the baseball bat in his hand. At this time, the convoy that had been following behind also arrived at the service area. They originally planned to wait for Aoxin to clean up the zombies before replenishing supplies, but the zombies also pounced on them. The convoy had no choice but to leave in a hurry. "Get down," Aoxin said to Menke and the Chongsam beauty in the car, and took out a crowbar from the cab and handed it to Menke. "Go and get rid of that zombie." Meng Kuei took the crowbar, felt the heaviness of the tool, and immediately took action. Aoxin began to refuel the truck, and at the same time took down the fire axe and fire shovel in the gas station and put them in the cab. Meng Kuei was indeed worthy of being a fighting coach. He had great strength and speed, and he quickly dealt with the zombie. Aoxin nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Let's go find some oil drums so we can load more oil to take away." Menke and the Chongsam beauty immediately went to look for the oil barrel, but soon ran back, followed by several zombies. Aoxin quickly dealt with the zombies that were chasing him and continued to load oil. "What's your name?" Aoxin asked the Chongsam beauty. She was calm and self-possessed, which changed Aoxin's impression of her. "My name is Lu Xiao," she answered quickly. Aoxin nodded. "Take the passenger seat. No need to climb into the car anymore." Lu Xiao was overjoyed when she heard this. It seemed that this powerful man had already recognized her. "Yes, master." Her address surprised Aoxin, but it also made him realize that Lu Xiao was a smart person who could put aside her status and face. After Meng Kuei returned to the carriage again, Aoxin also returned to the cab, started the truck, and continued to move towards home. On the way, Aoxin received a call from his sister Aochin. "Brother, where are you? Dad is trapped in the hospital office. I heard that the hospital has the most zombies. He has no food or water. I'm so worried that something will happen to him." Aochin's voice was filled with tears. His mother's voice came from the side. "Xiaoxin, how is your school going? You must protect yourself. We will find a way to save you." Aoxin quickly comforted her. "Mom, don't worry. I now have the power of the devil fruit. It's very powerful. Wait a little longer. I'll be home soon. I will rescue Dad." When Aochin heard that his brother had the power of a devil fruit, he immediately turned from sadness to excitement. "Really? Brother, what fruit did you get? Is it an animal type, a superhuman type, or a natural type? It would be great if it's a natural type." Aoxin smiled and said, "It's Mr. Kai's azure dragon fruit, a mythical beast type, which is even more powerful than the natural type." "Wow!" Aochin shouted excitedly. "Brother, is that you, the blue dragon in the video? So handsome. Are you now like Teacher Kai, able to destroy the world?" Aoxin laughed. "Both the fruit ability and the Haki require physical strength, and I don't have that much strength right now." Chapter 11. Speaking of devil fruits, Aochin's fear instantly dissipated, and the brother and sister talked on the phone for a full hour. After hanging up the phone, Aoxin dialed his father's number again and told him that he had become a person with special abilities and would be able to rush back to rescue him soon. He asked his father to wait patiently and not to risk rushing out of the office. Aocon was sitting in the office, feeling anxious. When he heard his son's words, he finally felt relieved. After simply telling him to be careful, he quietly waited for rescue. It was already late at night when Aoxian drove the truck into Byingcheng. The streets were full of wandering zombies, and everyone outside had either found a safe place, left the city, or became part of the zombie army. The streets were silent at night, and the rumbling sound of the truck's engine seemed particularly harsh, disturbing many people who were still terrified and tossing and turning in sleep. They all opened their windows to check the situation outside. Aoxian did not go home directly, but drove to the central hospital. Hundreds of zombies gathered here. Aoxian took out a piece of water meat from his backpack and chewed it, quickly recovering the physical strength consumed by the battle. Aoxian took Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao out of the car, transformed into human beast form, and swept through the zombies mercilessly with a baseball bat wrapped in electricity. With one blow, the zombies' heads exploded one after another. There was no one alive in the hospital. Aoxian walked into the outpatient hall, pushed open a door at random, shot the zombie inside, and then said to Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao, "You two wait here for me. I'll go pick up my dad, and we'll leave together." "Yes, master," Lu Xiao answered immediately. "Okay, boss," Meng Kuei responded. Although he was willing to be loyal, he felt a little uncomfortable calling Aoxian master, so he decided to call him boss. Aoxian didn't care about these titles, but he thought it was a bit strange for Lu Xiao to call him master. He was worried that his parents and sister would misunderstand him, so he said, "Don't call me master in the future. It sounds weird. My parents would misunderstand if they heard it." After saying that, Aoxian scratched his head, which made Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao feel that the decisive and murderous young man in front of them was actually just an ordinary student. Lu Xiao said, "Master, the appearance of a large number of zombies and the existence of the God-given space have shown that this crisis is extraordinary. With your strength, you will definitely become the king of the apocalypse in the future, and there will be more and more people calling you like us. Your parents should get used to it sooner." After hearing Lu Xiao's words, Aoxian couldn't help but look sideways. This woman's intuition was extremely sharp. Now many people still have illusions and think that the country can resolve this crisis, but Lu Xiao has seen through that this is the real end of the world. All civilized orders will collapse, and a new world order will be established by the strong. Her foresight and wisdom allowed Aoxian to see Lu Xiao's great potential and value. "Okay." Aoxian nodded and stopped arguing with Lu Xiao. After going out, Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao immediately blocked the door with a large number of tables and chairs, quietly waiting for Aoxian to return. While killing the zombies, Aoxian picked up his phone and talked to his father. "Hello, Dad. I'm already at your hospital. Which office are you in?" Aoxian was hungry and thirsty, and was tortured into a trance by the zombies banging on the door outside. It was late at night, and Aoxian was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone while he was half asleep. When he saw that it was his son calling, he immediately perked up. "Be careful. There are a lot of zombies in the hospital." He first reminded Aoxian to be careful and did not immediately tell his location. It was not until Aoxian initiated a video call and let him see his heroic figure in dragon form killing all around the zombies that Aoxian felt relieved and pointed out the direction for his son. Aoxian soon arrived at the door of a corner office, where 12 zombies gathered and were banging on the door violently. There was already a hole in the door. If Aoxian had not blocked the door with a large number of tables and chairs, the zombies would have rushed in long ago. Aoxian raised the iron rod and quickly smashed the zombies' heads one by one, then kicked the door open. Seeing that his father was exhausted but safe, Aoxian felt relieved. He took out a piece of pork from his backpack and handed it to his father to replenish his energy. Aoxian ate the meat while looking at his son's majestic dragon form and exclaimed, "Is this the devil fruit ability you and Xiaochen talked about?" "Hey!" Aoxian smiled, and then casually smashed a zombie that broke in with a baseball bat and boasted to his father, "Dad, what do you think? Is your son handsome?" "Yeah, you're so handsome, little brat." Aoxian smiled and responded to him. When the doomsday came, he witnessed countless people being killed by zombies while fleeing. Now that his family is safe and sound, this is a great fortune. As Aoxian was leaving the hospital with his father, he saw people peeking from behind some dilapidated doors along the way. When seeing Aoxian leaving with a dragon man, and that dragon man was so ferocious, someone couldn't help but shout, "Old Ao, save me!" Most of these people are Ao Kang's colleagues, or family members of patients who were trapped here when the doomsday broke out. As for the patients, due to their weak constitutions, they were almost unable to resist the zombie virus, and most of them turned into zombies in the first instant. A.O. Kong heard his colleagues' cries for help and said to A.O. Xin hesitantly, "Xiao Xin, please save them too. They are all my colleagues, and they are quite pitiful." But A.O. Xin shook his head and said, "What's the use of rescuing them? The city is full of zombies. Do I have to send them home one by one? Even if they go home, can they survive?" He ignored the cries for help and pulled his father away quickly. When passing by the room where Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao were hiding, A.O. Xin cleared out the zombies at the door, knocked the door open with a stick, and took the two out. "Sir, Master!" Seeing A.O. Xin return, Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao immediately spoke respectfully. Seeing this, A.O. Kong looked at A.O. Xin in surprise. Who are they? Couldn't help but have doubts when he saw a muscular man and a beautiful woman respecting his son so much, and the beautiful woman calling A.O. Xin master. A.O. Kong is not a conservative old antique. He secretly wondered in his heart, when did his son become so powerful and even accepted a younger brother? A blush of embarrassment appeared on A.O. Xion's face, but he pretended to be calm and explained, "Two little brothers I recruited on the road." However, A.O. Kang's eyes clearly showed disbelief, and his expression clearly said, "You are definitely not telling the truth." A.O. Xion was helpless and didn't intend to continue explaining. He took them back to the truck. A.O. Xion asked his father to sit in the passenger seat and drove Lu Xiao back to the back of the car. After clearing out the zombies surrounding the truck, A.O. Xion drove towards home. Chapter 12, returning home to share the fruits. At home, A.O. Chen looked at Lu Xiao in astonishment. What a beautiful woman. Moreover, what did this woman just call her brother? Owner? Hey, what did my brother do outside? He actually dared to bring this woman home. And that muscular guy, even if he said he was a special forces soldier, I would believe him. He actually called his own brother boss. At this moment, Lu Xiao, like a competent maid, placed her hands on her lower abdomen and stood quietly behind A.O. Xin. Meng Kuei was obviously a little overwhelmed. Although he is an extrovert, these are the family of the boss he is loyal to, and he doesn't know how to get along with them. In the end, it was A.O. Xion's mother Zhang Hong who took the initiative to say, "You must be hungry, come and eat." When she learned that her son was about to come back, she didn't sleep and cooked all night just to give her son and husband a hot meal. But I didn't expect that my son would bring back 2 more people, so there wasn't enough food. Fortunately, A.O. Xion had prepared a lot of canned food in advance and opened some to make a large table. Seeing Meng Kuei and the other man being reserved, A.O. Xion said, "Come over and eat together." Just as Meng Kuei was about to step forward, Lu Xiao said, "No, just give me some canned food. I can't eat at the same table with the master." A.O. Chun. Zhang Hong. A.O. Kong. A.O. Chen looked at the 2 men with a suspicious look and suddenly shouted, "I know. This is called adjustment." Ouch! Before she could finish her words, A.O. Xin hit her on the forehead with a smack. The pain made her tears well up in her eyes. She grabbed A.O. Xion's arm and started biting it. After playing around for a while, A.O. Xion said to Lu Xiao, "Let's eat together. There's no need to be so particular." After getting his authorization, the Chongsam beauty sat down gracefully at the dining table. A.O. Chen sat on the other side of her and asked in a low voice, "Sister Lu Xiao, what is your relationship with my brother?" Lu Xiao said frankly, "The relationship between master and servant." A.O. Chen. After dinner, Lu Xiao and A.O. Chen stayed in one room, while Meng Kuei was arranged to stay in the guest room. The next day, when they woke up, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After breakfast, A.O. Xion took out 2 devil fruits from his backpack and said to his parents and sister, "I still have 2 devil fruits here. One is the thunder fruit, and I don't know what the other one is yet. You guys can eat it." After seeing how powerful A.O. Xion was in his Azure Dragon form, and also watching many videos of people with special abilities being invincible, they now knew the value of these 2 fruits. Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao were both shocked. They didn't expect that A.O. Xion actually had 2 more. There is a deep desire in his eyes. Who wouldn't envy a devil fruit user? But they also know that they don't deserve it now. However, A.O. Xion is so powerful that he may be able to find more devil fruits in the future. By then, as long as they perform well, they will have a good chance of being granted one. At this moment, the 2 of them became more determined to pledge their loyalty. Ao Chen picked up 2 fruits out of curiosity and played with them, and showed these magical fruits to his parents. After reading it, Ao Kong gave it back to Ao Xen. Give one to Xiaochen. We are old now, and it would be a waste even if we eat it. Zhang Hong also said, Yes, Xiao Xian, we are very satisfied to have you protecting us. Such a valuable thing will definitely be of greater use if you keep it, so we won't eat it. Ao Xian said, I already have the Azure Dragon fruit, and my strength will definitely increase quickly in the future. You can eat the fruit and kill zombies quickly, and then exchange it for domineering cultivation methods. These are the capital for survival in the end times. However, after talking for a long time, Ao Kong and his wife still refused. No, you can give us more in the future. It's a waste for us to eat this now. Ao Xin was helpless and said to Ao Chun, You choose one. Ao Chun had been looking on eagerly for a long time, and when he saw that it was finally his turn, he immediately became excited. She held up 2 fruits and looked left and right. The thunder fruit has a great reputation, so eating this one would be the safest choice. I don't even know the name of the other one. If it's just an ordinary species, it would be a big loss. But after thinking for a long time, she returned the thunder fruit to Ao Xen. I'll eat this. Ao Xen was surprised and asked, You are not vulnerable to thunder? The ability of natural elementalization is invincible in the early stage. Besides, who knows what that ability will be? Ao Chen shook his head. There is a jar of magic potion in the God-given space, which can eliminate the side effects of the devil fruit and allow people to eat another fruit. Brother, you are so strong now, you will definitely be able to get the magic potion. This thunder fruit is very suitable for you. I'll just eat this one. Ao Xine thought about it and said, Okay, I'll check it out first. If I think it's good, you can eat it. Identification? Ao Chen was puzzled. Fruit identification is a privilege that can only be unlocked after the points reach 1,000. Ao Chen's points are 0 now, so of course he doesn't know. He rushed home from school and went on a killing spree in front of the central hospital, killing more than 1,000 zombies, just enough to start an identification. But when Ao Chen heard that it would take 1,000 points to get the appraisal done, he immediately objected. No. 1,000 points, that's too expensive. 1,000 points can be exchanged for one of the 6 styles of the Navy, or a sharp sword. It would be a waste to identify a fruit. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Ao Xin to refute, but directly grabbed the fruit that looked like golden corn and stuffed it into her mouth. After biting off a piece of fruit flesh, he didn't taste it, but swallowed it with a gulp. She knew that devil fruits tasted bad. Xiao Chun. Ao Xin was shocked. He didn't expect Ao Chun to eat it directly. If this fruit was weak, he would regret it later. But Ao Chun had already swallowed a piece of the fruit, and the matter was done. He could only pray that the fruit was strong enough. The whole family, as well as Meng Ke and Lu Xiao, all stared closely at Ao Chun, who had swallowed the fruit, paying close attention to her changes. Ao Chun himself was also very nervous in feeling the magical energy in his body. Soon, this energy covered her entire body, and her body began to change strangely. The cheeks become longer, the ears become larger and stand up, white hair appears on the body, and dark golden stripes dot the white. Then, the whole body shrank rapidly and turned into a palm-sized white-haired and golden-striped mouse. It's the animal department. Everyone immediately understood the type of fruit, but this little mouse looked very unusual and was most likely not an ordinary species. The little mouse made a human voice. Brother, you guys are so big. Ao Xin and the others squatted down and asked her curiously. What kind? Ordinary species? Ancient species? Or fantasy beast species? Ao Chen laughed and said, It's a mythical beast. Hearing the words fantasy beast species, Ao Xin was overjoyed. It seemed that his sister had not lost the bet. All mythical beasts have special abilities. What is your ability? Chapter 13 Duo Bao Rat with 3 abilities. Ao Chen said, Look. As she spoke, she dived downwards and actually disappeared directly into the ground. This is not the earth, but the mezzanine between buildings. Moreover, there were no bumps or damage on the ground, as if the little mouse had merged directly into the ground. Soon, the little mouse came out from behind Ao Xin and transformed into human beast form. Her human beast form is extremely cute. In addition to her original body, she has large ears with white and gold patterns. Her claws have become sharp, and a long, thin white tail has appeared behind her butt. Completely different from the vulgarity of the mole fruit. Knowing that everyone was curious about her abilities, Ao Chun did not keep them in suspense and introduced herself. Ahem. I solemnly introduce my devil fruit ability to everyone. Puffing up his proud little chest, Ao, Chin said happily. The name of my fruit is animal type, rat fruit, mythical beast type, treasure rat form. There are 3 abilities in total. One is to pass through all kinds of obstacles such as earth and stone. For me, going through the ground and through walls is like passing through a layer of water curtain. Everyone had seen this before, but it was still very strange to hear her talk about it herself. Second, I have a separate treasure space where I can store inanimate objects. As he spoke, Aochin picked up a mop from the corner and stuffed it into his chest. Everyone stared with wide eyes as they watched the long and thick thing enter her chest and disappear completely. What the hell? Aoxin was shocked. Fourth-dimensional cleavage? The key point is that this girl is not that old. Mother Zhang Hong even leaned her head into her daughter's arms and reached in to feel around. It's gone? Then, Aochin reached in his chest and took out a long and thick mop. How big is your space? Aoxin was concerned about this key question. As far as she knew, there was no storage equipment during the first divine gift. As to whether there will be one in the future, he is not sure. But with Aochin's ability, if the space is large enough, he can carry a lot of things without worrying about losing them. Ao-chun felt it and said, "It's only 10 cubic meters now, but as the fruit develops, this space will slowly grow." Then, she continued to introduce her abilities. "It's not over yet. I have one more ability." Aoxin was even more surprised. The ability to evade the ground and pass through walls, as well as carrying space with her, are already considered divine skills. Does she actually have other abilities? Ao-chun said proudly. The third ability is treasure hunting. Treasure hunt? Everyone was puzzled. Ao-chun explained. I can sense the breath of the treasure and lock its position based on the breath. Now, my sensing range can cover half of Bianqing. Oh shit. Ao-xin almost burst out with swear words. Underground, space, and treasure hunting. He felt that his Qinglong wasn't as fragrant anymore. But think about it, Qinglong has many abilities. The first is the ability to control the 3 natural elements of wind, fire, and thunder at the same time. Secondly, holding onto the flame cloud gives you the ability to fly. Finally, the bonuses to strength, defense, speed, and recovery are far stronger than those of other animal systems. Comparing the two, Qinglong is better at fighting, while Duabesha focuses on auxiliary abilities outside of fighting. But there are downsides. Ao-chin's voice was somewhat frustrated. The emergence of 3 superpowers meant that there were gains and losses. Unlike other animal types, after I enter the beast form, my strength and defense are almost 0, and I have no combat power at all. After entering the human beast form, I get almost no bonus to strength and defense, just like when I was a normal person, but I am very fast. I estimate that my bonus to speed is at least twice that of other animal-type mythical beasts. In the end, Ao-chin was still very proud. This is indeed not a devil fruit that is good at fighting, but its effect is even greater than Qinglong. Treasure hunting. What is considered treasure in this period? There is almost no need to think. The only answer is devil fruit. Of course, this is not entirely true. Aoxin knows that secret realms will be opened in the future, and Ao-chin's ability will also allow them to gain more benefits in the secret realms. By the way, put this thunder fruit in your treasure storage space. Only here is it safe. After seeing the ability of Ao-chin's fruit, Ao-xin gave the thunder fruit to Ao-chun and transferred 30 of his points to each of them, allowing them to exchange them for the 3-color domineering practice method. Even without the fruit, as long as you practice your domineering power to the extreme, you can still become a strong person. Even if there is a fruit, if it is not domineering enough, it will be gradually eliminated by the end of the world. He then exchanged an ordinary military knife for each of them from the God-given space, and then led everyone out of the house. Downstairs, there are still countless zombies wandering around. Ao-xan transformed into a dragon man and broke a zombie's spine with a stick, crippling his arms. He said to his father, "Dad, use this knife to chop off his head." Ao-khan was a little hesitant. Although the other party was a zombie, he had been a human being in his life. Asking him to chop off his head was the same as killing someone. He was a little hesitant to do it. But how can we not do it in the last days? Seeing that his father didn't dare to do it, Ao-chun volunteered. "Brother, let me do it. I'll show Dad a demonstration." After saying that, he pulled out the long knife in his hand and cut off the zombie's neck with one stroke. The sticky blood flowed out, and the fishy smell filled the air. Ao Kong frowned, but as a doctor, he didn't feel scared. Ao used the same method to kill another zombie. This time, Lu Xiao took the initiative to chop off its head. After the two girls demonstrated, Ao Kong was finally able to do it himself. Then his mother Zhang Hong also chopped off the head of a zombie. As for Meng Kuei, he is capable of killing a zombie alone. As a fighting coach, his fighting ability is much stronger than that of his family. Now they already have the method of practicing domineering. The practice of armament hockey relies on extreme body training and endless battles. Tempering your body in battle is the basis for becoming stronger. Dad, you guys train near home first? I'll go hunt zombies far away. Fighting zombies, besides improving your physical fitness, is also about gaining points. This is the currency of the end times. Not only can you exchange items from the God-given space, but you can also use it to trade with other people. The original money system has collapsed. Brother, I'll go with you. When Ao Chen saw that he was about to leave, he quickly hugged his arm and begged. Ao frowned. No, I will clean up a group of zombies near my home, and you can go home and rest when you are tired. It is too dangerous to go far away with me, and your fruit combat ability is not strong. Ao Chen said, I feel there is a treasure in the southwest direction. I can take you to find it. Treasure? Ao Chen's words surprised Ao What other treasures are there now besides devil fruits? Okay, follow me closely and don't run around by yourself. Yeah. Ao Chen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He ordered Meng Kuei, protect my parents. Meng Kuei nodded solemnly. No problem. I promise not to let the boss's family come to any harm. Chapter 14 Treasure Hunt, Surgery Fruit. Ao took Ao Chen and headed southeast. Both of them were in human beast form, and Ao was surprised by the speed of the duo Bao rat. Thanks to his speed and miraculous ability to evade the ground, the zombies couldn't even touch the corner of Ao Chen's clothes. Although Ao Chen's own attack power is not very strong, he can still kill the zombies by fighting them in a guerrilla manner. Phew! When Ao killed another zombie with a stick, Ao Chen also successfully beheaded a zombie. But the frequent use of her abilities left her breathless. But he still happily boasted to Ao Brother, I killed another zombie. Seeing the girl's expression as if she was about to praise me, Ao smiled and said, My Xiaochen is so strong. Yeah. Hearing Ao praise, the girl's beautiful eyes curved into a pair of crescents and a pair of dimples appeared on her cheeks. But how can one be so complacent in battle? A zombie pounced from behind and bit Ao Chen's neck. Ao Chen was startled and tried to escape underground, but the huge consumption of physical strength made it impossible for her to do so. The zombie was getting closer and closer, and at the critical moment, Ao smashed the zombie's head to pieces with a stick. Brother, I can't fight anymore. Ao Chen was breathing heavily. She had not trained as hard as Ao for a month. There is no such talent as domineering genius. With the help of Ao points, she only obtained the qualification to practice domineering power, but has not yet awakened her domineering power. Duo Bao Rat doesn't have any bonus to physical strength, and the fact that she can fight until now is the result of her daily exercise. Ao said, Point to a direction, and I'll take you there. Ao Chen stuffed the long sword into the treasure space, changed it into a beast form, and moved it to Ao shoulder. The palm-sized little mouse rubbed Ao cheek that was not as good as dragon scales. His sister's familiar voice sounded in his ears. There! Ao instantly transformed into a dragon and let out a roar that shook the entire area. Countless people hiding in residential buildings were alarmed. They all stuck their heads out and saw a green dragon stepping on a cloud of flames and rising straight up into the clouds. Qinglong. It's the Qinglong boss in the video. Boss Qinglong actually came to our Bianqing? Can he clean up all the zombies in Bianqing? Maybe Boss Qinglong is from our Bianqing. Someone else took a photo of the flying azure dragon and uploaded it to the communication channel of the God-given space. They didn't dare to fight the zombies and could only hide in the house and communicate with people from all over the world through the God-given space. Soon, a video titled Qinglong Boss is suspected to be from Bianqing became a hot search. The number of comments under the video quickly exceeded 100,000. Boss Qinglong is one of the strongest men at the moment. Can he completely wipe out the zombies and restore order to the world? There are already more than 100 people who have eaten devil fruits all over the world. However, there are only a few who can have the fighting power of Qinglong Boss to beat zombies. I think Qinglong boss is the strongest. No doubt about it. It looks like boss Qinglong is about to leave Bianqing. He may just be passing through Bianqing, or he must be hunting zombies in Bianqing to earn points. Above Bianqing, Ao Xian followed the direction pointed by Ao Chun and quickly arrived at the place where Ao Chun said there was a treasure. Brother, over there, in those woods. Ao Chun, who had transformed into a treasure mouse, sniffed hard with her little nose. The closer she was to the treasure, the stronger her feeling became. Ao Xian descended from the air and transformed back into human beast form after landing on the ground. Ao Chun on his shoulder also jumped down and transformed into a human beast form. The two of them quickly ran into the woods. There aren't many people here, and there aren't many zombies either. There were only 3 or 2 zombies scattered around, and he easily smashed their skulls. Ah! Stop it! Suddenly, Ao Chun screamed. Under a big pine tree, a wretched-looking man was holding a red heart-shaped fruit. At this moment, he was extremely excited. I ran out of the city and wanted to hide in the deserted suburbs, but I found this devil fruit in the woods. He is not a fan of seafood and doesn't know what kind of fruit this is, but from the forum of the God-given space, he knew that no matter what it was a treasure. Ha! This overwhelming wealth will soon belong to me. Wang Defa. He opened his mouth full of yellow teeth and was about to bite down. Ao Xian and Ao Chin's expressions changed. It was too late. A breath of hot air gushed out and instantly submerged the man. He didn't even have time to scream before he was burned to ashes by the heat. Ao Xian and Ao Chin ran over quickly and saw that the devil fruit in the ashes was intact, so they quickly picked it up. Having experienced doomsday once, Ao Xian no longer has any so-called mercy. He's not a good person. Killing people and stealing treasures is normal in the end times. Ao Chin felt a little guilty. Killing a living human being for a fruit was inconsistent with the education she had received. Ao Xian said, "In the end times, only the law of the jungle applies. Being strong is the truth, and being weak is the original sin. If I didn't have such strength, and I got the devil fruit and was discovered by a strong person, I would have the same fate as this person." Ao Chin nodded slightly. Although it was only the second day of the apocalypse, she also saw the ugliness of human nature from the forum of the God-given space. At least there is a reason for killing people and stealing treasures. In the last days, the evil in human nature is being released more and more without any reason. I understand, bro. Although he understood this truth, he still felt a little uncomfortable. He hugged Ao Xian's arm tightly and looked at the fruit with him. The fruit is red and heart-shaped with black curly lines. As veteran sea fans, the two recognize this fruit. This is the most expensive fruit in the pirate world. Like the Nika fruit, it is worth 5 billion belly. This is the fruit of surgery. Ao Xian looked at the charcoal on the ground again. The power of the operation fruit is very strong. In the previous life, the person who obtained the operation fruit was a very famous strong man. But this wretched man was nothing like the strong man in his impression. It seems that this wretched man died not long after eating the fruit, and then the surgery fruit was refreshed in other parts of the world and eaten by a truly strong person. The devil fruit in the apocalypse is the same as in the comics. As long as the user dies, the fruit will be randomly refreshed. Therefore, in a later period, there were also strong physical fighters who hunted weak ability users, trying to obtain the fruit of refreshment for themselves. But the success rate is extremely low because no one can predict the refresh location. Brother, you can give the surgery fruit to Dad. He will definitely like it. Ao Xian immediately thought of the best destination for the surgery fruit. Father Ao Kong is a surgeon. He will definitely be interested in it. Well, just as I thought, put it in your treasure space. With Ao Chun accompanying him, Ao Xian doesn't have to carry his own big backpack. This little girl is the best backpack. Safe, effective, and very easy to use. Ao Chun smiled and stuffed the surgery fruit into his chest. This was something he discovered using his own ability, and it was his contribution to this family. She is very happy. Chapter 15. Ao Kong eats the operation fruit. After returning to the city, he transformed into a green dragon again, let Ao Chin sit on his back, and quickly returned home. My parents are exhausted and have gone home to rest. Lu Xiao was serving the two of them diligently. It makes them feel quite uncomfortable. Meng Kuei was still fighting alone downstairs. He knew that just relying on Ao Xian was not enough. If you want to be reused in the future, You must have enough strength. Downstairs, many people were trying to kill zombies at this moment. After all, the exchange commodities of the God-given space are really attractive. However, even the cheapest three-colored domineering cultivation method requires 10 points for each one, which means that you have to kill 10 zombies. They took out kitchen knives, shovels, sticks, and other weapons they could find at home and tried to fight the zombies. However, the zombies' strength, speed, and defense were far beyond theirs. And from time to time, people were ripped open by zombies or bitten and infected to become new zombies. When Meng Kuei saw Ao coming back, he immediately reported to him what happened after he left. You've worked hard. If you're tired, go back and rest. Ao was very satisfied with Meng Kuei's performance. This spirit of hard work and perseverance was the guarantee for survival in the apocalypse. No, I'm going to keep fighting. After Ao gave him points to purchase the three-color domineering training method. Although he still hadn't awakened his domineering aura, Meng Kuei could clearly feel that every time he fought, his physical condition would improve slightly. He is a fighting coach, and his physical condition has been developed almost to the extreme. It has been a long time since he felt the pleasure of increased strength. Therefore, he especially cherished the opportunity given to him by Ao. If it weren't for Ao, although he was confident that he could kill 10 zombies, it would probably take at least 5 days. Okay, do what you can and don't push yourself too hard. Ao took Ao upstairs. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Lu Xiao massaging her mother Zhang Hong's legs. Although the two elders were in good physical condition, they were old after all, and after such an intense battle, their bodies were extremely sore. Although Lu Xiao's technique was not formal, it still felt much more comfortable after someone pressed on her. Owner. Seeing Ao coming in, Lu Xiao immediately called him master obediently. This girl is indeed sensible. Ao feels that he has a good vision. Both Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao are worth training. After entering the house, Ao immediately let go of his arm and jumped to his father's side. Dad, we brought you something good. As she spoke, she took out the surgery fruit from her chest and placed it in front of Ao Kong. This is a superhuman surgery fruit. Dad, you're a doctor. You'll definitely like its ability. When Lu Xiao saw the surgery fruit appear, her heart trembled. But she immediately calmed herself down and continued to massage Zhang Hong's legs vigorously. However, I was shocked and felt even more fortunate for my choice. Another devil fruit. It is still a precious fruit of surgery. As long as I behave well, he will give me one in the future, right? Ao Kong wasn't very excited. After all, he had never watched One Piece. I took the surgery fruit from my daughter and looked at it curiously. Surgery fruit? Can I perform surgery after eating it? He naturally inferred this from the name of the fruit. But I know how to perform surgery. Can it help me to do it more delicately? Ao Kong was puzzled, and Ao immediately explained to him. Dad, the surgery fruit can create a space shield. In it, you can cut through anything, and you can teleport here. When you perform surgery, it will cause harm to the patient's body, but in the room space, cutting an object will not cause any harm to the object. After removing the harmful substances, it can be directly reassembled without any scars or pain. Isn't it amazing? Ao Chen's explanation was a bit confusing, and seeing that her father still didn't quite understand, she found the video of the surgery fruit and showed Luo's abilities to her father one by one. Ao Kong was more and more surprised. The devil fruit was indeed magical. How about it, Dad? It suits you very well, doesn't it? I discovered this. The little girl was taking credit, and Ao Kong stroked her hair lovingly. Chin is amazing. It's just that Dad is old now, so you brothers and sisters should keep this fruit. Ao said, Dad, I still have a thunder fruit. You can eat this one. This is a gift from Chun and I. Besides, if you and Mom become stronger, I can focus on doing my own things. Otherwise, I will always be worried about my family. Ao said this deliberately, and after Ao Kong heard it, he was convinced. As parents, they do not want to be a burden to their children. It is indeed as my son said, the world is too dangerous now. If I am too weak, my son can only be restrained by my side to take care of the two of them. How can I develop myself? Okay, Dad, eat it. After taking a bite, the unpleasant taste spread in his mouth. Seeing him frown, Ao Chen quickly explained. Devil fruits are unpalatable. Don't spit them out. Don't chew, just swallow it directly. Just take one bite. Ao Kong listened to his daughter and swallowed the fruit in his mouth. Looking at the fruit that had been bitten, he asked, What about the rest? Ao Chen said, Just throw it away. The rest is useless. Dad, Feel the power of the devil fruit in your body and see if you can use it. Ao Kong did as he was told. Following the guidance of the power in his body, he gently raised his hand and pressed, and a transparent cover appeared beside him. He glanced at the mop not far away, and on a whim, he switched positions with the mop. Dad, you did it! Ao Xian and Ao Chun were both very happy. Try your ability to cut off everything again. Ao Kong pulled out the saber that was placed next to him to kill zombies and chopped it down on the table. The table was suddenly cut in half like a piece of paper. Dad, cut me! Try to cut me! Ao Chun excitedly jumped in front of his father and asked him to cut himself off. Ao Kong was speechless. Although he had heard his daughter talk about the power of the Operation Fruit, he still felt weird when he heard the request to be chopped. It's like giving birth to a brain-dead daughter. That's not good. Dad's operation is not smooth yet. What if I hurt you? Ao Chun refused to listen, but no matter how much she begged, Ao Kong was unwilling to chop her. Physical fatigue gradually set in, and using any ability of the fruit would consume a lot of physical energy. The consumption of surgical fruits is particularly high. Ao Kong, who had just fought a battle with the zombies, had not yet recovered his strength. After a few experiments, he could not bear it anymore. After removing the room's space cover, he sat on the sofa to rest. Ao Chun obediently ran behind Ao Kong and massaged his shoulders. While pinching, she suggested to Ao Xian, "Brother, I think we should try somewhere else. My ability to find devil fruits is limited. The devil fruits that appear in one place are limited, but as long as we go to enough places, we will definitely find more devil fruits. When the time comes, give one to Mom, Sister Xiao, and Brother Minkue as well. Then we can dominate Bianqing." Chapter 16, Heading West. Ao Chen's proposal made Ao Xian excited. Lu Xiao was also touched that Ao Chen was thinking about her. She is very good at dealing with people, and in such a short period of time, she has won the favor of Ao Xian's entire family. Ao Xian sat aside and thought, "My sister is right. She has the ability, but it would be a waste if she only developed in Bianqing. Many devil fruits have not yet been discovered, or after the powerful person dies, his fruit is refreshed and has not yet been obtained by others. If I take advantage of this opportunity and use Ao Chen's fruit talent to collect more devil fruits, not only can it enhance the strength of your family, it is also a highly valuable resource. In the future, when people become familiar with this collapsed world and gain a foothold in the apocalypse, various major forces will emerge one after another. Although he is powerful, he does not have the strength to conquer the whole world. These fruits can be used to trade and get what you need most, or it can be used to win over the strong and make them your subordinates. But he was always worried about the safety of his family. Don't worry, Xiaoxin. Dad has the power of a devil fruit now, and with the help of Miss Lu and Brother Ming, we will be fine. Seeing his worry, his father said, "Besides, there is the food you prepared in advance. It is enough for us to eat for a long time. Even if we finish it, we can buy more from the God-given space. We can also kill zombies and get points. Don't worry about us too much. Dad will protect your mom." The mother also agreed. "Your father is right. We can no longer understand this world. Just go and do what you want to do. With what you have helped us, we can already survive in the end times." Even Lu Xiao expressed her loyalty to him. "Master, I will definitely take good care of the two old masters. As long as I am alive, I will not let them suffer any harm." At this time, Meng Kuei was exhausted and returned to his room to rest. When he heard them talking about this, he also assured them, "Don't worry, big brother. I will take good care of our parents." Ao Xian was quite touched. It was good that he accepted these two people. "Okay, then I'll leave my parents to you. I will transfer another 400 points to each of you, which can be used to exchange for potions and various foods, and can also help you improve your strength faster." The firm tone did not allow anyone to refuse. He transferred 400 points to his parents, Lu Xiao and Meng Kuei each, and his points were basically used up. But it is easy for him to kill zombies now, and he doesn't care about these. Since my sister proposed it and it was approved, we must implement it as soon as possible. Afterwards, he used the God-given space to spend 10 points to create a communication group and invited his parents, sister, Meng Kuei, Lu Xiao, and others to join. In this way, even if he is away, he can still communicate with his family at any time and understand their situation. After finishing all this, he took Ao Chen away from home, got on the truck parked at the door, and the two of them headed out of the city. "Where are you going?" Ao Xian handed the question of direction to Ao Chen. "You are a treasure mouse. Even if you can't sense the treasure, Your intuition should be useful. Aochin thought it made sense. Let's go west, to the provincial capital. There are more people and bigger cities there, so the probability of devil fruits appearing there will be higher. Following Duobao Rat's intuition, Aoxin drove towards the west of the city. On the way, they got off the car from time to fight, and when they were exhausted, they returned to the truck and rested while continuing on their journey. But a large truck is not very convenient after all, and Aoxin feels that he still needs an off-road vehicle. After entering the provincial capital, they continued to move in a straight line heading west. The zombies here were indeed 100 times more numerous than in Bianqing. Moreover, there is an army here that is organizing the elimination of zombies. Gunfire rang out, sending zombies' limbs flying everywhere. However, unless their heads are blown off, they're still able to move. Aoxin's truck was intercepted by the military. Military action ahead. No entry. But the warrior who intercepted them did not let them leave directly. Instead, he registered them and pointed out a direction for them. Go in that direction. There are shelters built overnight. Our troops are stationed around them. It is absolutely safe. There are also food and water provided regularly. The country is indeed trying its best to prevent this disaster, but unfortunately, this disaster cannot be fought by human civilization. Aoxin did not go to the shelter in the direction indicated by Jean Tu, and they did not come here to seek refuge. After turning the car around, they decided to bypass this place. An officer saw the truck leave, but did not step forward to dissuade it. As the saying goes, good words cannot persuade a damned ghost. They said everything they should say, but the man still wanted to leave, and there was nothing they could do. Even if we force them to stay, if they're determined to leave, it will only cause more trouble. Besides, they don't have the energy to take care of so many things now. Those who are willing to accept the protection of the military will risk their lives to protect the people. But those who are smart enough and unwilling to stay can only leave their life and death to fate. They returned to the road they came from. When they reached a fork in the road, Ao Chun said to drive north. So Aoxin followed her and went in that direction. After walking about 7 or 8 kilometers north, Ao Chun suddenly asked him to continue west. This place has not been surrounded by the military, and zombies are still rampant. Occasionally, you can see people fighting zombies against the backdrop of buildings. They use various methods to kill the zombies and then immediately retreat back into the house. After resting, they come out again to look for opportunities to kill zombies. Everyone is trying their best to survive in the apocalypse. Suddenly, Aoxin's eyes lit up. Although he didn't find the devil fruit, he found something better. In front of a luxurious villa, there is a Dongfeng Mingtu parked. This car, although called an off-road vehicle, is actually equivalent to a civilian armored vehicle. Apart from the lack of positioning and weapon systems, it is quite sturdy. It is Aoxin's ideal car model. A young man used a musket to make a hole in the car door. Then he got into the car, stretched out a spear, and stabbed the attacking zombies. Although it is difficult to hit the head directly, he can kill a few zombies by slowly grinding. Aoxin parked the truck next to the Dongfeng Mingtu and jumped off with Ao Chun. The dragon form is activated, and a thickened and weighted baseball bat is invincible. This stick is very useful. Even though he has points to exchange for a sharp knife, he still uses this stick. The young man who was hiding in the car and fighting off the zombies bit by bit saw a large truck suddenly stop beside him. His heart skipped a beat. It was not surprising at all for a rich man like him to be robbed at this time. His father, whose body was hollowed out by cigarettes, alcohol, and women, was infected by the zombie virus and turned into a zombie, killing his entire family. Only he hid in the Dongfeng Mingtu truck in time and escaped the disaster. Then he relied on this car to deal with the zombies. Just when he was feeling uneasy and didn't know the other party's intention, a dragon man and a cute girl with white hair and big ears jumped off the truck and killed all the zombies surrounding him. What the hell? Boss Qinglong. He immediately recognized Aoxin's classic Qinglong look. Why is Boss Qinglong here? Why did he save me? Are you going to rob me too? While he was daydreaming, Aoxin had already cleared out all the zombies here and knocked on the car window. Chapter 17 Primary Base. The young man in the armored vehicle opened the door carefully. He knew that if the Qinglong boss wanted to, he could easily destroy his car. Therefore, it is better to cooperate honestly. The other party was very sensible, so Aoxin did not make things too difficult for him. A truck and half a truckload of diesel. I want your truck. He stated his purpose directly. Anyway, the truck can't be driven after the car is replaced, so it's better to trade it directly. As for the diesel, he couldn't carry all of it, so it was a good idea to trade it now. The young man's mouth twitched. He was not a fool and quickly understood Aoxian's purpose. This is trying to get something for nothing. Boss, I don't want anything. Please take me with you. I'll give you the car. After nearly 2 days of surviving the apocalypse, he has deeply understood the horror of the apocalypse, which is completely different from what he had imagined. If you don't hug someone powerful now, when will you hug him? Aoxian was speechless. This guy is so shameless. After thinking for a while, he said, I have something else to do and cannot take you with me. How about this? 30 points are enough for you to exchange for the 3-color domineering training method and use it to trade for your car. But the young man still wanted to run for his life. Boss, take me with you. I have learned wilderness survival. I can do a lot of things. He is a doomsday enthusiast and once fantasized about how he would survive if the doomsday came. Therefore, he specially customized this thickened civilian armored vehicle, modified the door, added a small window, and customized a pig hunting spear, which was divided into 2 sections and could be disassembled and installed. He thought that when the time comes, he would hide in the armored vehicle, extend the spear from the door window, and kill the zombies. To this end, he also prepared a full set of wilderness survival equipment and a large amount of daily necessities, such as dry food and canned food. In addition, he also raised 2 kangaroo dogs and a Caucasian, and practiced archery for more than 3 years. He thought that if there really was an end of the world, he would definitely be able to live a carefree life. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. His wealthy father, whose body was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, could not resist the first wave of zombie virus infection and turned directly into a zombie. As a result, his entire family was wiped out in an instant, and even his 3 dogs were infected and turned into zombies. He managed to escape into the car, but the survival equipment and supplies he had prepared were basically all in the warehouse, and he didn't dare to get out of the car to get them. After hearing the young man's experience, Aoxian was speechless. The end of the world is not that simple. It's impossible to take you with me. I have things to do, but I can help you clean up the zombies in your villa. With 30 points, you can exchange them for the domineering cultivation method, and you can slowly become stronger. Aoxian insisted on not taking him, and the young man was discouraged, but he had 30 points that could be exchanged for the domineering practice method, which was not bad. While he was stuck in the car, he looked through all the products in the God-given store. He knew very well that the world had changed completely. Points are the most important thing in the future. Aoxian and Chin took the young man into his villa and killed all his family members and dog who had turned into corpses. After trading 30 points to him, he loaded 1/3 of the diesel in the truck into the armored vehicle. If you practice your domineering aura well, you can also become a doomsday warrior. Before leaving, Aoxian gave the young man some encouragement. Boss, my name is Lin Tian. Can you tell me your name? If I want to find you, where should I go? Aoxian, who had just gotten into the car and was about to leave, was also stunned when he heard the young man's words. Are you so obsessed with yourself? But it doesn't hurt to tell him. If this person really has talent, he can be recruited for his own use in the future. My name is Aoxian. My home is in Bianqing. If you can come to Bianqing on foot, I will consider taking you in. After leaving these words, he started the car and sped away. Lin Tian was left mumbling to himself. Aoxian? It's just a matter of walking to Bianqing. I can definitely do it. Looking up, he saw that the zombies wandering in the distance had started to walk towards him. So he quickly returned to his villa and closed the door. With the points, he can practice his domineering power. After Aoxian changed cars, he moved faster and faster. He heard the roar of gunfire in his ears, and he went in the opposite direction of the gunfire. Killing zombies is useless. Even if you chop off the zombies' heads, these dead zombies will be eaten by other zombies and trigger evolution. If you want to completely eliminate the zombies, you need to set them on fire and burn their bodies completely. However, when zombie corpses are burned, the corpse gas accumulated in their bodies will spread into the air, causing the concentration of zombie viruses in the air to increase, further infecting humans with weak constitutions. Moreover, the zombie virus will be catalyzed under high temperatures and become more powerful. This is a dilemma. The only way is to cultivate domineering power. Domineering is a process of body training. When you train your body to the extreme, you will not be afraid of zombie viruses and zombies. Other methods are just trying to stop the boiling water by adding more water. It would be better if your treasure hiding space was a little bigger. On the way, Aoxian complained to Chun. This way we can take all the diesel with us. Fuel is limited now, so the area we can search is also limited. Chun sat slumped in the passenger seat, holding a bag of potato chips and eating slowly. When she heard Aoxin's complaints, she rolled her eyes. TSK, do you think I don't want to? How can developing the ability of the fruit be so simple? Aoxin scolded her while driving. Eat less junk food. When you are tired, go to the God-given store and exchange it for a piece of water meat. It can replenish your energy very well. Ao-chin refused loudly. No. While the two siblings were arguing, Ao-chin suddenly sensed something. She quickly put down the potato chips and sat up straight, with her big ears erect and her little nose sniffing hard. After carefully sensing for a moment, she said to Ao-xin, "Brother in the southwest, I feel like there's a treasure." Ao-xin was shocked and immediately became excited when he heard that there was a treasure. He no longer got out of the car to kill the zombies, but tried to avoid them and headed at full speed in the direction pointed by Ao-chin. When they finally arrived near their destination, they found that things were not simple. This is a factory, and barbed wire has been installed outside. Many small machines and abandoned tables and chairs are piled at the door to prevent zombie invasion. Behind the obstacle, someone used tools from the factory to modify some long-handled knives to kill zombies that tried to destroy the obstacle. Inside the factory, there were many people walking around, checking for leaks and patching up gaps to prevent zombies from crawling in. If a zombie is found climbing the barbed wire, someone will immediately use a long stick with a sharp blade welded on it like a spear to stab the zombie down. This place has become a primary security base. Being able to achieve this proves that the organizers here are very capable. Wait for me in the car. There are too many zombies outside, and this place is not suitable for Ao-chin to practice. Ao-xin picked up a baseball bat, opened the car door, and got out. Without turning on his dragon transformation, he still cracked a zombie's skull with one blow of the bat. With another hit, the zombie's head exploded completely. This scene completely shocked the workers who were guarding behind the barriers at the factory entrance. Chapter 18. Battle in front of the factory. Is this kid trying to save his life? How dare he get out of the car with so many zombies? When the workers first saw Ao-xin getting out of the car alone to fight the zombies, they all thought he was looking for death. But the next second, when they saw the zombie being easily shot in the head, all of them widened their eyes. Fuck, am I seeing things? This guy is so strong. Killing a zombie with 2 sticks? Is this still human? Even the so-called devil fruit users are only this good. A group of workers were talking about it, and the zombies that had been trying to break down the obstacles at the door and rush him were all attracted by Ao-xin. He still hasn't started his dragon transformation, because he has now reached the bronze skin realm. His already good physique plus a month of hard training gave him a strong foundation. The domineering genius awakens his domineering nature directly and has the dual effects of passive enhancement and doubling the active practice speed. His domineering progress was rapid. He reached the bronze skin realm on the second day after the apocalypse. The so-called copper skin is certainly not really as hard as copper or iron. The body is trained from the outside to the inside. The skin is the body's first layer of barrier. Training the skin to a tough state can greatly reduce the impact on the body and the recoil force it endures when attacked. This is the first transformation of the body during exercise, and strength, defense, speed, recovery ability, etc. are also comprehensively improved. Even if he doesn't transform into a dragon, the blue dragon fruit provides a certain physical bonus to his human form. This allowed him to easily kill zombies even without using his abilities. Moreover, without using abilities, the difficulty of killing zombies increases, which will increase your domineering power faster. The workers behind the barriers at the factory gate stared in amazement at Ao-xin's killing spree. Someone soon noticed the key point. I know his car. It's a Dongfengming too. It's a civilian armored vehicle. He could have driven this car away from the zombie swarm, but he parked it in front of our door. He must have some ideas about our base. Yeah, go tell the boss. The workers immediately left and told their leader about Ao-xin. Outside the factory, Ao-xin retreated towards the car while fighting. When he reached the car window, he said to Ao-chin, "Give me a piece of juicy meat." The consumption of a large amount of domineering energy made him extremely tired, so Ao-chin immediately exchanged it for a piece of water meat and handed it to him. He held the scalloped meat in his left hand and ate it, while he raised the baseball bat in his right hand and continued to hit the zombie on the head. The fighting skills acquired in the previous life are gradually integrated into the body of this life. Although he did not use weapons like iron rods in his previous life, he was able to learn physical skills by analogy, and he felt that the baseball bat in his hand became more and more convenient to use. This is also the reason why he has never exchanged for a sharp knife. On the one hand, he looked down on the quality of the sharp knife, and on the other hand, the early knives were not as useful as blunt weapons. There were many zombies gathered in front of the factory, and his attacks never stopped for a moment. Inside the factory, a sturdy man with a dark complexion, who looked to be about 30 years old, came to the gate accompanied by a worker. He is indeed a master. He looked solemn. Aoxin killed the zombies too easily, which put him under great pressure. If this person has bad intentions towards their base, can they stand up to this person? Before coming, he listened to the worker's narration and had the idea of subduing this master. But now it seems that it may be difficult for me to suppress him. Moreover, this master is a young man, at the age of full of vigor and arrogance. How could he be willing to be inferior to others easily? Immediately send a message through the God-given space. Lao Wang, Lao Wei, Lao Lu, the three of you come over here. Each of you bring 2 more people. In the communication channel, Lao Wang asked doubtfully, "Boss, what happened? We are almost killing this zombie." Lao Lu also asked, "Yes, Lao Zhang, what happened over there?" Only Old Wei, without asking too many questions, immediately rushed to the north gate with the 2 people around him after seeing the news. Lao Zhang said, "There's an expert here. He may have ideas about our base. I'm afraid we can't defeat him. I need you to bring a few people to support him." An expert? These people were even more surprised. "Boss, you have nearly 20 people there, and you can't beat a master? Is he a devil fruit user?" Lao Zhang said, "No, he uses a baseball bat and can blow a zombie's head off with 2 hits. Very strong. He may have awakened his domineering aura. It's only been a few days, and you've already awakened your domineering aura?" Lao Wang and Lao Lu were shocked, but they also realized the seriousness of the matter. They told the workers around them to focus on defense and wait for them to come back. Then he took 2 strong workers and headed towards the north gate. They're the ones who have already exchanged for the armament hockey training method in the factory, although they have not yet awakened their domineering aura. With the practice of cultivation, their physical fitness has surpassed everyone else and made them among the strongest people here. After all the people gathered at the north gate, they were also shocked by Aoxin's fighting ability. Fuck, is this still a human? He must have awakened his armament hockey. Not only that, I suspect he has reached the bronze skin realm. He is no longer an ordinary person like us. Several people clenched their weapons. Fortunately, they were in a factory and used lathes to make many handy weapons, so they were able to easily resist the zombies. Lao Zhang even suggested that everyone should bring their families to the factory and use the factory as a base to resist the zombie invasion. Not only did he propose this, he also took the lead in doing so. He and Lao Wang and others drove a truck to pick up the families of their fellow workers. Of course, many people died on the way. However, there are more people who can be brought back safely. Therefore, he became the leader recognized by everyone and built an effective defense for the factory. Now seeing Aoxin's strength, he couldn't help but feel nervous. "Boss, this young man is so strong. Why not let him join us? Our lives will be much better in the future." A worker suggested this. "No. What if he competes with the leader for the position? We absolutely cannot let him in. Besides, we don't know him, so who knows what kind of person he is? This is the end of the world. What if he does something to your wife and daughter?" Before the man could finish his words, he was interrupted. "Shut up, idiot." But some people still think it is good to have more experts around. "Boss, don't worry, we will always recognize you. No matter how strong that person is, if he really annoys us. Doesn't he sleep? We have plenty of ways to deal with him." Everyone was talking at the same time, which made Lao Zhang a little upset. He stared at Aoxin's movements closely, and the more he watched, the more frightened he became. This young man was like a seasoned warrior. Every move he made was intended for killing, without any unnecessary frills. Moreover, he was always able to predict the zombie's next attack and react in advance. He was sure that this was definitely a case of seeing things. Chapter 19, Do You Dare to Kill Someone? After Aoxin finished his dragon transformation, he realized that if he wanted to quickly increase his domineering level, he couldn't rely too much on the ability of the fruit. In this battle, he could clearly feel that his armament hockey and observation hockey had improved significantly. When he was tired, he returned to the armored vehicle. Aoxin handed him a piece of shui meat. He used the shui meat to restore his strength and continued fighting. After a full hour, he finally cleared out all the zombies in front of the north gate of the factory. Shaking his sore arms, he strode to the factory gate. "I need to go in and get something." He stated his purpose straight away. But how could Lao Zhang believe him easily? What do you want? Aoxin couldn't say that he wanted to get the devil fruit. It seems that the devil fruit here is hidden in an inconspicuous place. Otherwise, it would have been eaten by these people long ago. Get some vegetables. He said so. After hearing this, Lao Zhang became even more certain that he was coming for his base and wanted to trick him into opening the door and then occupy the base. What is this thing in the art of war? Destroy Gua by taking a detour. Although he is just an ordinary worker, he also reads military strategies on weekdays. Don't try to deceive this person. We don't even have enough to eat ourselves. You should look for it somewhere else. Lao Zhang refused. Aoxin narrowed his eyes and knew that these people would not let him go easily. What if I must go get it? The threat was extremely strong. Although he was not a good person, he generally would not kill people casually. He hoped that these people could understand what was good for them. Obviously, these people are ignorant. After being threatened, it even aroused public anger. Why are you so arrogant, little brat? Do you think you can be invincible just by killing a few zombies? Damn, there are so many of us. Are we afraid of you? Come in if you have the guts. The workers were clamoring, but Lao Zhang remained silent. He wanted to test how Aoxin would handle it. Of course, it would be best if he just gave in. If a conflict breaks out with so many people on his side, does he really dare to kill them all? After causing public outrage, even if he occupied the factory, didn't he want people to manage and build it? Unfortunately, he didn't know that Aoxin was not interested in this factory. He also knew that others would not believe it. An invisible aura spread out, and the workers felt as if they were facing the mighty power of a king. They trembled and were terrified in their hearts, and some even fell to their knees. The most timid ones were even frightened to the point of fainting. Only Lao Zhang and a few others who had already started practicing could look him in the face, but they were also terrified. Domineering color. Definitely domineering color. A worker who knelt down said, "Boss, let him come in. It won't be shameful even if he is the boss." Yes. The workers who were cursing Aoxin just now were shocked by the domineering look and turned against him, wanting to welcome the new king. You. Lao Zhang and the others had complicated expressions. Even though they had paid so much for them, at the critical moment, they would still sell themselves without hesitation. After Aoxin released his domineering hockey, he no longer planned to continue negotiating with them. What a waste of time. The baseball bat in his hand was covered with a layer of black light, and with a strong smash, the obstacles that the workers had painstakingly set up were broken. Lao Zhang clenched the weapon in his hand, but ultimately did not dare to attack. Aoxin glanced at him. He had naturally noticed those little movements. It's better to be honest and think about who has a harder brain, yours or the zombies. Then he called to the armored vehicle. Xiaochen, come here. Hey, Yerikome. Ao Chun, who had been watching the show, heard his call, immediately pulled out the key, jumped out of the car, and ran towards Aoxin. What a beautiful girl. Only then did they realize that there was another person in the car, a beautiful girl in her 20s. This made them start to speculate about Aoxin's identity. Ao Chin ran to Aoxin, hugged his left arm, and led him into the factory as if he was back home. The workers looked at their receding backs, and some were staring at the car parked at the door. Dongfeng Ming too. If we can get this car, it will be easier for us to go to the city to look for supplies. If you're not afraid of that expert, just go ahead and steal. No matter how strong he is still a human being. By the time he found out, I had already stolen the car. Haha, if you run away, he will take his anger out on us. Do you want us to die? Lao Zhang interrupted their argument irritably. No one is allowed to touch that car. Otherwise, they will become enemies of our entire base. Come with me to see what they're going to do. If they really just wanted to take some things and leave, it would be fine. I'm afraid. While sniffing with his delicate little nose, Aoxin was led to the back of the warehouse. Lao Zhang and others who followed them from a distance were puzzled. Why are they going to the cafeteria? Do you really want to get some vegetables? In the canteen, there is a group of women picking vegetables, cutting meat, and washing pots. They are the workers' family members, and after being brought to the factory, they are responsible for logistics work. Seeing Aoxin and the other person coming in at this moment, they all felt very strange. They had never seen these two people before. And with Aoxin and Ao Chin's looks, if you have seen them, even just once, you will remember them for a long time. Obviously, these two people are not from the factory. Who are you? An obese middle-aged woman blocked their way and asked in a rude manner. Not to mention strangers. Even coworkers are not allowed to enter the kitchen casually. In the end times, supplies are limited, and every bit of supply must be distributed reasonably. How can they be brought in and out at will? Roll! Ao, Exon snorted coldly, and the shrew immediately became furious. What did you say, little bastard? You idiot, where do you think this is? If you dare to talk to me like that, I'll hang you at the door and feed you to the zombies. He glanced at Ao-chan again. Oh, you brought a pretty girl with you? Which club did you bring her from? She'll be a treat for the bachelors in the factory. Ao-xan raised his head, his eyes filled with an inviolable majesty. Just as the shrew was frightened, Ao-xan smashed down the baseball bat in his hand. Xiao-qin, behind them, old Wang, who followed them into the cafeteria, was immediately furious. He only saw the young man smash his wife's head with a stick. The brains were all over the floor, and the women in the room screamed in terror. Murder! Murder! They had seen zombies kill people, but this was the first time they saw humans kill people. Lao Wang raised the steel knife in his hand. I'm going to fight you. Veins popped out on his forehead, and anger filled his chest. Old Wang, calm down. Old Zhang wanted to hold him back, but how could he easily hold back the angry old Zhang? The hatred for murdering his wife made him lose his mind. An angry person has unlimited potential. He rushed towards Ao-xan with a knife in hand like an angry beast, vowing to avenge his wife. Seeing that he couldn't stop Lao Wang, Lao Zhang stamped his feet and gritted his teeth. Brothers, come on, our women have been bullied. We can't let this evil man go. Ao-xan had a blank expression on his face. He might not do anything if someone scolded him, but if someone scolded his family, he would definitely make them pay with blood. Xiao Chun, zombies aren't the only dangerous creatures in the apocalypse. There are also humans. Many times, the evil in people's hearts is scarier than zombie monsters. Now you have the courage to kill zombies, but do you dare to kill people? Chapter 20. No one can hurt you in this life. Ao-xan didn't even look back. He just took a light step sideways, raised the baseball bat, and smashed Lao Wang's head. Order has collapsed. If someone bullies or insults you, you must teach him a bloody lesson. Ao-xan turned around and faced the workers who were rushing over, while giving Ao-chun earnest instructions. Ao-chun was speechless. She dared to kill zombies, but she couldn't bring herself to kill anyone. If you want to survive in the end times, you must abandon all mercy. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will punish him even if he is far away. As soon as he finished speaking, Ao-xan opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of hot air. The scorching flame sprayed out more than 10 meters away, burning all the workers who rushed over to him into ashes. He is a devil fruit user. At this time, how could other people not understand that Ao-xan was a person with special abilities? As the leader, Lao Zhang retreated in fear, but how could Ao-xan give him the chance to escape? He transformed into a dragon and quickly caught up with them. 2 beams of hot breath swept by, killing all the workers who had chased into the cafeteria. When they returned to Ao-chun, the girl was still a little at a loss, while the women huddled in the corner in fear and saw his eyes staring at them. Their psychological defenses were immediately broken. Brother, please don't kill me. I'm sorry. Don't kill me. Their noses and tears were streaming, and their cries echoed in the cafeteria, attracting more people. Xiaochen, kill them. Ao-xan pointed at the women indifferently. The rule of the end times is to eradicate the roots. Now that the hatred has been planted, let's eliminate it forever. Many people have brought disaster upon themselves because of a moment of compassion. Ao-chun grabbed the corner of his clothes tightly. After all, she was only a 16-year-old girl and could not yet change her state of mind from civilized society to the end of the world. Brother, the people who scolded you are already dead. They are innocent. Just let them go. Ao-xan exhaled another hot breath. The ground was covered with charcoal. Xiao Chun, this is the end of the world. A little contradiction can lead to a conflict, and any conflict will always end with one side being killed or injured. He sighed deeply, and there was reminiscence in his eyes. In his previous life, he once thought that killing those who had conflicts with him was enough. He thought he was cold-blooded enough, but he still died because of that moment. Some people persuaded themselves that it was enough to kill the enemies without involving their families. However, after that man's child became stronger, he began to frantically seek revenge on himself. Under the planning of the 2 bastards, he successfully died at the hands of the young man. In this life, he would rather be called a devil than show any mercy. Came to the place that Ao-chun sensed. This is the warehouse where food is stored for the factory canteen. Breaking it open violently with a stick, they found the devil fruit squeezed in a fruit basket below. It was still a type he didn't recognize, so he gave it to Ao-chun and placed it in the treasure space. The two left the factory. However, as soon as I reached the factory gate, I saw my car being driven away. Although Ao-chun pulled out the key, there are always experts in unlocking the door among the people who can do it. He turned into a green dragon and carried Ao-chun up to the sky. Soon he saw his car. Qinglong swooped down and knocked the car over with one impact. After transforming back into human form, Ao-chun took out the key and opened the car door. He reached out and pulled the worker out of the car. "Boss, don't kill me. Please don't kill me." The man was so scared that he started to shit and piss. A foul smell came over him. Ao-xn frowned and threw him against a big tree on the side of the road. But in an instant, the man's brain burst and he was dead beyond death. Back in the car, the naughty Ao-chun was silent all the way. She was really frightened by Ao-xn's decisive killing methods today. It was as if he was not his brother. After a long time, she spoke carefully. "Brother, you were so scary before." Ao-xn sighed. "Xiao-chun, remember, this is the end of the world. Except for our family, no one in this world can be killed." Suddenly, Ao-chun asked, "Brother, have you been reborn?" Ao-xn, "What the hell? Have I ever revealed any flaws? Why did this girl suddenly say this?" Seeing his surprise, Ao-chun became more certain of his guess. "You were frantically hoarding food before the apocalypse began. When I asked you where the money came from, you wouldn't tell me. I guess you got it from a black online loan. I was wondering before, but after the apocalypse came, I began to suspect that you must have known that the apocalypse was coming, so that's why you did all this. You also asked Mom to take leave and take me home. You were so determined. You must have known. Besides, ever since you came home, I feel like you were a strange person. It's as if you were a different person. You are completely different from the previous Ao-xn. The previous Ao-xn would not kill people so decisively. I've also read a lot of online articles. I think there are only two reasons for this situation. Either you were reborn, or you were possessed by another spirit." When she said the last sentence, Ao-chun's voice became lower and lower. She didn't dare to look at Ao-xn, for fear that her brother was no longer himself. Ao-xn was surprised. He had done so many irrational things. Xiao-chun had always been smart, so it was not surprising that he could guess these things. He laughed and said, "What if I'm possessed?" Ao-chun mustered up his courage, stared at him and said, "If you were possessed and I knew your secret, you would definitely kill me. But I still want to know the truth. Even if you want to kill me, my parents don't know anything. Considering that you used my brother's body, can you be nicer to my parents? Besides, if you were possessed by another body, is my brother dead now? Can I still see him?" Ao-xn was moved when he heard this. He felt that his love for the little girl was not in vain. Even though he knew that asking this was risky and that he might die, he still wanted to know about his brother's safety and was always thinking about his parents. His heart warmed, and his tone became gentle unconsciously. "Don't worry, your brother is still your brother. I am reborn." "Really?" Ao-chun was still a little skeptical. Ao-xn was speechless. He reached out and slapped her on the head. "Really? Ouch! Stinky old man." But after being hit on the head with such a familiar flick, she confirmed that the person in front of her was really her brother, and not someone who had been possessed by another spirit. After knowing this, the nervousness and anxiety in her heart disappeared, and she suddenly said excitedly, "Brother, how did you die in your previous life? Was I powerful in your previous life? And our parents, are they okay?" When talking about his past life, Ao-xn felt a little sad. "You are all dead." Ao-chun was silent after hearing this. "This is such a sad story," Ao-xn said seriously. "But in this life, I will never let you get hurt again. Whoever dares to hurt you in this world, I will kill his entire clan. Xiao-chun, we will definitely survive to the end." Chapter 21, Depressed Oda. After leaving the factory, the two continued heading west. On the way, when they encountered a group of zombies, they got out of the car and fought with the zombies. In order to cultivate his domineering power, Ao-xn no longer activated the ability of the Azure Dragon. Ao-chun has not yet awakened her domineering aura and is very weak. However, relying on the speed bonus of the duo Bao Rat, she can fight the zombies with ease. The two of them walked westward for 3 days. "Brother, the blade is bent." After another fierce battle, Ao-chun sat in the co-pilot seat and gasped for breath. Her knife was an ordinary navy knife. After so many battles, its blade had become blunt, and its efficiency in chopping zombies had become much lower. Aoxin took the long sword from her hand and took a look at it. In addition to the gap, the blade was also curled up, and even the joint of the handle was a little loose. This is also the reason why he did not exchange the sword. Ordinary swords are not very useful. Even if it was a good and sharp sword, he would not look at it favorably. If you want to sustain a long battle, you need a weapon at least at the level of a large sword. Weapons of this level, coupled with the long-term cultivation of armament hockey, can continuously improve the quality of weapons to the point of being indestructible. Let's change the rolling blade. Aoxin didn't care about it and spent 100 points to exchange an ordinary navy knife for Ao Chun. As for her original one, it was actually not unusable. After some polishing and repair, it could still be used, but he had neither the equipment nor the time. Fortunately, the God-given space could be recycled. He could just let the space recycle the roll knife and get back 50 points. Even though it's a shame, I have to endure it for the sake of my sister's improvement. They hadn't found any more devil fruits in 3 days. This made Ao Chin's initial enthusiasm a little dampened. She even wondered if there was something wrong with her ability, or if there weren't so many devil fruits in the world. But Aoxin told her that this was normal. In his previous life, he lived to the period of the second divine gift. According to statistics from a powerful force, there were more than 10,000 people with different abilities. Although there are many more devil fruits than the less than 100 in the comics, they are still very few when averaged out to the world's nearly 10 billion people. 1 in a million. It was already a rare achievement for him to obtain 5 devil fruits in a row within a few days. Brother, let's go in that direction. Ao Chin stuffed the new knife into his treasure space, pointed to a small path beside the fork in the road, and said to Aoxin, "There?" Aoxin was surprised and looked at the map. It led to the mountains. This place is on the outskirts of Shindu and is surrounded by mountains. If you run to the mountains, there will be fewer zombies. In the past life, many people did run into the mountains to wait for the end of the world. As a result, the end of the world soon destroyed human civilization completely. Those who fled into the mountains, although they avoided the tide of zombies, also lost the opportunity to become stronger. They either starved to death due to lack of food, or become infected and turned into zombies as the concentration of zombie virus in the air becomes higher and higher. Or die in the mouth of a wild beast. I have a feeling there's going to be something good there. Ao Chin herself was not too sure. After all, intuition was too mysterious. She had relied on her intuition to find the way several times before, but had not obtained any treasures. Okay, I'll listen to you. But Aoxin trusted her very much and immediately drove into the mountains. There were no zombies blocking the road, and the car rushed forward at full speed. Ao Chin also lifted his pair of white and tender legs in front, shaking them while eating snacks and browsing videos and posts in the God-given space. Ha, that's so funny. Suddenly the girl laughed neurotically. Just as Aoxin was wondering, she had already exited the God-given space, laughing while sharing the gossip she had seen with Aoxin. Brother, I just saw a post where someone was complaining about not getting a devil fruit. Aoxin? What's so funny about this? He wondered if his silly sister really had something wrong with her brain. Seeing his expression of looking at a moron, Ao Chin immediately became unhappy. Hey, what's that expression on your face? Do you know who this complainer is? Who? Aoxin felt that no matter who it was, it couldn't be so funny. How many devil fruits are there? It's normal not to get one. It's Oda. Ao Chin laughed and said a name. Aoxin was stunned. What the hell? He also laughed. It's really funny. I guess Oda must be so furious. You don't know, this post is going viral in the God-given space now. Some people even want Oda to teach them the techniques of hockey. But Oda said, "I'm just a lousy painter. I don't know shit about hockey." Ha 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 ha. Thinking about his previous life, it seems that Oda really didn't make any name for himself. Even though the world he created was a gift from God, it has nothing to do with the original author. Deep in the mountains, in a dilapidated Taoist temple, an old Taoist priest was thrown out by 3 burly men. No, you can't do this. The old Taoist priest is too old, and his legs and feet are not very agile. If it weren't for the daily health preservation and Qigong exercises, I would have been infected by the zombie virus in the air long ago. But only his origin was strong, while his body was extremely corrupt. You stinking Taoist! It is an honor for me to use your Taoist temple. If you keep on nagging me, I will kill you. A bald man with a ferocious look kicked the old Taoist priest viciously, and kicked him down to the ground again after he had finally sat up from the ground. Brother Zhou, I just checked. There is still some rice behind the Taoist temple. If we eat it sparingly, it will be enough for a month. With the supplies we brought, it shouldn't be a problem to avoid the zombie tide. A thin young man walked out of the Taoist temple and reported to the bald man what he had seen with a grin. Yeah, the bald man nodded with satisfaction. There won't be any zombies in this godforsaken place. We just need to wait for the military to completely eliminate the zombies before we go back. Just as they were about to return to the Taoist temple, another big man picked up a 5 or 6-year-old Taoist priest and threw him directly on the old Taoist priest. Why the hell did you hide this kid? If you dare to steal my food, I'll kill you. As he spoke, he waved a dagger at the two Taoists, then left with a grim smile and slammed the door of the Taoist temple shut. There was a crashing sound coming from inside the wall. What kind of crap is this? If we take down the altar, we can use it to make fire. If we take down the statue, it will take up too much space. Brother Zhou, the statue in the main hall is too big. We can't move it. If you can't move it, won't you smash it? Maybe there's some gold in it after it's smashed. When we get back, we can make a fortune. Two small statues were thrown out from the wall and hit the old Taoist thigh, breaking his already osteoporotic thigh. Ouch! The old Taoist cried out in pain, but what hurt him even more was that the statues in the Taoist temple were thrown out like garbage. You will be punished. Lazy will punish you. Chapter 22 Zombie Levels. On a mountain path, an armored vehicle was driving recklessly. As it was getting dark, Aoxian decided to park the car on the side of the road and rest for the night. Just after turning a corner at the foot of a mountain, I suddenly saw some light ahead. Bright. The presence of light means the presence of people, but in the last days other people are the least trustworthy. Should we kill the owner of the place just to have a safe place to stay? Although he is cruel, he will not attack innocent people. I parked the car on the side of the road and planned to spend the night there, taking advantage of the light there. After driving down the car, Aochin took out a set of camping equipment, which was a large tent, from the back of the car and spread it out on the spot. Although the end of the world is dangerous and zombies are scary, under Aoxian's careful care, Ao-chun is not afraid. Instead, he feels a sense of excitement. Sitting on a mat, she looked up at the sky. The zombie virus made the air turbid, and the stars and the moon in the sky looked a little blurry. Brother, tell me about your past life. Ever since he knew that Aoxian was a reborn person, Ao-chun liked to pester him to tell him stories from the past. The experience of a small person struggling to survive in the end times sounded very exciting to her. Good. He might only tell these things to his sister. And having someone to listen to his past secrets is also a kind of happiness. Sit on a mat and place the baseball bat within direct reach. This is a habit he developed from his previous life. Never let go of your weapon at any time. In my previous life, his star-like eyes were lost in distant memories. Suddenly, a heart-stirring roar rang out, and he stood up with a bang. Brother, what's wrong? Aochin couldn't help but get nervous when he saw him suddenly stand up. He quickly took out his long sword from the treasure space and looked around carefully. It's the corpse roar. Aoxian had a serious expression on his face, holding the baseball bat in his hand. His eyes were looking towards the light in the distance. The roar came from there. Corpse roar. Aochin was puzzled. What was the corpse howl? Corpse roar is the roar of zombies. Aoxian explained. But, have you ever heard a zombie roar? When Ao-chun was reminded by him, he was shocked to realize that he had killed many zombies, but had never heard a zombie speak, let alone such a roar. Zombies' bodies decay, and their vocal cords also decay, so they can't make any sound. However, as zombies evolve, their bodies will gradually be repaired, and they will gradually acquire basic physical functions, such as speaking. But if you want to speak, you have to be at least a 1-star zombie. 1 star? Ao-chin still didn't know the classification of zombies. Aoxian said, the zombies that just transformed were just the lowest level zombies without any rank. Low-class zombies are nothing more than the Walking Dead. They stumble forward at a slow speed and can only use a few pounces occasionally. Apart from being stronger and having harder bones, they're not difficult to deal with. Even an ordinary person has a chance to kill them. When they have repaired their bodies by devouring flesh and blood and stopped them from rotting, they will have completed the first step of evolution. At this moment, except for the corpse spots and corpse stench on their bodies, they can already walk like normal people. By this time, they were much faster and were able to perform human-like fighting movements, rather than just grabbing and biting. At this point, they are 1-star zombies. 1-star zombies are also called flesh zombies. The corpse's body has been completed, so it can roar. But if you want to deal with a flesh corpse, you must at least reach the bronze skin realm. It's not safe here anymore. Aoxin said to Ao Chun. You go back to the car, I'll go check it out. If it's just a flesh corpse, it's fine. But if it's a 2-star zombie, we'll be in danger. He is only at the bronze skin realm now. If he wants to deal with 2-star zombies, that is, zombies, he needs to reach the Iron Bone realm. But the apocalypse has only been going on for 5 or 6 days, and the zombies shouldn't be evolving so quickly. After sending Ao Chun to the armored vehicle, he transformed into a dragon and carried an iron rod towards the place where the roar came from. When he got closer, he discovered that the place where the light came from was a dilapidated Taoist temple. Lezu Temple? Hidden in the mountains and so dilapidated, it is definitely not a Taoist temple packaged by secular commercial means. Only here can one find real Taoist land. Ah! A man's scream was heard, followed by the clanging sound of pots and pans being knocked over and a mess. The gate of the Taoist temple suddenly opened, and a bald man rushed out in panic. Help! Help! Even though he knew that no one would rescue him in the deep mountains, he still shouted desperately. As a result, as soon as I ran out of the door, I saw a dragon man coming towards me with an iron rod. In the dark night, under the dim moonlight, he was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Monster, monster, monster! Fear spread in his heart, and he didn't even think that this was the person with special abilities who was photographed eating the azure dragon fruit in the God-given space. His spirit collapsed at this moment. Shit and urine flowed out of his butt, and he laughed stupidly. Aoxan had a frown on his forehead. With such a big bald head, his mental quality is so weak. Just as he was about to step into the audience, he saw the dilapidated wall of the Taoist temple's main hall collapse. An old man with dark skin and wearing a Taoist robe was biting a man's body madly. There were several gnawed corpses on the ground. The old Taoist heard the sound and turned around. The moment Aoxan met his eyes, he thought something was wrong. It's not a corpse, it's a zombie. Even when eating, the old Taoist stretched his limbs straight. His dry hands were covered with sharp claws, and in his mouth were 4 fangs dripping with blood. These are the characteristics of zombies. Zombies are the result of further evolution of flesh corpses, in which the flesh is strengthened with a large amount of zombie viruses, resulting in the virus accumulating in the body before being digested. The accumulated virus causes the zombies' bodies to become stiff, but it also makes them strong and tough, making them extremely difficult to kill. Fortunately, the fatal part is still the head. As long as the head is chopped off or smashed, it can still be killed. Fuck! In such a remote place, how can there be so many viruses for him to evolve? Aoxan cursed inwardly, and the old zombie Taoist threw away the half-eaten corpse in his hand, jumped up, and pounced on him. Although the zombie's body was stiff, it leaped in front of him. Aoxin quickly raised the baseball bat to block. The zombie bit down, leaving 4 deep teeth marks on the baseball bat. Hot breath. A breath of hot air sprayed on the zombie's face, but it only burned his hair and clothes. Although his flesh was a little charred, it was not serious. Roar! The zombie Taoist roared and pounced again, waving his sharp claws. Thunderous gossip. Although it won't dominate, the baseball bat wrapped with electric current does have some of the power of Thunder Bagua. Chapter 23. Fierce Battle. Thunder Ancestor Whip. Bang! There was a loud bang, followed by a slight sound of bone cracking. Fuck! Aoxan cursed inwardly. This zombie's skull was as hard as steel. This custom-thickened and weighted baseball bat actually broke directly. The only achievement was to create a slight crack in his skull. Roar! The zombie Taoist roared and bit towards Aoxin's neck with its smelly fangs. He retreated rapidly, and at the same time exhaled another breath of hot air and roaring thunder, temporarily blocking the zombie. Elder brother! A scream came from behind. It was Ao Chun who got off the armored vehicle after hearing the sounds of fighting. This was the first time she saw Aoxan being repelled by a monster. Xiao Chun, hide underground. Come out after I kill him. I thought it was just a flesh corpse, but it turned out to be a 2-star zombie. This kind of zombie has extraordinary strength and iron skin, and the armored vehicles of human civilization are no longer able to defend against it. Therefore, for Ao Chun, it is safer underground. Ao Chun also knew that he could not help in this situation, so he quickly entered the beast form and turned into a palm-sized white-haired mouse with golden patterns, and quickly escaped into the ground. Aoxin was a little out of breath. He used heat breath twice in a row and maximized the output of the lightning he could control, which made him quickly deplete his strength. Moreover, The blow just now also caused the blood in his body to surge. The zombie Taoist priest leaped again, quickly closing the distance between them, and his 10 gray nails stabbed at him like 10 sharp blades. With a loud roar, a pair of dragon claws grabbed the zombie's wrist, and the two began to wrestle. Although zombies have reached the second star, theoretically humans at the Ironbone realm are needed to fight against them. But relying on his body strengthened by Qing Long, he was able to confront the zombies for a while. The two sides wrestled, and the zombie poked its head out again to bite. Aoxin became furious. He lowered his head and used the dragon horns on his head to hit the zombie's forehead. The dragon horn was quite sharp, and when he pushed with all his strength, it blinded one of the zombie's eyes. The dragon horn even penetrated into the zombie's brain. If an ordinary creature were hit like this, it would have been killed, but the zombie had no sense of pain. He tilted his head back, pulled his head off the dragon's horns, and let out an angry roar, with his arms slightly bent. Aoxin's eyes jumped. The reason why the zombie's limbs were stiff was because the zombie virus accumulated in their flesh. After they completely integrated and absorbed the zombie virus, their limbs would regain their flexibility. Now the zombie's arms are slightly bent, indicating that it is accelerating the absorption and fusion of the zombie virus. We can't continue to be in this stalemate. Zombies have unlimited physical strength and will be exhausted to death. With another roar, he shook off the zombie's arms and turned into a green dragon and soared into the air. The dragon's tail lashed down, causing the zombie to stagger, and a bolt of lightning struck down, making its body even more charred. Bad wind. Countless wind blades spewed out from the dragon's mouth. And even though the zombie had skin and bones of iron, countless pieces of flesh were cut off from it. When the wind and clouds moved, the blue dragon rushed down, grabbed the zombie's arms with a pair of dragon claws, and lifted him up. The zombie, whose body was unstable due to the bad wind, was unable to use his strength and was directly taken into the sky by the Azure Dragon. Roar! The dragon claw exerted force, trying to tear the zombie in half. However, the zombie was also pushing inwards, and he couldn't tear it open. My realm is still too low. Although I can suppress zombies after transforming into a blue dragon, it is not easy to kill them. Moreover, in just a short moment, he already felt exhausted. He could hold out for a while just by flying in dragon form, but if he fought, he wouldn't be able to last too long. He rushed up into the sky again and threw the zombie and the dragon's claws down with force. Boom! The zombie's body hit the tall statue enshrined in the main hall of the Taoist temple. But how can the clay statues withstand the hard bodies of zombies? The statue was smashed into countless pieces. The zombie rolled to the ground, his indestructible body becoming pitted. Some were destroyed by the wind blades of bad winds. Some were destroyed by the heat breath and the roar of thunder. Some were worn off when it was smashed down. There was also a bone fracture in his head caused by being hit with a baseball bat. The Azure Dragon then fell to the ground and transformed back into a human form. Aoxin gasped for breath. This was the first time he used the Azure Dragon form to fight with all his strength. It is indeed very strong, but it is still too much for me now. Kaido is strong because he is capable of destroying a country by himself, and the blue dragon fruit is the icing on the cake. Since he relies entirely on the Azure Dragon fruit, the strength he displays is naturally very different. Brother, eat meat! Just as he was catching his breath, Aochin suddenly emerged from the ground behind him and took out a piece of water meat and handed it to him. She had anticipated that her brother's physical strength would not be able to sustain, so she entered the God-given space in advance to exchange some water meat for Aoxin that could quickly restore his physical strength. Aoxin took the shuashui meat and started chewing it in big mouthfuls. Ao-chun was also very sensible and went underground again so as not to be a burden. With his strength restored, the zombie Taoist priest has turned over and stood up. He transformed into human beast form again, covered his dragon claws with armed color, and dealt with the zombies. The dual protection of armed color and dragon scales can effectively prevent the invasion of zombie viruses. However, if we continue to fight like this, we will still be dragged to death. He needs a weapon. Bang! After another collision, he quickly retreated, but it was too late to enter the God-given space to exchange weapons. Ao-chin didn't have enough points. Just as he was thinking about a countermeasure, he suddenly saw an iron rod dropped next to the broken clay of the statue out of the corner of his eye. What is that? Yes. He suddenly remembered that this was Leizu Temple, and this bamboo-shaped iron stick was exactly the steel whip in the hands of the Leizu statue enshrined in the Taoist temple. At least this thing is stronger than a baseball bat, right? Aoxin rushed over and picked up the bamboo steel whip on the ground. Because the statue is tall, the steel whip is also thicker and longer. The length of ordinary whip-like weapons usually does not exceed 80 centimeters, but this one is 1.2 meters long. The whip is also thicker and feels heavier. With my current strength, it is just right to use it. As soon as he picked up the bamboo steel whip, the zombie Taoist priest pounced on him again. Its body was already in tatters, but its attack was still swift and fierce. Aoxin used up the last of his physical strength and released the most violent electric current. Lightning and arm color were all wrapped around this bamboo steel whip, and he smashed it down towards the forehead of the zombie master. Bang! The huge recoil force shattered the dragon scales on his palm, but the zombie Taoist head was also smashed to pieces by the whip. The violent electric current flowed through the zombie's flesh and blood, and the burnt smell of roasted zombie flesh came. The zombie virus in their bodies was catalyzed by the high temperature of the electric current and also released into the air. After leaving the human beast form and no longer being able to hold the heavy bamboo steel whip, Aoxin threw it to the ground, feeling sore, weak, and exhausted all over. Chun, who had escaped underground, heard the fighting above stop and carefully emerged from a distance. When he saw Aoxin slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, he quickly ran up and brought him some juicy meat and fresh water. Chapter 24 Reward Again. Title. After a short rest, Aoxin and the other person entered the ruined Taoist temple to check it out. At the door, the bald man who was seen at the beginning had died in the aftermath of the battle. Inside the temple, there were broken statues, overturned utensils, and mutilated corpses. These corpses are already extremely mutilated, and it is impossible for them to be transformed into zombies. The rear hall is where the old Taoist once lived. When the main hall collapsed, this was the only place that remained intact. The room was filled with all kinds of daily necessities and several beds on the floor. It should be safe here. Let's rest here today. Aoxin drove the armored vehicle to the door and blocked it to prevent other people or zombies from entering. There was a well in the backyard, and he tried it and found it was usable. He waited outside and let Aoxin take a bath with well water. After running around for many days, although there is no worry about food and drink, taking a bath is still a luxury. The water plant had stopped operating long ago. The tap water system was no longer functioning, and they were on the road with no place to wash. Aoxin, who had experienced the end of the world in his previous life, didn't care, but a young girl like Chun who loved cleanliness could not stand it. Now that she finally has a well, she is naturally delighted. Aoxin moved a stool and sat outside the yard, looking up at the night sky. Suddenly, his heart moved, and his mind entered the space bestowed by God. As soon as I arrived here, I heard that grand and majestic voice again. Because you are the first to kill a star-level zombie, you will receive a reward. Because you killed a star-level zombie within 10 days of the beginning of the apocalypse, the reward level will be upgraded. Because you directly killed the 2-star zombie, the reward level has been upgraded again. Please choose one of the following 3 titles. Title. Aoxin was shocked. Just like the talent he chose for the first time, the title was also an extremely rare and precious thing. At least in his previous life, he worked so hard for so long, but never won any title. He quickly looked forward. As expected, just like last time, 3 lines of options appeared directly in front of me. Title 1, Zombie Killer. The damage caused to zombies is permanently doubled. Title 2, Bounty Hunter. Points gained from killing zombies will be permanently doubled. Title 3, God-Given Member. Become a distinguished member of the God-Given Space. You will have a one-time 10% discount on redemption, and you will enjoy a 20% discount on all items you redeem in the God-Given Space. Oh, Cake Seller. The 3 titles are still so tempting. Between killing faster and earning more, it is better to kill faster. Because you kill faster, you will naturally earn more, and there is also the possibility of challenging stronger zombies. However, neither of these 2 is as good as Title 3, God-Given Membership. One-time 10% off opportunity, permanent 20% off privilege. The 2 only redemption options, the invisible black blood factor and the magic potion that eliminates the side effects of the devil fruit, both require 100 million points. With a 10% discount, you can exchange one for 10 million points. Moreover, all exchange items are 20% off, so he can use this authority to act as a middleman and earn a lot of points. There is no need to hesitate. Just choose 3 God-Given memberships. View your own dashboard. Nim, Elten. Talent. Domineering Genius. Title: God-given member. Devil Fruit. Fish fruit blue dragon form. Realm: Body forging copper skin. Combat skills none. Equipment: Thunder Ancestor Whip fake. Points: 9,655. Huh. He suddenly found something in the equipment column. Thunder Ancestor Whip? He looked at the bamboo steel whip beside him, which was held by the Thunder Ancestor enshrined in the Thunder Ancestor Temple. But this is just an ordinary thing after all. How can it be considered equipment? There is also a fake word. The baseball bat he used before helped him kill so many zombies, but it was not considered as equipment. Place the bamboo whip on your legs and observe it carefully. Why is this thing so special? I saw that this steel whip was covered with rust, which must have gone through countless years and might have been worshipped by thousands of people. There are 18 sections in total, and on each section, there are Taoist runes engraved that he cannot understand. After looking at it for a long time, I still can't see what's special about it. But it was very convenient to use this thing to hit the zombie Taoist before. That old Taoist priest might be the abbot of this Taoist temple. He was infected with the zombie virus and turned into a corpse due to his old age and frailty. He thought so. I just don't know how the old Taoist managed to evolve into a 2-star zombie in this remote place. His points have reached nearly 10,000, and he had spent a lot of them on buying food, distributing them to his parents and others, and buying a knife for his sister. Otherwise, his points would have exceeded 10,000. Nowadays, many people don't even have 1 point, but he has already obtained more than 10,000 points. This has to be said to be a miracle that only belongs to those who are reborn. Do you want to identify Xiaoqin's fruit? He stroked his chin and thought. The devil fruit identification fee was 1,000 per time, which didn't seem like much for him. But there is no rush. We don't need the fruit now. We can wait until we get back. After a while, Ao Chin's voice came from the yard. Brother, I'm done washing, come in. In the Taoist bedroom, Ao Chin spread the bedding he brought with him on the Taoist bed, sat on it, and stretched. Being able to take a nice bath and change clothes in the end times is a great happiness. After Ao Xan went in, he also drew water from the well to wash his body. After washing, flames came out of his body, drying his wet body directly. He walked into the room and lay on the floor, entering the God-given space again. This time, he came to the family group he had created in the communication channel. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, Xiaochun and I are fine. He first reported to his parents that he was safe, and then asked about the latest situation at home. With a large amount of food and pure water he prepared in advance, he didn't have to worry about his family's life. Something big happened at home today. That was the Chen family father and son upstairs who knew that their family had stored food and came to borrow it. At that time, only my mother and Lu Xiao were at home, and my father and Meng Ke were fighting zombies downstairs. Originally, their mother wanted to give them some out of kindness, but when the father and son saw their house full of daily necessities, their eyes became red with envy. In addition to coveting Lu Xiao's beauty, these two people actually wanted to kill my mother and seize the supplies and the beauty. Fortunately, Lu Xiao was on guard, and after practicing her domineering aura, although it had not yet awakened, her physical condition had been greatly improved. She was able to kill the two men when they attacked. My mother was shocked at that time. Although she had killed several zombies, this was the first time she had seen a human being. Ao Xin was furious after hearing this. But since the two men had already been killed by Lu Xiao, he let it go. Mom, it's the end of the world now. We must not be as kind as before. We don't know when the end of the world will end. We don't even have enough for ourselves, so how can we give it to others? Besides, money can move people's hearts. In the end times where order no longer exists, robbing is the fastest way. Chapter 25 Zombie Evolution. Hey, Lao Chen is usually a nice guy. Who would have thought that he would want to kill me? My mother's tone was a little depressed, and she gradually realized that the world is no longer the same as before. By the way, I remember Lao Chen also has a wife and a daughter. Where are they? Ao Xin thought about this matter. They were all neighbors, and he was also familiar with the Chun family situation. Boss, I have killed them. Meng Kuei answered at this time. When he learned that Zhang Hong was attacked, he was shocked because he had promised his eldest brother that he would not let his parents get hurt. So, in anger, he immediately kicked open the door of the Chun family upstairs and killed the two women inside. Ao Xin was surprised by Meng Kuei's decisiveness and ruthlessness. He is different from himself. He has not experienced the end of the world, but he can kill people so decisively. This Meng Kuei is not bad. Well done. He did not thank him, but instead praised him. He understood what the superiors should do in the last days. Boss, I checked. There is no one alive in this building except our family. I plan to get some building materials tomorrow to block the corridor and build some defensive fortifications. Bianching is just a small fifth-tier city. Due to its sandy soil, it was once told not to build high-rise buildings, so most buildings are only 4 or 5 stories high. Although many high-rise buildings have been built now, AOXIN lives in an old residential area with only 4 stories high. There are 2 households on each floor, and there are only 8 households in a building. In addition, there are many elderly people in these old-style communities. They were infected by the first wave of the zombie virus, and their entire families were killed. As for the remaining people, some died directly outside, and some were killed when they came back and waited for the shrine space to open and tried to kill zombies to gain points. In the end, only the AO family and the Chun family were left. Now that the Chun family is dead, the whole building is empty. Okay, be careful. AOXIN agreed with Meng Kuei's idea. Only then did he ask about their family situations. Meng Kuei's mother was in poor health. After the zombie virus broke out, he sent her to the hospital in a coma. As a result, when the doomsday broke out, she turned into a corpse and bit her husband, Meng Kuei's father, to death while he was wiping her face. Meng Kuei fled in a panic and tried to escape the city in her own car. Therefore, he came to Bianching to pledge his loyalty to AOXIN without any worries. Now he is alone. Lu Xiao is different from him. She has a rural hukou and went to college on a scholarship. She is very smart and knows how to use her advantages to get money from men, but at the same time, she can prevent men from getting her. After finally saving enough money to buy a house, her parents came to her house and asked for the money, saying that they wanted to marry her younger brother. She was unwilling and was beaten by her father, who also called her shameless and asked how she could buy a house at such a young age if she didn't sell meat. The property title was forcibly taken away, and her parents asked her to transfer it to her brother's name. As a result, when she was being dragged to transfer the property, the doomsday broke out, and she escaped in the chaos. She had no idea about the current situation of her parents and younger brother. Of course, she doesn't care about their life or death now. I have severed ties with them. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me, Lu Xiao said calmly. From now on, I will only be the master's person and will do anything for you. AOX sighed. The end of the world was cruel. If they had not met him, they would have probably died on the road. In the end times, the survival rate is much higher if you stay at home than if you run out of the city. Do your best, and I won't treat you unfairly. Then, AOXN told them again what he had seen and heard along the way. Of course, he only mentioned the final battle with the zombie master in passing, so as not to worry them. But I still told them about the evolution of zombies and told them to be careful because zombies are not as powerful as they are now, and they will become stronger and stronger. If you encounter a zombie whose body is not rotten but only has corpse spots and a foul stench, be careful. That is the evolution of the zombie, the flesh corpse, and it is very strong. After ending the call, he chatted with A.O. Chun for a while, checked the communication channel of the shrine space to see if there was any new news, and then fell asleep. Outside the Taoist temple, a young figure quietly appeared and came to the side of the zombie Taoist priest. His small robe was covered with dust. Master. He murmured something softly, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the corpse of the zombie Taoist priest, and then he plunged into the mountains and disappeared. The next morning, AOXN opened his eyes, woke up the sleeping A.O. Chun, had a simple breakfast, got in the car, and left the dilapidated Taoist temple. The only change was that the special baseball bat in his hand turned into a thick and long bamboo steel whip. A.O. Chun rubbed his sleepy eyes and dozed off. Although the apocalypse has been over for more than 6 days, she, who is used to sleeping in, has not yet fully adapted to the rhythm of the apocalypse. At this moment, in the provincial capital of Yuzhou, the military has gathered most of the zombies together. Countless high-powered lethal firearms exploded at the same time, and the deafening roar was more intense than ever before. Countless zombies had their bodies blown to pieces. However, as long as their heads are still there, they will grab the body parts of other zombies around them and put them into their mouths to chew and devour. Set fire. The military has also discovered that simply killing the zombies is not enough. Blowing their heads apart will only allow other zombies to devour them. So, after research and decision, the flamethrower came in handy. After several rounds of artillery fire, soldiers wearing protective clothing and holding flamethrowers began to advance. The air temperature is getting higher and higher, And in the microscopic world that is invisible to the naked eye, the zombie virus is undergoing drastic changes. They split and combine to become stronger. Finally, a zombie with no more rotting flesh, covered with corpse spots, and agile movements rushed out from the corpse. The flames burned its flesh, but could not burn it immediately. With a snap, it bit through the protective suit. More and more zombies are evolving into flesh zombies. They have stronger defense, greater strength, and greater speed. Even bullets can't knock them down immediately. Those sniper rifles that can blow people to pieces will only make a big hole on the corpses and will not have much impact on them. However, the military was still able to barely fight against it with the help of powerful thermal weapons. Until the temperature kept getting higher and higher, it gave birth to a zombie, which moved freely in the army as if it was in an empty space. In order to kill the zombies as quickly as possible, the warriors did not fight with them, but killed them with guns. Therefore, they had no points, no domineering aura to exchange, and no strength to cultivate. More and more people are being infected, and this is happening in major cities and countries. The zombie crisis, which the military was unable to suppress, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The little bit of order that had been barely maintained suddenly collapsed. This news spread like wildfire in the God-given space. Until this moment, everyone was sure. Civilization no longer exists, and the end of the world cannot be stopped. Chapter 26 Shaoqin, They Leave It to You. They drove on the mountain road for another 3 days. The deep mountains were very quiet. Apart from the zombies they encountered in the Taoist temple, they only occasionally encountered a few small animals that had transformed into corpses. But they were not strong and were easily dealt with by Ao Chun. Suddenly, Ao Chin's ears perked up and he shouted, "Brother, I feel it. It's in front." Ao Xian also perked up and headed for the destination along the route pointed out by Ao Chun. However, many places in the mountains have not been developed, and they soon arrived at a place where cars could not pass. In desperation, I had to abandon the car temporarily. After locking the car on the side of the road, the two men continued on foot. Halfway up the mountain, a thin young man was smoking. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked down. "Huh, a car is coming." Picking up the telescope hanging around his neck, he looked over there. It's an off-road vehicle. They must be people who want to hide in the mountains. Two people, it seems to be a man and a woman. There's something going on. After confirming, he immediately put out his cigarette and ran back. There was a tiled house not far from here. After the young man ran in, he said to the 3 young men who were playing poker, "Brother Fei, 2 people came down the mountain. They're driving an off-road vehicle. There must be a lot of supplies inside. Besides, there's a woman inside." When talking about supplies, the eyes of the guys playing cards lit up, but when talking about women, they immediately stood up excitedly. "Thin Monkey, are you sure?" "Huh, a woman is here. That's great. Damn, I've been feeling pent up these past few days. Without electricity or internet, all I can do is play poker. I'm so sick of it. Come on, brothers, let's have some meat today." With a whoosh, several people threw the cards in their hands onto the table, picked up sticks, hatchets, and other items, and followed the skinny monkey down the mountain. "Brother Fei, I've been wandering around here these days and found a small path down the mountain. We can definitely stop them ahead." Skinny Monkey was also very excited. The boring doomsday life can finally become more fun. At the foot of the mountain, Ao Xian and Ao Chun circled the mountain several times before arriving at the place that Ao Xian sensed. There was a large patch of ferns growing here. Ao Chun walked in, bent down, and pulled up a piece of fern by the roots. There was a strange fruit growing under its roots. The strange shape and weird curly patterns are exactly the devil fruit. "Great! I found another one." Ao Chun jumped and danced with excitement. This was all thanks to her, for young men had just come down from the hillside. When they saw the devil fruit in Ao Chun's hand, their eyes were stunned. "Brother Fei, that's a devil fruit." The skinny monkey's voice was trembling with excitement. Brother Fei slapped him on the forehead. "Nonsense." He was also very excited, because that was a devil fruit. Once he eats the devil fruit, he can also get superpowers. When the time comes, he can go out to hunt zombies to get points, and he can also learn domineering, exchange weapons, and become a strong man. By then, he will be the dominant force with many followers, and he will be able to play with any kind of beauty he wants. In his fantasy, he quickly shouted to Ao Chun, "Hey, put the fruit down." Ao Chun, who was excited, was startled by her. Because she was so focused on her devil fruit, she didn't notice anyone coming nearby. Turning around, She saw several young men holding axes and sticks, staring at the devil fruit in her hand with burning eyes. When she turned around, these people were also staring at her. What a beautiful girl! Fei Gu and others felt that they could only see such a beautiful girl on the internet. Judging from her childish face, it can be seen that the girl is probably still in middle school. He swallowed unconsciously. I am so lucky today. Not only can I get a devil fruit, but also such a beautiful girl comes to my door. He walked forward with a lewd smile, ignoring Ao-xn, and said arrogantly to Ao-chun, "Give me that fruit, and you will be under my protection from now on. Follow me, and I will ensure that you will have a good life in the future." Faced with the young man's arrogant attitude, Ao-chun frowned his delicate little eyebrows. "Who are you? Why should I give it to you?" Ao-xin didn't say anything at the side. He had the ability of observation and sensed these guys as soon as they appeared. But this time he wanted to train Ao-chun. "These guys are in your hands. Kill them." Ao-chun was shocked. She still didn't dare to kill anyone. Ao-xin said, "If you were still the ordinary girl you were before, what would happen if you fell into the hands of these people? You can't bear it. Do you think they won't bear it either? In peacetime, they are the parasites of society. In the end times, they are even more the scum of the world. People like them deserve to die, not to mention that they bully you. What are you waiting for?" He shouted the last sentence so loudly that even the young men were startled. After realizing what was happening, he cursed angrily. "What are you? What's a dog's bark? I'm going to kill you first. It's enough to keep this girl. Just go and die." Several people swung simple weapons to attack Ao-xin, and judging from the positions of their attacks, it was obvious that they were aiming to kill Ao-xin. As a result, Ao-chin got angry. She has the same personality as Ao-xin, so she might be able to tolerate being bullied. But bullying your own family is absolutely not allowed. "You dare to scold my brother? You're looking for death." He reached into his arms, stuffed the devil fruit into the treasure space, and at the same time pulled out his own knife. The long sword was unsheathed, flashing with cold light. After learning the 3 colors of domineering aura, with Ao-xin's personal teaching, her strength improved rapidly. In addition, he has been fighting zombies for many days. Even if he does not enter the human beast form of Duo Bao Rat, his strength is not comparable to these thugs in hiding. The blade cut across the skinny monkey's throat and directly chopped off his head. This is the sword skill honed from fighting zombies. Because the zombies can only be killed by chopping off their heads, every move of Ao-chun is aimed at chopping off their heads. The skinny monkey's head fell to the ground, and Fei Gu and others were horrified. They never imagined that a girl who looked so delicate could be so decisive and cruel when killing people. To them, beheading someone with one sword is a legend. But now it was too late to back down. Either he killed and subdued the girl, or he would be killed. He became ruthless and cursed. "You stinky bitch, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Wait and see how I'll deal with you." After Ao-chin chopped off the skinny monkey's head, he no longer felt the tension of killing. The sword skills he had honed from previous battles with zombies, combined with his strengthened body, made it easy for him to deal with these ordinary thugs. Ao-xin stood aside and watched the fight. Although this girl's fighting skills were rough, they were already very good considering that she had only been training for a short time. Bang! The back of her knife blocked the hatchet of a young man with tattoos on his face. She stepped aside and came to his side. She chopped off another head with her knife. Chapter 27, The San Fruit User. After another person died, the remaining 2 people became even more frightened. As the saying goes, one man willing to die is more than enough to defeat 10,000. If you are cowardly, you won't be able to exert even 1% of your fighting strength. The blade flashed continuously, and within a few seconds, another head rolled down. Ah-Fei was so frightened that his legs trembled. He threw away the axe in his hand, knelt on the ground, and began to beg for mercy. "I'm sorry, please forgive me. Big brother and big sister, I was wrong. Just treat me like a fart." Even if you have seen zombies killing people, the impact caused by a zombie killing someone is different from that caused by a human killing someone. The other party dropped his weapon and begged for mercy, which made Ao-chun, who had already started killing, feel a little at a loss. She looked at Ao-xin blankly, not knowing what to do. Ao-xin said calmly, "Kill." The voice was not loud, but it carried a domineering intimidation, and Ao-chin actually wanted to obey Ao-xin's words unconsciously. The long sword chopped down, and the young man named Fei was beheaded. Xiao Chun, remember, in the end times, if you have any enemies, you must kill them all. Any hesitation or weakness on your part will sow the seeds of your own death. In my previous life, I died because of a moment of weakness. Ao Chen looked at the 4 corpses in front of him. These people were all killed by himself. I felt a little uncomfortable, but not to the point of vomiting. It was just that I was feeling uncomfortable because I had killed someone for the first time. She nodded gently and replied obediently. I remember, brother. The two returned along the same route, with the car still in the same place. After getting in the car, they did not continue to go deeper into the forest, but headed out of the mountain. They obtained 2 devil fruits, but the car's gas was running low. If they couldn't find a gas station to refill diesel, they would have to return now. Due to the further outbreak of the zombie virus, the satellite system has collapsed and navigation can no longer be used. They can only move forward based on their memory. I remember there was a gas station on the way here. Let's go take a look. Driving towards the gas station. At this time, there were almost no cars running frantically for their lives on the highway. People either hide in the city and try to survive, or those who want to run have already run away. However, most of those who ran away died on the road. There was no one on the road, which meant there were very few zombies. Because zombies will be attracted by popularity and gather to places where people gather. There were no obstacles along the way. After arriving at the gas station, he asked Ao Chen to wait in the car while he got out to check the situation at the gas station. Fortunately, there is still some oil left here. After filling up all the empty oil drums in the car, they headed north instead of continuing west. In this way, the straight line distance from home is not too far. They drove north for another 3 days, changing direction several times at Ao Chen's instruction. Unfortunately, they did not find any other devil fruits. After refueling with diesel on the way, they headed northeast. Without navigation, based on my feeling and experience, we should have left Yuzhou and arrived in Bingzhou area. We'll search for another 3 days. Whether we find it or not, we'll go back. AOXIN said. The satellite navigation has failed. If we continue to run, we will probably get lost and can't find the direction of home. Ao Chen nodded. Okay, let's look for another 3 days. She couldn't accept that she had only found 2 devil fruits after being out for so many days. She thought that with the ability of her own fruit, she should be able to find at least a dozen fruits. After all, according to AOXIN, there are at least 10,000 devil fruits in the world. It's already good to find 2. There are 10,000 satellites scattered all over the world. We are only in China at most, and we have only searched parts of Yuzhou and Bingzhou. You can find 2, which is already incredible. After being praised, Ao Chen felt a little happier, but he still said, 2 is too few. We should at least give 1 to Mom, 1 to Brother Meng Kuei, and 1 to Sister Xiao. We still need 1. In fact, there are 3 fruits in her treasure space, but one of them is the thunder fruit, which she left for her brother to eat after using the magic potion. She believed that her brother would be able to get the only 2 redemption options in the God-given store. On the desolate road, a civilian armored vehicle was speeding on the highway. Suddenly, a gust of yellow sand rolled up. AOXIN frowned slightly and stopped the car. Brother, what's wrong? Ao Chen, who was dozing off, was awakened by the sudden braking. She looked around blankly. The road was still deserted and there were no zombies. We have guests. AOXIN picked up the bamboo steel whip at hand, pushed open the car door, and got out. As he walked out of the car, the rolling yellow sand in front of him suddenly calmed down and turned into a person. In the car, Ao Chen's eyes widened when he saw this scene. Natural sansan fruit? All of a sudden, I lost all sleepiness and opened the car door and got out. For her, the armored vehicle was not the safest place. On the contrary, it was safer after she got out. Standing on the ground, she could burrow into the ground and escape at any time, which was much more convenient than being in a car. AOXIN heard the sound of the car door and knew that Ao Chen was getting out, but he did not stop him. It was indeed not very safe in the car. The yellow sand condensed, and a tall young man in casual clothes appeared. He had a resolute face, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and he looked up and down at the Ao brothers and sisters. There are many people who can still run in the wild at this time. He put his hands in his pockets and looked very relaxed. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Hui, the user of the nature-type sansan fruit. Do you want to join my forces? AOXIN replied expressionlessly. No need. He knew that Li Hui had become famous in his previous life. He was an extremely famous person not only in China, but also in the whole world. Relying on his natural abilities, his strength increased rapidly. He formed his own force and called himself the Emperor of the Desert. In order to make this title more realistic, he even led his men on an expedition from Bingzhou to the Gobi Desert, all the way to the Middle East, making him invincible. It was not until several powerful men in the West became wary of his rapid expansion and joined forces to suppress him that his sphere of influence was reduced. But his strength has been recognized and was named one of the top 10 strongest people in the world. Although he has not been practicing for a long time, he is the mysterious descendant of ancient martial arts. After the end of the world, his already strong physique, coupled with his experience in ancient martial arts, makes his practice faster than ordinary people. Even now, he has probably already awakened his armament haki. Coupled with the natural type Sansan fruit, he can kill even a corpse. Don't want. Li Hui was not angry when he was rejected. He had a hunch that this young man was extraordinary. That was his intuition as an ancient warrior about the strong. But what can you do even if you are strong? Do you have the haki of armament? Can you capture your own elemental body? Even if he had armament haki, with the armament haki that had just awakened, he would not be able to be his opponent. My friend, this is the end of the world. If you rashly refuse an invitation from a powerful person, you will lose your life. Chapter 28. Chasing and Beating. Oh. Aoxin carried the steel whip on his shoulder and looked at Li Hui with a half-smile. What can you do? Li Hui looked cold. Before the end of the world, he was the most dazzling one in the crowd. In the end times, he is still powerful and unrivaled. My invitation, which was sent out of curiosity, was actually ignored. A punch came out like lightning, and Aoxin swung the steel whip and smashed it down. He won't fight you in a fair fist-to-fist fight. It's the end of the world now. Who the hell is going to talk to you about martial ethics? Li Hui didn't care. His arm quickly turned into sand, and the fist in front of him still hit Aoxin's cheek. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Li Hui was shocked and quickly transformed into an element and flew into the sky. He could feel that when the opponent's steel whip hit his arm, it directly hit his elemental body. The powerful blow directly broke his arm. Does he have armament haki? Li Hui was shocked. Not only did the opponent have armament haki, but his domineering level was definitely higher than his own. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it, but the next scene forced him to believe it. Do you think you can escape by flying into the sky? How could Aoxin let him go easily after being attacked for no reason? He carried the steel whip on his back and transformed into a green dragon. He caught up with the ball of yellow sand in the sky and grabbed it with his dragon claws. Qinglong? Li Hui cursed inwardly. Fuck, you're the one who ate the azure dragon fruit. Thanks to the existence of the God-given space, many scenes of people with special abilities fighting were recorded and uploaded. The most famous ones are the blue dragon fruit, the Sansha fruit, and a former female anchor who had the ability to create a queen of flowers. However, to date, the female anchor has still not announced the name of her fruit ability. In addition to them, there are some other people with special abilities, but their achievements are not as good as Qinglong and Xia, and their popularity is not as good as that of the female anchor. Li Hui knew that he had hit a wall. The opponent was not only powerful and domineering, but also the strongest mythical beast. But it was this person who didn't even know his own abilities, which led to a misjudgment and a broken arm. And it's my dominant right arm. How can we fight this? The yellow sand rolled up, trying to hinder Qinglong's pursuit. A fierce wind blew out of the azure dragon's mouth, and countless wind blades broke the yellow sand into pieces. Damn it! Li Hui was annoyed. The opponent had a good grasp of the power of the fruit and could directly defeat his attack. You win! Stop chasing me. In desperation, he could only give in and apologize to Aoxin. Sorry, it's my fault. But how can an apology make Aoxin stop? This guy is a strong competitor in the future. It would be nice if we could kill him now. A breath of hot air was exhaled, and countless yellow sands were baked in a glass and fell down. Seeing that he was chasing him closely, Li Hui could only speed up and run away. The natural flying ability is very convenient, while Azure Dragon's flight relies on holding onto the flame cloud, which is relatively cumbersome, so the speed of the two is almost the same. After chasing for several minutes, Li Hui suddenly fell to the ground. Aoxin thought that he was exhausted and unable to use the power of his fruit, so he fell to the ground as well. However, after landing, a zombie suddenly appeared from the side and rushed towards them. Li Hui transformed into an element and passed through the zombies directly. Aoxin did not see the zombies appear because his vision was blocked by the yellow sand. This caught him off guard, but fortunately he had the ability to sense the danger and quickly transformed into human beast form, took off the bamboo steel whip on his back, and faced the zombie. Brother, This zombie is here to apologize to you. How about writing off all the offenses I've done to you? Li Hui stood behind the zombie and did not take the opportunity to escape. Instead, he started chatting with Aoxin. Oh, how do you want to make amends? Aoxin whipped the zombie and repelled it. The violent power made Li Hui terrified. Is this the power of the Azure Dragon form of the mythical beast? It's really abnormal. I'll help you kill this zombie, and the points will be yours, Li Hui said. Now the zombies are constantly evolving, first into flesh corpses and then into zombies. This kind of monster is not something we can resist now, but with my help it will be much easier for you to kill it. How do you think? Aoxin was thinking while fighting. He thought that killing zombies was not impossible for him since he already had experience once. However, there is a user with natural abilities nearby who is eyeing him eagerly, so he is inevitably restrained in the fight. But if he wants to leave, the zombies can't stop him. Killing a zombie gives you 1 point, 10 points for a corpse. Zombie 100 points. But if you kill an enemy at a higher level, the points will be multiplied by 10 for each level you surpass. Just like before, Aoxin killed a 2-star zombie at the bronze skin realm, surpassing 1 level and thus obtaining 1,000 points. 1,000 points is a lot for most people, but for Aoxin, it is not difficult. There is absolutely no need to kill this zombie. Besides, it is not near my home and poses no threat to me. But I think it's more valuable to kill you. After Aoxin repelled the zombies, he attacked Li Hui again. Fuck, are you sick? Li Hui quickly transformed into an element and flew towards the zombie. After passing through the zombie, Aoxin had to face this zombie again. After repeating this many times, Aoxin stopped chasing him and taunted him. Don't run if you dare, Li Hui retorted. Come after me if you dare. Aoxin, don't run towards the zombies if you dare. Li Hui, kill the zombies if you dare. Aoxin, damn, this guy is so cunning that he uses zombies as a shield. It will be difficult for me to kill him in a short time. It turns out that to become a strong man in the end times, it takes more than just strong physical strength. Only by thinking quickly and being thick-skinned can you resolve crises time and time again. Seeing that it was difficult to kill Li Hui, Aoxin turned into a blue dragon and flew into the sky. I hope that next time I see you, there will be zombies to protect you. As a result, Li Hui caught up from behind, etc. Qing Long turned around. Why? Are you looking for death? Li Hui's head appeared in the elemental yellow sand. He kept a distance from Aoxin. I apologize to you again. It was my fault for recruiting you and attacking you. But there is a deal I want to discuss with you. Aoxin sneered. Help me kill zombies? Do you think I'm stupid? He was not familiar with Li Hui and could not trust him at all. Who knows if Li Hui will stab himself in the back during the so-called cooperation? Or finally get the head? Li Hui shook his head. No, I have a devil fruit, and I want to make a deal with you. Huh? Aoxin then said seriously, Devil fruit? Are you willing to trade it? Li Hui said, I have eaten the Shasha fruit. The magic potion requires a full 100 million points. I don't know when I can save enough points. Of course, I have to use this fruit for trading. Tell me about it. Aoxin sighed that this man was so lucky. Without his own advantage of prophecy and Ao Chin's ability, he was able to get 2 fruits. Chapter 29 Transaction. Come down to talk? Seeing that Aoxin was willing to listen, Li Hui asked tentatively. Okay, let's go back to where we met before. He was worried about Ao Chin's safety and wanted to go back to check on him. Li Hui had no objection, and the two returned to the original place, leaving only the zombies' unwilling roars. At the armored vehicle, Ao Chin was sitting on the front of the vehicle basking in the sun. She believed that her brother would be able to defeat that man, so she was not worried. Suddenly, a green dragon fell from the sky, followed by a gust of yellow sand. Brother, have you never fought? Ao Chin was startled and jumped off the front of the car, ready to escape underground at any time. But then he thought again, if his brother couldn't win, he would definitely not lead the enemy to his side. Or, brother wants to run away with himself? He was ready to jump onto the back of the Azure Dragon, but saw the Azure Dragon fall down and turn into a human form, followed by yellow sand that also landed not far away and condensed into the shape of Li Hui. This made Ao Chin confused. Quietly tugged at Aoxin's sleeve. Brother, what's going on? Haven't you ever fought before? But looking at Li Hui's still drooping arms and disheveled breath, he doesn't look like he is very strong. Aoxin said, How is that possible? He said he wanted to discuss business with us. Business? Ao Chin didn't know what business there was to discuss in the apocalypse. According to Ao Xian, isn't it about relying on fists in the apocalypse? He has a devil fruit and wants to trade with us. Ao Xian's words made Ao Chin jump up, and even his voice became louder. Devil fruit? But why should we trade with him? Can't we just rob him? The little girl has gradually adapted to the rhythm of the apocalypse and is trying to grab everything. Li Hui, can you at least keep this secret from others? You heard it all? What's the mindset of these two siblings? One chases me and beats me up, determined to kill me, and the other starts snatching me. Ao Xian said to him. Tell me, what do you need? Although he could beat Li Hui up, it was not easy to kill him. Otherwise, he would have wanted to snatch him away directly. Seeing Ao Xian's eyes, Li Hui took a step back unconsciously. These brother and sister still want to snatch me away. But since we are here, let's talk about it first. 3 conditions. Li Hui held up 3 fingers. First, I want 10,000 points. Second, I want you to help me kill that zombie. Third, I want to form an alliance with you. Ao Xian was surprised. This request was not high. The value of the devil fruit is at least 100,000 points. This is still worthy of the common species of animals. If it is a mythical beast, I won't sell it even for 1,000,000 points. However, Li Hui does not know the ability of the fruit in his hand. Killing zombies only gives 1,000 points. Ao Xian has experience in killing zombies and can do it with some effort. The key is the third one, alliance. You are in Bingzhou, and I am in Yuzhou. Even if you and I form an alliance, I can't help you. Ao Xian said so. Li Hui said, although we are weak now, what about the future? He smiled brilliantly. I can see that you are not someone who can be inferior to others. You will definitely build your own power. Coincidentally, me too. In time, I believe that your influence will spread throughout Yuzhou, and I will dominate Bingzhou. At that time, the rising forces will definitely not be just the two of us, and Yuzhou borders Bingzhou. What I want is an alliance at that time. Ao Xian was surprised. It was no wonder that this man could become a world-famous desert emperor. His plans were so far-reaching. Now, the end of the world is only about 10 days away, and he has already thought about what will happen after he dominates a state and has formed an alliance with himself at this time. He calculated that he would be able to accomplish great things. What could be done with 1 devil fruit now would require 10 or even 100 of them by that time. Do you really trust us to become the strongest in Yuzhou? What if I don't recognize you then? Ao Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, wanting to see how Li Hui would answer. Li Hui put one hand in his pocket and said with a smile, since you can force me to run around, I believe you will achieve great things. As for whether you will admit it, that depends on my strength at that time. As long as I am strong enough, it is a win-win situation for both of us. Why don't you agree? On the contrary, if I am not strong enough, I would be worried about being swallowed up by you. Ao Xian smiled. What he said made sense. It would be great to have such an ally in the future. Okay, I promise. With one hand, he pressed the bamboo whip into the ground and reached out to Li Hui. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ao Xian, and this is my sister Ao Chun. Li Hui's eyes twitched, and he didn't know whether he should shake hands with him. He was afraid that the man would become hostile if he went over, and he would have nowhere to run to. But he has always been very courageous and confident in his own vision. He walked over slowly, stretched out his left hand from his pocket, and shook hands with Ao Xian. You will be a powerful ally. But the next moment, his face changed and he felt a sharp pain in his palm. Ao Xian's strength was astonishingly great. Just when he thought Ao Xian was going to get angry, Ao Xian loosened his hand and said, Happy cooperation. Li Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. Happy cooperation. The devil fruit is not with me. Wait a moment, I'll go back and get it. After saying that, he turned into yellow sand and left quickly. After he left, Ao Chen asked curiously, Brother, aren't you afraid that he will run away and not come back? Ao Xian replied, Just run away, we can't kill him anyway. Let's wait for a day. If he doesn't come back, we will leave. Li Hui did not run away directly. He soon returned with a backpack. Brother Ao, you know the value of the devil fruit. Let's trade 10,000 points first. I'll give you the fruit and then we can go kill zombies. How about that? Ao Xian refused. Give me the fruit first. Li Hui. But soon he smiled and said, Okay, I believe in Brother Ao's character. As he said that, he took out the devil fruit from his backpack and handed it to Ao Xian. Ao Xian looked at it and didn't recognize it. He handed it to Ao Chun and said, Keep it. Ao Chun nodded repeatedly and stuffed the fruit into his chest. Li Hui. Oh my god, what did I see? Why doesn't the fruit bulge out after being stuffed in? Is that the legendary four-dimensional cleavage? Is your sister also a devil fruit user? Aoxin did not hide it. That's right. Then he looked at Li Hui with a half-smile. Do you think that if I turn against you, you can hold Xiaochen hostage? Li Hui blinked. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Ao Chen puffed out his proud chest and said, Just you? You can't catch me, Li Hui asked. I wonder what kind of fruit my sister is. Ao Chen raised his head proudly. Want to know? Call me sister, and I'll tell you. Li Hui said he didn't want to talk to her. If I couldn't beat your brother. This brother and sister are so annoying. Chapter 30 Kill Zombies Again. After getting the devil fruit, Aoxin added Li Hui as a friend and transferred 10,000 points to him. I knew you must have 10,000 points. Although Li Hui had some guesses, he was still surprised to see that Aoxin actually transferred 10,000 points. This means that Aoxin has killed 10,000 zombies. There is no way he didn't redeem something. That is, he actually got more points. I thought I was invincible, but I didn't expect there was such a genius in the world. Let's go and help you kill zombies. Aoxin and Ao Chen got back into the car, and Li Hui also turned into a gust of yellow sand and sat directly in the trunk. You are so shameless. While driving, Aoxin complained. Is your arm serious? Can you still fight? Li Hui hung his arms. As an ancient martial artist, his spirit was indeed strong. Even though his bones were broken, he did not even groan in pain. My fighting ability is not very good, but I can still use the power of the fruit. Let me take a break. It's really tiring to fight with you. Ao Chen snorted. It was obviously you who was beaten unilaterally. Li Hui gritted his teeth in hatred. This brother and sister are really good for nothings. Aoxin gave Ao Chen a thumbs up. Nice job. Then he asked Li Hui, why do you have to kill that zombie? With your natural elemental ability, he can't threaten you. Can't you wait until you are stronger before killing him? Li Hui sighed. After the zombies evolved into zombies, they are no longer a species. Ordinary guns and cannons are no longer effective against them, and their strength is amazing. All kinds of vehicles and houses are vulnerable to zombie attacks. It took me a lot of effort to lure it out of the city. I found you guys when I was taking a break. I wanted to invite you guys, but I ended up losing a devil fruit. But we found that zombies will automatically move closer to human settlements. Even if I lead this zombie out of the city, it will go back in less than 2 days. Now humans can't resist it. So, killing it is the best option. Therefore, after he discovered that Aoxin was the rumored Azure Dragon boss in the shrine space, he came up with the idea of luring him to the zombies and using the dragon to kill the zombies. Here we are. It's nearby. The three got off the car and soon saw the zombie jumping around aimlessly, but the direction he was jumping was always towards the city. Be careful. Run away if you're in danger. Zombies are not something you can handle with your current strength. After Aoxin gave Ao Chen some instructions, he and Li Hui went to surround the zombies. A dragon roar sounded, and Aoxin transformed into a human beast form, holding a bamboo steel whip and smashing it on the zombie's forehead. Behind the zombie, Li Hui summoned a cloud of yellow sand to wrap around the zombie's ankles, blocking the zombie's movement. The zombie's ankles were buried in the yellow sand, and he lost his balance and fell forward. Aoxin certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He wrapped the steel whip with a strong electric current and smashed it down on the zombie's forehead. Bang! With a loud bang, the zombie's fontanelle cracked and green brain matter flowed out. But this was not enough. Another breath of hot air came out, and the zombie's hair and clothes were burned to ashes. But at this moment, the zombie also forcibly broke free from the yellow sand and jumped up to pounce on Aoxin. The zombie's sharp nails pierced into the steel whip, making a sound of metal clashing. Aoxin swept the steel whip across, trying to break the zombie's arm bones. At the same time, the dragon's tail hit the zombie's calf knee from the other side. The zombie tried to resist, but yellow sand rolled over from behind, turning into a sword and chopped down at the zombie's head. Aoxin alone can barely suppress the zombies, and Li Hui behind him can output without worry. Can't the sand fruit absorb water? You can suck the water out of his body and turn him into a dried corpse. Maybe that will weaken his fighting power. Aoxin gave Li Hui some thoughtful suggestions. But Li Hui didn't want to accept it at all and felt that there were always villains who wanted to harm me. What if I absorb the zombie virus from him into my body? TSK. This guy is quite careful. Since I can't cheat him, forget it. Aoxin focused on dealing with the zombies. The steel whip fell, and the high-voltage current on it hit the zombie's body, causing it to emit a burnt smell. While the yellow sand was binding the zombie's limbs again, Aoxin quickly hit one of its arms with a steel whip. This arm had been hit by the steel whip many times and was covered with cracks. Now, after this hit, it broke directly. The arms fell limply, and the dragon's tail hit the zombie's abdomen, knocking it down. Then, the steel whip fell like a torrential rain, breaking both of his femurs. The zombie roared, but his leg bones were broken and he couldn't stand up. He stepped on the zombie's last intact paw with one foot, and the powerful force made the zombie unable to pull his hand out. The steel whip smashed down violently, removing the last arm. His limbs are broken, so you can chop off his head. He stepped back and said to Li Hui. Li Hui nodded, and his left arm turned into a sand blade, slashing at the zombie's neck. Bang! The sand blade is sharp. Even if the zombie's skin and flesh are hard, its throat is the most vulnerable part. What's more, Aoxin's repeated fire-breathing and lightning attacks have made his skin much more fragile. But even so, Li Hui chopped down the zombie with the sand blade more than 10 times before the zombie's head rolled off, and it could no longer struggle. Your steel whip is really cruel. After chopping off the zombie's head, Li Hui was surprised to find that he had an extra 10,000 points. Because he is not yet at the bronze skin realm, killing this zombie is a cross-level kill, and he will directly obtain 100 times the points. He had tried to test the defense of this zombie, but he was unable to break it by himself. But now, Aoxin used a steel whip to directly break the hardest limbs. If it weren't for the thunder and fire that weakened the zombie's defenses, he wouldn't even be able to chop off their heads. Thinking about the blow that broke his arm bone, he cursed him in his heart as a pervert. He muttered secretly, "Are all the mythical beasts so powerful?" Suddenly, I felt that my own shasha fruit was no longer fragrant. Aoxin shrugged his shoulders. He had to leave the zombie to Li Hui, otherwise he would have smashed the zombie's head long ago. Walking towards the car, Ao-chin was looking at the battle over there. When she saw them coming back, she asked curiously, "Brother, why don't you just kill this zombie? Why remove its limbs?" Aoxin explained, "So that Li Hui can kill it." But Ao-chun frowned, as if there was something he couldn't figure out. "Killing zombies is just for points. Can't you just kill it and give the points to Li Hui?" Aoxin and Li Hui looked at each other. "Yeah, why bother yourself with this?" Then I thought, no. Li Hui's level is lower than mine, but the points he gets from killing zombies are 10 times as much as mine. This seems to be a way to get rich. If I cripple the zombies myself, and then let Ao-chin kill them, wouldn't the reward points be increased tenfold? Chapter 31. This kid must not be allowed to stay. After parting with Li Hui, Aoxin and Li Hui continued driving eastward. There are indeed many benefits to forming an alliance with Li Hui. His power will be very great in the future, and by then, he will be able to use the privileges of the God-given membership to trade with Li Hui's forces to earn points. After traveling eastward for 3 days and not finding any other devil fruits, Aoxin decided to return. It has been 17 days since I left home, and the world has completely fallen into the apocalypse. Water and electricity were cut off everywhere. Transportation was paralyzed, and everything that human civilization depended on had been destroyed. The suppression by the military of various countries has instead catalyzed the evolution of zombies. The bald eagle and the northern bear on the other side of the ocean even used nuclear weapons to try to eliminate a wave of zombies. As a result, it directly catalyzed the emergence of a 3-star zombie that is stronger than zombies. The Mao zombie. Today, those places have become ghost zones with no living creatures and are a paradise for zombies. The collapse of a satellite system also made navigation invalid, but Aoxin still relied on his experience from his previous life to control the direction and distance and return home. On the way, Ao-chin suddenly shouted, "Brother, there's a treasure! There is a treasure! I can sense the treasure again." Aoxin immediately followed her instructions and headed towards the place where the treasure appeared. This is the urban-rural fringe area, so there are relatively few zombies. On the way, he tried out his idea, but the result was not good. Ao-chin's level was too low. Although he was a mythical beast, he had no strength bonus. Even if he removed the zombie's limbs, it would still take Ao-chin a long time to behead a flesh corpse. However, the speed of obtaining points has still been greatly improved. He knew that soon the scoring rules of the God-given space would change. At that time, getting points will no longer be based on killing zombies, but will be divided equally based on the damage caused to the zombies. There aren't many opportunities to get this kind of benefits. In his previous life, he had been struggling at the bottom of the world and had never enjoyed this opportunity to make a fortune. In this life, although Ao-chan can take advantage of others, there are pros and cons. The disadvantage is that Ao-chan will have fewer opportunities to fight, and his strength improvement will slow down. You know, the practice of domineering is all about bodybuilding and fighting. In the end times, if you're slow in one step, all steps will be slow. Those strong men are fighting all the time to keep their strength at the forefront. The car drove to a farm where there was an orchard. I guess business here was pretty good before the end of the world. But now many fruit trees have been trampled by zombies. The two men got out of the car and were about to walk into the orchard when they saw a man walking out of the orchard holding a hatchet tied to a wooden stick. This is a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 30s. His face looks a bit weathered due to years of planting trees and running a farmhouse and cooking. However, when Ao-xian saw him, his expression changed. "It's him. Who are you?" The man shouted in a rough voice and raised the homemade weapon in his hand towards Ao-xian and the other man. "Us." Ao-chan was about to explain to him when he saw Ao-xian swung the steel whip in his hand and smashed the man's head. "Elder brother?" Ao-chan was a little confused. Although his brother had become very cold-blooded and cruel, he had never killed anyone without asking the reason. "This is one of my enemies in my previous life," Ao-xian explained calmly, and then he heard a sharp shout behind him. "Daong! Ah! I'm going to kill you." When I turned around, I saw a middle-aged woman rushing towards me like crazy with a kitchen knife. After hearing the woman scream, two more old men came out of the house. They still looked strong. One of them was holding a hoe, and the other was holding a shovel. When they saw the body of the man lying on the ground, they felt like they were struck by lightning. "Xiaono!" The old man trembled. Seeing the blood on Ao-xian's steel whip, he knew what had happened. "Brother?" Ao-chan felt guilty and didn't know what to do. But Ao-xian had already taken action, and 10 seconds later, 3 more corpses appeared on the ground. He still didn't stop, kicked open the door, and walked into the room. In the room, there was a little boy of 3 or 4 years old looking at him with horror. Ao-chan chased after him from behind. He just heard his brother talk about enemies in the previous life, and then he saw him kill all of them. However, no matter what kind of enemy he is, a 3 or 4-year-old child cannot threaten him. Looking back at Ao-chan, Ao-xian put down the steel whip in his hand and said, "Give me your knife." As Ao-chan took out the knife, he asked anxiously, "Are we going to kill this child too?" Ao-xian smiled and said, "Give him a chance." As he said this, he exchanged it for a piece of tenderloin meat and placed the meat and the knife in front of the boy. "Pick one. If you choose the right one, I won't kill you." The boy's trembling eyes scanned the knife and the meat, and finally focused on Ao-xian's face, as if he wanted to remember the appearance of the man in front of him. Boom! The steel whip hit the ground heavily, and Ao-xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The boy was so scared that he quickly grabbed the piece of meat and looked at Ao-xian with pleading eyes. Ao-chan said, "Brother, he chose the meat. Do we still have to kill him?" Ao-xian said coldly, "I killed his entire family, but he chose meat instead of the knife. This boy is so cunning, he must not be allowed to stay." After saying that, in front of the boy's horrified eyes, he raised the steel whip and smashed the boy's head. Ao-chan. She was a little confused. What if he chooses a knife? Ao-xian said, "Choosing a knife means he holds a grudge and wants to kill me. Of course, the person who wants to kill me must die." Ao-tin. What if he chooses both? Ao-xian. He is so greedy. When he grows up, I'm afraid killing me alone won't be enough. He will kill our whole family, so he must be eliminated. Ao-chan was shocked. What if he doesn't choose anything? Ao-xian walked towards another room while answering. "You dare not give me face now. Won't you kill me later? Then you can't let me stay." Ao-kin. He stroked his forehead with one hand and said, "So you must kill him, right? Then why are you doing so many fancy things? By the way, what is the grudge between you and this family that requires you to kill them?" Ao-xian searched every room carefully, including all corners, all cabinets, under the bed, etc. "What are you looking for? The devil fruit isn't here." Ao-xian continued to rummage through the boxes and cabinets. His voice could be heard from the falling things. "See if there are any fish that have slipped through the net." Ao-chan was puzzled and said, "There can't be someone hiding in the dressing box. Why are you even looking through the plastic bag?" Ao-xian said confidently, Who knows if anyone has eaten some weird devil fruit, such as becoming smaller or turning into a plastic bag or something like that? After searching carefully and making sure that there was nothing left, he took Ao Chin away. Before leaving, he poured all the oil and other flammable materials in the house on the ground, exhaled a breath of hot air, and set the house on fire. Looking at the fire with satisfaction, he said to Ao Chun, "Go find a devil fruit. The fire will soon burn the orchard." Chapter 32. Returning home. Meng Kuei is injured. In the orchard, there are kiwi trees filled with densely packed fruits. Among these fruits, there is one that looks particularly special. Its color is deep emerald green, with black fluff and curly lines on the surface. It's the devil fruit. This fruit was hidden very carefully among many fruits. If Ao Chin had not been able to directly lock its location, it would not have been easy to find it even if he knew there were devil fruits in the orchard. This fruit may be the one that the person ate in his previous life. That fruit is really powerful. After giving the fruit to Ao Chin put it into his own treasure space, and the two returned to the car and headed towards Bianqing. On the way, Ao Xin told the story of his past life relationship with his family. That man was once a member of my team. I also helped his family, but they later betrayed me and joined a stronger person. There is nothing wrong with this. In troubled times, changing sides is commonplace. You should follow whoever is stronger. This is the most basic principle. Of course, when I met him, he no longer lived here. Instead, he led his wife and children into the city. I never heard him mention his parents. Maybe they died on the road. Later, he led his men to attack my base, causing us to suffer heavy losses. We couldn't hold on any longer, so he led his men to join another strong man. One day, we had a fight. That organization was wiped out, and I killed him and his wife. Someone who had been following me advised me to let his child go, and I finally agreed. But I didn't expect that because I let that brat go, he would come after me for revenge, and I narrowly escaped death several times. In the end, thanks to the conspiracy of a couple, I was killed by that little beast. When will the cycle of revenge end? When one party dies, the injustice will naturally be resolved. Ao Xin stepped on the accelerator hard. Damn, there's a pair of bastards there. Don't let me find them. Otherwise, I will kill their whole family. Ao Chun then understood what happened to his brother in his previous life, and also knew why he searched through all the drawers and even set fire to the house. Brother, in this life, we have so many devil fruits that we won't be bullied anymore. Ao Chin comforted her brother softly. She couldn't imagine how difficult it was for her brother in her previous life to live in the apocalypse without the ability of prophecy and the power of devil fruit. 5 days later, they returned to Bianqing. At this time, high-level zombies appeared in major provincial capitals due to military suppression, but small wireless cities like Bianqing turned out to be a blessing in disguise, with the highest being just 1-star corpses. When I got home, the car still had half a tank of gas left. It would be inconvenient if I wanted to go out again. Meng Kuei did a good job. At the doorstep of the house, a lot of fences and barbed wire were installed downstairs, surrounding the entrance to the building. Ordinary zombies could not enter, and it was also difficult for flesh zombies to come in. Of course, if there are zombies, they can easily destroy these obstacles. Fortunately, there are no high-level zombies in Bianqing. In the middle of the obstacle, there are several layers of thick iron doors. I don't know where Meng Kuei got these things from, but when he saw a large truck next to it, he knew that this should also be found by Meng Kuei. I don't have the key, so I can't easily break down the obstacles in front of my house. I said to Ao Chun, "Come, I'll carry you." He transformed into a green dragon and carried Ao Chun directly to his bedroom window. Opened the window and got in. As soon as I entered the house, I heard someone talking in the living room. It's my father and Meng Kuei. The two opened the door and walked out. "Dad, Mom, we're back." The sudden appearance of the two startled several people in the room. Only when I saw clearly that it was the two of them did I breathe a sigh of relief. "Why did you come out of the bedroom?" Ao Xin smiled and said, "I see that the entrance to our corridor is blocked by an obstacle. It would be a shame if it were destroyed. It would just turn into a green dragon and fly up. I haven't seen my family for several days. Seeing them now makes me feel very close and at ease. The family is still safe." At this time, his father was bandaging Meng Kuei's wound. Ao Xin was shocked. If someone was injured in the apocalypse, it would most likely be caused by zombies, which would cause the person to transform into a corpse. What happened to Meng Kuei? He is already prepared to kill Meng Kuei. Once he turns into a corpse, it will be no joke. Father Ao Kong immediately understood his concerns and waved his hand. Meng-Ka was bitten on the shoulder while trying to stop the zombies for your mother, but I have used the power of the surgery fruit to remove the piece of flesh so it won't get infected. Ao Kong stood between Ao Xin and Meng-Ka. He was very moved by the scene where Meng-Ka risked his life to help Zhang Hong resist the zombies. He even felt that this was like a godson to him. Ao Xin was still a little worried. The zombie virus was extremely virulent. Once infected, the corpse would transform very quickly. Would it really be okay if he just took out a piece of meat? But Meng-Ka did help his family a lot, so he couldn't be too ruthless and decided to wait and see for a while. Meng-Ka said, "Don't worry, boss. I live downstairs. Even if I get infected, I won't affect you." Downstairs. AOXN doesn't know about this yet. Zhang Hong explained. After the Chen family died, Meng-Ka went to get some building materials to block our building, and then he took the initiative to move to the first floor, saying that he could help us find and resist zombies as soon as possible. So he has been living in the original Zhao family on the first floor for the past few days. Ao Kong said, "I have studied the zombie virus. It turns blood black. When Meng-Ka was bitten, I used the power of the surgery fruit to cut off the bitten part. That part just started to turn black, and the rest of the place was fine. It should not have had time to spread." AOXIN kept a close eye on Meng-Ka's body to prevent him from suddenly turning into a zombie and hurting others. Seeing that AOXIN was worried, Meng-Ka took the initiative to go downstairs, and AOXIN followed him. "Your arm is injured now, and your fighting ability is reduced. If zombies come, it will be difficult for you to resist. I am here to ensure that you are safe. Of course, if you turn into a zombie, I will kill you without hesitation." AOXIN said bluntly that this was not the time to be euphemistic. Meng-Ka smiled bitterly to show his understanding. "I understand, boss." The two came to the room on the first floor. Meng-Ka sat on the sofa to rest. The atmosphere was a little awkward. AOXIN entered the God-given space and exchanged it for a big cock like Luffy's favorite. This thing not only has a good effect of restoring physical strength, but also can heal external injuries. The price of one piece is as much as 100 points. It was a luxury that people of this period could not afford. "Take this. It will help heal your arm wound quickly." He handed the big dick to Meng-Ka. Although this thing could not resist the zombie virus, it had a good effect in healing wounds. Chapter 33: Sharing the Fruit. AOXN stayed in Meng-Ka's room for half a day, and only after confirming that his body had not turned into a zombie did he take him back upstairs. "Boss, I won't go. I can rest downstairs," AOXIN said. "You have done a great job. You deserve a reward." Hearing the praise, Meng-Ka's eyes were hot. What was the boss doing outside for so long? Wasn't he just looking for a devil fruit? Can I get a devil fruit? It seems that all the efforts these days have not been in vain. Following AOXIN upstairs, Ao-Chen had already changed his clothes and washed his body with clean water. "Xiao-Chen, take out the devil fruit. Let's identify which one is more suitable." After getting AOXIN's consent, Ao-Chen immediately took out the devil fruit excitedly. In addition to the thunder fruit, there are 4 in total. There was one for the factory in the provincial capital, one for the mountains and forests, one given by Li Hui, and the last one was for the orchard. Xiao-Xin, the appraisal fee is 1,000. For pieces is 4,000. It's too expensive. Zhang Hong felt that it was unnecessary to spend money to identify the fruit. Who wouldn't eat this thing if they got it? These days, the old couple have gradually become familiar with life in the apocalypse and have a deep understanding of the devil fruit, domineering, and other systems. Thanks to the points AOXIN gave them in advance, their physical condition is now very good. Although he hasn't reached the level of awakening his domineering aura, his mental outlook has become younger. AOXIN didn't think it was expensive. "We have Xiao-Chen. There must be more than this many devil fruits. Of course, we have to eat the best. Identification is still necessary." After examining the 4 devil fruits one by one, he was surprised to find that they were all quite good. What I mean by good is that not a single animal is of ordinary species. One of them is of superhuman type, and 3 are of animal type. They are parahuman type seamed fruit, animal type bull fruit mythical beast ferocious form, animal type bird fruit mythical beast Pleiades form, animal series bull fruit ancient species Elasmotherium form. There are actually 2 mythical beast species. AOXIN strongly suspected that Duobao rat had a hidden attribute of extra luck. Another animal is also an ancient species, the Elasmotherium, an ancient giant rhinoceros with super thick fur and a huge sharp horn. It can be imagined that the elasmotherium form will provide enormous strength and defense to the eater. The Alhun is a legendary beast that looks like a cow, has 4 horns and very long hair. It is said to be born in the underworld, loves to eat humans, and is extremely ferocious. As for Pleiades, he is simply a god. The Pleiades star official among the 28 mansions is also absolutely extraordinary. The family was also surprised when they learned the result. They thought that having a devil fruit was good enough, but who knew they could get such a good fruit? Mom, you pick first. Apart from the ancient animal type, the other 3 are all good. The superhuman type, seam fruit, can sew everything together. Although it is not very lethal, its ability to trap the enemy is unmatched. If it is well developed, it will surely not be weaker than the string fruit. Of course, I hope you choose these 2 mythical beasts. After all, in the end times, the body is the foundation, and the fruit is just the icing on the cake. Zhang Hong did not refuse this time. She now understood that in the end times, the greatest help to her son was to become strong, and saving money was useless. I choose the seam fruit. Zhang Hong picked up the seam fruit and said, I've read a lot of introductions to devil fruits these days, and this fruit has pretty good abilities. It just so happens that your mom is a costume maker, and she also likes this ability. Your dad is also thinking of catching a zombie to study. With this fruit, the zombie can be completely trapped, which is quite helpful. I'll leave the mythical beast species to you young people. As she said that, she ate the superhuman type seam fruit. Having seen how Ao Chun and Ao Kong ate the fruit, she knew that the fruit was unpalatable, but she didn't expect it to be so unpalatable. But thinking that this was brought back by his son and daughter with great difficulty, he had to grit his teeth and swallow it. As soon as the fruit entered her stomach, she felt something and went to the drawer to get a steel needle. A thin thread immediately appeared in the eye of the needle. The line looks short, but she knows that the length of the line depends on her physical strength. As long as her strength is not exhausted, the line will be infinitely long. I stabbed the table with the needle. There was no resistance at all, and it went in easily. Then the needle passed through the table. She squatted on the ground and stabbed the ground with the needle again, and it went in easily again. The table and the ground were sewn together, and no matter how Ao-Xan manipulated the table, he could not separate it from the ground. The toughness of this silk thread is beyond imagination. However, when Ao-Xin transformed into human beast form, he was still able to forcibly break the thread. However, before the line broke, the table was pulled apart first. Not bad. As long as my mom can improve her speed, she can sew the zombies to the ground and then chop them slowly. Or, as she said herself, for her father to use for research. In this way, both parents become people with special abilities and their fighting power is greatly increased. Only then did he look at Lu Xiao and Meng Kuei. Please choose between these 2 fruits. You have done a great job these days, and this is the reward you deserve. Lu Xiao has always taken close care of her mother. She protects her mother during battles and massages her shoulders and legs after the battles. When the Qin father and son suddenly attacked that day, she was the one who remained on guard and killed them both. Although she spoke lightly in the communication group of the God-given space, Ao-Xin later learned that she was also slightly injured when she killed the 2 men. This is not easy for a woman. As for Meng Kuei, there is no need to mention him. In order to protect his mother, he was bitten by a zombie. If his father didn't have the ability of the surgery fruit, he would have been infected by now. Although I know that they must be doing this for a purpose and to get something in return. But that's normal. He doesn't have the charm of a king who can command everyone to bow down to him. Rewarding those who do well and punishing those who do poorly is the long-term solution. My bottom line is that I cannot betray others. The 2 were pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect to get such a huge reward so soon. It seems that their choice was right. He was first safely taken out of the zombie group and moved into a home with plenty of food and fresh water. He was also granted many points, which he used to purchase a series of supplies, including domineering cultivation methods, knives, food, etc. This is what allows their strength to advance by leaps and bounds in the end times. Otherwise, they would probably have died on the highway by now. Even if he wasn't dead, he would just be hiding somewhere and struggling to survive. How could he have the good life he has now? The 2 looked at each other. The 2 mythical beast species were a reward billions of times more than what they had paid. Chapter 34. The Beast and the Pleiades. Lu Xiao and Meng Kuei both swallowed unconsciously. The fantasy beast species. Isn't it because of the fantasy beast species that Ao-Xin is so powerful? After obtaining this fruit, they can also become powerful people in the end times. The two of them looked at each other with great enthusiasm. In the end, it was Lu Xiao who spoke first. Brother Meng is a power type. That Ao Hun sounds like a power beast, so he is more suitable for Brother Meng. She smiled, and the charm of a mature woman was completely different from that of a young girl like Ao Chun. The bird fruit should be able to fly. My physique is not as good as Brother Meng's. If it can fly, it will be more helpful to me. What do you think, Master? Ao Xian said. You choose it yourself. This is a reward for you. Meng Kuei also likes the leopard fruit. What he pursues is the ultimate violence and leopard, which obviously suits him very well. I agree with Sister Lu. If the boss has no objection, I will eat this Nyunya fruit. Ao Xian had no objection and just took it out to share with them. He was not afraid that these two people would develop ambitions after eating the fruit. His advantage is not only the Azure Dragon fruit, but also the gift of a domineering genius and the title of God-granted member. If he takes one step ahead, he will be ahead at every step. Not to mention that these two people are not as strong as himself after eating the fruit. Even if they betray me secretly, I have plenty of ways to punish them. Moreover, he knew very well that although power was important in the end times, the foundation of power still lay with the leader. He is the cornerstone. Eat it. I respect your choice. Appropriate respect can also win the loyalty of subordinates. Sure enough, after hearing this, the eyes they looked at him became more enthusiastic. Master, rest assured, Xiao will always be yours. Lu Xiao was the first to express her loyalty and even knelt down to show her submission. She will not betray just because she got the devil fruit, and she also understands that Ao Xian is powerful and irreplaceable. Meng Kuei also quickly expressed his loyalty. He knelt on one knee, imitated the plot in the movie, put one hand on his chest, and performed the Western Knights etiquette. Boss, I, Meng Kuei, will follow you till death. He believed that apart from Ao Xian, there would be no other person in the world who was willing to give the mythical beast-type devil fruit. Well, eat it. Ao Xian nodded indifferently. He had heard many words of loyalty, but as to whether one was loyal or not, it depended on how one did it. He will not completely trust others just because of a flattery. They each picked up a devil fruit and put it into their mouths. I was still disgusted by the unpalatable taste, but forced myself to swallow it. Lu Xiao even hardened her heart and ate the whole fruit. Not good. Ao Xian suddenly realized something and quickly said to the two of them, many of the animals have very large bodies. Go outside and don't collapse the house. The others were also startled at this time, and everyone hurried downstairs. As soon as he got downstairs, Meng Kuei's body began to change uncontrollably. Moo! With a bull's roar, his body muscles swelled violently. On the forehead, two sharp horns extend forward, and on the top of the head, there are also two black curve horns. The face quickly turned into a bull's head, and long and thick black bull hair like a straw raincoat appeared on the body. The Nyohin, also known as Aoin, should be a white bull treasure, but I don't know why this fruit is black. Moreover, his body was surrounded by a layer of eerie black light. This layer of black light was cold and dead silent. Ao Xian intuitively felt that the black light was very dangerous and should be a strange element. Moo! Meng Kuei completely transformed into a beast, and his four hooves were like hammers, smashing on a zombie, breaking its bones directly. He stepped on it again, and the zombie was actually stepped on and left a deep cow hoof mark. The leopard roared fiercely, and the black light on its body began to spread to the zombies. Soon, the zombie's body began to decay and decay. Zombies are originally the living dead and need to evolve from death to rebirth. But now, these black lights directly make their rotten flesh and blood even more rotten. That black light is the dark aura of death. Legend has it that the fierce beast was born in the underworld and carries the aura of the underworld, which is normal. Just as everyone here was shocked, Lu Xiao's body next to him also underwent a huge change. Its mouth is a beak, and there is a flaming comb on its head. Its body is covered with feathers burning with golden flames. She turned into a chicken, a huge rooster burning with flames. But isn't she supposed to be a hen? Ao Xian complained in his heart. Of course, the mythical beasts most likely do not distinguish between male and female. They all look the same. The Plion spreads its wings. She is more beautiful than a pheasant, and has a hint of a phoenix, a body of golden flames. That is the true fire of the sun. Its temperature is even higher than the heat breath that Aoxin can control. As expected, even dogs won't eat the flame fruit. Aochin was also complaining on the side. What a beautiful bird! Although it is called a chicken, it can compete with the phoenix in elegance. The golden flames converged into its body, and Lu Xiao fell from the sky, transforming into a human beast form. Feathers made of golden flames were burning on the body. There was a pair of broad wings behind it, and its feet and hands had turned into sharp chicken claws. Speaking of which, Marco's phoenix is really pitiful. In human beast form, its arms have to turn into wings. You know, even for Bell in the falcon form of the bird fruit, his arms and wings do not overlap in human beast form, and he can even use swordsmanship in human beast form. Lu Xiao drew out her saber, covered the blade with golden flames, and slashed at a zombie, easily chopping off its head. Moreover, the true fire of the sun continued to burn the bodies of the zombies. Meng Kuei next to him also woke up from his beastly savagery and transformed into human beast form. His human beast form is very tall, at least 3 meters. His body was covered with thick and long black hair like a straw raincoat, and he had 4 horns on his head. He was surrounded by the aura of the underworld, and with the same sword, he cut off the neck of a zombie. The animal system provides them with a powerful physical bonus. Even if he still hasn't awakened his domineering aura, it's enough to contend with the corpses and remain undefeated. This is the mythical beast species. Seeing the sudden emergence of powerful strength in the two, Ao Chen envied them. Woo woo woo, they are so strong. Why can my duo rat only run away? The netherworld aura and golden flames made the 2 men look extraordinary and heroic. The fierce fighting sounds here also attracted the attention of nearby neighbors. What the hell? On a tall building across the road, a young man looked at the majestic figures of Shihin and Mayariji below, and quickly recorded the scene and uploaded it to the shrine space. Surprise! Another mythical beast appeared in Bianqing. Topics related to devil fruits always quickly become hot searches. In particular, the eyewitness footage of the person using his ability was extremely popular, and soon, this video had been watched by 100,000 people. 2 mythical beasts appearing in the same place at the same time? The probability is too low. I'm so envious. I'm in Bianqing too. I want to go and join the boss. Chapter 35 Disperse Battle. With the power of the mythical beasts, they quickly killed the zombies wandering around their home. However, the 2 had not yet awakened their domineering aura and were short of energy. Lu Xiao was the first to be unable to maintain her human beast form. She panted and released her devil fruit ability, kneeling on one knee in front of O. Master, thank you so much. Xiao will follow you till death. Soon, Meng Kuei also changed his human beast form and pledged his allegiance to Aoxin again. Boss, I will definitely build a great kingdom for you. They knew that everything they had came from Aoxin. From the initial points, weapons, food to the current devil fruit. There is no one in this world more worthy of loyalty than Aoxin. Although their self-confidence increased due to the improvement of their strength, they did not have any second thoughts. Aoxin can easily create their kind of combat power, so naturally he can also create others. Such a person will surely become the overlord of the end times. Well, get up. Aoxin asked the 2 to stand up. Although you already have the power of the devil fruit, the foundation of your strength still lies in yourself. During the first divine gift period, it is the realm of body forging. The physical realm is the foundation for your survival. The stronger the body, the stronger the fruit ability will be. In fact, as long as the body is strong enough, even without the fruit ability, you can still stand at the top. The method of training the physical body is to cultivate domineering aura. You must speed up the training of domineering aura. Don't lose all 3 colors of domineering. In the future, the effect of domineering color will become more and more powerful. The use of domineering and fruit abilities consumes physical strength, so physical strength is the foundation. Moreover, as the zombies evolve, the concentration of zombie viruses in the air will become higher and higher. If you are not physically fit, you will also be infected by the zombie viruses. Now that you all have the power of your fruits, it won't be a problem for you to protect yourselves. Spread out and kill the zombies. They naturally obeyed Aoxin's words. Fighting is not only for points, but also for practice. Both parents have superhuman abilities and seem to be working well together. My father even took away a few pieces of the zombies' bodies, saying he wanted to study them. But there was no research equipment at home, so my father planned to go to the central hospital, where some equipment might still be useful. Aoxin then began to hunt the corpses, breaking their limbs, and handing them over to Ao Chun to be killed. Unfortunately, Ao Chin's attack power was really low, and it took him a long time to chop off the neck of a corpse every time. No, it's a waste of time. Aoxin frowned. Although this simple beheading action can also serve as a form of exercise, its efficiency is too low and Ao Chin's physical strength is limited. In this way, even if she gains more points, her strength will improve very slowly. In the end times, strength is more important than points. If you have strength, you will have no shortage of points. If you have points but no strength, even if no one robs you, you will not be able to withstand the zombie virus and will turn into a zombie. This is also the reason why even big forces in the past rarely used this method to gain points. On the streets, the survivors were using various methods to fight the zombies. Even though more than 20 days had passed since the end of the world, there were still many people who had not yet acquired the method to practice domineering skills. In comparison, the slaughter of zombies by Aoxin and others was extremely eye-catching. They hope to be led by a strong person so that they can escape from this precarious life. Many people began to ask for information about Aoxin and others in the God-given space, wanted to get in touch with the big guy. I know. They live right across the street from my building. The young man who saw the changes in Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao's appearance spoke in a Bianqing Survivors Exchange group. Tell everyone your location. It's not just the two new mythical beasts that have appeared, but Boss Qinglong is also with them. Another person who lived near Aoxin and others said so. He had seen Aoxin transform into a green dragon, and later discovered that Meng Kuei was the strongest survivor in the vicinity, and he had the ability to kill zombies alone. Later, after combining it with the video of the young man, he concluded that they were a team. Oh my god, 3 mythical beasts? They are so lucky. One mythical beast species can sweep a city. With 3 mythical beast species, they are already invincible in Bianqing. Not really. It's okay to sweep a small wireless city. There isn't even a single zombie in our Bianqing right now. I heard that a 4-star zombie has appeared in the capital. I watched the video, and that thing's punch is like a nuclear bomb. No one can match it now. I also heard that there are several people with special abilities in the capital, and even the legendary ancient warriors. They joined forces but couldn't hurt the 4-star zombie at all, and several people with special abilities died. Not everyone dares to fight zombies in the apocalypse. Many people hide at home, shivering. Their only entertainment is to watch videos uploaded by others in the God-given space and chat with strangers. Aoxin, a strong man who is always in battle, has no time to pay attention to these news. I want to seek refuge with these big guys, but I don't know if they will take me in. Finally, someone returned to the topic, and someone sighed. I don't even dare to leave my room now. Even if I knew where the boss's house was, I couldn't get there? The young man who lived near Aoxin's home said, "Don't be so discouraged. These big guys have almost killed all the zombies near my home and are now heading to other places. Maybe they can clear out the zombies in Bianqing. I hope so." Aoxin took Ao Chun and marched away on foot. He did not transform into a dragon, but simply faced the enemy with his domineering aura. His steel whip was still invincible. "Brother, kill slower. I can't keep up." Ao Chin's small chest kept rising and falling. Even though Aoxin had killed all the flesh corpses and 99% of the zombies she encountered, she still seemed to be struggling to deal with the remaining 1%. Wow, why isn't my fruit a combat type like Sister Xiao's? Aoxin used his faster speed to get behind a zombie and slashed at the zombie's neck, but he could only cut halfway in and was unable to cut off its head directly. Just think about it. After Meng Kuei and the others obtain the power of the fruit, they can kill ordinary zombies in seconds. Bang! Aoxin smashed a zombie's skull with a whip. The fierce battle made his blood boil. A domineering force flowed through his body and attached to his bones. He could clearly feel that his bones were rapidly strengthening with the help of this force. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That was the domineering aura that was integrating into his bones. Once it was fully integrated, his bones would be as hard as steel. Even if the flesh breaks and decays, the bones will remain forever. This state is called Iron Bones. Chapter 36 Feng Kuen's Ambition. In the west of Bianqing, in an upscale residential area, more than 100 people gathered. In front of them stood a man covered in scales. Mythical beast? Humph! He slammed the pirate sword he had exchanged from the god-given space into the ground. Bianqing is mine. Qianyi, have you found out clearly? The scales on the man's body fell off, revealing a resolute face. He had a very strong build and dark skin, as if he had been exposed to the wind and sun for who knows how long. Looking up, this small community is filled with independent villas, and outside the community is a 2.5-meter-high iron fence. Now, a layer of concrete walls has been piled up in place of these iron fences to block the zombie attacks. This place is like a paradise on Earth. In the villa behind him, there were women in dishevel with dull eyes. The oldest of them was in their 30s or 40s, and the youngest was no more than a teenager. But they all have fair skin and live a life of luxury. It was in stark contrast to the men outside with rough skin and rugged faces. Boss, I found out that they are in the Little Sun community, which is an older community. And from what the group members who live nearby said, the zombies in that community have been cleared out. A middle-aged man with messy hair was a little worried. Brother Kuan, that's a mythical beast. Can we be its opponent? As soon as the words fell, a thin one-armed man immediately said, "What's wrong with the mythical beast species? Our brother Kuan is an ancient species. Marco's phoenix is not necessarily stronger than Jin's pteranodon. Besides, our brother Kuan is an ancient species that is more powerful than the pteranodon." They seem to have confidence in the man in the lead. We have more people than them. The apocalypse has just begun, and our physical strength is limited. We can wear them down to death. Yes, Bianqing should belong to our brother Kuan. From now on, all the women in Bianqing will belong to us. Feng Kuan benefited greatly from everyone's opinions and praises. Before the end of the world, he was just an ordinary middle-aged migrant worker. By chance, he obtained a strange fruit. He was not a fan of shrimps and did not recognize this thing. But out of curiosity, he took a bite and accidentally swallowed it. Unexpectedly, when the end of the world came, he directly obtained the strength of powerful ancient creatures. Not only could he kill zombies easily, but he also summoned all the workers around him to his work. They also occupied the high-end residential complex where they were constructing, killed the wealthy people, and took possession of their wives and daughters. Anyway, these rich people are not good people, and there is no guilt in killing them in the apocalypse. In addition, limestone and other materials were transported from the construction site to build a high wall outside the community, which vaguely formed the outline of a safe base. As for the wife and children at home, in the end times, as long as you have strength, will you still lack women? Of course, there were also workers who were concerned about their families and insisted on going home, and most of them died on the way. Feng Kuan sneered. He had long wanted to get rid of the ugly and fat middle-aged woman at home. Now he was asked to take that woman back? What a joke. He even suspected for many years that the teenage child in his family was not his own. Relying on the powerful strength of the ancient animal species and the help of his coworkers, he killed quite a few zombies. He also used his points to exchange for a pirate sword from the God-given space. Everyone here obeyed his orders. All the women in the room were at his disposal. Phantom beasts? Even the phantom beasts have to kneel before me. Feng Kuan knew that there were still people with special abilities in Bianqing, but his previous strength was too weak. Now, he had weapons and practiced his domineering power every day, and he felt that his body was much stronger than before. Therefore, he came up with the idea of sweeping out other people with special abilities in the city. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. Grab your weapons and follow me. Feng Kuan carried the long sword on his shoulder, waved his hand, and more than 100 brothers in front of him moved out together. Opening the thickened and heavy door, they walked out of the community. The women in the room watched the scene indifferently. Even though the workers did not leave anyone to guard the place, they had no intention of escaping. Although staying here means being humiliated, you can survive. If you go out, you will die. On the streets of Bianqing, Ao Xin was smashing the zombies' heads while teaching Ao Chun fighting skills. You are doing this wrong. Since you don't have enough strength, you should make full use of your speed advantage. This is how you should use a knife. Pay attention to the technique of exerting force. Although Ao Xin doesn't use a knife now, it was the weapon he used the most in his previous life. Although he is not an expert, he has no problem instructing Ao Chun, a rookie. Ao Chun listened attentively and kept every key point of the battle that Ao Xin talked about firmly in his mind. She has a high level of comprehension, and her combat skills have improved dramatically. She accelerated in an instant and rushed to the back of a zombie. She raised her knife and started slashing. The blade pierced into the bone. The zombie roared. When the zombie turned around, the girl had already moved behind him again. Aoxin casually smashed the skull of another zombie. Seeing a zombie nearby rushing towards Ao Chun, he did not stop it, wanting to train his sister's reaction ability. The blade cut through the cervical vertebrae, and the zombies behind him were approaching. The girl didn't look back, but simply dodged to the side, swung the knife upwards, and scraped off the flesh on his arm. Oh, sure. Aoxin was surprised. This reaction speed was no longer just an ordinary reaction, but a symbol of awakening the observation haki. I didn't expect that Ao Chun had awakened his observation haki before awakening his armament haki. With the help of his observation haki, Ao Chun can fight more easily. You need to learn to abandon those useless movements and complete the most efficient attack with the lowest physical energy consumption. Aoxin continued to impart his experience to her. He believed that with his sister's clever little brain, she would definitely grow up to be a strong person in the apocalypse. I remember there was a group of forces in the west of Bianqing, entrenched in a high-end residential area. These people are quite powerful. The most important thing is that they were all migrant workers before the end of the world, and they are much more familiar with infrastructure than others. Aoxin quickly integrated the information he remembered from his past life. Zombies are evolving very quickly, and obstacles like buildings and iron gates will no longer be able to stop them. If you want to build a safe base yourself, these workers with construction experience will be very useful. In addition, water source is also a big problem. Now there is no water or electricity, and the water he has stored is almost used up. If you want to continue to survive, it is best to build your base on the bank of the Yellow River. Not only is there sufficient water source, but more importantly, there are a large number of sea tower stones in the riverbed of the Yellow River in the Bianshui section. Sea stone is not only the nemesis of those with special abilities, but its extremely hard nature also makes it the best building material in the apocalypse. The leader of this group of migrant workers is named Feng Kuan, an ancient species with special abilities. If I remember correctly, his fruits are Animal Series, Dragon Fruit, Ancient Species, Tyrannosaurus Rex Form. Chapter 37. The Leopard versus the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiaochen, let's go west. Aoxin led Ao Chun to the west of the city. They remembered that Meng Kuei had gone to the west to hunt zombies before, and they didn't know whether they would encounter Feng Kuan's forces. In the early days of Bianqing, in addition to Feng Kuan's forces in the west of the city, there was also Zhang Heng's forces entrenched in the chemical plant in the south of the city, Yang Xiaofei's forces relying on Drum Tower City for defense in the center of the city, and Su Wenhao's forces based in the Iron Tower in the north of the city. These four people were known as the four emperors of Bianqing in their previous lives. Among them, Feng Kuan and Su Wenhao are users of devil fruit abilities. The other two people, relying on their ordinary people's identities and their practice of domineering aura, managed to hold out against Feng Kuan and the other two for a long time. Of course, no one emerged as the final winner in the end. It was annexed by a big boss in Shindu, who also unified all the forces in Yuzhou and joined forces with the strong men in Jizhou to prevent the Desert Emperor Li Hui from expanding to the southeast. This is also why Li Hui later fought northward and westward all the way to Central Asia. In the west of the city, Meng Kuei knocked down a corpse and then used a long knife in his hand to chop its neck dozens of times before he finally cut off its head. It was not that the corpse was too strong, but that Meng Kuei was exhausted and could no longer maintain his human beast form. At the same time, the blade of the knife had become blunt after a long battle. Looking at the notches and curls on the blade, Meng Kuei sighed. No wonder the boss liked to use blunt weapons. Swords were really too fragile. From now on, I will use heavy weapons like the boss. Meng Kuei panted and said to himself, "There is Kaido's mace in the God-given space. I don't know if the boss will exchange it, but that is not the only exchange option. Even if the boss exchanges it, I should be able to exchange it too. If not, I will exchange it for Yamado's." He was a rough man to begin with, and his fierce form was even more powerful, so he looked down upon weapons like swords. How can something so light and light have any killing power? Oh, he suddenly remembered that there was also Alrita's mace in the God-given space. Kaido and Yamato's sticks are both weapons of the supreme sword level, worth 1,000,000 points, but Alrita's is different. It is only of the quality of a good sword, worth 10,000 points. 10,000 points can be obtained if you work hard. Looking around, he found that the zombies closest to him had been killed, and the other zombies were far away. He planned to exchange them for a piece of meat and take a rest. On both sides of the street are small shops and stores that have long been deserted. He planned to walk into a small shop Use tables and chairs to prop up the door and rest for a while. Um, the figures suddenly stopped, and a large group of people were walking towards here in a mighty manner. There were more than 100 of them. Although they were all ordinary people, they seemed to have done physical work in the past, and they all had good physical strength. They used various weapons to attack the surrounding zombies alternately, and actually formed some kind of military formation. Even if they encounter zombies, they are capable of dealing with them. The man in the lead is very powerful, and while his men are holding the zombies back, he can easily chop off the zombies' heads. I have to say, its leader is a talent. These people have some skills. Meng Ke stroked his chin and thought as these people got closer and closer to him. Without giving it much thought, he took a few steps back, intending to let the group pass. However, they stopped in front of themselves. "What's up?" Meng Ke was astonished. He was no longer the ordinary person he used to be, and he was not afraid of others causing trouble for him. He tore the meat in his hand and asked indifferently, "Are you the mythical beast man?" A man with a resolute face came up to him and said, "Follow me. I have endless food and women. Follow me, and I will make you second only to me." The man was very crazy, with a knife on his shoulder. He was Feng Kuan. If this man of the mythical beast species could be his subordinate, he would be more confident in becoming the master of Bianqing. In the future, maybe we can expand our influence to the entire Yuzhou. "You," Meng Kuei said disdainfully. "Who do you think you are?" Feng Kuan was furious. Not only did this man refuse to submit, he even dared to scold him. Since the end of the world came and he had powerful strength, he had not been disobeyed like this for a long time. "It looks like you want to die." Feng Kuan grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth, pulled out the long sword from his shoulder, and threw the scabbard to the younger brothers behind him. "Do you think you are invincible just because you have a mythical beast species?" A knife slashed down, and Meng Kuei met it with a long knife. Both of them were shocked and took a step back. What a great strength! Meng Kuei was surprised, and Feng Kuan was also surprised. Meng Kuei thought that, apart from the boss, there was no one in this world who was stronger than himself. As for Feng Kuan, he believed that his strength was as good as that of a corpse and that humans were even less likely to be his opponents. But the opponents actually fought him on equal terms? "It seems that you also have the power-type fruit." Feng Kuan turned his neck, and his body rapidly grew larger. Gray-green scales covered his body, and his muscles became thicker and more powerful. A roar was heard from far away, and Feng Kuan laughed wildly. "I am the dragon fruit, ancient species, Tyrannosaurus rex form. How many rounds can your mythical beast species last against the Tyrannosaurus rex?" He showed human beast form, and Meng Kuei was shocked. He was exhausted. Although he recovered some strength after eating the water meat, it would not last long. "Come on, let me see how powerful the legendary mythical beast is." Feng Kuan swung his sword down again, and this time with the added power of the Tyrannosaurus rex. The sword was even more powerful. The enemy is so aggressive. How can Meng Kuei endure it? With a roar, he transformed into a ferocious human beast and rushed towards Feng Kuan with the blade in his hand. "Ox!" Feng Kuan challenged. "How dare a mere herbivore challenge a Tyrannosaurus rex?" "I'm not a vegetarian." Meng Kuei sneered, and the aura of the underworld entangled the blade. "If you pledge allegiance to my boss, I can still spare your life." "You're the boss? Ha ha ha. Turns out you're just someone else's running dog." Feng Kuan swung his knife down while arguing with Meng Kuei. "It's an honor for you to be my boss's lackey, you idiot. You don't know how to appreciate kindness." The strength of both sides was equal, but Meng Kuei's dark aura made Feng Kuan feel palpitations. Although Meng Kuei's knife had been bent, he still did not dare to let the knife hit him. Moreover, Meng Kuei was originally a fighting coach. Although he had never practiced martial arts before, his control over combat was incomparable to Feng Kuan. Soon he saw a flaw in Feng Kuan. Netherworld slash. With a loud shout, a huge black blade light extended from the blade of the Netherworld power. This was Meng Kuei's initial development and application of the Netherworld power. The Netherworld slash is not a sword energy and is not sharp enough, but in the underworld, all things are rotten. Even the defense of the Tyrannosaurus rex will be cut in half by this move. Chapter 38, One-Shot Kill. Feng Kuan was shocked, knowing very well that he could not be touched by the power of the underworld. Unless there is armed color to defend, the Tyrannosaurus rex's defense is like paper in front of the Netherworld. He dodged quickly, but the younger brother behind him was not so lucky. At least a dozen people were hit by the power of the underworld. and their bodies instantly decayed and turned into dust and dissipated. After using this move, Meng-Ke could no longer maintain his human beast form, and his body was shaking violently due to excessive consumption of physical strength. Although a move was developed, the speed of this move was insufficient, and the angle of the strike was not accurately determined, which also led to problems with accuracy. This allowed Feng Kuan to escape. Feng Kuan saw more than a dozen people being killed in one move. While he was scared, he was also glad that he waited until Meng-Ke had exhausted his strength fighting the zombies before appearing. He pointed the long knife at Meng-Kue's throat and said, "Submit or die." Meng-Kue faced the blade head-on, not afraid. "You want me, Meng-Ke, to surrender? Only my boss can do that in this world. You're not worthy." Feng Kuan was furious. "Are you not afraid of death?" Meng-Kue said with a smile. "Death? In the end times, who dares to say that they won't die? But the boss has been very kind to me. Even though I, Meng-Ke, am afraid of death, I am definitely not a villain who would betray my trust." Okay. Feng Kuan said 3 good words in a row. "Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." Roar! He actually dropped his sword, transformed into the form of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and opened his mouth to bite and swallow Meng-Ke alive. Even if he dies, he will make his enemies die in pain. The bloody mouth smelled fishy, and Meng-Ke closed his eyes. Am I going to die? I failed to protect my parents and finally found a reliable boss who gave me so many good things and even gave me the most precious devil fruit. As a result, I was about to die before I had a chance to repay my boss. While lamenting, I suddenly heard a familiar voice. "You dare to kill my people?" A steel whip was thrown by Aoxin with the sound of howling wind. The force of this throw was so strong and the speed was so fast. Feng Kuan didn't even see what was coming. He only relied on his sense of the crisis to turn sideways and barely avoided the vital point of his heart, but his shoulder blade was still pierced. I was horrified. Tyrannosaurus Rex is famous for its strength and defense. This person didn't even use the fruit ability or the domineering force. He just threw an object from such a long distance and penetrated his own body. His body can now withstand even ordinary bullets, which means that the force of this man's throw is stronger than a bullet. Why are there such powerful people in this world? Feng Kun was frightened. He turned around and saw a bamboo steel whip stuck on the wall not far away. This is the thing. Is it some kind of magical weapon? As he was thinking this, the person who attacked him was already in front of him. This is a young man wearing casual clothes, with a tall stature and a handsome face. Behind the young man, there was a cute and lovely girl. Feng Kuan. Aoxin walked slowly to Feng Kuan. He had seen this giant dinosaur from a distance before. However, at that time, he was just a small Karami with no results, while Feng Kuan was a strong man who could be actively recruited by the big boss. But in this life, Feng Kuan is just a little Karami in front of him. "You dare to touch me. Don't you want to live?" His voice was not loud, but it made Feng Kuan feel fear unconsciously. Compared to his Tyrannosaurus Rex body, Aoxin was as thin as an ant. But in his eyes, Aoxin was as majestic as a mountain. "Boss!" Meng-Kue was pleasantly surprised to see Aoxin appear. It seemed that he would not have to die. But Aoxin didn't give him a good look. "You can't even beat a tiny reptile. It's such a waste to give you a mythical beast species." Meng-Kue lowered his head in shame, not daring to argue. He was obviously a burly man in his 30s, but he followed Aoxin with his head down like a child who had made a mistake. "In the end times, how dare you waste your energy casually? Do you think that with a mythical beast species, zombies are no longer a threat?" Aoxin ignored the huge Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him and turned his back to Meng-Kue to preach. "Human beings are the scariest thing in the apocalypse. No matter what time it is, you must retain some strength to guard against human hearts." He was not only warning Meng-Kue, but also imparting his experience to Ao-chun. Many people think that they have read many apocalyptic novels and know that the Virgin Mary must be killed first in the apocalypse. But when the apocalypse really comes, it is still difficult to completely abandon the kindness in their hearts, and they will always overestimate people's moral bottom line. "This is not something I can resolve with just a few decisive blows." "Yes, boss." Meng-Kue savored Aoxin's words carefully. He knew that Aoxin was imparting his own experience. Seeing Aoxin's arrogant look, Feng Kuan's fear immediately turned into anger. "Who the hell are you? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me?" With his bloody mouth, he bit down. wanting to vent all the humiliation he had suffered before. Behind him, the more than 100 younger brothers also recovered from the fear of their companion's instant death and spread out to surround Ao Xian and the other two. Ma! Ao Xian ignored their encirclement and emanated a faint aura, which struck deep into their souls and instantly magnified the fear in their hearts. More than 100 people collapsed to the ground. Some of them were even frightened to the point of peeing. The yellow liquid soaked through their pants and flowed out. The foul smell made Ao Xian frown. A punch hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex's cheek, and the fist wrapped in armed color hit Feng Kuen's face at a speed faster than the Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack. Bang! There was a crisp sound, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex's facial bones were broken. The huge body fell backwards. A severe pain came, and the fear caused by the domineering color deepened again. Relying on his animal-type super endurance, Feng Kuen restored his human beast form and struggled to stand up. Armament Haki, conquer Haki. How come you are so strong? His face was bleeding and several of his teeth were knocked out. He had completely lost the courage to fight Ao Xian. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Moreover, this person didn't even use his fruit ability. He was completely powerless to fight back just by relying on physical skills. Meng Kuei, you have been defeated by him. I will leave it to you to decide how to deal with this man. He stepped over the bodies of the group of collapsed brothers on the ground, took out the steel whip that was deeply inserted into the wall, and left with Ao Xian. At the original place were Meng Kuei, Feng Kuen, and others. Who is he? Only after Ao Xian left did Feng Kuen dare to ask Meng Kuei. My boss, Meng Kuei proudly announced. The legendary Qinglong boss. He is the boss Qinglong? Feng Kuen sat on the ground dejectedly. He didn't even use the power of the fruit. He defeated me easily with just physical skills. He thought he could subdue this force of fantasy beasts, but in the end, Meng Kuei almost killed him. If he hadn't attacked when Meng Kuei had exhausted his strength, he wouldn't even be able to see Ao Xian. Chapter 39. Conquer Feng Kuen. They are all very moist. Be loyal to my boss or die. Meng Kuei stood proudly. Although his physical strength had not yet recovered, Feng Kuen was crippled by Ao Xian, and the others were frightened by the domineering color and dared not move. Even without using the ability of the fruit, he can kill all these people now. Since Ao Xian did not kill these people directly but left them to himself, it means that Ao Xian intends to subdue them. Meng Kuei tried to guess Ao Xian's intentions. Feng Kuen was unwilling to give in, but the huge gap in strength between the two sides made him feel desperate. His arrogance had been shattered by Ao Xian. I am willing to acknowledge Boss Qinglong as my boss. Feng Kuen looked back at the frightened brothers and said, What about you? Are you willing to join me and join the Qinglong boss? How could these little brothers be unwilling at all? Everyone was surprised. As for the dozen or so companions who were killed, what does that have to do with them? This group of people can even abandon their families. They're just a group of coworkers. Do we still want to avenge them? What's more, Ao Xian is obviously a stronger person than Feng Kuen. Following Ao Xian is definitely more promising than following Feng Kuen. Before, when they learned that Boss Qinglong was also from Bianqing, they thought about betraying Feng Kuen and joining Ao Xian. But on the one hand, we don't know the other party's specific address, and it is difficult to cross the city full of zombies. On the other hand, he was also worried about being discovered and killed by Feng Kuen. Finally, even if Ao Xian is found, it is hard to say whether he will be taken in. Now the other party has taken the initiative to take them in, which is exactly what they want. Yes, we do. We will be Boss Qinglong's men from now on. Brother, what's your name? We can call you that too. Some of these younger brothers immediately came up to Meng Kuei and showed their courtesy, which made Feng Kuen feel disappointed. He secretly cursed these people for being greedy for profit and having no loyalty at all, but the situation was stronger than the people, and he could do nothing about it. My name is Meng Kuei, and my boss's name is Ao Xian. Meng Kuei looked at the workers who were bowing to the ground with satisfaction. But you can't just call me by my name casually. You have to address me respectfully. Do you understand? The workers said they understood. As they were talking, the zombies wandering in the distance were attracted by the crowd gathered here and attacked here one after another. Meng Kuei glanced at them, picked up his knife, whose blade was already bent and chipped, and looked into the distance. The zombies are coming. Keep fighting. Take me to see where you live later. Meng Kuei asked Feng Kuen, Can you still fight? Feng Kuen's face and shoulders were bleeding. His facial bones were fractured, and his shoulder blade was pierced by the steel whip. His injuries were serious. If it weren't for the extraordinary endurance provided by the animal system, he would probably have fainted by now. Abel, Fong Kuin gritted his teeth and felt that he could not be looked down upon. Even if he had to be loyal to AOXIN, his future would definitely be judged by his ability. With one arm hanging down and holding a knife in one arm, he stood at the forefront of the group of workers, acting as the arrow. Meng Kuei stood at the end of the team, clearing out the zombies chasing from behind. Although these people did not have a high level of education, they were very creative, and with their numerical advantage, they found a simple way to fight the zombies. This method is very effective in the early stages. In fact, the most suitable for this fighting method are the troops. They have stronger physique and physical strength, coordination ability, combat experience, and courage, etc. However, the military at that time wanted to eliminate the zombie crisis as quickly as possible and chose to use thermal weapons for mass destruction. As a result, the zombies evolved and the brave warriors suffered heavy casualties. Suddenly, a man let out a scream. He was bitten on the arm by a zombie. The severe pain made him sweat coldly. However, the worker next to him had already made a quick decision and killed him. This was the rule they set when they first united. No matter who was bitten by a zombie, the people around him would kill him immediately. This is also the reason why this small force was able to grow and become one of the 4 major forces in Bianxing. Meng Kuei, who was at the end of the team, was surprised to see this scene. To be honest, this team of migrant workers is quite well organized. He believed that if the coaches and students in his fighting club were organized, they would definitely not have the same level of action as them. No wonder the boss wanted to keep them. These people are indeed extraordinary. This place is in the west of the city, very close to the villa area they occupy. Half an hour later, they arrived at the villa. During this process, another person was bitten by a zombie and was killed on the spot. Brother Meng, this is the safe base we have built. A tall young man came to introduce everything about them to Meng Kuei very attentively. Fong Kuin was very dissatisfied after seeing this scene, but he dared not say anything, not even a hum, and could only follow Meng Kuei silently. Seeing this young man taking the lead, the others were unwilling to fall behind and stepped forward one after another. Brother Meng, let me tell you. Brother Meng. Meng Kuei felt annoyed by the chaotic shouting of the group of people and snorted coldly. Shut up. Everyone was embarrassed, lowered their heads, and took 2 steps back. Meng Kuei pointed at the young man who spoke to him at the beginning and said, Go on. The young man was overjoyed and quickly introduced himself. Brother Meng, my name is Zhou Xiang. You can just call me Xiao Zhou. Here. Zhou Xiang introduced their background in detail, from their respective jobs, how they came together, how they took over the community, etc. Everything was explained in detail. Are you migrant workers? After learning about these people's experiences, Meng Kuei seemed to vaguely understand AOXIN's intention of keeping them. But did the boss know beforehand that this was a group of migrant workers? I can't figure it out. But looking at the tall concrete walls outside the villa and the various building materials piled up in the community, he couldn't help but sigh that these people were also talented. Brother Meng, why don't you bring our boss over as well? This is a high-end villa complex, and it should be occupied by our most distinguished boss. And Zhou Xiang's eyes rolled around, and he quietly approached Meng Kuei. Brother Meng, we have a lot of good stuff here. Nice one? Meng Kuei was a little skeptical, although he admired the organization and construction capabilities of these migrant workers. What good things could they produce? No matter how good something is, can it be better than a devil fruit? Zhou Xiang saw his disbelief and said with a flattering smile, Brother Meng, come and take a look at our room. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Seeing the confident look on the young man's face, Meng Kuei became curious and followed him into the villa. As soon as he walked in, he saw many women in disheveled clothes and instantly understood what the good things Zhou Xiang was talking about. Although these women looked a little haggard, they had fair skin and slim figures. Although they were not stunning beauties, they were still beauties in the eyes of ordinary people. Brother Meng, these women are all very moist, and they are all yours now. Chapter 40, they are led by you. The women saw a strange man coming in, and there was no reaction on their faces. It's just one more person using their bodies, and they have become accustomed to this kind of life these days. Besides, although Meng Kuei is not very handsome, he has a strong face, a good figure, and is much cleaner than these migrant workers. Sleeping with him is much better than serving those migrant workers. Brother Meng, if you are not satisfied, there are others in other villas. In this community, Each villa has several such women. They are all yours. Also, the women in the villa at the back are the most beautiful. Go and have a look. Zhou Xiang rubbed his hands and introduced him to Meng Kuei. In the past, Feng Kuan would enjoy these women first, and he would lock the most beautiful ones in his own house and not allow anyone else to touch them. Now, Feng Kuan could only sulk behind, but he didn't even dare to show a dissatisfied expression. No! Meng Kuei stopped Zhou Xiang from continuing the introduction. He no longer cares about these women. Brother Meng, what kind of women does our boss like? Should we send a few to him? Zhou Xiang was still thinking about using these people to give gifts to Aoxian, but Meng Kuei frowned. Put aside your thoughts. The boss doesn't like these women. These people are like candle flames compared to the bright moon in front of Lu Xiao. Moreover, they've been toyed with for a long time, and Lu Xiao is still a virgin. Aoxian didn't even touch Lu Xiao, so how could he be interested in these fallen girls? Zhou Xiang was glared at and was too embarrassed to say anything. Okay, I've got the general idea. Just continue as usual. I'll come back to you after I report to the boss. He also added Feng Kuan, Zhou Xiang, and others as friends on the God-given space, making it convenient for him to contact these people at any time. After resting for a while in the villa and recovering his strength, he left again. The boss said that the most important thing in the end times is your own strength. In the north of the city, Aoxian and Ao Chun were hunting zombies in the north direction of the city. These monsters that are extremely terrifying in the eyes of others are nothing more than points in their eyes. Phew! Ao Chun cut off the head of a zombie with her long knife. She was now becoming more and more skilled in beheading. After Aoxian killed a large group of zombies, he left behind a flesh corpse for Ao Chun to train. The flesh corpse is equivalent to a human bronze skin realm expert, but Ao Chun has the speed bonus of the duo Bao Rat and can barely deal with it. Aoxian would give some advice from time to time. This kind of extreme combat can best stimulate human potential and is also the fastest way to improve strength. Half an hour later, Ao Chun finally beheaded the corpse. Although her body was extremely tired, her heart was filled with joy. This was her first time to fight a higher level and win. After clearing the zombies from the street, the two sat in a coffee shop to rest. In the God-given space, Aoxian looked at his points, which now amounted to 12,000. He wants to exchange some fighting skills. The most suitable one now is the Navy 6 styles, and each one only requires 1,000 points, and the 6 styles only require 6,000 points. But he did not choose the 6 styles directly, but chose Life Return. This ability is not unique to the Navy. Many pirates also have it. Able to obtain nutrients directly from the food eaten to restore physical strength or even recover from injuries. Brooke can even recover from bone injuries by absorbing calcium from milk. Although it was not explained in the animation, Aoxian knew that this was a way of returning life. With Life Return, his endurance will be greatly improved. But the points required to return life are also more, a full 10,000. Without hesitation, he directly exchanged for the practice method of Life Return. Just like the 3-color domineering, even if he has learned Life Return in the previous life, he still needs to redeem it again. This is actually a practice license. The practice method of returning life to the original state instantly entered his mind, and he did not need to read it carefully. With his experience from his previous life, he would be able to master it quickly as long as he got permission to practice. There were still 2,000 points left, and he chose Shave and Moonstep from the 6 styles. Shaving is a high-speed movement method, while Moonstep allows walking in the air. Although his Azure Dragon can fly, he needs to transform into a beast or human beast form and use the flame cloud to lift his body. There are some troubles. Not as simple and effective as the Moonstep. After all the points were used up, he found a message from Meng Kuei on the communication channel. When he clicked on it, he saw that Meng Kuei had already conquered Feng Kuan's forces. He briefly reported the intelligence of Feng Kuan's forces to him and asked him what to do next. He actually didn't know much about Feng Kuan's detailed information. He only knew a general idea in his previous life. But judging from Meng Kuei's report, these people's professional abilities are quite good. I remember that in his previous life, after Feng Kuan surrendered to the big boss in Shindu, he was specifically responsible for building a safe base. Said to Meng Kuei, "These people belong to you, and you are in charge of them. Feng Kuan and others are not worthy of entering his core layer, so it is just right to hand them over to Meng Kuei." In addition, he thought of the woman mentioned by Meng Kuei who was imprisoned by Feng Kuan and others. These women cannot be imprisoned forever, Otherwise, their health will deteriorate, and it will be difficult for them to withstand the increasingly concentrated zombie virus in the air in the future. When it turns into a corpse, it will cause a lot of trouble. However, although they were imprisoned by Feng Kuan and others, they could also become a force of their own. After thinking for a while, he sent another message to Meng Kuei. I will leave these women to Lu Xiao. She will come to find you later. He also sent a message to Lu Xiao, asking her to receive and integrate those imprisoned women. At the same time, he transferred all the remaining 358 points after exchanging his combat skills to Lu Xiao as her startup capital to gather those women. Lu Xiao did not reply immediately, probably because she was in battle. After Ao Chun recovered his breath, he took Ao Chun and continued to move towards the north of the city. The target is Su Wenhao's forces in the north of the city. He is also a devil fruit user. However, Ao Xion's target was not Su Wenhao, but one of Su Wenhao's subordinates. He was a taciturn boy, probably only 14 years old when the apocalypse began. This person looks very ordinary, but who knows that he will become the second in command of the big man in the capital of God in the future. He was brave and daring, and his frenzy in battle was frightening. People who knew him called him by a nickname from the water margin, Workaholic. Without any devil fruit abilities, he relied entirely on physical skills to become the most powerful person in the apocalypse. In the end times, those who dare to fight are all strong. Even Yang Xiaofei and Zhang Heng, who had also become leaders of a small force in Bianqing, paled in comparison to this young man. In addition to this, the most important point is that this young man once helped him briefly. Chapter 41, This Child and I Are Destined. The two walked slowly towards the Iron Tower, the landmark building of Bianqing. This tower is extremely strong. It not only withstood the Japanese artillery fire, but also could resist the attacks of zombies in the early days of the apocalypse. Close the main door and block the inside. No zombies will be able to break through the tower in the early stage. The only drawback is that the space is relatively small and can accommodate a small population. This also led to the fact that Su Wenhao's faction had few members. Even when he became powerful enough to fight most zombies, the forces under his command were limited, and only his most core members were allowed to live in the tower. At this moment, 13 people were squatting in the Iron Tower. The oldest of them was in their 40s and the youngest was only 14. There were both men and women, and they were resting in the tower. Brother Su, I heard that there are 3 mythical beastmen in our Bien city. If we can recruit them, our team will be invincible. We can't just hire people casually. The most important thing is their character, not their ability. They may not be willing to join our small team. In the previous city communication group, wasn't there a guy who called himself Brother Kuan and claimed that he had the ancient abilities of the Tyrannosaurus Rex? He even clamored to rule Bianqing. Rule Bianqing? He can kill all the zombies first. A group of people were chattering. With Su Wenhao's fruit ability, they got a lot of supplies from a nearby shopping mall, so they had no problems with their lives for the time being. What do you think, Xiaofei? Suddenly, a 30-year-old woman looked up at the boy squatting in the corner of the tower on the upper floor. The boy still had a childish look on his face, and he had hardly spoken a word since Su Wenhao pulled him in. Some people think that he is born with a reserved personality. Some people also think that it was the tragic death of his parents that dealt a great psychological blow to the boy. However, what Su Wenhao valued in him was his character of being fearless, fighting to the death, and yet being wise in battle. A 14-year-old boy, even though his physical strength was completely inferior to that of a zombie, was still able to kill it with his own methods. Most adults cannot be so calm and composed. Su Wenhao felt that this boy must be a talented person, so he helped him and invited him to join his newly formed team. But I think we can try to communicate with those people. If we want to survive in the apocalypse, we need to help each other. Someone suggested this. But do you know how to contact them? Those 3 mythical beasts that were exposed have never spoken in our city communication group. They definitely look down on us. Brother Su is also a person with special abilities. Why does he look down on me? Don't you think so, Brother Su? Su Haowen, who had been sitting on the stairs, didn't say anything. He didn't have big ambitions, he just wanted to survive well in the apocalypse. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he made a gesture to silence everyone. Be careful, someone is coming. Everyone suddenly fell silent and stared at the door. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the gate of the Iron Tower was smashed to pieces. A figure appeared in the smoke and dust. Su Wenhao come out and talk. Ao Xian and Ao Chin stood in front of the Iron Tower gate. The gate was too low, and he had no intention of going in. Su Wenhao's heart sank. It was directed at him. The other party was able to pass through countless zombies to come here and was able to smash the door with force. His strength is no worse than mine. Everyone in the tower looked at each other, and Su Wenhao stood up. Brother Su, those who came here are not friendly. I'm afraid they are those mythical beasts. Brother Su, don't go out yet. Since the other party knows you, they must also know that you are a person with special abilities. This means that they are confident in dealing with you. But what can they do about the current situation? Su Wenhao sighed and said, the gate has been broken. If I don't go out, he can still rush in. By then, you will all be in danger. Stay in the tower, I'll go out and meet him. Several others also said, Brother Su, I'll go with you. Yes, let's go together. Brother Su, you saved me from the zombies. I owe you my life. Let's face that man together today. Su Wenhao was somewhat moved. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Now it seems that there is no ungrateful person in the team. He nodded and said that even if these people hid in the Iron Tower, they were not safe. A group of people walked out together, and were all surprised when they saw there were only two people on the opposite side. Only two. Besides, there is no fruit ability. AO Exine doesn't need the Qinglong ability to kill these zombies and corpses now. After killing all the zombies nearby, AO Chen also released the fruit ability and recovered his strength. A handsome boy and a pretty girl? Are they a couple? Handsome people always attract people's attention, and the tension among the few people also eased a little, and they felt that it might not be as bad as they imagined. Excuse me, who are you? Brother Cohen? Or one of those mythical beasts? Su Wenhao stood at the front. He looked at the two men a few times. Although they looked harmless, the young man gave him a faint sense of oppression. As I got closer, my heart trembled unconsciously. This guy is a master. His eyes were fixed on the steel whip that AOXIN was carrying on his shoulder, which contained some mucus left over from smashing open the zombie's skull. This weapon doesn't look light. Anyone who can use it must be extremely powerful, and is most likely one of those mythical beasts. AOXIN. AOXIN was also looking at Su Wenhao and his group. Speaking of which, even in the memories of his previous life, Su Wenhao's force was very unique. They support each other and still retain the warmth they had before the end of the world. Its degree of unity far exceeds that of other forces. However, Su Wenhao died in the end due to this pattern. He thought he could judge everyone's character, but how could one measure the human heart? It was fine when he was weak, but when he became stronger, the people who joined him became more and more mixed. And he eventually died due to the betrayal of his companions. It can be considered a kind of Madonna. There are two types of Madonnas in the end times. One is to stand on the moral high ground and accuse others and bring disaster to others, commonly known as the saintly bitch. There is another type of people who are kind-hearted and just try their best to help others, but they will not stand on the moral high ground to demand others to do anything. Such people often bring disaster upon themselves. But as the leader of a force, Su Wenhao's behavior would bring disaster to the entire force. I came to you this time for only one purpose. AOXIN glanced at the group of people behind Su Wenhao and finally fixed his eyes on a thin young man. I want to be alone. He pointed at the boy and said, this kid is destined to be with me. Chapter 42, Natural Iron Fruit. Xiao Fei. Su Wenhao was surprised that this person actually came to ask for the young man. Did he have a grudge against the boy? Or did he like something about him? Su Wenhao was puzzled. The young man was also surprised when he saw AOXIN pointing at him. He was sure that he did not know the young man and had no connection with him. But why did the other party specifically ask for me? AOXIN nodded. Yes, if I remember correctly, your name is Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei was surprised and asked, yes, why do you know me? Su Wenhao also asked, what do you want Xiao Fei to do? AOXIN said bluntly, it's a waste for him to follow you. I can tap his potential to the greatest extent. Su Wenhao laughed twice. Although I am not a master, your words are too bullying. AOXIN didn't have time to argue with him and punched out with his fist covered in arm color. The strong sound of the wind made Su Wenhao's face change color. His fist instantly turned into steel and collided with AOXIN's fist. However, the iron fist was actually dented by AOXIN, and even Su Wenhao's body flew far away. Brother Su, how are you, Brother Su? The others were all shocked. They had never seen Su Wenhao suffer such a big loss. The young man in front of him just swung his fist, but even Su Wenhao, who used the ability of his fruit, was unable to resist. Although Su Wenhao was blown away, his body turned into steel, and after rubbing against the ground for a while, he did not suffer much damage. But when he looked down at his fist, he was horrified to find that his bones were broken by Ao Xian's punch. Armament hockey? Su Wenhao no longer had the arrogance he had before. He kept a distance from Ao Xian and looked at him with great vigilance. Your fruit ability is quite good. It is the rarest natural type. If you develop it properly, you can become a master. Ao Xian stood with his hands behind his back, and Ao Chen beside him was even more proud, almost looking down on others. Ao Xian knew Su Wenhao's abilities. It is a fruit that has never appeared in comics. Natural type, iron fruit. Unlike the gold fruit, the iron fruit can be transformed into elements. Moreover, he can also create iron out of thin air. However, the iron he creates cannot exist forever once it leaves himself. He can transform into liquid metal like the Terminator T-1000 and use it to change the shape of his body. It can also manipulate other iron objects around its body and change their shape and form, and can do so from a distance. For example, condense steel balls and shoot them out like bullets. It can also be condensed into a sword blade and used to kill people like a sword immortal. As his fruit abilities continue to develop, he can also continuously compress the density of steel to enhance its hardness. But now, he couldn't even withstand a normal punch from Ao Xian. The fist covered in armament hockey directly hit the body of his iron elemental fist, causing his fist to crack. Do you want to continue talking? Ao Xian did not kill him directly. This man was quite capable and valuable, but he was too kind and he did not like him. So he did not intend to take over Su Wenhao's forces directly, but only wanted Yuan Fei. What if I don't agree? After all, Su Wenhao was unwilling to give up the promise he had made to the young man. He believed that although Ao Xian was strong, he had been unprepared because of his sudden attack just now. If they really fought to the death, he would not necessarily lose. Disagree? Ao Xian's eyes turned cold. You will all die. Su Wenhao refused to accept the result. Under his control, the iron railings around him turned into molten iron and then into 5 steel balls, floating in front of him. I admit that you are very strong and you were able to awaken your domineering powers so early. However, even if you can really kill me, you will definitely not have an easy time. There are so many zombies around. After killing me, will you still be able to deal with the zombies? Hey, you really don't know what's good for you. Before Ao Xian could speak, Ao Chen became unhappy. She pouted and said arrogantly, My brother didn't even use his fruit ability, nor his weapons, and he knocked you away with his bare hands. Do you think you have a chance to resist? Don't talk about you. Even if it's a zombie, my brother has already killed 2 of them. Ao Chen's words shocked Su Wenhao. Ao Xian also has fruit abilities? Bianqing is not a big city, and there are not many people who possess fruit abilities. As of now, according to information revealed in the local communication group of the God-given space, there are a total of 5 people with special abilities in Bianqing. They are Feng Kuan and himself, who have the Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit, as well as 3 mysterious mythical beast-type ability users who have never spoken. This person is so powerful, he is most likely the Azure Dragon or the 4-horned Black Bull. He asked tentatively, Are you the user of the mythical beast Azure Dragon fruit? Ao Chen nodded and said, That's right. My brother didn't want to kill you, so he didn't use his fruit ability. Otherwise, you would have died by now. Besides, that young man, it's better for him to follow my brother than to follow you. Although she didn't know why Ao Xian specifically asked for this 14-year-old boy, her brother was a reborn person, so there must be a reason for what he wanted to do. Su Wenhao took a deep breath. Azure Dragon. Even ordinary people who don't watch One Piece know how powerful this mythical creature is. If the opponent fights at full strength, I would probably be killed instantly. Without him, even if Ao Xian didn't kill the others, how long could the others survive in the apocalypse? While Su Wenhao was thinking quickly, Yuan Fei took the initiative to stand up and said, Brother Su, I'm going with this big brother. Xiao Fei. Su Wenhao felt that he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as the eldest brother, which forced his younger brother to compromise. Yuan Fei said, Brother Su, thank you for taking care of me these days. Xiao Fei will never forget it. If Big Brother Ao wants to kill me, it won't be so troublesome. I believe Big Brother Ao will not treat me unfairly. Su Wenhao sighed. Well, if you were treated unfairly, you can come back at any time. Brother Su will always be your Brother Su. Ao Xian watched this scene indifferently. Although he has become cold-blooded and ruthless in this life, he is still willing to give these kind-hearted people a glimmer of hope, as long as it doesn't hinder yourself. Yuan Fei said goodbye to Su Wenhao and others one by one. He didn't have any luggage to pack, but he was holding a steel pipe that he had been using for fighting. Coming in front of Ao Exen, the stubborn boy knelt on one knee, imitating the plot he had seen in TV dramas, and placed his hand on his chest. Brother Ao, Yuan Fei will go with you. Please let Brother Su go. Ao Exen glanced at him and put the steel whip on his shoulder. Follow me. At this moment, the zombies wandering in the distance have gathered here in large numbers. Ao Exen asked as he walked, have you learned the domineering power? Yuan Fei nodded. Brother Su gave us 10 points each and let us learn our manhwa, but I haven't awakened it yet. Chapter 43, Giant Swarm of Rats. After Ao Exen added Yuan Fei as his friend, he transferred 20 points to him and said, learn observation haki and conquer haki as well. Next, what awaits you is an endless battle. Yuan Fei did not refuse. He accepted the points and exchanged the remaining 2 colors of domineering aura. He instantly understood the method of practicing domineering aura. Fighting is still fighting. Unyielding perseverance, the spirit of never giving up, and the courage to face death. This is the basis for awakening the domineering color. The zombies gathered together, and Ao Chen entered the human beast form and began to fight them. After awakening her observation ability, ordinary zombies were no match for her. Even if it is a 1-star corpse, Ao Chen can kill it after a fight. Yuan Fei picked up a steel pipe and hit a zombie with it. Except for the 2 of them, everyone here has been cleared out by Ao Exen. It is easy for him to kill ordinary zombies now. Not challenging at all. The only thing that can make him serious is a 2-star zombie. It's about time that zombies appear in Bianqing. Ao Exen squinted and looked into the distance. Although he could gain points by fighting these ordinary zombies, the effect on improving his strength was minimal. He is now extremely domineering and is not far from the Ironbone realm. Without fierce battles, his practice of domineering power slowed down. Not far away, Su Wenhao saw Ao Exen easily kill all the zombies that surrounded him, and he became more convinced of Ao Exen's strength and terror. When he saw Ao Chen's human beast form, he was surprised and said, Ao Exen's sister is also a person with special abilities? The companions around him have already started recording the footage of Ao Exen's battle and uploading it to the God-given space. Surprise! The mysterious Azure Dragon boss has appeared. He has awakened his domineering power and is slaughtering zombies like slaughtering dogs. Another person with special abilities has appeared in Bianqing. She is actually the younger sister of Boss Qinglong. The 2 videos quickly went viral, with countless people leaving comments below. Oh my god, this boss is too strong. I have to lure away one of those zombies and use obstacles to kill it, but the boss kills them one by one with a stick. Boss, can you kill zombies at this speed to eliminate all zombies in Bianqing? Woo woo woo, who knows where the boss lives? I'd love to warm his bed. Of course, some people also noticed Ao Chen in human beast form. That girl with animal ears is so cute. What's her ability? It looks like a little white mouse. I don't see any special abilities. I wonder if it's a mythical beast. Boss Qinglong's sister must be a mythical beast. As everyone was talking, Ao Exen and the other 2 were gradually walking away. Su Wenhao looked at his broken fist and thought, we are all capable people. Why am I not as good as him? He used his power to condense a steel knife and held it in his hand. Brothers, it's time for us to continue fighting. In the distance, Ao Exen returned with the 2 of them. Although Yuan Fei was small in stature and had no fruit ability, his madness in battle even surprised Ao Chen. He handed a piece of pork to Yuan Fei to help him recover his strength so that he could continue fighting. Halfway through the journey, when the 2 of them had consumed so much energy that they couldn't even replenish the water and meat, Ao Exen took them into a Kaifeng cuisine restaurant. After clearing the zombies in the store, they blocked the door with a few tables, and Ao Exen and Ao Chen sat casually on either side of a table. Yuan Fei went to a corner alone. Glancing at Yuan Fei's thin body, Ao Chen quietly asked Ao Exen, brother, why do you have to have him? Ao Exen said, this child is not ordinary. In my previous life, he made quite a name for himself. Moreover, Yuan Fei's loyalty is different from that of others. As long as the force he lives and exists, he is the type of person who will never betray it even if he dies. But if the power dissipates or the boss dies, he will not seek revenge for any faction. After joining the next faction, he will still serve the next faction wholeheartedly. It's very strange. So, as long as he is not dead, Yuan Fei will be a diehard fan. If he died, he would not place his hopes on others. While the two were chatting, suddenly there was a thudding sound. It was mild at first, but then it got heavier. In the end, it was like beating a drum. Brother, where does this sound come from? Ao Chen looked around with his big eyes open, hoping to find the source of the sound. Even Yuan Fei, who was sitting silently in the corner of the back row, suddenly sat up straight and held the steel pipe in his hand tightly. Are you coming? Ao Xian's eyes were fixed on the kitchen. Squeak, 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 squeak. With the sound of the wall being broken open, a large group of cat-sized mice rushed out of the sewer. The moment they appeared, their rolling eyes looked at the three people sitting in the store. Ah, rat! Such a big rat! Ao Chun screamed in fright. Where have you seen such a big rat in the north? Not to mention the north, even the rats in the south are not that big. Ao Xian was speechless. You're also a little mouse. Why are you afraid of mice? Ah, which one? Ao Chen let out a roar and jumped onto the table. I am a cute duobao mouse, not this disgusting big rat. The rats only paused for a moment before pouncing on Ao Xian and the others like dogs seeing bones. However, a soul-shaking, domineering pressure descended, and the movements of the rats suddenly came to a halt. As animals, they're more sensitive to danger than humans. That domineering and overbearing aura was like facing one's natural enemy, arousing the ancient fear inherited in the blood. Ao Xian just sat there quietly. In the eyes of these big rats, what was in front of them was a mighty green dragon that was 100 meters long. In the corner of the restaurant, Yuan Fei, who had already bent his body and prepared to fight, also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. There were so many big rats, and they were very agile, almost as fast as the corpses. He didn't think he could survive among the rats. The mouse is not moving? Ao Chun, who had already jumped from the table to behind Ao Xian, showed his cute little head. She was so scared that she turned into a human beast form, ready to fight at any time. Ao Xian said, You are not even afraid of zombies, but you are afraid of mice? Ao Chen tightly grasped the clothes on his back and whispered, That's different. I've seen a lot of zombies in movies, but rats are just scary. Brother, aren't you going to kill them? What are you doing keeping a bunch of rats? Kill? Of course I will kill you. Ao Xian stood up and walked to the largest rat in the lead. As he got closer, the pressure from his domineering aura became heavier, and the rats in front of him actually began to tremble. Squeak! Squeak! The mice didn't dare to look up. They couldn't imagine that there were such terrible creatures in the world. Ao Xian put his hand on the head of the leading rat. When his hand was on the messy hair, he could feel the rat under his hand shaking like a sieve. Chapter 44, Awakening Crystal. Taking his hand off the big rat's head, Ao Xian moved away the tables and chairs that were blocking the store door, knocked to death several zombies that were crowding in front of the door, and then dragged these zombies into the store and placed them in front of the big rat. You must be hungry, try it. He invited the big rat to eat in a gentle tone, just like feeding a pet. But the big rat still didn't dare to move. Bang! He slapped the rat on the head and said, Eat! Squeak, squeak. The big rat bared its teeth and screamed. It had no human nature and didn't understand why it was being beaten. After being slapped again, it seemed to vaguely understand that the person in front of it wanted to eat the rotten meat himself. It tried to take a bite, and a strange energy rushed into its body. The big rat was stunned for a moment, then began to tear the zombie's flesh apart frantically. Yeah, very good. Ao Xian stood quietly beside it and watched it eat, while Ao Chen followed closely behind it, not daring to leave. Brother, why are you feeding it zombie meat? A group of big rats are eating zombies. This scene is super disgusting, okay? At this time, even Yuan Fei, who was sitting alone in the corner, came to Ao Xian cautiously. In fact, a group of rats as big as fat cats filled the entire restaurant, and the scene was somewhat scary. The mouse was gnawing on the zombie's body parts. Its stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. It ate an entire thigh, but its belly didn't even swell. Finally, when it had eaten both thighs, its body doubled in size again. The Rat King, who was as big as a medium-sized mastiff, bared his fangs and had a fierce light in his pupils. He was no longer as well-behaved and obedient as before. Squeak! At the command of the Rat King, the group of rats, frightened by the domineering color, suddenly jumped up and pounced on Ao Xian and others. The Rat King even rushed straight to Ao Xian's throat, trying to bite it off. What blue dragon? At this moment, the Rat King felt that he could slay the dragon. A beast is still a beast after all. He has no gratitude at all. Ao smiled faintly, and at the same time, he exerted force with his hands, his 10 fingers like hooks, crushing the big rat's head, and exhaled a breath of hot air, and all the rats were burned to ashes. Squeak! Squeak! The Rat King, whose skull was crushed, was still struggling, moving his body around and trying to bite Ao in. Crack! The dragon claws closed and crushed the rat's head alive, leaving only a pool of blood and a small crystal in the palm of his hand. Huh? What is this? Ao-chan looked at the crystal in his hand, curiously. If it wasn't covered with rat's blood and brain matter, she would have taken it and taken a closer look. Is it the crystal core commonly seen in novels? When all the rats were wiped out, Ao-chan regained his former liveliness. Can I become stronger if I eat this? This thing is disgusting. I don't want to eat it. Ao-chan casually pulled out a tablecloth and wiped the crystal clean. This crystal is very small, only the size of a fingernail, and has an octahedral structure. There is a tiny thread floating in the center of the crystal, and no one knows what it is. It can be considered a crystal core, but it is different from the crystal core you know. Ao-chan explained. This thing is only useful to us ability users. It is called Awakening Crystal. It can help ability users improve their fruit abilities and accelerate fruit awakening. As for improving your strength, you still have to rely on fighting to train your domineering spirit. This thing is useless. To awaken the crystal, a creature must devour zombie flesh. Those who are infected with the zombie virus but do not transform into zombies will have a chance to have this kind of crystal formed in their brains. Generally speaking, the leader of a biological community has a higher probability of giving birth to crystals. In previous lives, when people discovered this thing, they began to find ways to raise various creatures and feed them the flesh of zombies in order to achieve the purpose of artificial production. There are even some insane organizations that use humans as petri dishes. Humans are also part of biological life, so naturally they can also produce this kind of crystal nucleus. There are also crazy people who want to increase their strength by producing crystal cores. However, this kind of crystal core will devour the brain and distort the soul. Not only does it cause genetic mutation and make them no longer human, but even their souls are no longer themselves, turning them into a new, more dangerous species. They are called crystal people. Crystal people evolved by devouring zombies, and the flesh and blood of their own kind also have a strong attraction to them. Of course, the crystallized brain of the crystal man is also a great supplement for those with special abilities. If the two sides meet, they will fight to the death. He explained to Ao-chan the use of awakening crystals. In the future, we will also build a cultivation base. It will not only speed up the development of fruits, but also make them best-selling products. This is also the reason why he wants to build up his power, not just to protect his family. There are many things that cannot be done by one person alone. Now that we have Feng Kuen's group of migrant workers, we can consider establishing a primary base. After resting, the three men walked out of the house. Even though he had killed so many zombies on the streets, the zombies soon re-roamed the cleared streets, and the number of zombies in the city did not decrease at all. On both sides of the street, you can occasionally see people fighting against some buildings. It has been more than half a month since the end of the world. The annihilation of the military has made everyone realize that they can only rely on themselves in the end of the world. They have to find ways to obtain supplies, kill zombies to gain points, and after gaining points, they have to fight again to improve their strength. Suddenly, the street became chaotic. Not only were people running into the houses, but even the zombies seemed to have seen their natural enemies and fled in all directions. Those are zombies without any intelligence. There is only one possibility for the situation to occur. That means higher-level zombies have appeared. Under pressure, it will not allow these low-level zombies to appear around it. Roar! The roar resounded through the sky. Ao-chan was very familiar with this voice. Even Ao-chan immediately recognized the source of the voice. Brother, it's a zombie. Not far away, a zombie with stiff limbs that could only jump forward was driving a large number of zombies to hunt down humans. Those who relied on their cleverness to trap the zombies in the terrain and then killed them, the obstacles in front of them were instantly broken. Even the hard reinforced concrete walls were easily penetrated by the zombies. The iron sheet of the car is as thin as paper, and the thick telephone poles are as fragile as biscuits. The emergence of zombies has turned the buildings that humans previously relied on for survival into mere decorations. Screams rang out again, and panic spread. But where could these ordinary people escape to? The houses were destroyed, and the streets were full of zombies. They soon became food for the zombies or were infected and became part of the zombie army. Ao-Xn held up a steel whip and said to Ao-Chun, "Stand far away and protect yourself. If you are in danger, just escape underground." Ao-Chun nodded. She was already familiar with this process. A loud dragon roar was heard, and Ao-Xn turned into a dragon man, holding a steel whip in his hand, and strode towards the zombies. Chapter 45. Advancing to the Iron Bone Realm. Clang! The steel whip collided with the zombies' arms, and the zombies' King Kong-like arms were directly knocked down. Amid the dragon's roar, Ao-Xin rushed forward, raised the steel whip again, and smashed the zombie's forehead with great force. Clang! Electricity was wrapped around the steel whip, and the zombie's skull was directly cracked by it. Roar! The zombie used both arms to attack, trying to beat the strange human to death. However, Ao-Xin stretched out his left claw and grabbed the zombie's right arm, and the powerful force prevented the zombie's arm from moving forward even an inch. The steel whip in his right hand hit out again, and the zombie's left arm was smashed open again. Moreover, his arms were covered in torn flesh and his bones were broken. At this moment, Ao-Xin's strength is much stronger than the first time he fought against zombies. Hot breath gushed out of the dragon's mouth. The distance between the two sides was no more than 30 centimeters. At such a close distance, the zombies had no chance to dodge at all. The scorching flames sprayed on his face, singeing his flesh. Bad wind. Behind the flames were countless wind blades, which directly scraped off the zombie's burnt flesh. Only a bare skull remained. There are obvious cracks on the skull, which is the effect of being hit by a steel whip. Bang! The steel whip struck down again, hitting the crack caused by the first strike. The zombie's head cracked open, and its brains flowed all over the ground. The whole battle took only 3 seconds. A survivor on the rooftop, not far away, saw the battle below. The arrogant zombie was killed instantly, which caused a great impact on his 3 views. Good, so strong. The human beast form of Qinglong is the rumored Qinglong boss. What a pity that this battle was not recorded. On the street, Yuan Fei, who was watching from afar, was also stunned. He already knew that Ao-Xin was strong, but he didn't know he was this strong. The boy's eyes revealed admiration. In the last days, this is what a real man should be like. How about it? My brother is strong. Ao-Chun proudly showed off to Yuan Fei, as if she was the one who killed the zombie in seconds. Strong. I must become as strong as brother Ao-Xin in the future. The boy swore secretly. Ao-Xin came from a distance, and at the same time he had also ended his dragon transformation. At the last moment of the battle, he felt that his domineering power had completely merged with his bones. At that moment, his strength increased more than tenfold. This is the second realm of body refining, the Iron Bone Realm. Entering the Iron Bone Realm, coupled with the Azure Dragon Fruit, he is strong enough to fight against the 3-star hairy corpse. But there is no Mao corpse in Bianqing now, but there is one in the provincial capital next door, but he would not go to the provincial capital just to kill Mao's corpse. In the villa area in the west of the city, Lu Xiao also rushed here after seeing Ao-Xin's order. On the way, she met Meng Kuei, and they both went to the villa area at the same time. In the community, Feng Kuan and others looked at the woman who came with Meng Kuei and were simply stunned by her beauty. They thought the women they imprisoned were beautiful enough, but compared to this tall beauty, they were just garbage. He swallowed unconsciously and was kicked in the chest by Meng Kuei. This is the boss's woman. Put away your dirty thoughts. However, there was still a short man who was secretly staring at Lu Xiao, his eyes repeatedly scanning her exquisite figure. Meng Kuei was furious and drew his sword to chop off a head, which fell to the ground. Only then did the migrant workers wake up. Meng, brother Meng, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Zhou Xiang slapped himself hard in the face with such force that his cheeks swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. After Feng Kuan saw this, he cursed inwardly and slapped himself in the face. Brother Meng, I'm sorry. The other migrant workers followed suit, and the sound of slapping themselves on the mouth could be heard in the yard. Even after the injection, Zhou Xiang and Feng Kuan checked whose face was less swollen. Your attitude towards admitting your mistakes is too poor. You are disrespectful to Brother Meng and the boss. Brother Meng, are you going to kill him? Zhou Xiang's words frightened the man, and he immediately lashed out left and right. Soon his cheeks were swollen. Meng Kuei watched all this coldly. Only when blood started flowing from the man's nose and mouth did he shout, "Stop. That's enough. If you do it again, I will kill you without mercy. Yes, yes. The migrant workers bowed their heads and agreed. After this farce was over, Lu Xiao finally spoke. Where are those women? Bring them all out. The voice was cold, but even such cruel words still made people feel hooked. However, Feng Kuan and others no longer dared to have any distracted thoughts. He quickly went to bring out all the women in the villa. These women have numb expressions. They don't know what fate will await them, but as long as they are alive, is there any fate more tragic than their current one? Outside the house, they stood in 3 rows. In addition to the man who made Feng Kuan bow and nod, there was also a very beautiful woman. The woman was tall, well-proportioned, with fair skin and small, charming cheeks. He's the type that would make women's hearts flutter when they see him. Her temperament was even more shameless. She was confident and noble, with a long sword hanging around her waist. Feng Kuan and the others lowered their heads and dared not look at her. Even the burly man seemed to be lurking behind this woman. Is she the leader of this powerful man? The women thought so. We are all women, but there is such a big difference between us. Lift your head. Lu Xiao shouted coldly, and these women looked up unconsciously. They looked very bad, and some of them were even coughing. This is not a good sign. Lu Xiao has learned from Aoxin that infection can occur not only by being bitten. There are also a large number of zombie viruses in the air, which can directly infect weak creatures. My name is Lu Xiao. From today on, you will be under my command. Lu Xiao said straight to the point. Fight with me, and you won't have to endure this humiliation anymore. But these women were not grateful. One of them snorted and said, Fight? Fight zombies? I'd rather have sex with a man then. As she spoke, she coughed and her face looked a little pale. There are many people who hold the same idea as her. Yeah, why fight? That's just going to die. I just heard the noise in the yard. Aren't you also a toy of a powerful man? Why are you pretending to be so noble? Ha! Do you think holding a knife makes you a female warrior? Why should I listen to you? These women were talking to each other one after another. In the beginning, they only dared to speak in a low voice, but in the end, they cursed as harshly as they could. Lu Xiao's eyebrows were raised, and golden sun fire was burning on her hands. She grabbed the throat of the woman who cursed the most fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, the woman was burned to charcoal. The carbon ash scattered all over the ground, shocking the other women. They didn't dare to keep talking anymore. He didn't even dare to scream. He was afraid that he would be burned to death like this if he angered Lu Xiao. Swear? Why don't you curse? The flames on Lu Xiao's hands went out, and she glanced at them coldly. Chapter 46, I Allow You to Take Revenge. The migrant workers who were standing respectfully in front of Meng Ke were also shocked when they saw the real fire of the sun. It turns out that the 3rd mythical beast ability user in the rumors is Sister Lu. They were horrified and solemn. Meng Ke and Lu Xiao were both under Aoxin's command. Wouldn't the power of 3 fantasy beasts be invincible? Now thinking about the fact that they have been recruited by him, these people feel that it is worth it. Isn't this better than following Feng Kuan? Unfortunately, the opportunity to flatter was snatched away by Zhou Xiang. Now, Meng Ke often asks Zhou Xiang directly about things. Zhou Xiang's status is apparently higher than Feng Kuan's. I secretly cursed the boy for being shameless, but I was also extremely envious. But the opportunity was seized by Zhou Xiang, and they could only sigh. Lu Xiao killed a person directly, and then they realized that this beautiful woman was equally cruel and ruthless. You think you can be safe if you hide away, let men play with you, and have food and shelter? Lu Xiao said, there is also a zombie virus in the air, which can infect weak creatures. Also, as more zombies are killed and the apocalypse progresses, the zombie virus in the air will become more and more concentrated. If you don't practice, even if you hide, you will be infected and become a zombie. Her words caused a commotion among the crowd, not only the women, but also the migrant workers. These are things they don't know. In the previous life, it was not until a long time later that anyone discovered this truth. But by that time, 90% of the people in the world had already died. Practice domineering spirit, strengthen your body, and become a strong man. Not only can it give you dignity in the end times, but it can also help you survive well. Lu Xiao slowly circled around the group of women. You are right. I am the master's plaything. But that's because I am lucky and have good taste. The master has never treated me lightly. Your luck is not as good as mine. So all you can rely on is your own perseverance. Become stronger. Then at least you can choose which powerful person to be their plaything, instead of just anyone being able to toy with you at will. I heard from manhwa that some of you are the wives and daughters of the wealthy people in this villa area, and some of you were plundered by them from the neighboring communities. Your husbands, children, and parents were killed by zombies, and they were also killed by them. Don't you want revenge? At this moment, the flame of hope began to ignite in the eyes of some women in the crowd. The migrant workers watching nearby opened their mouths wide in surprise. Brother Meng, this? Zhou Xiang relied on his favor and whispered to Meng Kuei, but was glared at by Meng Kuei. Shut up. Over there, a woman who looked no more than 20 years old looked at Lu Xiao. Can you really let us get revenge? Her gaze turned to the migrant workers again, and the person she was looking at was Zhou Xiang. His cheeks were twisted with anger. Lu Xiao smiled faintly and said softly, I'll make the decision and give you a chance for a fair duel. As long as you are strong enough, you can kill your enemy under my supervision. The woman wondered loudly. What if I surpass you? Lu Xiao said. In this world, the strong are respected. Good. The woman stepped forward. I will fight you. Lu Xiao smiled and said, Very good. How about you guys? She asked a group of women. Fight with me and become my subordinate. I will take care of your food and give you the opportunity to become stronger. At the same time, you don't have to serve these men anymore. If you don't agree, I won't force you. You can continue to be meat toys here. The women began to whisper to each other. After a while, one of them asked, But what if your master wants us to accompany him? Lu Xiao looked a little unhappy. Master didn't even touch me. How could he be interested in you? Of course, if the master really wants you to sleep with him, you have to do it. However, from now on, only the master can force you to do such a thing. The women discussed quietly for a while again, and finally, another girl stood up. I am willing to fight too. Once there was one, there would be two. Young girls and young women stood up one after another until only 5 people were left there. What about you? A woman who looked to be around 30 years old smiled bitterly. Zombies are too scary. Fighting them means death, and being infected also means death. I'll just live as long as I can. The others remained silent, but they all basically meant the same thing. The girl who stood out first couldn't help but said, Sister Tang, there are only 5 of you now, and there are more than 100 of them. You will die. The woman called Sister Tang lowered her head. That's better than being bitten to death by zombies when you go out. Lu Xiao didn't force them. Okay, everyone has their own aspirations. I've said everything I need to say. Then he pointed to the girl who spoke first. What's your name? My name is Bai Cici. I'm 19 years old. Seeing Lu Xiao calling her name, Bai Cici keenly realized that this was an opportunity and quickly gave her name and age. Lu Xiao nodded, but did not ask her what grudge she had with Zhou Xiang. She doesn't care about these things. From today on, you will be my deputy. Lu Xiao's words made Bai Cici very happy, and she responded loudly. Yes. Stand at the front, starting with you, and count. Bai Cici shouted loudly. 1, 2. Things like counting are something they often did when they were students, so they are very familiar with it. 31. After the count was finished, Bai Cici said loudly. Report to Sister Lu, there are 31 people in total. She has already put herself into the role of Lu Xiao's assistant. Lu Xiao nodded and said, You have been lacking exercise for many years and have been imprisoned for a long time. Your physical functions have declined. I will give each of you 10 points to exchange for the armament hockey training method. From now on, you will all run around the community. She did not send these people directly into the battle, which would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. After asking them to add him as their friend, he transferred 10 points to each of them. The women accepted it with surprise. Following this mysterious woman seems to be a good idea. Next to him, Zhou Xiang saw that the women had already started lining up to run after exchanging their armament hockey, so he dared to speak. Brother Meng, are you really going to let them seek revenge on us? None of them has clean hands. If they were really sought after for revenge, they would really worry about being beaten to death. Meng Kuei glanced at him and asked, Are you scared? Be afraid, Brother Meng. You saw how vicious that girl's eyes were. She really wanted to kill me. Zhou Xiang wanted to cry. Who knew that these imprisoned women would have a chance to turn things around? Meng Kuei said, As long as you are always stronger than them, why do you need to worry about being sought for revenge? Don't just stand there, come with me and go out and hunt zombies. All the migrant workers had bitter faces and dared not speak. They picked up their various weapons and followed Meng Kuei out of the villa area. Chapter 47. expansion of treasure space. Lu Xiao watched the women running around the villa complex and reported to AOXIN that she had initially accepted them. AOXIN simply replied, "Not bad. They're under your command, and you don't have to report to me." Just like handing over the migrant workers group to Meng Kuei, AOXIN was too lazy to take care of these matters. If these people are not capable, they can be replaced at any time. It will be fine as long as we keep a close eye on the core few people. AOXIN brought AO Chun and Yuan Fei back to his home and assigned the room opposite the first floor to Yuan Fei. "You will live here from now on. I will bring you some food later." Then, he took AO Chun upstairs. At this time, his parents had not returned yet. Put the awakening crystal in AO Chin's hand. Put it in your palm and feel it with your heart. The energy in it will flow into your body and strengthen your devil fruit ability. Ao Chin weighed the crystal curiously and placed it in his palm, as Ao Xan said. Soon, a warm energy flowed from the crystal into his palm and then flowed through his whole body, unconsciously entering the human beast form. At this moment, she felt as if she had really become a duo bao rat, temporarily forgetting everything about being human. Half an hour later, Ao Chin opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Brother, my treasure storage space is now 20 cubic meters, and the range in which I can sense treasures has also expanded by 1/10. She transformed into a treasure mouse and escaped into the ground, and found that her speed of escaping underground was much faster. He emerged from the ground, transformed into human form again, and jumped around Ao exit. "Brother, this crystal is amazing. Now I can put more things in it." The biggest benefit of the enhanced fruit ability is that the treasure hiding space has doubled, but the increase in perception range and burrowing speed is not that great. "But brother, why don't you use it yourself? If you eat it, your Qinglong will be stronger." Ao Chen suddenly thought of this problem at this time, and felt that it was a waste for him to use the awakening crystal. If he let his brother use it, he would become stronger. Ao Xian smiled and said, "I'm already in the Ironbone realm, and I'm very strong. The stronger I am, the faster the fruit will develop. Besides, this crystal is too small, so it won't be of much use to me. But it's different for you. You are the money bag of our family." He expected that Ao Chin's treasure space would become much larger, and now it seems that he was not disappointed. The two talked for a while, and Ao Xian took out a lot of food and fresh water from a house that was used as a warehouse and sent them to Yuan Fei, who stayed behind. "What kind of weapon do you want? A knife or a sword?" Ao Xian asked Yuan Fei about his wishes. "This young man is worth training. If you give him a good weapon, he will grow faster." But after thinking for a moment, Yuan Fei said, "I used to use a kitchen knife and an axe, but the blades of both were prone to bending and were not as good as steel pipes. And I saw that Brother Ao also used a blunt weapon, so I'll use a blunt weapon too." Ao Xian entered the God-given space and took a look. Yuan Fei is young now, and although he dares to fight, his strength is limited after all. Without any fruit ability and without awakened domineering, weapons like Aurita's mace are too heavy for Yuan Fei. After searching for a while, he saw something interesting. Steel water pipe, an ordinary water pipe, but Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, still uses it as a weapon even after he became famous. It should not be underestimated. Price, 10 points. This thing isn't even a weapon. You have to know that the cheapest pirate sword or navy sword costs 100 points. But this steel pipe only costs 10 points. After exchanging it and comparing it with the one in Yuan Fei's hand, they were indeed different. Not to mention anything else, things in the pirate world seem to be exceptionally hard. You can use this first. Although they are both steel pipes, they are better than the one in your hand. Yuan Fei took it and found that the steel pipe was indeed heavier. "Thank you, Brother Ao. There are obstacles at the entrance of the building. As long as it's not a zombie, it's safe here. Once you've rested, go fight the zombies and awaken your domineering power as soon as possible." Then he said to Ao Chun, "You also level up here. I'll go to the Yellow River to take a look. It's been so long since the end of the world that the tap water has been cut off. There is no water source in the city, so a safe zone must be established near a river. The nearest river to here is the Bien River in the north." Moreover, in his previous life, Feng Kuan led his group of migrant workers to build a safe base on the banks of the Bien River and continued to expand it to gather refugees. He was going to go and find the waters where sea stone was produced. Using sea stone as building material can make the base more solid. If you are in danger, run and send me a message. I will come back as soon as possible. After giving his sister a few more instructions, he transformed into a green dragon and soared into the sky, heading towards the north of Bianqing. After advancing to the Iron Bone realm, his physical strength became more abundant, and he could easily fly the distance from his home to the Bian River. Above the clouds, a blue dragon is soaring. When he was about to leave the city, he also saw a magpie that had transformed into a corpse. In the apocalypse, there are bird zombies, but they are very rare, because their feathers and flesh will fall off in the early stages. Without feathers, it cannot fly. Once it loses the ability to fly, no matter how fierce it is, it can be easily killed. The flesh corpse must at least evolve to a 1-star level before it can return to the air. Of course, if bird zombies can evolve to the end, they are still very powerful. Their flying ability and speed make them the most dangerous killers. But the one in front of him was just a corpse. Ao turned his roar into thunder, and the magpie's head was smashed. It fell from the sky and hit the head of a young man who was carefully hunting zombies. He looked up in confusion, only to see a huge green dragon swimming in the clouds, which soon disappeared into the distance. "It's Boss Qinglong. I don't know if Boss Qinglong can take me in." The young man clenched his fists and continued to deal with the zombies in front of him. Outside the North City, a blue dragon descended from the clouds, transformed into a human form, and came to the shore. This was the place where people in Bianqing used to like to barbecue. There are also some fishing boats on the river. However, it is precisely because of this gathering that a large-scale zombie outbreak has occurred, and there are almost no humans here. There were only a few zombies wandering around, and the zombies were attracted by the popularity of the city and were slowly moving towards the city. However, there are also people who ran out of the city in the apocalypse and survived there. In a small hut, a pale and thin man heard the noise and saw Ao standing on the shore through the window. There was a fierce gleam in his eyes. He had fled here in a hurry and had run out of food. They lived on the occasional carp they caught from the river. But without fishing equipment, his success was limited. If you see a stranger coming at this time, it is very likely that this person is carrying supplies. Even without supplies, the man licked the corner of his mouth. People are also material things. Chapter 48: Monsters in the River. He quietly opened the door, trying to avoid making any noise. The man was secretly delighted when he saw that the young man who was staring at the yellow river did not react. Standing on tiptoe, the man came up behind Ao, raised the axe in his hand, and chopped it down heavily. Clang! There was a loud noise, and the man felt a huge recoil force coming. The recoil was so strong that he fell to the ground. Looking at the axe in his hand again, the blade was bent. "It's like cutting on steel." Ao turned his head indifferently. He had naturally noticed the man's appearance. But how could a coward who escaped from the city with this, and didn't even have the qualifications to practice domineering energy, possibly cut his skin? The strengthening of the body by the azure dragon fruit, and the blessing of the skin and flesh by the copper skin realm. Even without activating the armament hockey hardening, his body could not be chopped open by this ordinary person's axe. "You, what kind of monster are you?" The man was shocked. "Zombie? You are a zombie." All he could think of at this moment were the zombies with extremely hard bodies. Although, the body of the young man in front of him did not have the corpse spots that are unique to zombies. She reached out and grabbed the man's throat. "Do you want to live or die?" The man heard him talking and realized that this person was not a zombie. Feeling the iron-like hand on his neck, he trembled and replied, "I want to live, I want to live. Big brother, please spare me, I didn't mean it." Aoxion's eyes were like the vertical pupils of a dragon. "Stop talking nonsense. Go to the river and find it dark, or, if I can find it, I'll let you live." The man was being strangled to the point of being unable to breathe. "No problem. I'll go find it right away." He didn't even hear what they were looking for. He just wanted Aoxion to let go as soon as possible. Aoxion let go, and the man coughed and asked, "There are a lot of black stones. Are there any other characteristics?" "No." Aoxion shook his head. It was precisely because sea stone was extremely common that it took a long time for people to realize that there was sea stone on Blue Star, and began using it to make weapons and fortifications. The man wanted to say something, but when he met Aoxion's eyes filled with murderous intent, he swallowed all the words he was about to say. When he came to the river and looked at the rushing water, his legs felt weak. In previous years, many people have died after being caught in the whirlpool of the Yellow River. Can you really survive if you jump like this? But feeling the pressure from behind, he did not dare to resist. At this moment, The three corpses sensed the breath of living people and rushed towards Ao-xan quickly. The man was so frightened that his face turned pale and even his lips were trembling. It's over, it's over. I'm going to be eaten by zombies. During the time he hid in the cabin, he saw zombies eating people and evolving. It is also known that the attack of a corpse whose body is no longer decayed is more powerful. Now that the distance is so close, I can't run away even if I want to. But an even more shocking scene appeared. The monstrous young man raised the steel whip in his hand and blew the heads of the three corpses with just 3 hits. Brain matter splattered all over the ground, attracting more zombies to gather here. After easily killing 3 corpses in seconds, Ao-xan glanced at the man calmly. Why aren't you going yet? Go! Go now! The man shuddered, not daring to delay any longer, and jumped down with gritted teeth. You may die in a turbulent river, but if you don't jump, you will die immediately. Ao-xan stood on the riverbank. As he killed these 3 zombies, more and more zombies wandering in the city were attracted. They want to eat human flesh, but also want to devour the bodies of their companions to evolve. A large group of zombies and corpses swarmed in. Ao-xan just stood there, his steel whip rising and falling continuously, and there were more and more headless corpses around him. Even if he was bitten by zombies occasionally, they could not bite through his skin and flesh, let alone infect him. He stretched out his left hand, grabbed the throat of the zombie that was biting his arm, and squeezed it hard, breaking the zombie's neck. The head rolled off and the body fell down helplessly. His domineering aura was growing all the time, and he killed all these zombies instantly. The corpses around him formed a small hill. Ao-xan stepped out of the hill, otherwise he would be buried by the corpses. The suburbs were sparsely populated, and there were not many zombies. Soon, all the zombies that rushed over were killed by him. He found a bucket, scooped some water from the river, and rinsed the steel whip. There were too many zombies with their heads blown off, and there was a lot of brain matter on them, which was really disgusting. After rinsing, he blew out a breath of hot air to dry the surface of the steel whip. Looking closely at this weapon obtained from Lezu Temple, it seems to be slightly different from before. The rust on its surface is gradually falling off, revealing its original color. Moreover, holding the steel whip every day, he felt that the speed at which his domineering aura penetrated was very fast. It is even faster than the supreme sword he exchanged in his previous life. But he knew that the quality of this steel whip was not as good as that of the supreme sword. But if it continues at this speed, the steel whip that has been deeply transformed by Haki may become of the quality of a supreme sword. Perhaps that's why it's listed as equipment in the personal information. Ao-xan muttered to himself as he carried it on his shoulder and felt the steel whip become a little heavier. Why would a weapon in the hands of a pre-apocalyptic statue have such magical powers? He couldn't figure it out. In his previous life, he had never heard of any strong man using a steel whip as a weapon. Everyone used weapons exchanged from the God-given space. Or it may come from a secret realm in the future. Or, when the second divine gift comes, go and obtain the Zanpakuto. This kind of earthly weapon has never appeared before. Gaze at the river. Unlike in the comics, after the apocalypse, sea stone will appear in all rivers. Of course, the place with the most sea stone is deep in the sea. Only lakes or ponds have no sea stone. Moreover, there seems to be some kind of mysterious power in the lakes and pools. Even water with sea stone factors will be purified if it flows here. The sea stone had just appeared not long ago, and the sea stone factor in the river was not strong. He could dive in, but he just couldn't touch the sea stone. As time goes on, rivers and seas will become forbidden areas for those with special abilities. There was no movement in the turbid river water. Just when Ao-xan thought that the man had died in the river, he suddenly popped up again. In his hand, he was holding a small black stone. Big brother! He screamed and was about to go ashore when suddenly a dark shadow emerged from the river. Before the man could react, he was dragged in. Only a pool of blood was left on the surface of the river. The bloodstains spread out, and the small black stones sank into the river. Is that the guy? It turns out it mutated from the Bien River. Ao-xan stared at the river's surface. This was the reason why he couldn't help but enter the river. Although the sea stone factor is not strong now, it will still make oneself weak. If I encounter that guy, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat him. Chapter 49. Azure Dragon vs. Water Monster. Ao-xan stroked his chin and pondered on the shore. This big guy swam along the Yellow River. When passing by Luo Shui, the strong man from Shindu wanted to kill it, but was almost dragged into the river. It has been causing trouble in the Yellow River for a long time, making it difficult for all forces that rely on the Yellow River to build a security base. However, for the sake of water, all forces are determined to build bases on the shore, even if it means lives are lost. Fortunately, there are not many powerful monsters in the Yellow River, and they do not always stay in one place, but roam around the entire river. They can only pray that they won't encounter this monster. Not only the Yellow River, but also the Yangtze River, Huai River, and other rivers, all kinds of monsters appear. Some were killed, and some flowed down the river into the sea. Others stir up trouble in the river and devour creatures on the shore at any time. We have to find a way to kill this big guy. Aoxin thought about the strategy, but couldn't come up with a good idea for the moment. In the previous life, also in the later period, those non-powerful people grew up and ignored the restraint of sea stone, so they were able to join forces to kill certain water monsters in the river. But now, those who have the ability to fight are those who have special abilities. It is not easy to enter the water and kill the water monster. He transformed into a green dragon and soared into the sky. He looked down and saw the silhouette of a huge monster vaguely visible in the waves. This monster is no smaller than me. A loud dragon roar was heard, and the sound waves penetrated the water surface. Underwater, the monster heard the dragon's roar and felt that its dignity was violated. Amid the rippling water, its head broke through the water's surface, and its scarlet eyes stared at the blue dragon in the clouds. The green dragon is coiled, and at this moment a pair of dragon eyes are staring at it. The monster was nearly 100 meters long, and its black scales sparkled coldly in the sunlight. This is a giant python. The giant python's head and neck that emerged from the river was 20 meters long. Roar! The blue dragon roared and swooped down. The giant python was not willing to be outdone. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the enemy. Roaring thunder. Amid the dragon's roar, a bolt of lightning burst out from the azure dragon's mouth. The bright lightning was extremely dazzling, and the huge thunder also stunned the giant python. But how fast is lightning? But in an instant, the thunder fell on the giant python's head. A strong electric current flowed through the giant python's body, and its tongue, which was hissing and retracting, drooped limply at the side of its mouth. The electric current not only hit the giant python's head, but also fell on the river. Water can conduct electricity, and a large area of the river was covered by the electric current. Many fish on the river were electrocuted and floated up with their bellies turned upside down. Hot breath. Another burst of flames spurted out. Although Azure Dragon can control the three elements of wind, fire, and thunder, its power is not as strong as that of the natural system. It can only be used as an auxiliary means of attack. For example, wrapping elements around weapons to enhance attacks. This giant python is so huge, but no one knows how hard its scales are, and he doesn't expect to be able to kill it directly with thunder and fire. The scorching flames surged down, and the giant python, whose consciousness was dazzled by the electricity, had no time to react and was sprayed by the hot breath. The high temperature evaporated water vapor, the river was shrouded in mist, and a slight burnt smell came from it. But Aoxin was not happy, because that burnt smell is just some scales being burnt. The python's flesh and blood were not harmed. While the giant python was still paralyzed by the electric current, he blew out another breath of bad air. Countless wind blades strangled the giant python, scraping its scales that were burnt by lightning and fire into pieces, and further cut the flesh and blood of the giant python. At this time, the giant python that was paralyzed by the electric current also came to its senses. It was in severe pain and became furious. More bodies left the water, and it was about to drag the green dragon in the air into the water. Still a fool? Aoxin was overjoyed when he saw that the giant python did not run away, but instead rushed towards him like crazy. His original plan was to drive the giant python away first so as not to affect the establishment of his base. I'll kill it when I have a chance later. Since this giant python doesn't run away, we can just kill it directly. Qinglong swooped down and did not continue to use the elemental abilities of wind, fire, and thunder, as those abilities consumed too much energy. The dragon claw stretched out and grabbed the giant python's head. The dragon claws were covered with armed color, and the black claws flashed with cold light. The giant python's fangs sprayed out venom, which shot towards Qinglong's eyes like a sharp arrow. Another hot breath. The venom was burned away by the flames. The dragon's claw caught the giant python's mouth, but the giant python's fangs also bit the dragon's claw. Roar! All the armament color is concentrated on the dragon claws to resist the piercing of the poisonous fangs. Even with his iron bone realm cultivation and powerful armament hockey, he could still feel the severe pain in his claws. Fortunately, it was not pierced, and the armed color still withstood the attack of the giant python's fangs. Humph! Since you can't bite through my hand, it's my turn next. The sharp dragon claws pierced into the python's mouth. Even though its scales were as hard as those of the azure dragon, the inside of its mouth was soft after all. 3 dragon claws pierced the python's chin, and the other 2 dragon claws clasped the scales outside its chin. Get up for me! Aoxin shouted loudly and pulled the nearly 100-meter-long python out of the river. The giant python's body kept flipping over and over, trying to break free from the dragon's claws. But Aoxin's strength was even stronger than its, and he directly lifted it out of the water and flew at 100 meters high. On the shore, there are still a few people hiding in cars or shops. They heard the roar of a dragon outside and saw the battle from the window. A huge green dragon grabbed a giant python out of the river. No matter how the giant python struggled, it could not escape Qinglong's control. These people were simply stunned. Someone immediately took a picture of the scene and uploaded it to the God-given space, signing it as Battle of Dragon and Snake. A 100-meter-long giant python suddenly appeared in the Bian River. It fought a great battle with the Azure Dragon. However, it was ultimately defeated by the Azure Dragon and was captured by it. This video quickly received over 10 million likes. Countless people commented below. Qinglong? Is he the Qinglong boss in the rumors? Oh my god! A 100-meter-long python. Those 3-star hairy corpses that can easily destroy an army are probably no match for this python. I heard that Boss Qinglong is from Bianqing. The author of this video said that it was filmed in the Bian River. It is very likely that Boss Qinglong took action. That's too much. I have to be very careful when killing an ordinary zombie now. Has anyone else already started fighting monsters of this level? Hey, you guys think, could that giant python also be a user with special abilities? For example, the snake fruit, mythical bee species, and the serpent form. Someone had a wild idea and came up with a bold idea, which immediately received support from many netizens. I think it's very likely. The devil fruits that have appeared all over the world now have far exceeded those in the comics. This is most likely a war between the 2 big guys for supremacy. Chapter 50, Trapping the Python. Aoxin pulled the giant python out of the river and dived toward the ground again. The dragon claw pressed down the python's head and threw it hard to the ground. He opened his mouth and roared with thunder, hitting the giant python's belly. The giant python was tumbling with extremely strong vitality, but its chin was pierced and hooked by the dragon's claws, and the only move it could use was entanglement. However, Qinglong was holding on to Yin in midair, and it was difficult for the python to wrap around his body. Another roar of thunder smashed the python's head to the ground again. Aoxin changed back into human beast form, grabbed the python's head with one hand, took out the steel whip from behind with the other hand, and stabbed it fiercely along the gap in the python's chin. The top of the steel whip was round, but under his tremendous strength, it still pierced the python's head. The steel whip pierced the python's head and inserted into the ground. Aoxin grabbed the giant python's tail with his dragon claws, pulled it straight back with force, and stepped on it tightly with his feet. As a result, the giant python's head was pierced by the steel whip and stuck to the ground, and its tail was stepped on by his feet. It couldn't break free for a while. Aoxin took advantage of this time to enter the God-given space and spent 10,000 points to exchange for a customized weapon. It was a chain as good as a sharp sword. A chain was passed through the wound on the python's chin and wrapped around the rocks on the shore. With the giant python's strength, it is not impossible to drag this huge rock. But this would pull on the wound on the jaw and cause it to hurt severely. Then he came to the tail of the giant python, pierced its tail with a steel whip, and inserted it into the ground. With its head and tail fixed, no matter how powerful it is, it cannot exert any influence. Clapping his hands, Aoxin changed his human beast form. It is not easy to subdue this giant beast. This thing is like the Sea King in the pirate world. After all, the river is limited, and the sirens in the sea are even bigger. He stuffed a zombie's body into the python's mouth, and when it saw that it didn't eat it, he stuffed it back into its throat. With its throat blocked, the python felt extremely uncomfortable and had to swallow the zombie's corpse. Its body was still twisting wildly, but every twist would pull the wounds on its head and tail, and the severe pain made it quiet for a while. But the pair of snake eyes refused to give in. The scarlet eyes stared at Aoxian, and once he escaped, he would immediately attack. Using the water monster as a petri dish is the best solution. Aoxian smiled at it and said, "Brother Snake, stay here for now. There will be zombies to eat every day. I will ask someone to salvage the sea stone and build you a sea stone house. Then you won't have to suffer like this. Just be my crystal beast." There is a 98% chance that ordinary creatures will turn into zombies after eating zombie flesh. The success rate of some group leader-like creatures is higher, but still less than 50%. However, for water monsters like giant pythons, as long as they are fed with zombie meat, the probability of awakening crystals appearing in their minds and becoming crystal beasts is infinitely close to 100%. But water monsters are extremely difficult to capture. Even in the previous life, there were not many people who could use water monsters as petri dishes. Now that the sea monster has been subdued and the sea stone is basically confirmed to be nearby, Phong Kuen's group of migrant workers can be transferred over to work. However, the distance from the west of the city to the bank of the Yellow River was not far in the past. But the end of the world is like an insurmountable chasm. Phong Kuen was able to get over here thanks to his Tyrannosaurus Rex abilities, but it would be difficult for others to get over here. After notifying Meng-Kue said that he would definitely arrive within one day. Then, he stayed beside the giant python and killed all the zombies that were attracted. The zombies were cleared out, and those hiding nearby dared to come out. They saw the battle between Qinglong and the giant python, and also saw Qinglong transform into a human. At this moment, he naturally knew that the tough guy in front of him was the rumored Qinglong boss. "Brother, can you take me with you? I'm willing to pay. It's already this time. Is money still useful?" "Brother, I am willing to pay for the supplies. I also have some food. Can I exchange some points from you?" With so many zombies killed, it is hard to imagine how many points Aoxian has now. These people are used to exchange for some points, at least to exchange for the armament hockey, so that he will have the capital to fight against the zombies in the future. Aoxian looked around and saw that there were quite a few people hiding here, more than 20 of them. Most of them are strong men, and it is difficult for the elderly, children, and women to survive in such an environment. Is there anyone who can operate a sand dredging vessel? Aoxian saw several sand dredging ships on the river not far away. They can not only be used to collect sea stone from the riverbed, but the sand from the Yellow River is also building material. When he asked, someone immediately answered loudly, "Me! I used to be a sand mining ship." In fact, sand mining is not allowed in the entire Yellow River, but there are always people who do this no-cost business. "I will start working here in 2 days. You give me work, and I will pay you points." Among these people, there are sand miners, restaurant owners, people who live nearby, and a few who ran away from the city and hid here. But they have been able to hold on until now, so their physical fitness is still pretty good. "No problem. We'll be there." They were overjoyed. After escaping out of the city, although there were fewer zombies, there were no supermarkets or shopping malls, and there were no supplies to obtain. Their supplies have been basically used up. If they don't have points to stay alive, they will starve to death even if they're not bitten by zombies. I waved my hand to ask these people to leave. It was really a nuisance having them around. Aoxian left a message for Ao Chun in the God-given space, saying that he would not be back in the next 2 days and asked them not to wait for him. The key is to worry that the giant python will break free from the chain and escape. This giant beast cannot be trapped easily. With nothing to do, he began to practice the shaving technique among the 6 techniques. With the experience from his previous life, he quickly found the key points after getting permission to practice. When it got dark, he lay on the giant python and fell asleep. He has basically cleared out all the zombies here, and those that are farther away are more likely to be attracted by the popularity of the city and will not come out of the city. Even if zombies occasionally come, his observation haki remains passive, and he will wake up at the slightest sign of trouble. Moreover, with his iron bone realm body, ordinary zombies cannot bite through his tough skin. But the giant python under him was not very obedient and was always in the state of husk, which made him sleep poorly. It was not until the second half of the night that the giant python, perhaps tired of struggling, gradually gave up struggling and fell asleep. In the early morning, when the sun shines on your face, Aoxian shook his sore neck. The giant python's slippery body made it uncomfortable to sleep. Ayan spent 3 points exchanged for a Sanji version of seafood rice and ate it happily. This kind of rice does not have the same effect of replenishing physical strength as meat and water, but the seafood in it is the smallest sea king in the world of One Piece, which contains extremely rich energy. Otherwise, with AOXIN's current physical body, he would probably have to eat half a cow to be full. After he had eaten his fill, he pulled over the corpse of the zombie he had killed yesterday and stuffed it into the giant python's mouth. Given the size of a giant python, a lot of zombie meat would be needed to complete the crystallization. Chapter 51: Python Alienation. The python didn't want to eat the zombie meat. He could feel a strange energy rushing into his brain, as if it was stripping away his self-consciousness. These water monsters have already developed intelligence, and during the second divine gift period, some of them have become monsters similar to giant demons. However, AOXIN forced the corpses of the zombies into the giant python's throat, and it could only swallow them reluctantly. As the giant python devoured more and more zombie flesh, its scarlet eyes gradually dimmed. When the 100th zombie was stuffed in, the light in its eyes disappeared. A dark green thread climbed up the python's blood-red eyes. The python's mutation was obviously different from that of the giant rat. Its limp body suddenly jumped up as if it had been electrocuted. Then it jumped faster and faster. The chain that pierced the snake's head and trapped it was shaking and creaking as it struggled. The steel whip at the tail that was pierced into the ground could also be pulled out. Veering, AOXIN slapped the giant python on the head, but this slap actually triggered the python's ferocity. Its red and green eyes suddenly opened, and from its mouth, which could only hiss and spit out tongue, a low roar like that of a wild beast came out. Yo-huh? You still dare to jump? AOXIN transformed into a dragon directly, with his sharp dragon claws wrapped in armed color domineering, pressing the raised snake head to the ground, and the other dragon claw lifted the snake's scales and cut off its bones. The roar turned into thunder and lightning. Flames and wind blades intersected, and the giant python that was swinging wildly fell silent again. After regaining his human form, AOXIN clearly felt that the giant python's power had increased a lot. The gray-green light in his eyes dimmed a little, and the look he gave him was sometimes filled with hatred, and sometimes became confused. AOXIN knew that the giant python must have had the crystal of awakening in its mind at this moment. But he didn't plan to take it out directly, but to continue cultivating it. Such an excellent petri dish is not easy to come by, so he has to try his best to make it big enough. At that time, when you kill the snake and get the crystal, you will get more benefits. In the evening, 5 large trucks came rumbling over. More than a dozen strong men jumped down from above. The leader had a bandage on his shoulder. It was Fong Kuan and his group of migrant workers. Meng Kue jumped off the last car, came to AOXIN, stood straight, and said loudly, "Report to the boss. All 99 members of the civilian labor group are in place." AOXIN got off the giant python and looked around at these strong men. When I first met them, there were more than 100 of them. But in just over a day, there are less than 100 left. In fact, when they first gathered, there were nearly 200 people, and their number was constantly reduced due to constant fighting. When fighting with zombies, anyone who is hurt by them anywhere will be infected, so once someone is hurt, his companions will immediately kill him. When the migrant workers saw the 100-meter-long giant python sitting under AOXIN's butt, they became even more awed by him. At this point in time, it is not difficult to find a car, but to find oil, Meng Kue still has some skills. AOXIN pointed to the riverbank behind him and said, "The water we stored in advance is running out. Fresh water is very important if we want to survive. So, I plan to build a safe base here. Please make some plans. Don't underestimate these migrant workers and think they can only do manual labor. In their own hometowns in the countryside, they built their houses by themselves, starting from the design and building them brick by brick. If they want to build high-rise buildings, they cannot do it without the corresponding knowledge. But if they want to build a flat base, these migrant workers are enough." Zhou Xiang was about to step forward to speak, but was quietly pulled back by Fong Kuan beside him. Fong Kuan took a step forward and asked loudly, "Boss, what are the requirements for building a base?" Zhou Xiang saw that Fong Kuan had taken the lead in showing off in front of the boss, and although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to say anything. I had no choice but to stand there quietly, waiting for a new opportunity to speak. AOXIN said, "The main thing is to defend against zombies. Zombies will be attracted by popularity. When more people gather here, they will definitely attack. Therefore, the most important thing is defensibility. Secondly, there must be basic sanitary facilities such as drainage facilities and waste disposal, and care must be taken not to discharge waste into rivers. Third, pay attention to planning. You need to be able to continuously expand the scale outwards. For the rest, just follow the normal house layout. After saying this, Aoxan pointed at the river and said, ordinary building materials are hard to resist the zombies' attacks. There is sea stone on the riverbed here, and there are sand mining ships over there. You can find a way to mine the sea stone and mix it into steel and building materials. This will greatly enhance the base's defense capabilities. When Feng Kuan and the others heard about sea stone, their eyes lit up. They had thought about it before. Zombies can easily destroy reinforced concrete buildings. In the future, zombies will become stronger and stronger. Can this place really serve as a defense? Some of them are also wondering, with sea stone, can ordinary people like them turn the tables and become powerful people? But now they only dare to think about these things but dare not express them. Meng Kuei, go get a few people to bring all the building materials from the building materials factory over here, as well as some non-electrical equipment. Meng Kuei took the order, and Aoxan waved when he saw those people hiding nearby popping out again. Said to them, if you want points, join this team. Food and lodging are provided, and you'll get an extra point a day. Then he told the migrant workers, you have it too, you get 3 points a day. The crowd immediately became agitated by the different treatments. Why? Why do we have 2 points less than them? Yes, we are no worse than them. Why should we be treated worse than them? Aoxin had long anticipated the crowd's dissatisfaction. He pointed at Feng Kuan. Come out. Feng Kuan was puzzled, but he still walked out obediently. Boss, what's the matter? Aoxin looked at the crowd around him, pointed at Feng Kuan and said, did you see him? Whoever can defeat him will get 5 points a day. A bunch of cowards who don't even dare to fight zombies. What right do you have? I can kill you with just one slap. Aoxin got angry, and these people didn't dare to continue complaining. But when they saw Feng Kuan with his arm in a sling, they felt that they were being looked down upon. Boss, are you serious? All we have to do is defeat him. Aoxin nodded and stepped back a few steps, leaving the venue to Feng Kuan and the onlookers. Feng Kuan was stunned for a few seconds. Then his face flashed with ferocity. The boss said that whoever can defeat me will get 5 points a day. Come on, trash. Come on together. He threw the long knife in his hand to the ground and confronted a group of people alone. What the hell are you so arrogant about? You dare to look down on us with your arm hanging. A middle-aged man rushed forward first, wanting to grab the good job of 5 points a day. Chapter 52, Expanding the Migrant Workers Team. The middle-aged man was just an ordinary person. His attack was disorganized and he swung his fists randomly. Feng Kuan kicked him several meters away. It was quiet all around. The gap between the two sides is obvious. Feng Kuan sneered. Come at me all together. You want to challenge me? If I move a single step, I'll lose. He has the Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit, and even if he doesn't transform into a beast, his physique is incomparable to these people. In addition, due to years of physical work, his physical condition is better. It is easier to kill zombies, which means more points. He also exchanged for the 3-color domineering practice method very early on. Although he has not yet awakened his domineering aura, his physical condition has been further improved, and he has already crushed those who dare not fight. He was very arrogant and proud. Otherwise, he would not have dared to think of taming the 3 mythical beasts. If he had not been defeated by Aoxin in one move, how could he be willing to be someone else's younger brother? The arrogant words angered the crowd, and Feng Kuan continued to mock. A bunch of weaklings, have you ever killed a zombie? Do you still want to be treated the same as us? It's unnecessary for the boss to give you any points. In my opinion, giving you food and drink is enough. Are you worthy of getting 1 point? The ridicule angered the crowd, and a young man who looked quite sturdy said angrily, let me do it. I'm going to break his arm completely. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Kuan was already in front of him and kicked him again. The man was kicked to the ground before he even got on the court. He held his stomach and cried out in pain. Entering into the crowd, Feng Kuan no longer gave them any chances and used his arm and legs as weapons to sweep in all directions. Everyone was so terrified that they felt that the one they were fighting against was not a human, but a ferocious beast in human form. Soon, the crowd fell or fled. Feng Kuan was the only one left on the scene. Aoxin stopped him from chasing and said to the group of people, if you want points, come here. If you don't want to work, do as you please. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, but they had to bow to life in the end. A young man in a short vest came forward and whispered, Boss, I am willing to work. Aoxin nodded and pointed to the side of the migrant workers group. Go and stand there. As he spoke first, the rest of the people came over one after another. Aoxin said to Meng Kuei, organize and register them. These people will be under your command. Meng Kuei agreed and started working busily. Without paper and pen, he asked everyone to add their friends in his God-given space and recorded their names in the internal communication group. He asked Feng Kuan to lead 10 people to pull building materials and equipment, and he assigned tasks to each person. Some people who can operate sand-dredging ships will drive them over, some will clean the riverbank, and some will design the base construction plan. He took a few people with him to fight the zombies that were gradually attracted, while supervising everyone's work. Aoxin broke the giant python's bones, making it unable to move, and pulled out the steel whip from the giant python's tail. He looked up to the west. To the west is the provincial capital. It is also one of the most dangerous places for zombies in the country. As a city with a large population and with the help of hot weapons, the zombies there have evolved to the level of 3-star hairy zombies. No one can even say for sure whether there is a 4-star martial corpse, because no one dares to explore. More than one person with special abilities in the provincial capital has died, and the shadow cast on their lives is enormous. But these powerful zombies happen to be Aoxion's training targets. He can kill ordinary zombies in seconds with his bare hands, and 1-star zombies can be killed one by one with a steel whip. Even if it is a 2-star zombie, it will not be difficult to kill it after he transforms into a dragon. This kind of crushing battle is better than nothing when it comes to cultivating domineering power. If it weren't for his talent of domineering genius, he would probably have just awakened and could only reach the bronze skin realm at most. Therefore, the provincial capital is hell to others, but to him, it is a holy place for cultivation. After thinking about it, he went back to the python, touched its bones, and broke each bone to prevent it from suddenly attacking and hurting people. After instructing Meng Kuei to stuff zombie corpses into the giant python's mouth every day, he went to see the Bianching communication group for the first time and said, "I'm Aoxion, the user of the Azure Dragon Fruit. If any zombies appear, feel free to contact me and I'll take care of them." His speech silenced the entire group. After a while, the group suddenly exploded. "Fuck! Boss Qinglong! The boss has shown up! Big boss, can you take me with you? I am willing to bear your children. Boss, how did you become so strong? Can you share your experience?" A group of people flattered Aoxion and even ignored his words that he wanted to help them clean up the zombies. Finally, a post drowned in a sea of messages caught his attention. "Boss, there's a zombie at the South City Auto Repair Shop. It's so powerful that the big trucks can't stop it. So many people died. I want to run, but the zombie is outside, and I don't dare to move." Although it's just words, the meaning of crying is revealed between the lines. Aoxion called her name directly. "I'll be there soon." After saying this, he left the God-given space and turned into a green dragon and soared into the sky, running straight from the north of the city to the south. With his current strength, he has enough physical strength. When he arrived near the auto repair shop, he had already seen the zombie wreaking havoc from the sky. No one can stop the zombies wherever they go. Looking towards the southwest, there was a large group of people hiding in a chemical plant. The leader of this faction is named Zhang Heng. This person is considered a talent, but he doesn't have time to pay attention to him now. Falling from the sky, a roar of thunder struck the zombie right on the forehead. As the zombie roared angrily, a pair of dragon claws pierced into the zombie's shoulders and lifted it off the ground. With a flip in the air, the zombie was slammed headfirst onto the ground. As a result, a big hole was smashed into the hard concrete floor. He transformed from a blue dragon to a dragon man, took off the steel whip behind him, and smashed the zombie head on, causing its brain to burst. On a residential building not far away, behind the window, a girl with twin ponytails saw the blue dragon descend from the sky and easily kill the zombies. Her big eyes were full of admiration. "Strong man? Is this the strong man in the end times?" She saw the Azure Dragon soaring into the sky and wanted to say hello to Aoxion, but Aoxion didn't even see her and flew directly to the west. The girl was a little depressed, but soon cheered up again. "I want to kill zombies too. I want to be as strong as him." After killing the zombies, Aoxion headed west. When his strength was exhausted, he landed on a tall building, looked at the chaotic streets below, entered the God-given space, and left a message for his parents and sister in his family group. He also went to tell Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao to ask them to pay attention to the new zombies that appeared in Bianching. This is a good fighting opponent for both of them. In the end times, personal strength always comes first. Chapter 53, Giving Birth, is equal to seeking death. His parents, Ao Chun, and Meng Kuei were all busy at the moment and did not see his message. But Lu Xiao happened to be resting. Master, I understand. Then she talked about those women. Today a woman said that her period had been late for more than a week, and she suspected she was pregnant. She asked me what to do, Master. Should I let her give birth? Ao Xian said. If she wants to die, then let her live. Lu Xiao said. She doesn't want to have a child with a man who killed her, but now she doesn't know how to have an abortion. Ao Xian lowered her head and suddenly thought of her father, who went to the central hospital to get medical equipment. So she said to her, Go find my dad. The hospital should have medicine, or I can ask him to use the power of the surgery fruit to take the fetus out of my belly. In the early days of the apocalypse, having children is a suicidal act. The mother's immunity decreases during pregnancy and after giving birth, and there is a risk of infection at any time. Moreover, she cannot fight for a year, her strength will drop a lot. By then, the zombies will probably be upgraded to 2 stars. What can she use to protect herself? Besides, if his own strength is not strong enough, the child will also lack sufficient immunity to the virus, so there is a high possibility that he will be born as a zombie. In the early days of the apocalypse, having a child is simply a suicidal act. I understand, Master. After some explanation, Lu Xiao expressed her understanding. Ao Xian added, Use those women if you can use them, and give up if you can't. Don't let them drag you down. After his strength recovered, he left the God-given space. It transformed into a blue dragon again and rushed towards the west. Located in the east of the provincial capital, this is a new district, but its original prosperity has now disappeared. Zombies are active in every street, and there are countless flesh corpses, even zombies, and you can see one from time to time. The most terrifying thing is the hairy corpse covered with red hair. The hairy corpse evolved from a zombie. The viruses accumulated in the body were completely absorbed, and red hair grew. Not only does it have stronger strength and defense than the zombie's iron skin and bones, but its body is also extremely flexible. In front of it, human steel and concrete are as fragile as paper. Its sharp nails can easily pierce the skin of an armored vehicle. Artillery fire and bullets could only twist and deform it but could not hurt it at all. To kill such a monster, nuclear-level weapons are needed. Ao Xian knew that in a month at most, America on the other side of the ocean would use nuclear weapons. Although this would be able to kill zombies on a large scale, the end result would only cause these monsters to evolve again. Qinglong fell from the clouds. He turned into a human form and squatted on a tall building, exchanged for a sanji-like seafood rice from the God-given space, and while chewing it with big mouthfuls, he recovered his strength. This place is different from Bianqing. What awaits me is a fierce battle, so I must restore my physical condition to its peak. Half an hour later, my physical strength was restored to full strength. He transformed into a green dragon again and swooped down. When he was close to the ground, he changed into a human beast form. He took out the steel whip from his back and smashed it on the head of a zombie. Roar! The zombies roared, and the surrounding zombies immediately became violent. Countless zombies swarmed in and pounced on Ao Xian. The dragon claw wrapped an armed, color-domineering grab behind him, reached into the chest of a zombie, and crushed its heart alive. But the heart is not the zombie's weak spot, so they still desperately want to bite Ao Xian. The steel whip lifted the arm of the zombie in front of him and hit its forehead again, completely shattering its head. A 2-star zombie was no longer a big deal for him at the second level of Ironbone Realm. The dragon's roar reached the sky, and its tail swept across, knocking down several ordinary zombies and flesh corpses. Those ordinary zombies had their bodies cut in half. The steel whip is invincible, and with the help of his observation haki, he avoids the bites of all zombies. As for zombies and corpses, they can't break his dragon scales at all. Another zombie had his skull smashed, and more zombies gathered around. The hairy corpse covered with red hair also roared and rushed over from a distance. It is like an agile, red-haired monkey, but its claws are longer and sharper. The zombie's jumping ability did not disappear on its body, and it soon came behind Ao Xian while running and jumping. It is agile and fast, and once it pounces on your back, it will bite and devour you. With the warning of observation haki, Ao Xian whipped the zombie with all his might and broke its shoulder. He jumped to the side, twisted the head of a corpse with his left claw, and turned around to spit out a roar of thunder. The lightning struck the corpse's face directly, burning the red hair on his body that was like steel needles into black. The bad wind brought countless wind blades, and the scorched red hair was blown away, revealing its deep red flesh. Roar! The Mao corpse was still unconscious and was attacked repeatedly, making it extremely angry. A pair of sharp claws attacked randomly, and several corpses and zombies were affected. Aoxian smashed the zombie's head with his steel whip, breaking its skull and the bones of several zombies at the same time. With a loud shout, he held the whip in both hands and smashed it down on the hairy corpse. Clang! Mao Sure blocked with his arms, causing a sound of metal clashing. Its arms were smashed down, and its body retreated several steps. However, a scarlet light flashed in its eyes, and the hairy corpse opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth, and jumped up. Its legs were like springs, and it leaped so fast that it seemed like a phantom. Aoxian's steel whip had just fallen, and it was too late for him to return to help. He stepped dozens of times in succession, and the explosive reaction force made him dodge to the side as if teleporting. It's shaving among the 6 styles. Although I am not yet very proficient in it and cannot use it continuously, it is still sufficient to use it as an emergency measure in battle. Moonstep is a more advanced application of shave, which requires stepping on the air to generate reaction force to stay in the air or walk in the air. You need to master shaving before you can practice. He moved away quickly and knocked away the zombies that were surrounding him. He was also strong and tough, so these zombies fell to the ground with broken bones when he knocked them away. He shook his arms. The reaction force from the blow he had just made on the Mao corpse's arm was quite strong. The hairy corpse let out a low roar, and the surrounding zombies pounced on him again. They are fearless and have no idea what fear is. Therefore, even if Aoxian could easily kill these zombies and corpses in seconds, he could not clear the field with the Overlord color. But it doesn't matter. He came here to fight the most extreme battle to train his dominance. With his armament haki and observation haki at full power, he once again regained the feeling of fighting for life and death in his previous life. One hairy corpse for zombies and countless flesh corpses and zombies. I might really die here, but this is the situation he wants. How can he break through himself without facing death? The dragon's roar resounded through the sky again, and the domineering energy in the body flowed to its muscles and veins. The steel whip smashed down, shattering the skull of a corpse standing in front of him. When the brains splattered out, the hairy corpse behind the flesh corpse also pounced forward. Chapter 54: Killing the Mao corpse. The hairy corpse is ominous. Even if you are not infected, bad luck will befall you if you come into contact with it. Only extremely strong blood can resist evil. As he rushed forward, his left leg suddenly cramped, causing him to stagger and almost get scratched on the cheek by the hairy corpse. This is an ominous shroud that is gradually unfolding. The dragon roared and electric currents flowed through its body. The blood and energy broke through the tendons of his left leg, and driven by the blood and energy, his domineering aura further flowed into his limbs and bones. With a loud roar, a faint black aura dissipated from his body. That was the ominous sign being dispersed. The steel whip smashed down and hit Mao's arm again. Its arms were as strong as King Kong's. It was hit twice in a row, but there were no fractures at all. This time, it used one arm to block the steel whip and used the other arm to grab Aoxian's chest. The dragon claws pressed against the hairy corpse's sharp claws, and the two sides wrestled. A zombie attacked from behind, and Aoxian directly whipped it with the dragon's tail. The zombies hit by the dragon's tail retreated again and again, but it was still unlikely to kill the zombies with the dragon's tail. Another roar of thunder sprayed on Mao Shure's face. At this distance between the two sides, Mao Shure didn't even have a chance to dodge. The ominous aura that was invisible to the naked eye corroded Aoxian, and the circulation of qi and blood in his body slowed down a little. Fortunately, the hairy corpse has no intelligence, so the ominous energy can only be emitted passively. If it continues to evolve, it will be able to control this energy and cause greater harm to living things. In this stalemate, he suddenly let go and stomped his feet on the ground. Shave! He instantly came behind Mao's corpse and knocked over several zombies. Mao's corpse leaned forward due to imbalance and was hit hard on the back by the steel whip. The hairy corpse staggered again due to the force of gravity, but Aoxian behind him would not miss such a good opportunity. The steel whip hit it repeatedly, and a lot of the red hair on its back was broken off by the roots, revealing its bloody back. The hairy corpse roared, pounced forward, grabbed a zombie, and started biting it. Then, the wound on his back healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shave! He instantly came to the side of the Mao corpse again and smashed the steel whip at its head. After entering a state of full concentration in combat, Aoxion's understanding of the shaving technique from his previous life was rapidly integrating into his body in this life. The more you use it, the more proficient you become. The head of the Mao corpse was smashed hard on the torn zombie's body, and the whole face passed through the corpse. But his bones were so hard that even after being whipped like that, there wasn't even a crack on them. Drink! Aoxion covered the steel whip with armed color and smashed it down again. The whistling sound of the wind showed the strength of this move. Mao Sure raised the zombie corpse in his hand above his head and used his palm to block the steel whip. Click! The zombie's body was beaten to pieces, and the hairy corpse's fingers were broken. When the corpse raised its head to confront Aoxion, Aoxion used his razor to get behind the corpse again. The steel whip fell again, and this time there was a slight sound of bone cracking. The hairy corpse wanted to turn around to fight, but Aoxion grabbed his neck with his left dragon claw and threw him to the ground. The steel whip in his right hand smashed down again and again. The corpse struggled, and he stepped on the corpse's back with his left foot. The powerful force suppressed the corpse and made it unable to move. The dragon's tail swings, driving away the nearby zombies. Finally, after dozens of consecutive hits, Mao's head was completely smashed. The brains flowed out and the blood splattered. It finally stopped twitching and became a corpse. Behind him, the zombies were still pouncing on him and biting him, and some zombies also pounced on Mao's body, trying to devour his flesh. Although Mao corpse is dead, the rich zombie virus is still in his body. It is a great tonic for other zombies and a good thing that can promote their evolution. But Aoxion couldn't let them evolve now. After this great battle, he didn't have much physical strength left. If another hairy corpse appeared, he wouldn't be able to hold on. A steel whip lashed back and forth, and the powerful force broke the bones of the zombies one by one, and they could no longer stand up. The domineering aura flowed into his flesh and blood, and his strength increased a little bit. The muscles bulged, and the dragon's scales shone with a green luster. A zombie jumped over and was hit on the head by his whip, smashing its skull. These monsters, which used to take several hits to kill, can now be killed instantly. He kept stepping on the ground, becoming more and more skilled in shaving. On the street, a green dragon man flashed among the zombies. Every time he appeared, a zombie's head would be smashed. He killed crazily, and finally the whole street became quiet. The ability of the fruit was released, and his chest rose and fell violently. The blood and brains of the zombies inevitably splattered on his body. If he was just an ordinary person, these bloodstains alone would be enough to infect him and turn him into a zombie. But he has a strong physique and is immune to this level of zombie virus. I pushed open the door of a shop, which was a furniture store, walked in, and sat on a torn sofa, holding the steel whip at hand. In this battle, one hairy corpse, 7 zombies, hundreds of flesh corpses, and thousands of zombies were killed. For 2 whole hours, the body did not rest for a single moment. But the growth of domineering is also amazing. He could feel the domineering aura integrating into his own flesh and blood, and his strength became much greater than before. After entering the God-given space, he now has another 20,000 points, mainly because the hairy corpse contributed the most. A 3-star hairy corpse can earn 1,000 points. If he kills 1 level higher with the 2nd level Iron Bone Realm, his points will increase tenfold to 10,000. I spent 10 points to exchange for a Sea King meat skewer, took it out and ate it. The deliciousness of the sea monsters was something he had never experienced before, and the sufficient energy contained in it was enough to satisfy his hungry body. I burped after eating. The God-given space does not provide drinking water, but there is some wine in the food that can provide additional effects. For example, accelerating blood flow can make people more sensitive in combat. For example, drinking it will bring about a short-term berserk effect, and the overall strength will be improved to a certain extent, but it will consume extra physical strength, and you will enter a weak state after the berserk ends, etc. Aoxion exchanged for a bottle of the cheapest wine. Its effect is to resist severe cold. After drinking this bottle of wine, even an ordinary person can move freely shirtless in 0-degree weather. Although accelerating blood circulation can also have a certain effect in resisting cold, it is not as effective as directly resisting cold. But Aoxion's purpose was just to quench his thirst. Moreover, with his current physical condition, he was no longer afraid of the severe cold. After drinking the wine, the choking feeling finally disappeared. Sitting on the sofa, recalling the feeling of using shaving during the battle. A few more battles of this scale, and he would have completely mastered shaving. As long as his stamina is not exhausted, He can use shaving at any time without waiting. Outside the door, several zombies from far away had been attracted over, and they were gnawing on the zombie corpses on the ground hungrily. The viruses enter the body and are rapidly transforming and strengthening them. Aoxin watched this scene quietly. Evolution is not fast just by devouring corpses. It will take a long time for these ordinary zombies to evolve to the level of hairy zombies. Chapter 55, 6 Exercises. He used the method of life return to try his best to grab the energy from the sea king flesh that he swallowed and quickly spread this energy throughout his body. It can not only quickly restore physical strength and recover from injuries, but also enhance physical strength. Then, he exchanged all the remaining items of the 6 styles, including the iron blocks. Although both CP members died from a block of iron, that was because of the protagonist's halo. In the early days when there was no domineering power, the defensive power of iron blocks was obvious to all. Can we say that the Sansan fruit and the Thunder fruit are useless just because Luffy, who doesn't even have the second gear, defeated Crocodile and Enelu? The advanced level of iron block is movable, and combined with the armed color domineering, it will greatly enhance its own defense in certain battles that cannot be avoided. Each of the 6 basic skills only requires 1,000 points, but its extended skills require 10,000 points. He began to practice the 6 styles in the store. He had practiced these skills in his previous life and knew the techniques and tricks. Outside the door, the number of gathered zombies is still increasing, and they are devouring the corpses of zombies on the ground. Aoxin practiced for 2 hours, and after getting some feeling, he went out to fight these zombies. In order to master the 6 forms faster, he even left the steel whip on the sofa in the store without taking it with him. Instead, he tried to use the finger gun and storm kick attacks that he had not yet mastered. Paper painting looks similar to observation hockey, but it is actually not the same. Observation hockey is the ability to see attacks outside of one's field of vision and then dodge them. But paper painting uses the flow of air to allow the body to automatically dodge. Simply put, the dodging of observation hockey requires thinking, while paper drawing is completely automatic. Try to feel the flow of air and let your body react to it instinctively. If you can't avoid it, just open the immature iron block. With a body of iron bones, even if you're just a beginner in various skills, you don't have to worry about being hurt by zombies. More and more zombies gathered, and when his strength was about to run out, he would transform into a dragon and kill all these ordinary zombies instantly. Then return to the store to rest. Exchange for Sea King barbecue, and then use life return to digest quickly. This is much safer and faster than the recovery ability of water meat. After resting for a while, zombies gathered outside again, and he continued to go out and practice the 6 moves with them. At night, after killing the last zombie, he blocked the door with the furniture from the furniture store, found a relatively intact big bed, and lay down to sleep. The next morning, he woke up in the morning light, ate a large piece of barbecued Sea King, and then got up to move the furniture at the door of the furniture store. Just as he moved away, a zombie that was prostrating itself on the ground eating zombie flesh suddenly jumped up with a howl and pounced towards him. Iron. He did not activate the dragon transformation, but instead activated the iron block. To be on the safe side, he also added a layer of armed color domineering to defend against the claws of zombies. Clang! It's like the sound of metal clashing. Aoxin was overjoyed that the iron block had shown initial results. He already had a strong body and skin, and he also had experience from his previous life. So naturally, he was very fast at practicing with the iron block. Of course, the most important thing is to strengthen the body through the return of life, otherwise it will take a long time to practice. He stretched out his index finger and instantly pointed it out. Finger gun! He pointed his index finger at the zombie's chest and felt a sharp pain, but he did not pierce the zombie's chest. Finger strength and the toughness of the finger bones still need to be further trained. He retracted his fingers, shook his hands, used the armament color to harden his strength, and fired the finger gun again. The fingers no longer hurt, but they still failed to penetrate the zombie's flesh. This move requires years of training of the 10 fingers, coupled with special force techniques and speed, to reach the point where the fingers are like guns. Even when one has mastered the technique, one can directly use his fingers to hit the air and shoot out air bullets like storm kicks. Just like the 6 Meridian's divine sword. That really means gun. In order to strengthen his fingers faster, he reduced the hardening of the armament color on his fingers. Although he felt severe pain every time he poked, it was still within the tolerable range. With his experience in shaving, he kicked very quickly, but it was still not enough. Storm kick requires an extremely high speed and powerful kick to roll up the air and create a slashing attack. His current kicking speed is not up to this level. Even though he couldn't perform the storm kick, his extremely fast leg speed was still enough to break the corpse's bones. After one night of catalysis, a flesh corpse evolved into a zombie, but there was no hair corpse yet. He used them to practice the 6 moves. He doesn't transform into a dragon, doesn't use a steel whip, and even tries to minimize the use of armament color. His body is getting stronger rapidly. Finally, when the severe pain all over his body could no longer be endured, he kicked the zombie away and flew to the rooftop like a dragon. Exchange for Sea King Barbecue. Deepen the consciousness between the fingers and flesh. Activate the life return, and the swelling in the painful areas will be reduced quickly. What replaced it is something thicker and tougher. After resting for a while, he jumped down from the roof and started fighting again. He fought here repeatedly like this for 3 whole days. Due to the lack of attack power, the zombie has not been killed. In fact, in the past few days, 3 more flesh corpses have evolved into zombies. Although his progress is great, the enemies he faces are also stronger. Haki is an extension of physical strength. Although he does not use haki, the strengthening of his physique also enhances his haki. He could feel that his strength had at least doubled compared to when he first came here. Drink! With a loud shout, he thrust out his index finger, instantly breaking the chest of the zombie in front of him and cutting off its sternum. The finger gun technique has also been mastered. If combined with the dragon claws after transformation, the power of the finger gun will be even stronger. Shave! He appeared behind the other zombie as if teleporting, raised his foot and kicked out. The air was kicked out with a sonic boom, but there was still no air blade to cut. He kicked the zombie down and pierced the back of its head with a finger gun, but it was not enough. He poked out with the finger gun continuously, completely destroying his head. There was a powerful attack coming from the side, and the accompanying airflow became more violent. He had already sensed the attack using his observation haki, but there were zombies all around him, and he had nowhere to hide. But his body twisted strangely and became as flexible as a giant snake. It's paper painting. He jumped up, his muscles instantly swelled and hardened. Without using any armament haki, he simply used his body to withstand the attack from a zombie behind him. He removed the iron block, turned around and kicked out, blowing up the bodies of 3 zombies. He then stabbed the 10 fingers of both hands into the head of the zombie behind him at the same time. Then he made claws with his hands and tore outwards, breaking the zombie's head in half. He was like a god of death, killing these zombies with his bare hands. In the distance, people hiding on the floors saw this scene and were stunned with shock. Without using the power of the fruit, and even without weapons, relying only on the body, killing zombies is like killing dogs? Is this the legendary Azure Dragon? They say he is so strong because of the fruit, but it turns out that he is still so strong even without the fruit. Chapter 56. Bug Fruit, Ancient Species. In the communication area of the God-given space, a video made the headlines. In the video, a young man's body turned into yellow sand, and all the zombies that came into contact with the sand were instantly decomposed. The yellow sand condensed into a precious sword, and the hard and agile corpse was easily beheaded. The most eye-catching scene is his battle with a zombie. Zombies are invincible, with iron skin and incredible strength, and even tanks can be torn apart easily by them. However, this young man was fighting fiercely with the zombies. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was able to handle it with ease. Finally, after 2 hours of fighting, the zombie was finally killed by the young man thanks to his elemental ability that made it immune to attacks. The Sansan fruit. It's Crocodile's Sansan fruit. That young man is so strong. I have seen zombies. They are not something humans can fight against. They rely not only on the devil fruit, but also on awakened domineering power, and their strength is not low. Wow, he's so handsome. It's so lucky to live in the same city with him. The sound of praise filled the video. In a border town in Bingzhou, Li Hui was drinking juice and watching videos in a basement. Seeing that he was worshipped by everyone, he happily posted a message. Li Hui, the owner of the Shasha fruit, I'm in Bingzhou. I'm now recruiting people. Anyone interested can sign up with me. The video was so clear, naturally he asked his subordinates to shoot it in order to increase popularity and recruit people. With his natural abilities, if someone with other abilities wants to join him, he has the ability to bring that person to him even if they are not in the same city as him. Just when he was enjoying it, he suddenly found that his video was pushed down by another video. Moreover, the number of views and likes is increasing crazily. Who can overshadow me? Is it that beautiful anchor again? Speaking of which, that little beauty is so pretty. What fruit is it? She seems to have introduced it herself. Oh, right, it's the animal type flower fruit, mythical beast, flower fairy form. Shit, your flower is an animal? It might as well be classified as a human fruit. Or maybe we can open a plant department. Muttering to himself, Lee clicked on the video that pushed him down. In the video, a man killed 4 zombies and a large group of flesh corpses and zombies and a group of zombies with just his fists and feet. What kind of monster is this? Are you sure it's not synthetic? Brother, the God-given space doesn't have the video synthesis function. By the way, what does the title say? Is this the previously revealed Azure Dragon boss? What's the joke? He didn't even use his fruit power. If he did, wouldn't these zombies be killed instantly? That's right. My brother Hui used all his strength to kill 1 zombie. But you said this guy killed 4 with his bare hands? And he was surrounded by a group of zombies? Li Hui did not pay attention to the comments below. Although the person shooting the video was standing far away and high up, he still recognized it at a glance. It was Aoxian. Oh my goodness. Is this guy already so strong? It's only been a few days? This guy must be cheating. Besides, isn't he from Bianqing? Why would he go to the provincial capital of Yuzhou? Aren't there enough zombies in Bianqing for him to kill? Find Aoxian's friend and send him a message. Are you there? At this moment, Aoxian had just finished a battle. He used his points to exchange for several large bottles of liquor and washed himself from head to toe. Fighting with bare hands is more likely to get bloodstained. The zombie's blood was smelly and disgusting, especially the brains, which made his eyes hurt. He didn't care about the points anyway, and after washing with liquor, he felt much fresher. After putting on my clothes and entering the God-given space, I saw Li Hui's message. Be brief and to the point. Li Hui. Damn it, when I become stronger than this guy, I will catch him and beat him up. But now, thinking about how relaxed Aoxian was when he killed zombies with his bare hands. Even though he was in Bingzhou, he couldn't help but shrink his neck and muttered, "This guy is such a pervert. I got another devil fruit. Do you want it?" Aoxian was surprised this guy is so lucky. All in all, Li Hui got 3 devil fruits by himself. It turns out that the strong are always accompanied by great luck. Make an offer. I don't want to waste time talking to him, so I'll get straight to the point. Li Hui said, 10 million points. Aoxian's mouth twitched. You are dreaming. Then 1 million? Li Hui generously gave a 10% discount. 10 million. If it is a mythical beast, it would be a reasonable price in the previous life. For the natural series, the price is probably between 1 million and 5 million. Some powerful superhuman series can also be sold for 5 million. However, the one in Li Hui's hand is most likely just an ordinary species of the animal family. This kind of fruit is not worth 1 million points. You should have identified it. If it is a very powerful fruit, I believe you will not be willing to sell it to me. Tell me what its power is and give me a sincere price. Otherwise, there is no need to talk. Aoxian knows much more about the price of devil fruits than Li Hui. Even in the early days of the apocalypse, because points were difficult to obtain, he could lower the price. Li Hui was in such a hurry to sell it. He must want more points to exchange for combat skills or good weapons. Otherwise, even if it was just an ordinary animal species, it would be a rare treasure. If he doesn't need it himself, he can keep it for his trusted subordinates. Li Hui sighed. It was indeed difficult to fool a strong man like Aoxian. He had indeed identified it, but it was not an ordinary species, but an ancient species. Although the strength of your subordinates is important, your own improvement is the key. He wanted to use points to quickly improve his own strength. But in the short term, Aoxian is the only one who has purchasing power. It's not an ordinary species, it's an ancient species. Li Hui's words surprised Aoxian. Is this guy God's illegitimate son? The bonuses that ancient species provide to the body are usually much greater than those of ordinary species. Bug fruit, ancient type, beautiful lace fly form. Li Hui announced the name of the fruit. The lace wings were similar to modern butterflies and became extinct in the late Cretaceous. According to Li Hui's idea, what kind of fighting power can a butterfly, even an ancient species, have? Apart from being able to fly, he couldn't think of any other benefits of this fruit. This is the important reason why he plans to sell. Now let's bet that Aoxian doesn't understand. If Aoxian thinks that the ancient species is very strong, he can sell it at a high price. Unfortunately, Aoxian understands very well. He understood better than Li Hui that butterflies are more than just pretty vases. But he would not explain it to Li Hui. What else can a butterfly do besides flying? For the sake of being an ancient species, 50,000 points. Li Hui looked unhappy. 50,000 is too little. This is an ancient species. 800,000. I'll give you a little more. Don't be ungrateful. 80,000. I'll take a step back. If you don't want me, I'll give it to my subordinates. 700,000. In the end, with Li Hui looking painfully relieved, the two of them made the deal for 500,000 points. Chapter 57. Mining Sea Stone. 500,000 is a bargain for you. Li Hui sighed, but was secretly happy in his heart. His original bottom line was 300,000 points. It seems that Aoxin is not always so smart. Aoxin was also delighted. Ancient species, generally speaking, have a trading price between 800,000 and 30 million. Li Long's ability is not bad, and is worth at least 1.5 million. If Li Hui didn't understand, he wouldn't have been able to get it at such a low price. Within a year, I will come to you to trade. Aoxin promised that he did not have so many points now. Besides, he was in Yuzhou and Li Hui was in Bingzhou. The journey was far, and it was not convenient to trade. But he was confident that within a year, he would be able to obtain far more than 500,000 points. It can also enhance your strength to the point where you won't feel tired even if you fly directly to Bingzhou in the form of a blue dragon. A deal was struck, and the two chatted for a while. It was learned that Li Hui was recruiting people and preparing to establish a safe base on the banks of the Yellow River. He also kindly reminded us to be careful of water monsters in the river. I have already encountered it. Li Hui sighed. The Yellow River monster is more than just that black-scaled python. That's just the most powerful one. Other water monsters also caused great harm to people on the shore. While exploring the riverbank, Li Hui encountered a water monster and nearly lost his life. By the way, how did you become so strong? Do you have any experience you can share with me? Aoxin smiled and said, live towards death. Li Hui. I knew this guy was holding back his fart. He must be trying to trick me. Living towards death in the end times? What a joke. Maybe it will be reopened. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. There are 3 zombies coming. I need to have sex. Aoxin said. To kill a zombie, wouldn't it be enough to have hands? Li Hui no longer wanted to reply. The triple iron gate he had built was easily destroyed by the zombies. He turned into an element and flew over the zombies' heads, escaping in another direction. After Aoxin asked about his parents and sister in the family group, he picked up his steel whip and continued his journey west. Bianching, on the bank of the Yellow River, Meng Kuei asked a migrant worker to drive a sand-dredging boat into the place designated by Aoxin. Then he asked who dared to go into the water. Everyone looked at each other. In previous years, many people died in the whirlpool of the Yellow River. Moreover, since there are monsters like giant pythons in the Yellow River, there may be other water monsters. Getting in before your own strength improves? That's simply seeking death. Meng Kuei looked at Zhou Xiang, who was always the most active, but Zhou Xiang quickly lowered his head and quietly took a step back. The others also looked at their noses and their hearts and dared not speak. After a quick look around, no one was willing to recommend themselves. Just when Meng Kuei was about to forcibly appoint someone, Feng Kuan suddenly stood up and said, I'll do it. Their strength is not as good as mine, and I have a higher chance of saving my life by going into the water. Meng Kuei looked him up and down in surprise, as if he had just met him for the first day. The boss said there is sea stone in the riverbed. Although the sea stone has not been there for a long time, it can still affect the body of the ability user. After you go into the water, you may not be able to exert much of your strength. Besides, your injury has not healed yet. Feng Kuan still has the penetrating wound on her shoulder caused by Aoxin. How could such an injury be healed easily? Feng Kuan looked at the wound on his shoulder, gritted his teeth, and was about to say something when a young man standing at the end of the line stepped forward. Let me do it. I'm good at swimming. He looked so ordinary, about 1.7 meters tall, a little thin, and had an ordinary appearance, the type that would be invisible if thrown into a crowd. His appearance surprised the entire migrant worker group, including Feng Kuan. He couldn't even remember the young man's name. May I have your name? Meng Kuei had never thought that there would be someone who would dare to take the initiative to undertake such a life-threatening mission, and he began to look at this young man with admiration. My name is Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao's voice was a little dull, and apart from answering the questions, he didn't say a word of unnecessary nonsense. Jiang Tao? Isn't he a sullen person? Why is he suddenly so brave today? The migrant workers were whispering. What kind of bravery is that? It's just courting death. Jumping into the Yellow River? The current is so fast here. Not to mention that there might be a water monster in it now. Even in the past, I couldn't jump in. This kid used to be very depressed. There were so many women in the villa, but he was unwilling to have sex. He didn't flatter when he should have, but now he is trying to show off. What a fool. Quiet. Meng Kuei shouted loudly, and the noisy discussion stopped immediately. This is the majesty he has shown while leading the team in the past few days. He nodded to Jiang Tao. If you can come out alive, I will reward you with 100 points. Although Jiang Tao tried hard to appear calm, anyone could see the excitement on his face. 100 points, this is too important for them. When he got on the boat, he was tied with a rope and an iron chain. They also found a set of diving equipment on the boat, and there was still 1/3 of oxygen in the oxygen tank. After dressing Jiang Tao, he jumped from the boat into the river. The Yellow River has too much silt and the water is turbid, so it is not easy to find something here. On the shore, the giant python whose bones were broken by Ao-Xn moved from time to time. Even though it was subdued, no one dared to touch it. Time passes by every second. Many people already thought that Jiang Tao had died in the river, but Meng Kuei still kept his eyes on the river. Finally, Jiang Tao emerged from the river. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw a huge shadow emerging from beneath him. Careful. Even though these workers usually have an average relationship with Jiang Tao, they're still worried when they see danger approaching. Meng Kuei directly entered the human beast form, grabbed the rope that tied Jiang Tao, and lifted him up with force. Jiang Tao screamed and was lifted into the air. Just as he was pulled out of the water, a 5-meter-long fish jumped out from the water and bit Jiang Tao with its bloody mouth. Evil beast! Meng Kuei was furious. He pulled Jiang Tao in midair towards him, raised his sword, and swung it out with a netherworld slash. The power of the underworld condensed into a crescent, splitting the big fish vertically in the middle. The broken fish body fell into the river, dyeing the water scarlet. Jiang Tao landed on the boat and was surprised to find a big fish behind him. He was so frightened that his legs went weak and he almost fell down, but he was relieved when he saw the big fish being killed instantly by Meng Kuei. It was a close call. I almost got killed by the fish. Brother Meng, I found a stone that might be sea stone, and I have tied it up with a chain. Meng Kuei praised him. Good job, I'll transfer the points to you right away. When the 100 points were credited to his account, Jiang Tao's body was shaking with excitement. Meng Kuei's grabbed the chain and pulled it hard. No pulling. Feng Kuan, come and help. It was difficult to exert force on the sand-dredging boat, so the two men jumped onto the shore, pulling the iron chains. They all transformed into beasts, lifted the iron chains, and dragged them towards the shore. Chapter 58. Crystal Man in the Basement. Sea stone is extremely hard. How could it be broken by human power at this moment? But sea stone evolved from ordinary rocks in riverbeds. Although sea stone is hard, the rock is not particularly hard. With the joint efforts of the leopard and the Tyrannosaurus rex, the connection between the sea stone and the ordinary rock was broken, and a large piece of sea stone was pulled ashore by them. The dark stone reflects light, as beautiful as obsidian. It is extremely dense and heavy. After pulling this large piece of sea rock ashore, Meng Kuei and Feng Kuan were both gasping for breath. The next question is how to divide and utilize it. Processing sea stone is a sophisticated technology, and it is also listed for sale in the God-given space. Sea stone processing method. Price, 100,000 points. Meng Kuei naturally didn't have so many points, so he could only ask Ao-Xin for help. At this moment, Ao-Xin was fighting zombies on the road. It was not until the evening when he went into a bar to rest that he saw Meng Kuei's message. Don't worry about the points. Go and get all the building materials from the entire Bianqing, as well as the equipment from the water plant. Anything that can be used should be brought here. The concentration of zombie viruses in the river is about the same as in the air, so there is no need to worry too much. However, there is too much silt in the Yellow River, so the water source needs to be purified. In addition, the river is mixed with sea stone factors. If we drink it directly, it will be like poison to us who have special abilities. Remember to distill it first. Distillation can remove the sea stone factor in the water. Ao-Xin told these words to everyone around him, as the family's freshwater reserves were running out. Once Meng Kuei and his team have completed their construction on the banks of the Yellow River, they will move their family there as well. These common sense from previous lives are also experiences summarized from countless blood and tears. After exiting the God-given space, he started browsing in the bar. All the drinks on the counter had been taken away or smashed. The broken tables and chairs and bloodstains indicated that a very tragic battle had once broken out here. The smoky and foul-smelling bar is where zombies are most likely to break out. He groped in the darkness, without any light, and could only rely on his ability to perceive things to move forward. The strengthening of his body also greatly enhanced his vision. When his eyes finally adapted to the darkness, he could also roughly see the outline of objects in front of him. Huh? There's a basement, so why is it locked from the inside? I touched the door lock and broke it with a little force, and what came into view was a staircase leading downstairs. Holding the steel whip in one hand, he slowly walked down the stairs. Suddenly, he sensed movement underground through his seeing and hearing color, and instantly brought down the steel whip. Ah! A scream was heard, and a wisp of flame burst out of his mouth, slightly illuminating the dark underground space. He saw a disheveled girl squatting in a corner in front of him. Then he looked down at the ground and saw a young man with his head smashed by his whip. The two men looked thin, and it was unknown how long they had been in the basement. They had been in the darkness for so long that they could barely see through it. Seeing the man being smashed to death by Ao-Xun, the girl kept shrinking back in horror. But there was a wall behind her, so where could she escape to? Don't kill me, don't kill me. Ao-Xun frowned at her. Her cheeks were sunken and she was skinny, which were signs of long-term hunger. Another wisp of flame spurted out of his mouth. It must be said that in terms of lighting, Qinglong is not as good as the flame fruit. The corner of his eye glanced at the ground. There were some corpses on the ground, and there were some signs of being bitten on them. Bite? Ao-Xun's face changed drastically, and he raised his steel whip to block. Clang! A loud noise echoed through the basement. He turned around quickly, but the terrified girl curled up on the ground was gone. He used his observation haki to sense movement beside him, but the attacker was very fast and the space was small, so he had nowhere to hide. Paper painting. His waist bent unnaturally inward, thus avoiding the punch that came with a strong sound of wind. At the same time, a fist wrapped in armed color blasted out, knocking a figure back. The steel whip fell down, a crisp cracking sound was heard, and the figure in front of him disappeared again. The darkness was unkind to him. He could only fight relying entirely on his observation haki. If it weren't for Zhihui's passive force-removing ability, he would have been hit several times by now. Of course, with his current strength, even if he was hit by that thing, he would not be seriously injured. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. He stood quietly in the basement, using all his strength to use his observation and hearing skills. Of course, if I could transform into a dragon, I could end the battle quickly, but there is no need to. This is a good opportunity to practice my observation haki. Suddenly, he kicked out with his left leg to the side and back, but it was still a step too slow and missed. He immediately punched to the other side. The move changed so quickly that even the thing couldn't react. With a muffled groan, something was hit by the wall. Dust and plaster fell from the wall, and when he chased after it, the thing had disappeared. Shave! The figure moved at a very fast speed, and as the whip was pulled out, another crisp cracking sound was heard. He stretched out his hand and grabbed something in the air, and vaguely saw a transparent ship in the darkness. Has this thing appeared so early? Ao-Xun's ears suddenly moved, and his left arm grabbed to the side with lightning speed. I got you! Another small flame spurted out, and in the light of the fire, in his hand was the skinny girl who had just curled up in the corner. But her image at this moment is very different from before. There are pieces of transparent crystal scattered on his cheeks and arms. She was grabbed by the throat by Ao-Xun and lifted off the ground. At this moment, she was grabbing Ao-Xun's hands with both hands, trying to pry open these big hands that were like iron pliers. But the big hand didn't move at all. TSK, TSK. How can a gentle and pretty girl like you be willing to eat zombie meat? With his experience in his previous life, Ao-Xun was very familiar with the girl's condition. This is the crystal man. Eating zombie flesh without being infected will cause the brain to crystallize. The brain crystals are treasures called awakening crystals by those with special abilities. Their bodies will gradually crystallize. These crystals have strong defensive capabilities and can also bring them powerful strength. Let me go! Let me go! The crystals on the girl's face fell off, and she returned to her original harmless appearance. Or an alien crystal person? The crystal man's body mutates, and the crystals in his brain devour his original brain, turning him into another creature completely. But there is also a kind of crystal man that will undergo mutation. The crystals in his brain merge with his brain, But the personality of the original owner was not completely erased. Their bodies also retain the appearance of humans, but they can crystallize autonomously to attack or defend. The most important thing is that as long as this type of alien crystal man does not reveal his crystal body, he is no different from ordinary humans. It can hide among humans and remain undetected. Chapter 59, is it her? Memories of the past life. Judging from your strength, you must have eaten a lot of zombies. Ao Ekan pinched the crystal man's neck and pulled him up, and the crystal man's face turned red. Judging from the speed she just showed, she is at least at the level of a corpse. Moreover, this type of alien crystal people retain human characteristics, and their combat effectiveness is much lower than that of other similar species. In other words, if the zombies she ate were normal crystal humans, they would probably be as strong as zombies. Let me go. Her voice was distorted and she barely managed to utter 3 words, but what greeted her was only Ao Exian's disdainful smile. I have never hurt humans. I only eat zombies. Please, let me go. Her breathing became increasingly difficult, and her brain was a little confused, but her instinct for survival made her persist in finishing her words of begging for mercy. Let you go? Ao Exian smiled and increased the strength in his hands again. Your brain crystal should have reached the 2-star level. Let me take a look. The other hand stretched out towards her head, with 5 fingers forming claws to break open her head and take out the crystal. Jingren's body couldn't stop shaking. Have mercy on me, please. A line of tears dripped from her eyes. She didn't want to die. Even if she had to eat disgusting zombie flesh while alive, she still didn't want to die. But now, this terrifyingly powerful man had no mercy at all and only wanted to take out the crystal in her brain. Feeling the hand like steel claws on her forehead, she closed her eyes in despair. Or, am I going to die? However, Ao Exian's hand, which was about to use the finger gun to smash the crystal man's head and take out the crystal, suddenly stopped. His fingers touched something, and he picked it up and placed it in front of his eyes. This is a very ordinary headband. There is a small star on the side of the black headband as decoration. This headband. Ao Exian looked at the skinny crystal man in front of him with sunken cheeks and fell into some memories. May I have your name? The hand that was pinching Jing Run relaxed a little, allowing her to catch her breath. Seeing that Ao Exian did not kill her, but loosened his grip, she hurriedly answered the question even though she did not know his intention. My name is Han Shuang. Boom! This name hit Ao Exian's brain directly. He slowly lowered her to the ground and released the grip on her throat. Do you have a younger brother named Han Lei? How do you know? She was put down, still not daring to move. The young man in front of him was too powerful. But why did the other party know about his own brother? Could it be someone my brother knows? It's you. Ao Exian looked at Han Shuang in the darkness with a complicated expression. In my previous life, I had known her. At that time, Han Shuang disguised himself as a human and lurked among a group of survivors. Because of her sunken cheeks and ugly face that looked like a sick person, she was not very popular. Only I am willing to talk to her. Later, her identity as a crystal person was exposed, and she had to flee. At that time, I was very frightened when I learned about her identity as a crystal person, but I just smiled and ran away. Later, many years later, he was hunted by the boy who obtained the power of the devil fruit and was saved by her. Unfortunately, her action exposed herself, and the boy later spread the news, and countless people wanted to take her brain crystal. As for what her final outcome was, she herself had no idea, because after she was restrained by those pursuers, she died at the hands of that boy. At least, in her previous life, she did not show any malice towards humans, nor has she ever been heard of devouring human flesh and blood. Maybe she is really different from other crystal people. I owe you one. Ao Exian said something so ambiguous that Han Shuang didn't hear it clearly. Ah, nothing. Shaking his head, Ao Exian said, Come with me. As long as you don't eat people, I will keep you safe. Han Shuang was still extremely afraid of him. But I am no longer a human being. I have turned into this ghostly appearance. When I go out, others will definitely kill me if they see me. No one can kill you when I'm here. Ao Exian's words were powerful, and although his voice was calm, they inexplicably gave her a strong sense of security. Well, her voice became lower and lower, and finally, she began to sob. Ao Exian doesn't know how to comfort people, and what's more, the person in front of him is no longer a human being. He searched in the basement for a while and finally found a large bottle of soda. His purpose of coming to the basement was to find drinkable fresh water or juice. Although alcohol has no effect on his body, drinking it every day does not quench his thirst. I unscrewed the bottle cap and gulped it down. The cool breath went straight into my stomach and intestines, and I felt refreshed. He drank the whole bottle in one breath and threw away the bottle in his hand with satisfaction. He found another bottle of mineral water, opened the cap, and took a sip. It was not spoiled yet, so he screwed the cap back on, picked it up, and left. I somewhat regretted not bringing A.O. Chin with me. If A.O. Chin's treasure space was there, I would have been able to store more fresh water. But thinking about the battles we have experienced in the past few days, if I really bring my sister out, she won't be able to withstand the hairy corpses and the endless horde of zombies. Let's go. He returned to Han Shuang and greeted him. Han Shuang nodded slightly and followed him out of the basement. Returning to the top of the bar, although it was still dark, the visibility was much better than in the basement. He found a sofa, threw the mineral water on it, placed the steel whip on it, and sat down to rest. Han Shuang rubbed the corner of her clothes and sat down carefully opposite Xun, sitting straight, for fear of making him dissatisfied. Don't be so reserved. If you're hungry, there's zombies I killed outside. Feel free to eat whatever you want. There are only two kinds of food for the crystal people, humans and zombies. Since she doesn't eat humans, she can only eat zombies. Other foods are useless to her. Seeing that she was still reserved, AOXIN started chatting with her and asked her some questions about her past life that she was unwilling to talk about. For example, the reason why she turned into a crystal person. Under normal circumstances, even if a person is starving to death, he will not try to eat zombie meat. But why did she go to this point? In her previous life, she was very secretive about her experience and didn't want to talk about it in detail. But now, under AOXIN's powerful pressure, she really said whatever was asked. I used to be a waiter in this bar. Han Shuang talked about her own experience. When the end of the world comes, some drug addicts in the bar have low immunity and cannot withstand the zombie virus and turn into zombies. The whole bar was in chaos at that time. She and several other bar workers fled into the basement in panic. I survived a few days on the food in the basement. However, the concentration of zombie viruses in the air was getting higher and higher, and coupled with the physical weakness caused by staying in the basement for a long time, some people soon began to turn into zombies. Fortunately, they discovered it in time and killed the man just as he turned into a zombie. But in the last days, there are many people who have lost their bottom line. What could happen to a woman locked in a basement with several men in this environment of civilization collapse? But those are nothing to her, as long as I can stay alive. However, there are always people who are more perverted than you can imagine. There were zombies everywhere outside the bar. They didn't dare go out, and the food was consumed quickly. Finally, someone suggested that she eat the flesh of the guy who had been killed and transformed into a zombie. She didn't want to, so the men held her down and forced the meat into her mouth. No matter how she cried or struggled, it was of no use. I don't know if it was fate that she didn't turn into a corpse. Instead, when her brain was crystallizing, she underwent a mutation and became a different kind of crystal human. And kill all those men. Chapter 60: The One Who Attracts Monsters. After listening to Han Shuang's self-narration, AOXIN couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that the most terrifying thing in the end times is the human heart. After Han Shuang became an alien crystal man, he had thoughts of dying, but in the end he still wanted to live. Do you know my brother? How is she now? After a brief exchange between Han Shuang and AOXIN, she realized that AOXIN did not seem to want to kill her, and gradually let down her guard. This was the first time she saw a living person after she killed those men. Not only is he extremely powerful, he also doesn't seem to discriminate against himself. This made her feel more dependent on AOXIN in her heart, and she couldn't help but think of what AOXIN had mentioned about her younger brother before. Perhaps I can get news about my family from him. They are all dead, AOXIN replied. Naturally, he didn't know Han Lei and their family. These are what I heard from Han Shuang in my previous life. After hiding in the basement for a while, she went to look for her family, but found nothing. Later, she accidentally found a surveillance video from a nearby store in which she saw the whole family being infected by zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. Is he dead? Han Shuang murmured, feeling sad, tears streaming from her sunken eyes. As expected, death is the norm in the end times. After sleeping on the sofa all night, Han Shuang woke up the next day and saw him holding a zombie's thigh and gnawing on it. That was the zombie he killed yesterday. Morning. I turned my neck a few times. It was very uncomfortable to sleep on the sofa, and my neck was a little stiff. Seeing that he was awake, Han Shuang quickly turned her back. Although she could only feed on zombies, she didn't want anyone to see her ugly appearance while eating zombies. Aoxin smiled, exchanged a large piece of Sea King barbecue from the God-given space, swallowed it in big gulps, and poured in the mineral water he found in the basement last night. Then he used the life return to digest all the energy in this piece of meat. After dinner, Han Shuang tore off a piece of tablecloth to wipe her mouth, and Aoxin also felt full of strength. He picked up the steel whip and walked out the door. Let's go. Han Shuang followed closely behind them. As soon as they opened the door, a large group of zombies rushed towards them. Aoxin carried the steel whip on his back and used his finger gun and the storm kick, which was unable to launch a slashing attack, to fight the enemy. Han Shuang hesitated for a moment, and crystals appeared on his body's surface, and he started fighting with the group of zombies. The way crystal people evolve is the same as zombies. That is, they devour other zombies and use the zombie virus to promote the strengthening of the crystals in their bodies. Even though they still retain human appearance, the genes in their bodies are already that of another species. From the moment they become crystal people, they can no longer use the God-given space. To humans, zombies and crystal people are all monsters. They are all monsters that can be killed. Crystals appeared on Han Shuang's fist, and he punched a corpse. The powerful force pushed the corpse back several steps, but it immediately rushed forward with a roar. Tear! Her back was scratched by a zombie. Blood marks appeared, and a zombie virus entered her body. But she would no longer be infected. Her eyes flashed red. She smashed a zombie's head with one punch and grabbed one of its arms and started to bite it. The bloodstains on the back slowly healed, and more zombies pounced on the side. She raised her arms and crystals appeared on her arms. The crystals were hard and blocked the zombies' attacks. Throwing away the incomplete arm that had been eaten, she covered her fists with the crystals again and pounced on the surrounding zombies. But she was just an ordinary bar waitress after all and had never received any fighting training. Even if they become crystal people, their physique will only be stronger, but their fighting skills will be extremely crude, relying on brute force, indestructible crystals, and a crystal physique that will not be infected even if bitten. She is able to be so strong among the zombies. The two men walked westward while fighting. When they got tired, they would find a building to hide and rest. When they were rested, they would go out again to fight. Your fighting skills are too shallow. On the way, Aoxin gave Han Shuang instructions while dealing with a steady stream of zombies. Sorry, I can't fight. Han Shuang was ashamed. Seeing Aoxin's art-like fighting style, his own movements were as ugly as shit. But Jingren's brain crystal has a strong learning ability like a computer. While dealing with the zombies around her, she learned combat skills from Aoxin's movements. Moreover, the learning results are extremely significant. After clearing out another group of zombies, Aoxin exchanged several bottles of the cheapest spirits from the God-given space to wash his body. Do you need it? He asked Han Shuang while pouring the strong drink over his head. Huh? Me? Han Shuang looked down at her body, which was covered in blood and filled with a fishy smell, then looked at Aoxin's strong and powerful muscles, and immediately lowered her head in inferiority. For you. Aoxin has already understood that even though she has been reduced to relying on devouring zombie flesh to survive, she is still a woman after all. Which woman doesn't like cleanliness? He also gave her a few bottles of liquor, which the girl drank from head to toe. Although it is impossible to clean it completely, there will be less dirt, lighter odor, and it will be more comfortable. Thanks. She spoke very little, and basically remained silent as long as Aoxin didn't speak. After rinsing, the clothes were soaked with wine. But there is no other way. Fortunately, under the scorching sun, the alcohol will evaporate quickly and the clothes will be dried soon. Huh? Why are there so few zombies on this street? After entering a street, it was unusual to see zombies in groups of 3 or 4. This place used to be a busy city and should be where zombies gather. So why are they so rare here? After easily killing an approaching zombie, the two strode forward. But the further we go, the more zombies there are. Someone is attracting zombies? While he was killing crazily among the zombies, he saw a huge iron fence in front of him. The fence was thick, and there were many other huge obstacles behind it, which even a flesh corpse would find difficult to destroy. At the top of the fence was a platform, on which sat a young girl, occasionally making faces at the zombies in front of her. Below, behind the obstacles, was a large group of people, holding spears exchanged from the God-given space, poking through the gaps in the obstacles and slowly killing the zombies. Right in the center of the intersection was a big man wearing gray-green scale armor, with long cheeks and a thick tail behind his butt. He wielded a long, serrated knife. This knife is exactly the same as the one of the evil dragon. Aoxin remembered that this was a good sharp sword-level weapon named Zhanfeng, and the price was 10,000 points. Besides myself, is there anyone else who can get 10,000 points? This person must be no unknown person. The blade of the chopping knife was heavy and sharp, and every time it was chopped down, it could easily kill a zombie. Even if it was a flesh corpse, it was just a matter of a few more chops. This person's power is also extremely strong. Chapter 61 Fish Fruit, Ancient Species. On the high platform, the girl who was making faces at the zombies was startled when she saw Aoxin and his companion mixed in with the zombie group and rushing towards them. It was simply too easy for them to kill the zombies. He quickly shouted to the man with the serrated knife below, "Uncle Luo, two people are coming to kill us with the zombies." The big man below, who was fighting intently with a serrated sword in his hand, was obviously stunned for a moment. What does it mean to come here along with a wave of zombies? Although the zombies and hairy corpses were led to a farther street by Ying, there were only zombies and flesh corpses here. But even he, a user of ancient abilities, wouldn't dare to get involved in a zombie swarm of this magnitude. Before the girl could explain, he saw the unusual movement of the zombie tide. The zombie army attracted by Ying suddenly became chaotic. They stopped charging towards them and stopped instead. It seemed that something among them was madly killing the zombies. Bang! A corpse was kicked into the air and landed directly in front of the stunned man. Looking at the deep footprints on the corpse's chest, he was horrified. The kick from the unknown being actually broke the zombie's sternum. Even the spine was twisted by the huge force. What kind of strength does it take to achieve this? With a serious look, he shouted, "Everyone be careful, a strong man is coming." He didn't know whether this strong man was a human or not, and even if he was, what his attitude towards them was. Soon, a young man with a handsome face and muscular body walked out from the tide of zombies. He seemed to have a weapon like an iron rod on his back, but he did not use it. Instead, he killed these zombies with his bare hands. His 10 fingers were like 10 spears. The zombies' defense was as weak as toilet paper in front of him. It breaks with just one poke. There was a thin woman beside the young man. It should be a woman. The big man wasn't so sure. But judging from the bulge on that person's chest, it is most likely a woman. The woman's arms and fists were covered with unknown crystals. The crystals sparkle in the sun, but their hardness is amazing. An ordinary zombie skull would be shattered instantly by her fist. The claws and teeth of the zombie elite bit her body, but were also blocked by the crystals. Is it a devil fruit ability? The shining fruit? The only thing he could think of was Diamond Jaw's shining fruit. No one knows about the existence of Crystal Man yet, and the crystals on Han Shuang's body are regarded by him as the ability of the fruit. Are they really human? Especially that young man who killed countless zombies purely with physical skills. Suddenly, he remembered a video he had seen not long ago. That Qinglong boss? Rumor has it that he is heading to the provincial capital. Judging from the previous video, if he keeps heading west, he may indeed reach here. There's the hairy corpse that Ying led over there. Was he also killed by him? On the high platform, the girl was also stunned. She had always thought that Uncle Luo was the strongest person she had ever seen, but unexpectedly, what she saw and heard today shocked her. Aoxin had already seen the group of people hiding in the huge obstacle, but he did not stop killing. Together with Han Shuang, they slaughtered all the zombies that were lured here. Slowly walking up to the big man, he could already see that this big man was their leader. "Introduce yourself." Aoxin. Aoxin shook his arms to get rid of some of the blood on his body and stretched out his bloody hand. The big man hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out his claws covered with gray-green scales to shake hands with him. Having witnessed Aoxin's fighting power with his own eyes, he did not dare to deactivate the ability of his fruit, for fear that this man would suddenly attack. Seeing his caution, Aoxin smiled, shook his hand lightly, and then pulled away. He recognized this image. This person's name is Luo Yi, and his fruit is the fish fruit, ancient species, pig crocodile form. In terms of strength, he is considered a powerful general among the various forces in the end times. But what made him famous was not himself, but a girl under his command. Tang Ying. That's the girl standing on the platform and making faces at the group of zombies. Because of this girl, Luo Yi's power grew rapidly, and he even confronted the powerful man from the capital of gods. Of course, he was ultimately defeated and taken under his wing. But when his power was absorbed by that person, Tang Ying's status became higher than his. Because Tang Yingying can attract zombies. Her fruit is the superhuman-type fragrance fruit. The fragrance fruit is also an ability that has never appeared in the anime. Can release a variety of scents. In fact, when we say fragrance, it is actually a variety of smells. For example, the incense that makes people fall asleep, the fragrance of love that arouses other people's sexual desire, etc. She can even emit a scent that attracts zombies, which is why these zombies are always attracted to her. Not only that, she also conducted an in-depth exploration of the scent that attracts zombies. It can release a scent that attracts zombies of all levels. For example, the scent that only attracts hairy corpses. The hairy corpse was originally nearby, but she forcibly led it away. The zombies were not something Luo Yi could easily fight against for the time being, so they were led away by her. She can also emit the smell of zombies, making the zombies think that she is also a zombie, so she will not be attacked when walking among the zombies. Only zombies and corpses were left here, and with the multiple obstacles Luo Yi had brought, they gathered a large group of people, hiding behind them to hunt zombies for points. And the points will be distributed uniformly to Luo Yi. That's why Luo Yi was able to exchange for a good sharp sword-level weapon. It can be said that Tang Yingying's ability is at a strategic level in the end times. As for making faces, that was just because she was bored. When Ao Xian saw Tang Yingying on the podium, he immediately recognized this famous girl and had some other thoughts. Luo Yi. Luo Yi also introduced himself. Are you the user of the Azure Dragonfruit ability as rumored on the internet? Ao Xian nodded. That's right. Hiss. Luo Yi was still amazed after hearing his personal admission. It turns out that not only is his fruit powerful, he himself is also ridiculously strong. This forced him to be more cautious. If such a strong man has evil intentions towards them, how should they respond? My mind was full of thoughts, and I went through many ideas before I finally realized in despair that there was no way. I can only pray for the character of this strong man. Tang Yingying also jumped down from the high platform and stood behind Luo Yi on guard, while also sizing up the legendary strong man in front of her. He looks about the same age as me. Why is he so strong? Tang Yingying, the user of the fragrance fruit? Ao Xian looked at the girl. She had a pair of ponytails, fair skin, and clean clothes, which was extremely rare in the apocalypse. How do you know? Tang Yingying asked, blinking her big eyes. Ao Xian smiled and said, Not only do I know you, I also know that Luo Yi is the fish fruit ancient species pig crocodile form. Chapter 62, 90% to 100% deal. Luo Yi and Tang Yingying were even more shocked. How did he know? Both of their abilities are new abilities that have never appeared in the anime. How can this person see that? Let's make a deal. Ao Xian had no intention of explaining to them, as this would further highlight his own mystery and power. What deal? Luo Yi still doesn't know the purpose of Ao Xian's appearance here. Pointing at the zombie horde still rushing towards them from a distance, Ao Xian said, Use her ability to lure the zombies over here. I'll cripple them, and you guys can harvest them. Send points? This was Luo Yi's first reaction, but I soon realized something was wrong. No one is a fool, and no one is willing to give anything for others for no reason. Ao Xian must have a purpose behind this action. You haven't even reached the bronze skin realm yet. Every time you kill a zombie at a higher level, the points you get will be multiplied tenfold. You guys can get more points by harvesting these zombies, and then we'll split it 91. He and Ao-chan had done this kind of thing before, but it's a waste of time. It greatly affects Ao-chen's own improvement in strength. So he tried a few times and gave up. Points can be earned again, but strength can only rely on oneself. But he doesn't care whether the strength of these people in front of him improves or not, and it doesn't matter whether they are dead or alive. Just right for implementing this plan. I believe they will not refuse. But Luo, he actually showed a somewhat apologetic expression. Isn't it a bit bad to give you 10%? Ao Xian? What the hell do you want? I'm 9 and you're 1. Luo, he was even more shocked. 1%? Wouldn't it be a waste of work for me? Ao Xian stretched out 3 fingers and smiled. First, I can cripple those flesh corpses, including zombies, in an instant. You just need to kill them. There is no danger, and you don't have to grind slowly. Although it is only 10%, you will definitely get more than if you kill them yourself. Second, even if it's a hairy corpse, I can destroy it. A 3-star hairy corpse will give you 1,000 points. If you kill a level 3 corpse, your points will be multiplied 1,000 times. That's 1 million. 1/10 is also 100,000. How long will it take you to get this 100,000? After saying these 2 points, the eyes of Luo Yi, Tang Yingying, and others lit up. And the third one? The girl asked eagerly, wanting to know what other benefits there were. Aoxian was still smiling, but the words he said were frightening. Third, you are too weak. I can kill you in a snap. So, do you have the qualifications to object? Don't even mention that I'm willing to give you 10%. Even if I don't give you 10%, what can you do? The words were soft, but to everyone's ears, they sounded so cold. Veins popped up on Luo Yi's forehead, but he understood that this was reality and not a novel. If he wanted to survive long-term in the apocalypse, he had to know his current affairs. He held John Foam tightly with both hands, and after a long while he slowly replied, Okay. Behind him, everyone felt humiliated, but no one dared to mock him. This man rushed out from the tide of zombies, and his murderous aura frightened them. How could they dare to joke with their own lives? Hearing this good word, AOXN just smiled and said, That's right, it's a win-win situation. I'm not a black-hearted capitalist. Let me clear the field first. These zombies won't contribute many points. After saying that, he called out to Han Shuang, then leapt towards the zombie tides in other directions. Luo Yi and others occupied an intersection and set up a square defensive position using various heavy metal objects. Our people stand in the center, retreat when they get tired, and take turns killing the zombies that attack the obstacles. Now AOXIN only cleared out the zombies on the street they came from, and the other 3 streets were still filled with zombies. He took the steel whip off his back. This time his goal was to gain points, so he planned to finish the battle quickly. Everyone saw a figure flash by, and then countless zombies fell to the ground. AOXIN had the ability to see and hear and reacted quickly. He deliberately avoided all the corpses and only killed the zombies. No matter who kills the zombie, 1 point will be awarded, so there is no need to cripple it. Luo Yi looked at this scene in shock. Now AOXIN was only using weapons, but the fighting power he displayed was completely different from before. Uncle Luo, why is he so powerful? There was a gleam of light in the beautiful eyes of the girl with twin ponytails. For such people, peacetime is a shackle, and the end of the world is their world. Behind him, a young man who was originally defending the north main gate came over panting. Uncle Luo, he is too strong. Those zombies are just like ants in his hands. His body is covered with yellow hair with black spots. He has pointed ears on his head and a short tail behind his butt. He is actually a person with special abilities. Only when he came to Luo Yi did he release the ability of the fruit. Not only is he strong, he's simply abnormal. Tang Yingying complained that under Luo Yi's organization, their life in the apocalypse was pretty good. At least in these days, everyone had obtained more than 10 points and had exchanged them for the armament color training method. However, they were fighting for points between life and death, while AOXIN directly gave the points to him. Not only him, but also that woman, she is so strong. Uncle Luo is not as relaxed as her. Although Han Shuang's performance was not as impressive as AOXIN's, he was still able to thrive in the tide of zombies. She is a zombie-level crystal person, converted into humans. That is the second level of Iron Bone Realm. It's just because they are an alien species that they have maintained their human appearance and independent consciousness, so their combat power is not as strong as normal crystal humans. But it is definitely an existence that can crush corpses. What's more, she is not afraid of the zombie virus and does not need to defend herself too tightly, which is something that ordinary humans cannot compare to. But she doesn't feel like a human to me. Tang Yingying sniffed the air carefully. She is a fragrant fruit and is very sensitive to smells. Although Han Shuang behaves the same as humans, his crystallization ability can also be considered a fruit ability. However, the smell on your body cannot deceive people. Tang Yingying felt that the smell on Han Shuang was more like the product of the fusion of humans and zombies. If they're not human, then they're zombies? The young man complained and clicked his tongue twice. But then again, she is really ugly. I have never seen such an ugly woman. Han Shuang's cheeks and eye sockets were deeply sunken. His face was pale, and he looked like a sick ghost, and his lips were bloodless. If you suddenly encounter it under the moonlight at night, it will definitely scare the timid ones to death. Coupled with her blood-stained and tattered clothes, her appearance was not only ugly, but also weird. While a few people were chatting, AOXIN had already killed all the zombies on the 3 streets, leaving only some flesh corpses. He broke the corpses' limbs and spines and left them crawling on the ground. Han Shuang was exhausted and was leaning against a telephone pole to rest. She looked at the zombie corpse in front of her, and her saliva flowed unconsciously. The battle consumed a lot of energy, and she was very hungry now. Chapter 63 Beheading is also tiring. Han Shuang's abnormality was noticed by Tang Yingying. She was surprised and said, "Look at the way she looks at the zombies, as if they are delicious food." "No way." The young man thought Tang Yingying was overthinking. Who would want to eat zombie meat? It's so disgusting. Even Luo, he felt that Tang Yingying's idea was too outrageous. "Okay, Yingying, don't be so sensitive. How can people eat zombie meat?" Tang Yingying curled her lips. "Okay, maybe I'm overthinking it." Then he continued to admire Ao Xian's heroic fighting figure. "It's so handsome." After killing all the zombies that gathered around him and breaking the limbs and spines of the flesh corpses, Ao Xian returned with a steel whip in hand. "Let your people go." After clearing out this wave of zombies, have Tang Yingying lure the surrounding zombies over here. Luo Yi and others looked at the empty streets. Is this still the end of the world they knew? He said to the young man beside him, "Xiao Shi, you take people to kill these disabled flesh corpses. You must remember the number clearly and never be greedy for even a single point." He was terrified at Ao Xian's strength. Those corpses were all destroyed by him. If he remembered the number and someone on his side became greedy, wouldn't that be pushing them all into the fire pit? Sure, you nodded and left, calling out to 10 people in the crowd. "Follow me." He first found out the exact number and then had the men start chopping off the heads of the corpses. The bodies of corpses are much stronger than zombies, and their bones are harder, so it is not easy for these people to chop off their heads. Ao Xian glanced at the work over there and stopped paying attention to it. He came to Han Shuang. Hungry. He could see the desire for zombie meat in Han Shuang's eyes. "Go eat if you're hungry. Don't worry. With me here, no one dares to target you." His words were so decisive that they warmed Han Shuang's dead heart, but she still held back. "No, that will bring bad luck to you." If other people saw her eating zombie meat, not only would she be regarded as a monster, but Ao Xian's reputation would also be damaged. She didn't want to see this. In the end times, Ao Xian may be the only one who is willing to accept himself as a crystal man. She couldn't let Ao Xian down. "It doesn't matter. I don't care about that." Ao Xian looked up at the sky. "Reputation? What this world needs is strength. As long as I am strong enough, others will shut up. But if I am not strong, I will just be bullied by others." Just like Han Shuang in the past, she was a powerless girl who was forced to eat zombie flesh and turned into a crystal person. Is that because she did something bad? No, that's because she is too weak. Therefore, the rules that Ao Xian follows are: those who obey me must pay protection fees, and those who disobey me must kneel down. Han Shuang still shook her head and resisted the urge to eat. Not far away, sure you led these people to harvest the heads of the corpses. It took Ao Xian only 5 minutes to cripple them, but it took Shiryu and others a full hour to chop off the heads of these corpses. I don't know if this group of people can chop off Mao's head. He muttered something, not having any hope in these people's strength. Perhaps the only one who is somewhat useful is Shiryu. He is blessed with the ability of the animal-type fruit, and his physique is much stronger than others. The attack power is naturally stronger. He might still have a chance to chop off the zombie's head. If it really doesn't work, we can only let Luo Yi try. However, Luo Yi's strength has reached the bronze skin realm, and after killing the Mao corpse, he can only get 100,000 points. When Shiryu and others finished harvesting, they came to report to him. There are 68 corpses in total, for a total of 6,800 points. According to the agreement, I will give you 6,120 points. I will transfer them to you right away. Ao Xian nodded, added Shiryu as a friend in the God-given space, and received 6,120 points. For these people, getting 680 points in an hour without fighting is simply getting rich. In the past, even if you worked hard to kill zombies, you couldn't get so much. Although they also knew the rule that the reward for cross-level kills would be multiplied tenfold, there were endless zombies outside. Even if Luo Yi had the ability to destroy the flesh corpses, who would dare to go out and chop off their heads? So, even though they only got 1/10, these people were already very satisfied. Ao Xian looked at Tang Yingying and said, "Go ahead. This time, try your best to attract as many zombies as possible." Tang Yingying nodded seriously and no longer paid attention to Han Shuang's strange behavior. Climbing up the platform again, a fragrance that cannot be smelled by humans spread in all directions. "Boss, you have to kill them faster. The zombies can easily destroy our defensive barriers." When Tang Yingying was attracting zombies, Shiryu was chatting with Aoxin. This legendary figure, who has only been seen in videos on the God-given space communication channel, has few opportunities to be seen in person. Rest assured, Aoxin said calmly. Not long after, as the fragrance spread, zombies jumped out from the south street. It raised its arms horizontally and its legs were straight. But it jumped very quickly and arrived at the defensive position at the intersection in the blink of an eye. Faced with the flesh and blood of countless creatures, the zombies became extremely excited. They opened their mouths wide and were ready to kill. But what greeted it was a steel whip. Bang! With a dull thud, the zombie's sternum was broken directly. Aoxin used the shaving technique and kept moving his hands. After a few consecutive hits, he broke the zombie's limbs and spine and kicked it in front of the defensive position. The first one, just as he finished speaking, zombies appeared on the east and west streets at the same time. Aoxin kept moving with the razor whip, and before the zombies on the east street could react, their spines were broken by his whip. He carried the zombie back and, on the way, whipped it a few more times, breaking its limbs, and threw it in front of the position. Then, he jumped high and passed directly over the position. He stomped the air hard and actually took 2 steps in the air. It's moon step. But before he could be happy, he couldn't keep his footing in the air the 3rd time and fell down. But that's okay, it's a good start. He flashed out and razored in front of the zombie. He did the same thing to the zombie, and it was destroyed. On the high platform, seeing how he destroyed the zombies with ease, Tang Ying activated her own abilities to the maximum, trying to make the fragrance spread further. Beads of sweat dripped down his white forehead, which was the result of exerting his full strength. Luo Yi and others were completely numb. It's not even on the same level. One zombie after another was lured from afar and was easily defeated by Aoxin and thrown in front of the defensive position at the intersection. When Tang Ying was gasping for breath and finally could no longer use her abilities, no more zombies appeared on the streets. Let's get started. Aoxin returned to Han Shuang and asked Shiryu to lead people to behead the zombies whose bones were broken. Hey! A man holding an ordinary pirate knife swung it down with all his might, but it was like cutting on steel, and his wrist hurt. Chapter 64, a lot of points. I'll do it. Shiryu stepped forward with a knife in hand, roared, and transformed into a human beast form. Shiryu is an animal type, cat fruit, lynx form. Seeing that Aoxin was curious about Shiryu, Luo Yi took the initiative to introduce him. Lynx is also a ferocious beast with strong combat power. The core of their team is him, Shiryu, Tang Ying, and 2 others. However, there are only 3 of them who possess the power of the fruit. Shiryu had just awakened his domineering aura and had not yet reached the bronze skin realm, but with the blessing of the lynx fruit, he was quite strong. The zombie wanted to bite, but all of its bones were broken by Aoxin, so it could only rage helplessly. He turned the zombie over, face down, pointed the long knife at the zombie's neck, and chopped it off again and again. Clang! Shiryu sat down on the ground with a thud, and the steel knife in his hand broke into 2 pieces. But the zombie's neck was only cut a little. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Others had crippled the zombies, but he couldn't even chop off their heads. Seeing this, Luo Yi handed over his sawtooth broadsword. Use my sword, it's of good quality and can cut zombies without any problem. Shiryu thanked him, took the serrated knife, and chopped it down fiercely. This time, it was cut directly into 1%. Just 100 more hits, and the zombie will be completely decapitated. Aoxin was bored. Seeing Han Shuang staring at the zombie and swallowing her saliva, he whispered to her, "If you can't help it, go back to the street we came from." The street could not be seen from here, and there were quite a few zombies they had killed, enough for Han Shuang to eat. Han Shuang nodded. She was really hungry, so she ran away. When Luo Yi and others saw Han Shuang leave, they didn't dare to ask. They all focused on Shiryu chopping off the zombie's head. There are 13 zombies in total, and it takes 10 minutes to behead each one. By the time they were all cut down, more than 2 hours had passed. Shiryu panted and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then came to Aoxin. 13 zombies have a total of 130,000 points. You get 90% of them, which is 117,000 points. Enter the God-given space and transfer the points to Aoxin. Shiryu looked at the string of numbers in his account and felt like he was dreaming. In just 2 hours, I earned 13,000 points. Bring the 680 from before. Oh, no need to bring it, not even a fraction of this time. He was increasingly looking forward to what Mao's corpse could bring to them. The look he gave Aoxin became more and more admiring. Are you okay? Aoxin asked Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying rested for an hour and ate a piece of regular big meat stick barbecue, and her strength was almost restored. He made an okay gesture to Aoxin. No problem. He climbed up to the platform again, took a deep breath, and adjusted the fragrance in his body. Soon another smell that was imperceptible to humans was emitted. But this time, she tried hard to concentrate the smell and spread it to the north. There was the other hairy corpse she had let out. After a long time, she stopped panting, but the hairy corpse did not appear. Can you do it? Aoxin expressed doubt. Tang Ying said angrily. It's too far. My fragrance can't get over there. After all, she was just an ordinary person who had just awakened her domineering power. Her fighting ability was not much higher than those of her companions, and her physical strength was even average. It's great that the fragrance can spread so far. Seeing that she had really tried her best, Aoxin did not force her. Since you were the one who led the hairy corpse out, you should know its location. Tell me, and I will cripple it and bring it back. This is the only solution at the moment. Tang Yingying felt a little frustrated. She couldn't help and felt like she was useless. He pointed to the street to the north and said, go to the end of this street and turn west. Then turn north again. Then turn west again. It should be on that street. Aoxin. Oh my god, it's damn far. But think about the place where I killed Mao. Sure, it is quite far from here. It seems that they really put a lot of effort into preventing Mao's corpse from being found. He said to Han Shuang, who had just returned from eating, wait here for me. I'll go kill that hairy corpse. After saying this, he turned into a green dragon and flew into the sky, heading towards the direction Tang Yingying pointed. Oh my god! Seeing the 100-meter-long green dragon with their own eyes, Luo Yi and others all widened their eyes. Even Han Shuang saw Aoxin transform into a dragon for the first time. The mighty Azure Dragon makes people worship it, and the spreading dragon power also adds a bit of awe in their hearts. Uncle Luo, I'll go take a look. Tang Yingying suddenly jumped off the platform and ran to the north. She exudes the unique smell of zombies, which allows the zombies to identify her as one of their own kind, so her safety is not a problem. Be careful. When Luo Yi saw her running out, he could only shout at her to be careful. He doesn't have Tang Yingying's ability, nor does he have Aoxin's fighting power. If he runs out, he will be dead once he encounters zombies. Besides, this group of people also needs to be in charge. After Han Shuang came back, she continued to stand quietly in the corner of the street, silently watching the direction where Aoxin left. In the sky, Qing Long looked down, searching for traces of Mao's corpse. Perhaps all the people nearby were gathered together by Luo Yi, so he did not see any more human beings. After a few streets, he was shocked to see the red-haired creature lying on the ground resting. It's Mao's corpse. The green dragon swooped down and at the same time spewed a roar of thunder at the hairy corpse. There was a rumbling thunder, and the red hair on Mao's body stood up. But as soon as he stood up, the thunder struck his fontanelle. The red hair on its head turned to ashes, and the hairy corpse raised its head angrily, but what greeted it was a searing crimson. That is the hot breath of the Azure Dragon. Flames covered its body, and when it rushed out of the flames, it saw countless wind blades sweeping towards it. The thunder, fire, and wind combo is a tactic often used by Aoxin. However, controlling three elements at the same time also meant that the power of the three elements was not very strong. In the anime, Yamato can use his samurai ice fang to counteract Kaido's heat breath. It is because she only has mastered the elemental power of freezing air. Although his own strength is not as good as Kaido's, the power of ice is enough to rival Kaido's hot breath. On my side, Meng Kuei's netherworld power and Lu Xiao's sun true fire are both very powerful. If I were at the same level as them, my own hot breath would not be comparable to the true fire of the sun. But the combination of the three elements also brought him more combat methods, and the power exerted was no less than that of a single one. After the thunder, fire, and wind combo, the Azure Dragon stretched out its claws to grab. The dragon claws are covered with armed color, and the dragon claws also use the finger gun technique. The sharp claws flash cold light, and the hairy corpse's red hair had been burned away, and even a lot of flesh and blood had been scraped off. It raised its arm to block, but the sharp claws of the Azure Dragon pierced into the flesh of its arm and were blocked by the bones. At this moment, Aoxin transformed into a human beast form. He took off the steel whip on his back with his other hand and slammed it hard on the hairy corpse's shoulder. Chapter 65. Defeat the mutilated corpse. He wanted to cripple Mao's corpse instead of killing him, which was more difficult than killing Mao's corpse. An invisible, ominous aura enveloped him, and his energy and blood became stagnant. Roar! With a loud roar, he stomped his feet on the ground, and his domineering aura flowed into his blood. His vigorous blood and energy surged, dispersing the condensed blood. Electric light surrounded his body's surface, and wisps of black gas were expelled from his body. The steel whip hit Mao's shoulder, causing his body to sink. But its bones were very hard, and the whip did not break its shoulder blade. But it doesn't matter. Aoxn pierced into the flesh of its arm with his other hand and grabbed it hard. The dragon claw slid down along the hairy corpse's arm bone. The flesh on its arms was torn apart by the dragon's claws, and even the bones of its arms were scratched by the dragon's claws. The hairy corpse had no sense of pain as its skin and flesh fell off, but its instinct made it angry. He let out a dull roar from his throat and reached out to grab Aoxn's chest. But Aoxn had already fought with a hairy corpse and knew its strength very well. He did not block and let the hairy corpse's claws grab his chest. He used a steel whip in one hand and a dragon claw to point the gun in the other, wanting to fight for his life with the hairy corpse. But in the end, it was impossible for him to really fight to the death with Mao's corpse. When the hairy corpse's claws were about to grab his chest, its body muscles strangely shrank back. It is the super toughness acquired through paper painting that allows it to dodge along with the airflow. But he was a normal man, and ultimately he couldn't be as soft as the owl. His chest muscles retreated slightly, relieving some of the hairy corpse's force. His chest suddenly swelled up, as hard as steel. Iron. The iron block was covered with armed-colored domineering, and with the hard dragon scales on its surface, it collided with the sharp claws of the hairy corpse and was as indestructible as a diamond. 3 dragon scales fell off, and the chest was a little red and swollen. But that's all. Even Mao Shi's full-strength attack was unable to break through his defense at this moment. But his attack was merciless, and the steel whip hit the shoulder again. Due to the hardening of the iron block, he was unable to move, and he relied purely on the inertia before the iron block fell. Bang! Mao's corpse was almost knocked to his knees by his blow. The dragon claw pierced the hairy corpse's throat, penetrated the skin and flesh, and touched the larynx. What's even more coincidental is that this finger just hit the gap in the hyoid bone. The sharp dragon claw wrapped in arm colors penetrated halfway. When he removed the iron block, the dragon claw curled up, retracted the nails between the bones, and completely pierced through the flesh of his throat. The dragon's claws penetrated completely into its throat and directly grasped the cervical vertebrae inside. Drink! Aoxn shouted and lifted his body up. In the distance, a gasping girl appeared from behind the building and watched the battle in shock. Fuck! This big brother is too fierce. Tang Ying covered her mouth in shock. The violent blue dragon hand was grabbing the hairy corpse's neck and smashing it to the ground. He's so powerful. Quickly turn on the recording function of the God-given space to record this wonderful scene. Although Tang Ying was not very strong, she could see that the hairy corpse was struggling hard, but it could not break free from the grasp of the dragon claws. There were other zombies surrounding him, and Aoxn used the hairy zombie in his hand as a weapon to smash at those zombies. The head of the hairy zombie is like the hardest sledgehammer. When it hits other zombies, it can easily break their bones. Even if it is a zombie, if it is hit, it will at least suffer broken bones. In fact, Mao Shi's strength is comparable to Aoxn's, but Aoxn has the experience from his previous life, and he always uses his skills to destroy Mao Shi's strength when he is about to exert force. It has power but nowhere to use it, and can only become a toy in one's own hands. Bang! The hairy corpse was smashed to the ground again. Aoxn half bent his body, stepped on its head with one foot, and smashed its shoulder hard with the steel whip. Suddenly, Aoxn's dragon claws that had penetrated deeply into the hairy corpse's neck softened, and for a moment he was unable to use any strength. This was due to the long-term negative distance contact with the hairy corpse's body, which had caused an ominous infection. The dragon tendons in the dragon claws were tangled, and even the blood and energy were unable to clear them in time. The dragon claw had no power to exert, and the hairy corpse broke free from its grasp and leaped up with all its might. Aoxn's foot, which was stepping on the hairy corpse's head, could not withstand such a huge force. He staggered back 2 steps. He shook his left hand, and the armed color covered it again. The blood and energy rushed into his body repeatedly, finally breaking up the tangled joints. What a hassle! After making a complaint, he rushed forward again. The hairy corpse looked extremely miserable at this moment. The skin and flesh on its neck had almost completely fallen off, revealing the white cervical vertebrae and the marks left by the dragon's claws. Roar! The hairy corpse roared angrily, then grabbed the corpse of a zombie next to him and began to eat it. But how could Aoxin let him eat to recover? Shave! He flashed in front of Mao's corpse and smashed it with the whip. The Mao corpse wanted to resist with his fists, but his arm was hit repeatedly by the steel whip and the bones were broken. Although it has no sense of pain, the body still has to follow the laws of physics. The broken arm is no longer as responsive or as powerful as it used to be. The steel whip hit its fist head-on, and the force was transmitted directly into its shoulder. The hairy corpse that was gnawing on the zombie's flesh and blood was knocked away by this force. The already fractured shoulder was also smashed backwards by this force, causing flesh and blood to be ripped out. Shave! The dragon figure appeared again in front of the hairy corpse who was still in midair. Aoxin grabbed the hairy corpse's throat with one hand and wrapped his body with his dragon tail at the same time. The steel whip hit that shoulder again. The shoulder blade finally broke completely and one arm fell to the ground. The hairy corpse suddenly dropped the zombie meat in his hand, opened his mouth with sharp teeth, and bit towards Aoxin's throat. It attacked suddenly with great force, but fortunately Aoxin grabbed its throat with one hand, and this smelly mouth stopped in front of him, and he could no longer move forward. Another roar of thunder spurted out, hitting the zombie right in the face, and its eyes were blown out by the thunder. The dragon's tail behind him rolled vigorously, and the dragon claw on his left hand loosened and tightened in an instant. The hairy corpse was now imprisoned with its back facing away from him. He grabbed its neck and slammed it to the ground again and again. But the concrete floor was not as hard as its head. Even though a big hole was smashed into the concrete floor, there was still no crack on Mao's forehead. This thing had lost a lot of flesh and blood, but its ferocity remained undiminished. It roared and tried to stand up and attack. But after Aoxin cut off one of its arms, it no longer had any chance of winning. The steel whip kept hitting Mao's corpse, first breaking his spine, and then completely breaking the bones of his limbs. But it is essentially a corpse. Although its bones are broken, the flesh can still move. However, without the support of bones, the power it can exert is much smaller. Lifting the foot that was stepping on Mao's corpse's head, Aoxin pierced Mao's corpse from behind with one of his dragon claws, grabbed its spine, and then turned it to a green dragon and flew away. Big boss, are you done yet? Tang Yingying, who was hiding and watching the battle, was still not satisfied. The epic battle she had imagined did not happen. From the moment she arrived, she only saw Mao being beaten unilaterally. Hey, the boss has left. I have to go back quickly too. Chapter 66. Exchange for a big sword. At the original crossroads, a hairy corpse was thrown down from the sky, and then the green dragon landed and turned into a human form. He took off the steel whip on his back, completely removed the remaining 3 limbs of the corpse, and then stabbed the corpse from behind. So what if there is no blade? Under his tremendous strength, the round whip head penetrated the hairy corpse's body and stabbed deeply into the ground. Let's get started. Luo Yi and others swallowed their saliva. They had seen the destructive power of Mao's corpse. It was easy for one corpse to massacre an entire fully armed army. But now it was thrown in front of them like a dead dog. Uncle Luo, please lend me your knife again. Sure, you took the broadsword from Luo Yi and came to Mao's corpse. With a beastly roar, he took on the human beast form of a lynx and chopped down with all his might, but only left a white scratch on the hairy corpse's cervical vertebrae. Sure Yu's own wrist was still hurting from the recoil. Aoxin witnessed this scene and heaved a sigh of relief. Is it really impossible to break through the defense? It is indeed impossible to kill someone 3 levels higher. Sure, you continued to attack with all his might, but it was still almost impossible to cause any effective damage to the Mao corpse's cervical vertebrae. Just when he was about to give up the generous reward and let Luo Yi try, Tang Yingying, who came back panting, spoke first. I have an idea. I wonder if you would like to try it. Oh, Aoxin glanced sideways. How could one instantly increase the attack power so much? Tang Yingying explained. Zhanfeng is only a good sharp sword level weapon. If there is a large sharp sword level weapon, it may be able to cause damage to the hairy corpse. Yingying, the big knife requires 100,000 points, But where can we get 100,000 points? Luo Yi smiled bitterly. If he could get a weapon like a big sword, why wouldn't he use it? Tang Yingying did not answer Luo Yi, but stared at Ao Xine. Boss Qinglong, if this flesh corpse can be killed by Brother Shiryu, you can get 900,000 points, and we can also get 100,000. If you are willing to lend us 100,000 first to exchange for the big knife, you will most likely get a higher return. Yingying, Luo Yi quickly pulled Tang Yingying. They were already grateful that the boss could share points with them. How could they dare to ask the boss to pay for them? While signaling Tang Yingying not to say more, he observed Ao Xine's reaction. Ao Xine was not angry when he heard this, but was thinking whether it was worthwhile to do so. It is indeed as Tang Yingying said. Lend them a big sharp knife, and there's a chance to get more. He does have more than 100,000 points. Even if they still cannot chop off Mao's head after getting the big knife, he can take the big knife back and give it to Han Shuang, or give it back to his sister. It doesn't matter. He won't actually suffer any loss. Can. After careful consideration, he agreed to the plan. What type of weapon do you want to use? He asked Luo Yi. This is because if the head of the Mao corpse can be chopped off, this knife will most likely be used by Luo Yi, and Zhan Feng will be eliminated to Shiryu. The God-given space does not only contain weapons that have appeared in anime, but can also be customized. I'm fine with anything. I'll listen to you. Luo Yi said he didn't care. He said no more and entered the God-given space to start searching. Finally, the hardest Qiu Shui was selected. The big sword costs 100,000 points, but he has the title of God-given member, so he can enjoy a 20% discount and only needs 80,000 points to redeem it. He handed Qiu Shui to Shiryu and said, "Try it." Qiu Shui is a black knife, much heavier than other knives. Although it is not as big as the serrated sword Zhan Feng, its weight is 5 times that of Zhan Feng. Shiryu only felt a heaviness in his hand. If he were asked to fight with this weapon in hand, not to mention the impact on his flexibility, he would be exhausted after just a few swings. Fortunately, there is no need to fight now, he just needs to chop it down mechanically. The blade was unsheathed, and the cold light reflected his lynx-like face. He threw the scabbard on the ground, held the knife with both hands, took a deep breath, and chopped it hard at the Mao corpse's neck. Clang! The sound of metallic collision echoed, and Shiryu was shocked and took several steps back. However, the shallow knife scar on Mao's neck made him extremely excited. "Uncle Luo, sir, it's doable." He dragged the sword back and slashed it down fiercely again. With a strong shockwave, he was knocked back again. Unfortunately, he used the knife for too short a time, and his accuracy was not good, so this cut ended up being next to the first one. Noticing Ao Xine's dissatisfied look, he hurriedly said, "Boss, I'm sorry, I won't miss the target next time." As he said this, he raised the knife again and chopped it down heavily. As a result, a third knife mark appeared on Mao's cervical vertebrae. Shiryu. He glanced at Ao Xine's reaction nervously, fearing that this big guy would kill him in a fit of rage. Ao Xine had no expression on his face. This situation is actually very normal. Before the end of the world, we were all flowers in a greenhouse. Who would pick up a knife to kill people? Being able to quickly adapt to the end of the world and grow gradually is already an amazing character. Cut slowly. Ao Xine said to Shiryu, then turned to Tang Yingying. "Keep luring the flesh corpses and zombies. I don't know how long he will take to chop them." Tang Yingying shrugged. The zombies nearby have been lured away. It will take at least a day before zombies from far away gather here. Are there no zombies anymore? Ao Xine felt very sorry. It seemed that all the zombies nearby had been killed by him. But it doesn't matter. There will always be zombies in the apocalypse. Because of the characteristics of the zombie virus, these zombie corpses will evolve and become stronger beings after being eaten by other zombies. After thinking for a while, he said to Luo, "Let your people come out and move these zombie bodies to the end of the 4 streets." What can attract zombies is not only popularity, but also the zombies' corpses, which are good things that promote their evolution. After the zombies in the distance evolve, we can continue harvesting. Delicious. Ao Xine thought so. Luo Yi listened to him and did as he was told. People in the defensive position came out one after another and began to carry the corpses of the zombies and transported them to the end of the street. Beside the position, Shiryu was still slashing with his sword. I don't know how long it will take, but it was visible to the naked eye that there was a small gap on Mao's cervical vertebrae that had been cut off. Everyone was busy, and Ao Xine had nothing to do for the time being, so he said to Luo Yi, "Want to join me?" Luo Yi was shocked. What he was worried about finally happened. This powerful man was trying to recruit him. Tang Yingying, who was looking bored, also pricked up her ears and listened to Luo Yi's choice. Even Shiryu, who was constantly raising his sword to chop, paused for a moment. Luo Yi was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Can I refuse?" Ao Xin still greeted him with a smile. "What do you think?" "Why?" "In the end times, the strong are respected." Luo Yi knew that he had no choice but to ask, "What benefits can we get?" Chapter 67. Luo Yi pledges allegiance. Perhaps it was because Ao Xin had been very approachable since he came into contact with them that Luo Yi dared to ask this. Ao Xin said, "Live better, get stronger faster." Luo Yi's expression didn't change when he heard these 2 points. This promise was too vague. He wanted to hear something practical. "If you buy items through me instead of through the God-given space, I will give you a 95% discount." Although the 95% discount is not much, the points are precious, and every bit saved is good. This benefit is extremely attractive. Not to mention ordinary people in Luo Yi's faction. Even he was tempted. A big sword costs 100,000 points, and a 95% discount can save 5,000 points. That's 5,000 points. Using these 5,000 points to win people's hearts would be an extremely cost-effective deal. "Good," he responded heavily. He threw the sawtooth broadsword John Feng to the ground, knelt on one knee, and expressed his loyalty to Ao Xin. "Boss Ao, Luo Yi is willing to serve you." Seeing his loyalty, Tang Yingying and Shiryu also came behind Luo Yi. "Boss Ao, Tang Yingying Shiryu is willing to pledge her loyalty to you." He nodded with satisfaction, asked him to stand up, and said to Shiryu, "You continue to chop up the corpse. Your movements are too slow. If we can conquer Luo Yi's forces, especially get Tang Yingying, it will be easier to obtain points in the future." When those who want to transport the bodies returned, Luo Yi announced to them his decision to be loyal to Ao Xin. "You can stay or leave as you like. I won't force you." Having said that, who dares to leave? With their strength, they can survive by sticking together for warmth. But leaving alone is simply seeking death. No one had any objections. Ao Xin asked Luo Yi to count them. There were a total of 172 people. Most of them were young and strong, and under Luo Yi's control, they were able to maintain order fairly well. Leaving Han Shuang behind to look after Shiryu and the others, Ao Xin took Tang Yingying and left temporarily. "Come with me." Having said that, without caring whether Tang Yingying agreed or not, he turned into a dragon, grabbed Tang Yingying, and flew away. "Yingying!" Luo Yi was shocked, and Shiryu was also shocked. "Boss, where are you taking Yingying?" From the horizon, Qinglong's voice came. "Hurry up and kill that hairy corpse. I'll go get another one." "Ah!" In the dragon's claws, little Tang Yingying hugged his claws tightly and screamed crazily. "I'm afraid of heights, boss." Although the dragon's claws were holding her tightly, she still held on to one claw desperately, curled up her body wildly, and clamped her legs around the other claw and refused to let go. The whistling sound of the wind around me is the sound of airflow caused by the fast flight. Looking up, you will see a huge dragon body, which completely blocks the scenery above your head. Beneath her, the buildings and the crowd were shrinking rapidly. Her heart was pounding. If she hadn't clamped her legs tightly together, she would have almost peed. She was so excited that her head was dizzy. She had no idea where Ao Xin was taking her. As I gradually got used to it, I couldn't help but start to have random thoughts in my mind. Why did you take me alone? Are you going to do something to me? Should I agree or refuse? I heard it hurts, and the guy is so strong. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Will I get pregnant? If I am pregnant, will I give birth? What will the baby be named? Ao Xin, who turned into a flying dragon, had no idea what the little thing in his claws was thinking. Soon, when he saw a group of zombies wandering aimlessly below, he fell from the sky and stood on a tall building. He released his claws and swung them downwards. When he looked down, he saw Tang Yingying still holding his paw tightly and refusing to let go, with a pair of blurry eyes, and he didn't know whether she was frightened or thinking about something. "Hey, come down." Tang Yingying woke up in shock, but when she saw the roof of a 30-story building under her feet, she was so scared that she hugged him even tighter. "It's too high. I don't dare." There was no other choice. Ao Xin had to come to the middle of the roof, which gave her some sense of security. She carefully loosened her arms and legs, stood on the roof, and did not dare to move forward at all. "Boss, why did you bring me to the rooftop?" What I was thinking was, wow, the boss brought me to the rooftop. I guess he was right? He is so strong. I can't seem to resist him. However, after Aoxin put her down, he did not transform into a human form, but said, use your ability to lure the nearby zombies over. All the hairy zombies, and those below the hairy zombies. Before he finished speaking, he swooped down. When he was still 10 meters from the ground, he changed into a human form, stepped on the air with his feet, walked 2 steps in the air, and landed safely. Huh. Tang, Ying on the rooftop, blinked her big, cute eyes. Boss, aren't you going to kill me? I think you're thinking about something else. Oh, how embarrassing. Although there was no one around and no one could hear her thoughts, the girl's cheeks turned red instantly. She stood here shyly for a long time before she remembered that Aoxin said he would help her lure monsters away. She quickly released a scent to attract zombies, but she still didn't dare to go to the edge of the roof to look down. A man sat alone on the rooftop, using his abilities and humming a little tune. Downstairs, Aoxin was killing the zombies. Although there are many zombies wandering here, it has not yet reached the level of a zombie tide. However, Tang Ying upstairs was constantly attracting zombies to him, which meant that he never stopped fighting. Ordinary zombies are killed directly, while zombies have their limbs broken and thrown into a store nearby. He fought with great enthusiasm, and although the growth of his domineering power was slow, he could feel it. As the physical strength grows stronger, the domineering aura is spreading into the flesh and blood. According to the rough classification in his previous life, he is now probably in the middle stage of the iron bone realm. When the bones are completely transformed into diamond, strength will be generated from within, strengthening the flesh, blood, tendons, and veins to reach the huge strength realm. This was due to the talent of the domineering genius, which allowed him to practice extremely quickly. Finally, a hairy corpse was attracted. He let out a long groan of excitement, but did not enter the human beast form. Instead, he took off the steel whip behind him and tried to fight the hairy corpse. When the forces of both sides collided, Aoxin felt a huge force coming at him, and he couldn't help but take several steps back. Without the blessing of the Azure Dragon, his power is still not enough. However, being able to fight against the 3-star hairy corpse in the Iron Bone realm without being killed instantly is already a feat. The steel whip was covered with armed color. He held the whip in one hand and stabbed with the finger gun in the other hand. With his feet, he used the power of the storm kick to kick hard. But Mao Sure blocked the steel whip's attack with his arms easily, and his finger gun was also blocked by Mao Sure's other fist. The leg movements were so swift that the wind whistled, but still no slash was made. If one practices the 3-foot combat techniques of shaving, moon step, and storm kick, and then learns them at the divine foot realm, the progress will be extremely fast. But he's just a man of iron, and his physique is hardly strong enough to kick or strike. Chapter 68, A Bunch of Zombies and Hairy Corpses. Relying on his outstanding fighting skills, although Aoxin was at a disadvantage against Mao Sure, he was still able to deal with him. The other zombies around him made his situation even more difficult. But this kind of situation is exactly what he needs. This crisis-ridden combat environment can also allow him to return to the combat feeling of his previous life. I have struggled on the brink of life and death before, but have I ever experienced such a thrill of killing everything in an instant? But if you only indulge in instant kills, the growth of your fighting skills will be slow, and the practice of domineering will also slow down. Therefore, he would often deliberately create this tense fighting atmosphere to motivate himself. Without activating dragon transformation, strength, agility, reaction speed, etc. will all decrease significantly. He was looking for an opportunity to kill while surrounded by a group of zombies. Bang! He dodged an attack from the hairy zombie, broke the left leg of a zombie, and then kicked out, breaking the sternum of a fleshy zombie. The steel whip fell down to block Mao's fist. When there is an attack that you cannot defend against in time, activate local armament color hardening, or use iron blocks to defend briefly. The force of the zombies' attacks made his blood boil, and every attack from the hairy zombies made him retreat again and again. But he did not panic. Instead, he aroused a stronger will to fight. The domineering aura was running wildly, and every time he collided with the enemy, the force of the impact was strengthening his own flesh and blood. This is the path that those who build their bodies must take. Behind him was the building where Tang Ying was. Mao's attack could easily break the steel and concrete of the high-rise building, so he fought and retreated in other directions. The steel whip in his hand was being used more and more skillfully, and his swordsmanship was not far from his previous life's level. Boom! After another fist clash with the hairy corpse, he suddenly felt pain in his lower abdomen. His body became unstable, his face turned pale, and he quickly opened the iron block to block the attack of a zombie. It was the ominousness from Mao's corpse that was eroding his own energy and blood. He had been fighting with the hairy corpse for too long and was beginning to be unable to hold out. With a dragon roar, he finally started to transform into a dragon. Strong blood energy surged out of his body, dispersing the ominous aura. The pain in his lower abdomen was relieved, and now it was time for him to fight back. With a loud roar, he whipped the Mao corpse's fist. This time, it was not him who retreated, but the Mao corpse. At the same time, he kicked out and broke the right leg of a zombie. Then he swung the steel whip down again and again, and the zombie's limbs were broken. With one kick, the zombie was kicked into the shop nearby. Mao Sure was furious and jumped up again. The steel whip in his hand hit Mao Sure's arm joint first. This is the benefit of improving combat skills. The other dragon claw was interlocked with the 10 fingers of Mao's other hand. The force penetrated the fingertips and pierced into the flesh of Mao's palm. The hairy corpse's claws were also sharp and wanted to pierce his flesh as well. But how hard are dragon scales? Coupled with the hardening of the arm manhwa, the hairy corpse's nails are like clipping onto a piece of steel. He exerted force with his 5 fingers suddenly, and the monster like Mao Sure, which had only killing instinct but lacked fighting skills, had no time to defend himself, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were broken by him. The other arm was hit by the steel whip again and again. Although it wanted to attack Ao Xian's body, Ao Xian always managed to hit its arm faster than it did. During this process, the joints were taken care of many times, and Mao's left arm had fallen down as limp as noodles. His left hand had been holding Mao Sure's right hand with 5 fingers broken. When the steel whip broke the joint of his left arm, he suddenly pulled with his left claw, causing his body to stagger. The steel whip then smashed down, this time hitting his right arm and shoulder. The zombies and corpses around him were whipped by his dragon tail and could not get close to him. Occasionally, some that could get close to him had their bones broken by his powerful kicks. The electric current wrapped around the steel whip increased the power of the weapon. 10 minutes later, he had smashed the hairy corpse's limbs and spine. They stepped on it, pierced its back with a steel whip, and nailed it to the ground. Ao Xian ended his dragon transformation and fought other zombies with his bare hands. After another half an hour, all the zombies around him were slaughtered by him, and no more zombies were attracted from afar. They must have been killed, or Tang Ying on the rooftop was exhausted. He exchanged a few bottles of strong liquor from the God-given space and poured them on his head to clean the blood stains. He also spent 10,000 points to exchange for an iron chain of the good quality sharp sword from the God-given space. Taking the chain, he went to the nearby shop. Here are the zombies that he destroyed, a total of 23. He pierced the zombie's scapula with a finger gun and then used an iron chain to string together the 23 zombies. Finally, he dragged the bunch of zombies out of the store, pulled out a steel whip, and used it to forcefully pierce the scapula of the corpse Mao, then strung him and the bunch of zombies together. Holding one end of the chain, he turned into a dragon and flew into the air to the top of the tall building. Sure enough, I saw Tang Ying slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. He was panting and mumbling something. "Let's go!" he shouted loudly, waking up the dazed Tang Ying. Just as the girl was surprised that he finally appeared, she saw a bunch of zombies and hairy corpses in his claws. It's just like a string of candied haws. "Oh my God, boss, you are so awesome." As soon as she finished speaking, the blue dragon came down, grabbed her with its other claw, and flew into the sky. "Aw!" The girl was afraid of heights and screamed again. She hugged the dragon's claws tightly with her whole body and dared not let go. The azure dragon flew into the clouds. The thin air made the girl feel a little suffocated, but it also added a bit of novelty and excitement. Soon, the azure dragon landed at the intersection where they were originally from. The people here had already started eating and resting, and only Shiryu was still struggling to chop off the hairy corpse's head. An iron chain was thrown down from the sky, creating a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Luo Yi and the others all gasped. They were frightened by a string of zombies on chains and a hairy corpse covered with red hair. The Qinglong fell down and swung several times before throwing Tang Ying, who was holding his claws tightly, down. He turned into a human form again and fell to the ground to check on Shiryu's progress. "Well, very good, more than half of it has been cut off. Come on, these are all yours." Ao Xian's words of encouragement made Shiryu want to cry, but had no tears left. He spent so much time chopping off one hairy corpse, and now another one comes, and there are so many zombies. How long will it take him to finish chopping off? But in Luo Yi's team, points are distributed uniformly based on contribution. He has put in so much effort, he will definitely be allocated a lot of points this time. So he is still very motivated. It was already dusk, and Aoxin was extremely tired from the battle. It would have been fine if he was just fighting the hairy corpse, but he didn't activate the dragon transformation at the beginning and had to fight purely with physical skills, which consumed a lot of physical energy. I don't plan to continue fighting now. I'll take a rest and recharge my energy and continue tomorrow. Chapter 69. Figures in the Dark. Luo Yi led this group of people to a building on the north side of the street. Only then did Aoxin understand how they were able to stick together under the gaze of the zombies. The key lies in Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying releases the same smell as zombies, covering the entire building. This way, the popularity of the building can be concealed. But this kind of cover-up is not as convenient as the one Tang Yingying used on herself. On the one hand, this will increase Tang Yingying's physical consumption. On the other hand, once a zombie wanders into the room, they can sense the human breath when they get close. However, as long as the door is locked tightly and the person's presence has not been exposed, zombies usually will not break in violently. Of course, Tang Yingying can have a good sleep today. Because all the zombies nearby were killed by Aoxin, there was no need for her to release her abilities to conceal her popularity. He exchanged a piece of Sea King barbecue from the God-given space, ate it in big mouthfuls, and used Life Return to absorb all of its energy. Then he lay down on a bed and fell asleep. Outside the house, the sound of dong 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 could be heard steadily. That was Shiryu, who was still trying hard to chop off the head of the Mao corpse. Everyone fell asleep to the sound of dong dong dong. When the moon was high in the sky and the temperature was slightly cooler, Shiryu sat down on the ground, panting heavily. In front of him was the corpse of a hairy corpse with its limbs removed. Mao's head opened its eyes wide and rolled to his side. He finally cut it off. After putting Xiao Shui back into the scabbard, he only felt his arms ache and his muscles tremble. However, when he saw his 1,000,000 points in the God-given space, all the pain and fatigue seemed to disappear in an instant. 1,000,000 points? 1,000,000. This is the price of a supreme sword. If I run away now, these 1,000,000 points will be mine. And this big sharp sword, I can take it too. Such greedy thoughts inevitably arose in his mind. It's only been over a month since the apocalypse, and the points have reached 1,000,000. Even Aoxin, the powerful Azure Dragon ability user, doesn't have so many points. All kinds of combat skills and potions can be purchased. The ordinary bloodline factor is only 1,000,000 points. Although there is a side effect of losing feelings, but is love useful in the apocalypse? His heart was burning, and he licked his lips unconsciously. But what he didn't see was that in the shadows not far away, a petite figure was quietly looking at him. The figure's clothes were torn and stained with blood, and his face was hidden in the darkness and could not be seen clearly. On the rooftop, behind an open window, a pair of eyes were quietly staring at this place. Shiryu leaned on Xiao Shui and stared blankly at Mao's corpse. But soon, he shuddered and slapped himself in the face. The clear voice echoed in the dark night, and Shiryu cursed himself secretly. What the hell is wrong with me? Uncle Luo is so good to me that he even gave me a devil fruit. And Yingying, if I escape, Uncle Luo and Yingying will be killed by Boss Qinglong. Thinking of Tang Yingying, he sighed again. Hey, it seems that Yingying is interested in the boss. I don't seem to have much hope. Sitting on the ground, thinking of Tang Yingying's pretty face, he was stunned for a long time. But the boss doesn't seem to be interested in Yingying. I'm not hopeless. Suddenly, he felt that life was full of motivation again, and he stood up and returned to the high-rise building where everyone was resting. Only after he walked into the building did the petite figure emerge from the darkness. It's Han Shuang. She went out so late to look for food. She felt embarrassed to eat zombies in front of everyone during the day, so Aoxin asked her to watch over these people. She couldn't run far, so she could only come out at this time. Seeing the body of Mao corpse on the ground, she swallowed and looked around, but there was no one. Then she grabbed Mao's body and ran quickly to a pharmacy next door. The pair of eyes on the rooftop was about to go to sleep after seeing Shiryu return to the high-rise building. But suddenly he saw a figure jumping in front of the Mao corpse, and his eyes suddenly widened. Is it her? What was she doing with Mao's corpse in the middle of the night? Unfortunately, the door of the pharmacy blocked his view, so he couldn't see what Han Shuang was going to do with Mao's corpse in his arms. In the pharmacy, Han Shuang peeled off the red hair of the corpse, and the teeth in his mouth crystallized as he took a big bite. Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. After becoming a crystal person, the smelly zombie meat seemed so delicious to her taste buds. Even better than the best meal she'd ever had as a human. Crunch! The bones of the hairy corpse were too hard for her to bite, but the crispy bones tasted very delicious when she chewed them. Soon, she had eaten half of the hairy corpse. She burped comfortably and hid the remaining half under the collapsed medicine cabinet in the pharmacy. This is going to be saved for breakfast tomorrow. After wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth on her body, she quietly returned to the high-rise building where everyone lived and went to sleep in a room that Luo Yi had arranged for her. Just after she fell asleep, another figure quietly came downstairs and into the pharmacy. But he saw nothing. After searching carefully in the drugstore, he gasped when he lifted up a fallen medicine cabinet. What the hell? Half of Mao's body had been eaten, and the remaining half was still oozing blood. Eat, eat! His hands were shaking, and he thought of what Tang Yingying had said during the day. Uncle Luo, I don't think she's human. Under the dim moonlight, a resolute face was reflected. It was Luo Yi. Suddenly, there was a strange noise behind him, which startled him, and he turned around quickly. A pair of big dark eyes were staring at him, and the half-dead body of a hairy corpse next to him. She almost cried out, but only after seeing the person clearly did she breathe a sigh of relief. Yingying, why are you out in the middle of the night? The person who came was Tang Yingying. She looked at the half-body of Mao's corpse on the ground with horror on her face. Luo, Uncle Luo, was it eaten by that woman? During the day, she was held in Ao Xian's claws and flying in the sky. In the middle of the night, she dreamed of falling from a high altitude and suddenly woke up. She opened the window to get some fresh air, but happened to see someone running into the pharmacy holding Mao's corpse. Out of curiosity, she followed him out secretly. When Han Shuang returned, she realized it was Han Shuang from the shadows. After confirming that Han Shuang had returned upstairs, she was about to enter the pharmacy, but saw Luo Yi coming down from upstairs and going straight into the pharmacy. Only then did she follow. It's her. Luo Yi just felt dizzy. Why would a person eat zombies? Even if you don't feel disgusted, aren't you afraid of being infected with the zombie virus? Uncle Luo, I'm afraid she really isn't a human being. Tang Yingying recalled Han Shuang's sickly face and his gloomy temperament. When you get closer, you can smell a scent that is 50% similar to that of zombies. This is not what human beings should have. She's not a human, and she doesn't look like a zombie either. What is she? Does the boss know that she is not human? The two of them stared at each other with indescribable shock on their faces. Chapter 70 New Zombies. Annihilate all those with special abilities. The two men stuffed half of Mao's body back under the collapsed medicine cabinet and carefully returned to the building. The next day, at the crossroads, Shiryu transferred the points he gained from killing Mao's corpse yesterday to Ao Xian. Chiu Shui was bought directly by Luo Yi with Ao Xian's promise of a 95% discount. He spent 95,000 points, and Ao Xian obtained 995,000 points. Why don't you run when you get 1,000,000 points? Ao Xian asked him curiously. Not many normal people can afford such a huge fortune. Shiryu said seriously. My father once said that when people live in this world, they should put integrity first. Ao Xian did not comment on his words. In the end times, it was enough to just listen to such words. He was not afraid that Shiryu would escape if he let Shiryu chop up the corpses outside alone. With Shiryu's strength not even at the bronze skin realm, where can he escape to? You continue to chop these zombies. On the ground, the zombies and hairy corpses strung together with iron chains were still wriggling and struggling. However, since their bones were broken, it was almost impossible for them to move with muscle strength alone. Shiryu replied respectfully, yes. Looking around, there are already zombies wandering at the end of the street. They were gnawing on the corpses of other zombies on the ground. But one night of attraction is still not enough. Tang Yingying released a scent to attract the corpses, but there were only 42 corpses. These corpses rushed over quickly, but were beaten to pieces by Ao Xian in an instant. Throw it in front of the defensive position at the intersection and let the people inside come out and behead it. While everyone was busy, Han Shuang quietly walked into the pharmacy from last night. When she saw that the pharmacy seemed to have been moved after she left, she frowned and moved the collapsed medicine cabinet. When she saw half of Mao's body still there, she didn't think much about it and started to eat it while holding the body. Not far away, Luo Yi and Tang Yingying had been keeping an eye on Han Shuang. When they saw her walk into the pharmacy, Both of them showed looks of horror on their faces. The two looked at each other, as if wanting to ask whether to tell Aoxin. But Luo, he shook his head slightly, and they could only suppress their doubts. Not long after, Han Shuang walked out of the pharmacy. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi and Tang Yingying became more certain that she was indeed eating the Mao corpse. When Han Shuang returned, although he did not approach them, they all quietly took a step back, fearing that Han Shuang would suddenly mutate and hurt someone. Leaving these people to chop up the corpse, he grabbed Tang Yingying again and flew into the sky. Ah! The girl who was afraid of heights and was not prepared at all screamed again. This time, he went a little further away. A pair of dragon eyes stared intently down, but no trace of the hairy corpse was seen. Zombies are no longer useful to him except for exchanging points. To improve his strength, he needs monsters at the level of Mao zombies. This time, he flew for 10 kilometers before he saw a familiar red hair. However, there are no tall buildings here, which is not suitable for Tang Yingying to hide. After thinking about it, he went to the nearest tall building and put Tang Yingying down. At the same time, he entered the God-given space and transferred 100,000 points to Meng Ke, asking him to redeem the sea stone processing method. Unfortunately, the God-given space cannot transfer items. Otherwise, he could save 20,000 points by exchanging the processing method himself and giving it to Meng Ke. But there is no time to go back now, so I can only waste it. After putting Tang Yingying down, he said that he would go and lure the hairy zombie over. After it came, you can use your ability to lure more zombies to me. He wants to get more money, while the God-given space has not changed the points rules. It would be best if I could get 110 million so that I can exchange it for the invisible black blood factor and a magic potion. He transformed into a dragon again and flew away, arriving at the place where he had seen Mao's corpse before. He changed into a human form and fell down. Then he took off the steel whip from behind and smashed it down fiercely. Roar! Mao was angry, and he fought as he headed towards the high-rise building where Tang Yingying was. The Mao corpse was attracted by his rich blood and chased him relentlessly. Not only the Mao corpse, but also the other zombies around were attracted over. The 6 styles are used alternately. The armament haki covers the body, and the observation haki is used to always detect any abnormalities around. He tried hard to deal with this group of zombies. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough pressure. Domineering is not only about the exploitation of physical strength, but also the exploration of potential in life and death crises. Otherwise, considering the effort sure you put in to chop off the hairy corpse's head, his strength should have improved. But his domineering nature did not grow much, and he still could not reach the bronze skin level. That's the reason. Therefore, although both require physical effort, fighting can improve one's strength far more than labor and exercise. Why doesn't Tang Yingying attract the zombies? Aoxin muttered. She fell asleep? In fact, what he didn't know was that Tang Yingying was afraid of heights and had been staying in the middle of the roof. She didn't dare to go to the edge to look down, so she didn't know when he would arrive. He yelled, Tang Yingying, it's time to lure the monsters. The roar like a dragon's roar reached the sky, awakening the girl on the roof who was afraid of heights. Ah, I know. She tried to shout, but her voice was still limited. Using the power of the fragrant fruit, an invisible fragrance wafts around. A large number of zombies were attracted from afar. Aoxin cheered himself up and became more and more courageous as the battle went on. The power of various moves has also become stronger. Not until his body gradually solidified due to the ominous erosion did he once again switch into human beast form and use his powerful blood energy to disperse the ominous aura in his body. 3 hours later, Mao's corpse, with broken limbs and spine, fell under him. There were a large number of zombie corpses, flesh corpses, and the maimed bodies of zombies around. He exchanged for a bottle of liquor and rinsed his body, then exchanged for a large piece of Sea King barbecue, activated the life return, and transformed it into physical energy. After eating, he exchanged for an iron chain as usual, pierced the zombie and the hairy corpse's scapula, and took them to the roof. Tang Yingying on the rooftop was watching videos in the God-given space. When she felt someone coming up, she hurriedly exited the God-given space. When she saw the group of zombies and hairy corpses again, she was no longer surprised. Boss, I just watched a video. A new zombie appeared. It's stronger than the Mao zombie. 7 people with special abilities joined forces to destroy it. But 3 died, 2 were seriously injured, and only 2 escaped with minor injuries. As she spoke, she also shared the video link with AOXIN. The person filming this battle was far away, causing the picture to be a little blurry. But he could still see the appearance of the so-called new type of zombie that Tang Yingying mentioned. In addition to the red hair, this zombie also has a large amount of exoskeleton growing on its body. It can not only serve as bone armor to protect the body, but can also be extended into bone knives for attack. Moreover, although this zombie still looks unintelligent, its fighting movements are becoming more and more skillful. It seems that in addition to the instincts of killing and infection, it also has a fighting instinct. He is a natural-born killer, a natural-born warrior. Chapter 71 Her News. A 4-star zombie appeared so soon? AOXIN was surprised. This progress was twice as fast as in his previous life. Is it the butterfly effect caused by my own rebirth? He doesn't know, but he felt an added sense of urgency. He is currently only at the 2nd level of Ironbone Realm, and even with the Azure Dragon Fruit, he is no match for a 4-star zombie. For 4-star zombies, the virus in their bodies stimulates the growth of bones, forming a layer of bone armor on their body surface. They're called bone corpses or martial corpses. How dare those 7 people with special abilities, who were not even at the Ironbone Realm, challenge the martial corpse? They were extremely lucky not to be completely wiped out. I looked at the location where the video was posted, and it was indeed America on the other side of the ocean. America used nuclear weapons to be the first to catalyze the creation of 4-star zombies, which was exactly the same as in her previous life. However, America is not the only country that uses nuclear weapons. The big country to the north neighboring China also uses nuclear weapons to bomb zombies. Their zombies are also evolving very quickly. Of course, the most terrifying thing is not America and the northern superpower, but it's the Indians to the west of China. Their nuclear arsenal exploded. All the nuclear eggs were set on fire. Directly blow up the city where they stored the nuclear eggs into ashes. Moreover, the radiation has spread to half of India, and the level of evolution of zombies there ranks first in the world. Of course, this is a story for later. Now the core city of India is in ruins. Although the zombie virus is evolving rapidly, the zombies are also being blown to pieces. Zombies from the periphery need to come in to receive the upgrade gift pack. Because India is adjacent to China, China has also suffered a lot from the zombies from India. Boss, can you beat this kind of zombie? Tang Yingying asked. AOXN shook his head. With my current strength, it's difficult. I can't even beat you? Tang Yingying was shocked. She couldn't directly feel the horror of the martial corpse from the video. But AOXIN is the most powerful human being she knows, and even he can't do anything to her. If a martial corpse also appears in Yuzhou, how should they deal with it? AOXIN said, don't think too much. The truth is to work hard to improve yourself. You can't just use it to release the power of the fruit. Your own strength is equally important. Oh, Tang Yingying said, and suddenly thought of Han Shuang's strangeness. After struggling for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, Boss, there's something wrong with the woman you brought with you. Have you noticed? AOXIN was surprised. Did you find out? He had no intention of hiding Han Shuangjing's identity. As people explore more about the apocalypse, they will gradually learn more about the crystal people. At that time, Han Shuang's identity will naturally be exposed. He also didn't intend to let Han Shuang live in hiding forever. In this life, his principle is to suppress everything with absolute strength. Boss, do you know? This time it was Tang Yingying's turn to be surprised. She thought AOXIN didn't know that Han Shuang ate zombie meat. Then he talked about what he saw and heard last night. Boss, she ate the body of Mao corpse. Is she still human? Ao Xing Saiji bluntly. No. AOXIN told Tang Yingying about the knowledge of crystal people and told her about the awakening crystal. Oh my god, there is such a monster. The girl exclaimed that it was eye-opening. In other words, the brain crystals of this crystal beast or crystal human can promote the growth and awakening of the ability user. Isn't this a shortcut to becoming stronger? She suddenly thought. If this happens, other people with special abilities will try every means to kill Han Shuang. AOXIN's answer was brief and powerful. Whoever dares to touch my people will die. Oh, cake seller. Tang Yingying's face suddenly turned red. Boss, am I yours now? Of course, AOXIN said with a smile. As long as they surrender to me, they're all my people. So, if someone bullies me, you'll help me, right? Tang Yingying asked expectantly, blinking her big, cute eyes. Of course. Who bullied you? Aoxin felt that there must be something wrong when Tang Yingying asked this. Sure enough, Tang Yingying's eyes lit up, and she said bitterly, "He's a friend of mine. We were escaping together. But after I found a devil fruit, she backstabbed me." Tang Yingying slowly recounted her past experiences. To put it simply, she was backstabbed by her former good friend and almost killed. After returning home, she was the first to file a complaint and ruin her reputation. Finally, she was captured by several men and they wanted to rape her. If Uncle Luo and Brother Shirtu hadn't saved me, I would be dead now. She gritted her teeth as she spoke. Before the apocalypse, she was my best friend. Why would she do this to me? She couldn't understand it. She had once vowed to be the best in the world, but why did it end up like this just for a little benefit? If she wants it, she may not refuse to give it to you if you tell her. Why do you want to kill yourself? It's hateful that after he escaped from her killer, he actually forgave her when she cried bitterly. Tang Ying felt so angry when she thought of that woman. What's her name? Aoxin was not interested in Tang Ying's story, but now Tang Ying was a subordinate. If he met her, it would not be a bad idea to avenge her. Su Ro. After Tang Ying said the name, Aoxin's expression suddenly changed. Even his voice became a little higher. Say it again. What's your name? Tang Ying, who was immersed in anger, was frightened by his momentum and quickly repeated. Su Ro. Boss, do you know her? If she is your good friend, I don't need to take revenge. The girl who had just been gritting her teeth suddenly became full of desire to survive. But Aoxin's eyes revealed a murderous intent that she had never seen before. That was the murderous intent that Aoxin had never revealed even when he was fighting zombies. What does she look like? Aoxin took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. Tang Ying quickly reached into her pocket and pulled out a torn photo. This is her. It can be seen that they were once the best in the world. Otherwise, in the information age, who would carry physical photos of others with them? Aoxin has been married. The girl in the photo is full of youthfulness. She smiles brightly and wears a beautiful dress. This smile is quite alluring. This face gradually merged with the memories of the previous life. Report. Why not report? He laughed out loud. Su Ro, it's great to see you again. It was nice of him to say that, but Tang Ying always felt that he was going to skin Su Ro alive. Big boss, do you have a grudge? Aoxin didn't answer. Do you know where she is? Tang Ying quickly replied. I know. She is in the north of the provincial capital. I heard she found a big brother named Zhao Chongkong, who is also a person with special abilities. Chapter 72 Zoo. I didn't expect to find out about Su Ro so soon. Aoxin was furious. He was cheated to death by her in his previous life. He thought it would take some time before he could get news from her, but it turned out that she was Tang Ying's former friend. She cheated you. How do you still know her information? Aoxin was curious. Logically, after Tang Ying and Su Ro broke up, the two sides should have cut off contact with each other. Su Ro herself was not a big shot. So why did Tang Ying know her whereabouts so clearly? Tang Ying said, I also have her good friend. After she hooked up with the boss, she often taunted me and said that her boss would definitely kill Uncle Luo and then find dozens of men to rape me. The girl's teeth were grinding as she bit her teeth. She was clearly the victim, so why did she feel so much resentment towards herself? TSK. Aoxin sneered, still as vicious as ever. He understood Su Ro's mentality. Since she had offended him, he would fight to the death. In this way, he understood why Su Ro, who had been with a big boss in her previous life, would meet him. Zhao Chongkong is a capable person in the northern part of Yuzhou provincial capital, and he has great ambitions. However, he was defeated by the one from the capital of gods, and his entire force was swallowed up. Then, he expanded eastwards and met Luo Yi and others. The result is obvious. Luo Yi lost. Luo Yi and others were recruited. Tang Ying was reused because of her special abilities, and Su Ro ran away out of fear of being retaliated against. That's why I looked so pitiful when I met her later. He guessed that was probably the case. As for how Su Ro harmed herself, it's the same as what you all thought, so I won't use this old-fashioned plot to increase the word count. North of the city, Aoxin looked towards the north. Now that he had learned the news about his enemy, he didn't want to wait any longer. Longhua grabbed Tang Ying and the string of zombies on the ground, flew back to the intersection where Luo Yi and others were, and threw the zombies and the string of hairy corpses down. Another large cloud of smoke and dust rose up, and sure you, who was chopping off the hairy corpse's head, had an expression of pain and pleasure on his face. Throwing Tang Yingying off his claws, he rushed into the sky and headed straight towards the north of the city. Eh? Boss, why are you running so fast? Sure, you just looked up and saw Ao Xian leaving again. And this time, he didn't even take Tang Yingying with him. Where was he going? Yingying, what's this, boss? Luo Yi thought Tang Yingying should know something, so he came to ask. Tang Yingying was still in a daze from falling from a high altitude. It took her a long time to react after hearing Luo Yi's question. Oh, it seems that the boss has gone to find Zhao Chongkong. Zhao Chongkong? Isn't he in the north of the city? What does the boss want to see him for? Luo Yi was puzzled, but immediately thought, does he want to subjugate Zhao Chongkong's forces? Since Ao Xian conquered him, it would also be reasonable to conquer the rest of the gathered people. He believed that a strong man like Ao Xian would definitely dominate the world. I told the boss about Su Ro, and he seemed very angry. He left me here without saying anything. I thought, maybe Su Ro had offended him? Tang Yingying sorted out the information in her mind, but still found it incredible. Su Ro used to be her best friend, and they talked about almost everything at that time. I have never heard that she knows this big shot. Moreover, judging from Ao Xian's appearance, he was at least the type who was out to avenge his father's murder and steal his wife. What did Su Ro do to him? No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure it out. Luo Yi looked at Shi Yu's tired appearance, thought for a moment, and said to the others, come out. I'll give each of you a sharp knife. Come and chop these zombies that the boss has disabled. Shi Yu's energy was almost entirely consumed by the hairy corpse. Before he could even chop off the head of the hairy corpse from yesterday, Ao Xian had already brought him another one. I don't know how long it will take for him to finish chopping. So, get others to help. Although their strength is not high, they're all people who have exchanged for the domineering practice method, and their physical strength is now much stronger than before the end of the world. Even with a sharp knife-level weapon, although it still can't chop the zombies, if two people work together and use the knife to saw and grind the zombies' necks, it can also be helpful. In the sky, Ao Xian was flying rapidly on the flaming clouds. In the city center, he fell from the air and stood on a tall building to rest. Below, the situation was extremely chaotic, and the degree of chaos was completely different from that of other places, because there were not many people causing the chaos, but countless animals. Looking ahead, there is an extremely spacious gate with the words Provincial Capital Zoo written on it in large letters. The zombie virus does not only infect humans. However, the most common animals in cities are cats and dogs. Especially in a small city like Bianqing, there are almost no fierce dogs. Those pet cats and dogs, even if infected, are the zombies with the lowest combat effectiveness and are the easiest to earn points from. Moreover, because of their small size, many cats and dogs have their heads eaten by zombies, making them unable to transform into zombies. They can only become incubators for the zombie virus and be eaten and evolved by other zombies. But it's different here. These animals in the zoo are far more dangerous than cats and dogs. After being infected, they will become more powerful zombies. Of course, the most terrifying thing is not that they are infected, but that these large animals drink the blood of zombies or eat the flesh of zombies due to hunger and turn into crystal beasts. With virus resistance, they not only devour the flesh and blood of zombies, but also crave the flesh and blood of living beings. They are even more dangerous than zombies. Bang! He jumped down from a tall building, pierced a zombie's head with a finger gun, and smashed its head with a punch. He kicked sideways and heard a cracking sound, followed by the sound of crystal shattering. Ao Xian reached out and grabbed the wolf's head, and his 10 fingers, like hooks, pierced into its skull. He took out a piece of crystal stained with brain matter and threw the body away. Bang! With another kick, a zebra that had evolved into a corpse was kicked away. The kick hit its sternum and broke it directly. The probability of becoming a crystal beast is still too low. Ao Xian strolled leisurely among the zombies, killing for an hour, and only had 3 more awakening crystals in his hand. They are all the crystallization of 1 star. Is that guy no longer here? He was fighting and searching at the same time. When he landed here, besides collecting a few awakening crystals, his most important purpose was to find that person. Perhaps he shouldn't be called a human being, because his true form is a Bengal white tiger. But at the end of the world, he ate a devil fruit and gained powerful fighting power. Moreover, after being conquered by the man from the capital, he became the #1 warrior in his force. Of course, humans are not the only ones who can eat devil fruits. and even the God-given space is not only possessed by humans. However, most creatures have no intelligence and cannot operate. Even if they get points by killing zombies, they don't know how to redeem the items. However, it would be different if you had a devil fruit. Chapter 73, Subduing the Tiger. This already powerful beast, with the devil fruit and domineering aura, has a combat power beyond most people. It was only after he saw the zoo that he remembered this person and thought he was worth recruiting. Moreover, wild beasts have pure minds, and once they recognize their masters, it is difficult for them to betray them, so they can be treated as confidants. He rushed into the zoo, killed his way through it, and jumped out from the back, but he couldn't find the tiger anywhere along the way. There were 2 more 1-star crystals and 1 2-star crystal in his hand. There's nowhere to put it, and I can't hold on to it forever. Aoxn scratched his head, looked around, and went into a store whose walls had collapsed. He dug out a garbage bag from the ruins and put the 6 crystals into it. Since he was subdued by the one in the capital, he is most likely heading west. But I have to go to the north to seek revenge now. What should I do? After thinking for a moment, I decided to take revenge first. Having 1 more tiger under his command is just the icing on the cake. As a dignified azure dragon, how could he be without this white tiger? But revenge can make one's thoughts clear, so revenge is more important. After making up his mind, he no longer hesitated, exchanged for a meat stick and ate it, then turned into a green dragon and flew away. In the northern part of the provincial capital, on the bank of the Yellow River, Zhao Changkong is leading people to build a base here. He was quite powerful and had obtained a lot of building materials from the building materials factory. He also relied on his strong strength to gather a lot of people under his command. The fresh water available in the city has been exhausted, and the only hope is the Yellow River. But he was unlucky. There was a powerful water monster in this section of the Yellow River. Although it was much weaker than the black-scaled python in the Bien River, it also caused many casualties among his subordinates. And now, he stared at the monster in front of him with a bitter look on his face. He was 3 meters tall, wearing a white tiger skin with black stripes. He stood up with jumping and flickering flames around him. There is a vertical eye on its forehead. "Who are you?" Zhao Changkong gasped. The opponent was too strong. Even if he joined forces with 2 other ability users under his command, they were still injured at the hands of this strong man. It seems that he is an animal-type ability user. Cat fruit tiger form? Or is it the even more terrifying cat fruit, mythical beast, white tiger form? He now strongly suspected it was the latter. Because the vertical eyes on the other person's forehead and the radiance surrounding his body were not very extraordinary. Only the legendary mythical beasts can have such a vision. But this strong man said nothing, as if he was determined to kill them. He glanced at the blood on his shoulder. If he had not dodged quickly just now, he would have been seriously injured. Of course, this person who seems to be in tiger form cannot decapitate him directly, because he has the parahuman-type Zanzan fruit. His body is as hard as steel, but steel is not invincible, and he was still injured. "Sir, why are you so aggressive?" Zhao Changkong's arms and legs turned into sharp blades, always on guard against the opponent. "You are indeed very strong, but if the 3 of us join forces, you will also be seriously injured. Why bother?" He signaled with his eyes to the 2 people on the side of the white tiger. Although they were standing, they both had animal bodies. He is a user with animal-type abilities. One of them was covered in a green exoskeleton, his arms turned into green bone sickles, and there were 2 pairs of wings behind him. It's the bug fruit, mantis form. With his sickle arms, his attack power was quite impressive, but now one of the sickle arms had been broken. The other had horns like an antelope, and his hands and feet had turned into hooves. It's the beef beater fruit, antelope form, but there were 3 deep and long wounds on his chest, and blood was constantly flowing out, as if his heart was almost taken out. In the distance, a group of people were hiding here and shivering. This level of battle was not something they could interfere with. A pretty girl showed a look of fear in her eyes. Brother Zhao seems unable to beat him. Will we die? Next to him, a young man with messy hair stared at her plump figure with fiery eyes and took advantage of the crowd to touch the girl's body twice. It's a pity that this is the person Brother Zhao likes, so we can't touch him. But now Brother Zhao couldn't even protect himself, so he couldn't help but have some evil thoughts in his mind. "Hey, don't touch me." The girl felt someone touching her, but she looked back with resentment on her face and finally locked her eyes on a middle-aged man with a dull expression. "How disgusting. When Brother Zhao is done beating me, I'll let him kick you out." The middle-aged man was terrified and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. No, it's not me. Don't kick me out. I will die if I go out alone. The girl kicked him with disgust, looked at the battle in the distance again, and thought to herself, Brother Zhao is not good enough. If he loses, will that person kill us? No. Even if others will die, I won't. With a look like mine, I can easily seduce him by showing off a little bit of my body. In the distance, the four fought for a while, and the white tiger man also had several more wounds on his body. After all, he has not been practicing for a long time, and although his foundation is good, his strength is limited. His body was injured, and his beast instinct made him want to retreat. Plus, I was so hungry that I didn't want to fight anymore. Zhao Changkong also saw the intention to retreat in his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. His strength was almost exhausted. If he continued to fight, he would die here. If you want to leave, please do as you please. We will not stop you. Although he was tired, he still tried to look confident of victory and asked the other two to step back. The tiger man hesitated for a moment, roared again, and prepared to leave. Oh, what a coincidence. You are here. Just as he was about to leave, a person appeared behind him and blocked his way of retreat with a smile. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the whole area and blew Ao Xian's hair. But he remained unmoved and still stood there blocking the way. I didn't expect that I was so lucky. This time, I killed two birds with one stone. Submit or die. Ignoring the tiger's roar, the domineering color burst out, and Baihu felt frightened in his heart. Zhao Changkong and the other two, who were not far away, were trembling. What a strong, domineering look. Who is this person? Having just dealt with the fierce tiger, he encountered a real dragon. He complained in his heart and hoped that this big guy would leave after subduing the tiger man. The domineering look was mixed with dragon power, and fear was revealed in the white tiger's eyes. This is the survival instinct of the beast. Another domineering aura burst out, and the people hiding in the distance fell to their knees. Zhao Changkong and the other two looked at each other, their legs trembling, and they barely stayed standing. The white tiger closest to Ao Xian felt like his heart was about to explode. He crawled on the ground, revealing his true form as a white tiger. Meow. This big guy was actually rubbing against Ao Xian's legs and making a rough cat meow at the same time. Zhao Changkong was shocked. What the hell is meow?